Yo, what's up guys? This is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content. The link is in the description. Pirate, I want to become the Sea King 1SK Chapter 1. Give me freedom or give me death. Brain storage place. Open black lens bracket. Brain eating monster buffet. Close black lens bracket. It hurts so much, I regret it. I shouldn't have made a living in a place like the United States. Is that a place where I can make a good living? But if you don't work hard, few people will read the flower book, let alone the big daddy who buys gifts. What can a failed art student do in the United States? Follow Fatty Ding to get relief meals. I'm afraid that my chrysanthemums will be ruined at night. Someone was looking for him along the internet cable, but before the federal police could wait, a heavy truck sent him on his way. Heavy truck? Fish up, don't pretend to be dead for me? Adolf opened his eyes, raised his body with difficulty and looked around. People on both sides of the road were kneeling with their heads lowered. Behind them were 3 dancing girls in purple clothes, 3 7-meter-tall men, and 2 seemingly tough but extremely decadent men. They only wore collars around their necks, and they were obviously slaves. In front of him, a good-looking woman wearing bubble wrap came up and looked at him extremely arrogantly. Dragon people? One Piece? As an art student, the biggest career direction is art production. Of course he has read second-generation travels and drawn many books. The characters in it are quite familiar. Even in order to draw a more realistic book, I went to the stick country, the island country, and the free country successively to seek feelings, see, touch and memorize, and personally feel the vivid changes and charm of their every move. Pure artistic behavior. That's right, I am the celestial dragon Shalulia Palace, and you are my mermaid slave. Remember this. Shalulia Palace waved her whip. Mermaid. Slave? Looking down at his slender lower body, with bright sky blue scales and a wide flat tail fin, he is as dreamy as a legendary mermaid, but he is a boy, so he is suitable to be a girl's dream. But wearing a thick collar around his neck is a symbol of slavery. I traveled through the world of One Piece. The dream came back to reality, and for a moment I woke up, and memories came flooding back to my mind. Adolf. Male. 22 years old, white shark mermaid, loves painting. Since childhood, he has been yearning for the terrestrial world mentioned by Princess Odahime, and hopes to draw all the beautiful things. Then came Barbecue. I heard that mermaids are the fastest swimmers in the world. I want to keep him in a piranha pond, and then watch the piranhas chase him. St. Charles suggested excitedly with his nose dragging. No, that will kill you too quickly. I'll give it to you when I've had enough fun. Shalulia Palace refused. She was very interested in mermaids and didn't know how much juice she could squeeze out. You are not qualified to say that, Charles. My captain series died in your hands in a few days, and you don't cherish it at all. The head of the family, Saint Rosewater, expressed dissatisfaction. Come on, you asked the master to wait for you, Shalulia Palace said and whipped him without mercy. However, when everyone turned around and prepared to continue setting off, Adolf actually caught it. Advertisement with one hand, he grabbed the whip that was hitting him. Is there vulgar pornography in this paragraph? B******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** resist? Even a mere fish dares to resist the draconian? Shalulia Palace was annoyed and took out the pistol directly from her arms. Resist? Of course you have to resist. How could I be captured and made a slave? Adolf thought about the fate of the Draco slaves. How could he follow them? How could he not go crazy and fight? He grabbed the long whip and pulled it suddenly, pulling Shalulia Palace over. He grabbed her neck with one hand and held her in his arms. The other hand reached into her clothes first and grabbed the celestial dragon pistol. Bang! Don't even move, if you move I'll kill her. The loud sound of the gunshot shocked everyone present, and they all stared at him dumbfounded. No one expected that this mermaid slave would suddenly explode and seize Shalulia Palace as a hostage. That's the celestial dragon, world noble. You stinky fish actually dared to reach out and touch me, how dare you? I'm going to kill. The first thing that arose in Shalulia Palace was not fear, but extreme anger. But before she could finish speaking, Adolf strangled her neck with his left hand, suffocating her. Her face turned red and she couldn't even utter a single word. Are you going to fight the celestial dragons to the end? Guards, come on, kill him. Veins popped up on St. Rosewater's forehead. I'm going to skin him and hang him on top of the piranha, and let him be eaten bit by bit. St. Charles shouted with the same annoyance. For the celestial dragons, even the king is no more than a pariah, and the slaves bought with money are even more lowly. And now a lowly slave dares to bang them? Choke the Tianlong people by their necks? He even ignored being treated as a hostage and could kill her with one shot. In their minds, how dare slaves and untouchables harm them? They are descendants of the Creator, and the whole world belongs to them. No matter where you go, even the king must kneel down. The guards rushed over quickly. If the Tianlong people were harmed, all of them would die. Shut up, everyone! Boom! Adolf became even more crazy and shot Roswald in the thigh without hesitation, and blood spurted out from the gun hole. He had never used a gun before, but it was too close. How could he miss at such a close distance? Ah, it hurts so much, my legs, kill him all for me. St. Rosewater fell to the ground and rolled around with his legs in his arms, his face twisted and screaming. Advertisement, father. St. Charles was panicked. Only then did he realize that something was wrong. This mermaid really knew how to shoot. Back off. Everyone, back off, or I'll beat them to death. Adolf grabbed Shalulia Pallas by the neck and came to the other two draconians. He fired 2 shots in a row, killing the Tianlong guard who was rushing at the front and shocking everyone. I really don't dare to take a step forward now. A shot was fired. A shot was really fired. Run quickly. The celestial dragon has been shot. The general is coming soon. Everyone, run. This island is finished. Completely finished. Get out to sea quickly. Big event. The Tianlong people were kidnapped by slaves. The people kneeling on both sides of the road looked at the scene in disbelief. When the shots were fired, everyone ran away and even went to sea to leave the island. No one dared to stay for half a second. Stop. Do you know the consequences of doing this? Those are the celestial dragons, world noble. Let them go. The guard shouted anxiously. I have been captured as a slave. Do I care who they are? If you dare to take a step away from me, I will kill you immediately. When he noticed St. Charlos crawling away from him, he shot him in the leg without hesitation. Ah, father, I feel so much pain. My leg is bleeding. It's bleeding. St. Charlos screamed like a pig being killed. Stop. Stop it. All the guards looked at it with eyes wide open, and the world was about to collapse. Back off again. Otherwise I will kill one of them, and there will still be 2 Tianlong hostages. But the Tianlong people who were killed died because of you people. Adolf yelled even louder, his eyes crazy, and he suppressed them with his voice. All the guards were forced to retreat again, not daring to take a step forward or even make a small move. In this situation, all of them went crazy, almost on the verge of collapse and violence. The other 8 slaves looked at the scene in shock. The world noble celestial dragons were actually taken hostage by slaves? They even shot and wounded 2 celestial dragons. Chapter 2 Follow my command. What? The mermaid slave went on a rampage, took Tianlong as a hostage, and even wounded him with a gun? Warring States suddenly stood up after receiving the information. It's really a big trouble to have something happen to the Tianlong people just after becoming a general. Akainu Sakaski looked up with a cigar in his mouth. How long did it take for the Fishman pirates founded by Tiger to be eliminated? What do they want to do? Akainu, I'm going with you. Sengoku gritted his teeth and boarded the warship with Akainu. The replacement of old and new, during the period when he first became Fleet Admiral, he really couldn't bear this kind of incident. Marinefondo is right next to the Sabaody Islands, and it didn't take much time in the past. However, the Marines in the Sabaody Islands are faster, and they are stationed here. But after Marines surrounded a group of people, no one dared to step forward, let alone shoot. Whoever dares to take a step forward will die with the Tianlong people. With such a close-range explosion, it's impossible for the Tianlong people to be safe. Key. Bring me the key to the collar, otherwise the celestial dragons will bury me with you. Adolf was crazy. The collar is a triggered explosion or remotely controlled. However, the moment just now was too sudden. Shalulia Pallas was controlled in one fell swoop, and she was even held to a position where she was in direct contact with his collar. In this case, even if the explosion is directed inward, it can still damage Shalulia Pallas. Gouda. However, no one moved despite his shouting. They all gulped secretly and looked at Adolf anxiously. You, go get the key. Otherwise I will kill him now. Adolf immediately designated a guard and pointed his gun at the celestial dragon Shalulia Pallas in his arms. 2 Tianlong people have been wounded by gunshots, and no one dares to doubt whether it is true or false. I'm going right now. The guard panicked and lost all his weapons. Adolf, get the key and leave as soon as possible, otherwise the entire Fishman Island will be buried with you, the brigadier general from the headquarters shouted nervously. Shut up. Tell your people to put down their guns. I'll kill whoever goes off first. Adolf roared like a mad dog at the end of his rope. The brigadier general at the headquarters had no temper at all, for fear that he would really bite him like crazy. This gun is already at Tianlongren's head, how dare he still have a temper? If he has a temper now, his whole family will lose it. Everyone lower their guns and take their fingers off the trigger. Turn the cannon around and take out the shells. Not a single Marine hesitated, they all did as he was told. They have been in the Sabaody Islands for so long, and they still don't know what the celestial dragons are. To put it bluntly, they were more panicked than Adolf. If someone broke a jar and fell to the ground, how could they be the same? Time flies very fast, but everyone feels like the days are like a year, and the pressure is too much. Adolf was panting, and the tremendous pressure caused his adrenaline to surge. But in this extreme situation, the body surged with infinite power, which was the squeezed desire to survive, and even the original physical pain was forgotten. Here are the keys. The guard ran over with a bunch of keys. Advertisement, stop and don't come here. Throw it over, throw the key over here. Adolf shouted, not letting them get close at all. Don't go there, don't irritate him. The key was thrown lightly in front of Adolf. All he had to do was pick it up and open the collar, and he would be free again. But his eyes were fixed on the keys on the ground, not daring to pick them up. He was afraid that he would be attacked the moment he bent down. The people in the pirate world are so scary. It takes 6 or 7 seconds for an ordinary person to run 100 meters. In the pirate world, does it take 1 second for a strong person to run 100 meters? Not to mention the superhuman stunt of shaving. If he wasn't afraid of anything unexpected, the brigadier general at the headquarters would have been strong. Everyone obeys the order, move back 10 meters. Adolf, I can make way for you to leave. As long as you enter the sea, you will be free, but the Tianlong people must be let go. The brigadier general at headquarters was even more nervous. When Adolf looked at the other 8 slaves in the distance, do you want to be free? Whether this happened to me or not, becoming a celestial dragon slave will lead to death, unless there is a miracle. But now it's a miracle. Open the collar with the key. I can give you a chance to live, the only chance. The 8 people looked at each other, and even looked at the 3 embarrassed Tianlong people. Please, mermaid, save us, you will be my good big brother from now on. Even if I die with these celestial dragons buried with me, it's worth it. Do my best. None of the 8 people hesitated. They quickly ran over to pick up the keys and opened the collars around their necks. The 5 men are the Captain Series slaves of Rosewater Saint. They're huge in size. Although they are not as good as the giants, they can allow the Draco to ride on their backs. At the same time, as the captain of a pirate ship, he has the strength to have a bounty of 30 million to 50 million. The other 3 purple-clothed dancers are very beautiful, one look at their figures, but they have no strength. It's unlocked, it's really unlocked. Free, we are free, cool hahahaha. The collars are untied one by one, freedom is regained, and even the heart is freed. What are you yelling about? Did you escape? Adolf scolded. Let them calm down and circle Adolf one by one, facing Marine, boss, as long as you give the order, we will take you out immediately. One of the dancers in purple came forward slowly, personally helped Adolf untie his collar, and said gratefully, thank you. Let's talk about it after we escape. Advertisement. The collar was untied, and Adolf breathed a sigh of relief. Although he clamored to be buried with the celestial dragons when he died, did the celestial dragons deserve the life of a dog? Let go, fish. You are so afraid of death that you don't dare to kill us, because if you kill us, these marines will kill you immediately, and the marine headquarters will destroy the entire Fishman island. But I have to say that you won, because your life is not worth the gamble for us Tianlong people. Even if you are injured, it will be a shame. Shalulia Palace was extremely unwilling to speak. It could be seen that she had brains and extraordinary courage. She was not afraid even if a gun was pressed against her head. Yes, I don't want to die, but without the determination to die and live together, how can we live? So please cooperate with me, noble Tianlong. Veins popped up on Adolf's forehead, his left hand firmly held her neck, and his arm controlled her arm, resisting the urge to tear her into pieces. The other 2 Tianlong people who were shot in the thigh were wailing in front of him, not giving them a chance to make small moves behind him. Okay, in the name of the Tianlong people, I declare you free and exempt you from your crimes. This is the Sabaody Islands. Admiral Marine will be here soon. Without the orders of the celestial dragons, you can't escape at all. Even if you escape, you will still be hunted down by Marine. Even though Shalulia Palace had fallen to this point, it was still extremely arrogant, betting that he would not dare to kill them. This is the confidence of the descendants of the Creator, their dignity. General Marine can be mobilized if he is found in trouble. If he is killed, the consequences can be imagined. The other 8 slaves who were on guard were excited. There is a command from Tianlong to release them. As long as they escape, they will be free. Idiot, I only believe in myself, it's only true if we leave alive. Adolf shouted, reminding the 8 people who had just been liberated. Now, follow my command. Marine leads the way. I want a warship that can go to sea. You bring the 2 celestial dragons on the ground. I want to be able to see them. Quick. Can't you hear me? Adolf immediately pointed his gun at St. Charles, this time not the torso, but the head. Lead the way for them. As long as the Tianlong people are released, they will do whatever they say. Chapter 3 Sengoku Akainu. I want you to kneel down and hold your head. It's a warship, I saw it. I saw the sea. Quick, get out of my way. The huge man of 7 or 8 meters who opened the way in front was excited. After only 2 or 3 steps, the excitement in his eyes turned into fear, and his body even started to tremble. Boats, so many boats. The entire Sabaody Islands are surrounded by warships. It's General Marine. War. Sengoku Fleet Admiral is here. Derek, who was 7 to 8 meters tall and tall, had a vast field of vision, but he also saw despair at the first moment. Others were even more unbearable, even with their legs weak and sitting on the ground. It's so fast. Adolf's face darkened. Shalulia Palace, I hope you understand what to do. Are you scared? Shalulia Palace, who had a gun pressed against her head, sneered. Adolf took a deep breath and suppressed his emotions. With your superior attitude, I can't wait to tear you apart right now. Don't provoke me. It's true that I am a low-class person to you, but people at the bottom don't think their lives are so important. When they are cornered, they will do anything to kill each other or kill for revenge. He himself has never killed anyone, but he was forced to this point. Why wouldn't he dare to kill someone? Even now he wants to kill these 3 Tianlong people. The worst he can do is die. But as a time traveler who came to the world of pirates and had infinite possibilities, how could he be willing to die like this? Everyone stop. Sengoku Fleet Admiral, General Akainu. The Marine who was leading the way made way for the Marine Admiral and even the Marine Fleet Admiral to come with the elite of the headquarters. Adolf didn't even see the sea before he met with the highest level of Marine. This terrifying power that easily destroyed the islands one by one made his hands tremble. He was not confident even if he was holding a hostage, and his breathing became rapid under the huge pressure. Shalulia Palace couldn't breathe because he unconsciously clenched his hands, his face was red, and he struggled hard. Stop. Stop, I'm going to die. Warring states, save me. Noticing the struggle in his arms, Adolf forced himself to calm down and relax slightly. Before he even noticed it, the huge pressure awakened some kind of power sleeping in his body, as if a treasure mountain containing infinite potential was constantly being unearthed. In just a short time, my physical fitness has even reached the level of a colonel at the headquarters. And control instinctively, there is no uncontrollable situation at all. Release Charulia Palace, I can let you leave. Warring States Fleet Admiral swept over, especially the two Tianlong people who had been shot. Their expressions were extremely heavy. Fisher Tiger, Adolf, do you all want to bring destruction to Fishman Island? General Akainu's face was gloomy, and a forceful aura swept through him, making it difficult to breathe. Boss. The other 8 people all looked at Adolf. If you fail to uphold justice, then you will be fined, but if you don't distinguish between right and wrong, you will be threatened? Veins popped up on Adolf's forehead. You mean, even if you are captured and turned into a slave, you can't resist? This is justice for you, Marine? Yes. This island is right next to the Marine headquarters. There is even a Marine base stationed in the Sabahadi Islands. It is only this far away from the slave auction site. But you still turn a blind eye. No, this is a slave auction house protected by your Marine advertisement, Adolf shouted. The last sentence shocked Warring State's heart, and he clenched his fist tightly. How humiliating it was. The word justice behind the scenes has become the biggest joke. Marine from the Sabahadi Islands looked away and had no face to face him. What they saw when stationed here was even filthier than what he said. Sharp-tongued. Kid, this world is not as simple as you think. In order to maintain world peace, even Marine has to make concessions. A few sacrifices are necessary. Akainu's eyes were cold and indifferent, showing no change at all. Yes, it is worth sacrificing for victory. Then when it's your turn to sacrifice, are you willing? What? Sengoku Akainu didn't understand what he meant. Adolf lifted the Charulia Palace a little, but without any support, he lifted it with one hand by the neck. Stop, what do you want to do? Warring State's expression changed. Do you know what happens when a celestial dragon is killed? Akainu looked gloomy. Kneel down. Huh? Sengoku Akainu was stunned. Adolf suddenly shouted, didn't you hear me? I want you. Kneel down. Hold your head. The sound of madness spread across most of the island, shocking Sengoku Akainu and the two of them, with expressions of astonishment on their faces. What did you say? I didn't expect that they would be asked to kneel down and hold their heads, as the Marine's highest fleet admiral and the most powerful general. Adolf's eyes were crazy, and he slowly tightened his hands on his neck, making Chalulia Palace unable to breathe again. But this time the force continued to intensify, and it seemed like he was about to crush his neck. It directly suffocated Chalulia Palace's brain and blurred her vision. Stop. Zongguo gritted his teeth. The anger in his heart seemed to be turning into reality, and he wanted to tear him alive. The first rule for being promoted to Fleet Admiral is to be loyal to the Celestial Dragons. Become the Celestial Dragon's dog, right? Now the Tianlong people are going to die in my hands. As dogs, isn't it the time for you to show your loyalty? I haven't even asked you to commit suicide yet. Adolf grinned wildly and looked at them. Kneel down. I order you to kneel down. Sengoku, Akainu, do you want to watch the Celestial Dragons die in front of you? Saint Rosewater and Saint Charlos yelled even more crazily. Compared to the lives of Tianlong people, your dignity is more important, right? Hahahaha. It seems dogs are not loyal enough, Marine. Adolf was so arrogant, these words directly made the two of them tremble. Akainu crushed the cigar, his teeth chattering, and a wave of heat spurted out with anger in his eyes. It was as if a volcano was erupting at the next moment, trying to destroy everything in sight. He glared wildly and fiercely, and his powerful aura instantly enveloped him. Advertisement: this is murderous intent, ghostly aura, fierce aura, and evil aura. All the hardships a strong person goes through along the way will become nutrients and become part of their aura. Ordinary warriors who have experienced hundreds of battles can be frightened by even one look. Just like Monet was so shocked by Zoro that he couldn't even control his body. Adolf. You are too arrogant. Sengoku even used conquerors to attack. Adolf's pupils shrank. Akainu's fierce aura seemed to be struck by countless natural disasters and destruction, completely destroying him. Warring States period conquerors felt like the sky was falling, and his heart was gripped in an instant. This is the strongest level of the sea, with the terrifying power to destroy islands. Ordinary people are simply not the same species in front of them. But, I am humble and only have one life, so why should I fear death? Screaming heartbreakingly and madly, breaking all unwillingness and all the constraints in the heart, so what if I die? He only has one life. Some kind of shackles in the body are broken, and the broken remaining consciousness bursts out from the pupils. Boom. The invisible airwaves washed away, and there were actually black and red streaks, like snakes and lightning dancing wildly in the air. It can be seen from the black and red snakes that were struck that the two powerful momentums collided and actually withstood the Warring States conquerors. The sea is boiling and the waves are rolling. The nearby fish and shrimp had already been knocked unconscious by the terrifying domineering force. The Marines, celestial dragons, dancers, and freed slaves who got close were all stunned. Even if it only covers my body, I can really withstand it. Under the huge high pressure, there seems to be no limit. As long as it is squeezed, it can be dug out no matter how much it is, and it can even be stretched outwards a little bit. Surely, Sang Guo's pupils shrank. Unexpectedly, it inspired him conquerors? He even noticed the 3 celestial dragons and quickly stopped the conqueror's oppression. If he continued, he was afraid that the brains of these 3 Tianlong people would collapse. After all, these 3 heavenly dragons, humans and pigs, are too weak. Boom. A column of blood spurted out from the forehead of Saint Charo's, Sengoku and Akainu's pupils dilated, and their brains went blank. Adolf actually killed the celestial dragons in front of them. Sengoku. Akainu, I want you to kneel down and hold your heads. Didn't you hear that? With cold eyes, the gun is pointed at another celestial dragon, Saint Rosewater. Chapter 420 Ultimate Devil Fruits. What did you say? Akainu gritted his teeth. In all the years I have been a Marine, I have never suffered such humiliation. Even if I have a white beard. Bang! Before he could even take a step forward, Sang Guo suddenly grabbed his head from behind and pinned him to the ground. Sakaski. What do you want to do? Are we going to ignore the safety of Saint Rosewater? Sengoku pressed Akainu's head. Veins popped out on his forehead to suppress his anger, but he still knelt on the ground. Sengoku. Akainu raised his head with difficulty and actually knelt down. Even the Marine Fleet Admiral was on his knees. Don't forget that you are Marine General, directly subordinate to the Tianlong people. Sengoku's wide eyes were also filled with unwillingness. As a Marine Fleet Admiral, he is even more unacceptable than Akainu. Doesn't he, the Fleet Admiral, have no face? But the Marine Fleet Admiral is directly subordinate to the Tianlong people. If a celestial dragon died in front of them, they were already to blame. If they continued to ignore the safety of the celestial dragon, they would have only 2 ways to go. Either betray Marine and become a pirate, or be imprisoned and impelled down. The celestial dragons can die, but that is when they have nothing to do with them. The celestial dragons who regarded the destruction of the country as a game are dead. If a country is involved, then this country will definitely be destroyed. If pirates are involved, the entire pirate group will be destroyed. Even if Kaido, who thinks about how to cause trouble every day, would break into Mariajoya, it's not uncommon for the celestial dragons to go out, right? Has he ever gone out to kill the celestial dragons? That's not making trouble, it's seeking death. We did what you said. What other requirements are there to release Saint Rosewater and Shalulia Palace? Zhang Guo knelt on the ground and held his head in his hands, his body trembling. He was afraid that he couldn't control himself and would kill the kid in front of him at all costs. At worst, he would become a pirate. Akainu was also kneeling on the ground, his hands were trembling, and he was using his last rationality to suppress his temper and hugged her up little by little. The atmosphere around Nu's body was distorted, it was the high temperature of the magma's power. Adolf looked at this scene, grinning from the corner of his mouth to his ears, and the madness in his heart was vented to the greatest extent. Ha, this is Marine Fleet Admiral, Admiral Marine. What a dog from the Celestial Dragons. Enough with the irony, Adolf, say your terms. Advertisement Sengoku's face was twisted with suppressed anger. Plop, plop, plop. The elite Marines who had not yet fainted knelt down one by one, raised their guns above their heads, and completed the standard military salute of a certain country. No matter how unwilling he is, even the Sengoku Fleet Admiral General Akainu knelt down and held his head. Are these little soldiers still standing? Huh? Warring States looked over and said, what's going on? Who told you to kneel down? But Warring States Fleet Admiral, even you? The sailor was completely confused. Idiot, he used the Tianlong people to make a surrender. Why are you kneeling down? How can you confront the enemy when you even raise your gun? Warring States yelled. Yes, he quickly wanted to lead the soldiers to stand up. Adolf held Shalulia Palace's neck and said, huh? Warring States period. Akainu. Marine stood up halfway. Kneel down honestly, even bend down, which looks particularly humble. Damn it, tell me your conditions. The Warring States period steel teeth were almost broken, and everyone was so worried. Then I'll give you 10 devil fruits for each celestial dragon. 5 of them must be ancient species, fantasy beast species, Logia, and the best paramecia can also be used. By the way, please come with a devil fruit illustrated book. 2 celestial dragons only have 20 pieces, which is only 2 billion for Marine, let alone world government. Adolf demanded with a grin. Impossible. 10 top fruits? Marine can cultivate 10 powerful combat powers. Akainu directly rejected it without thinking. Forget about 20 garbage fruits, Logia, ancient species, fantasy beast species, and top quality paramecia. Can those be bought with 100 million belly? Oh, is it so? The decision was made so quickly. Adolf aims his gun at St. Roswald again. Wait, Marine doesn't have that many top quality fruits. I will report it to the world government and collect the devil fruits you want as quickly as possible, Sengoku said quickly. Saying that, he turned on the phone. Sengoku, bring those 3 idiots back to Mariajoya. The voice of the 5 elders came, obviously thinking that Sengoku's rescue was completed. Sorry, Adolf took the Tianlong people as hostages and has not yet rescued St. Rosewater and Charulia Palace. In addition, St. Charlos is dead, Sengoku said. Trash, Marine Admiral and Fleet Admiral went out in person, but they couldn't save a person from a slave. Instead, a celestial dragon died. Is this what you are capable of? The voice of the 5 elders yelled, full of anger. Adolf awakened conquerors under the impact of my conquerors. He is definitely not an ordinary slave, Warring States said. Awakening conquerors? The 5 elders were stunned. 5 elders, in order to prevent him from harming the other 2 Tianlong people, Sengoku Fleet Admiral and I are forced to kneel here. Akainu was very dissatisfied and very unwilling. Sakaski. Even one of the Dracos died. What does your General Fleet Admiral's face mean? He should have been stepped on by the Dracos. The 5 elders were indifferent, and it was just the face of the General Fleet Admiral. They are even considering whether to imprison them both and impel down for a period of time after the incident is over. Advertisement: a loyal dog doesn't care about its owner's safety and can't protect its owner's safety. What's the point of having such a dog? You can keep chatting if you want. I'll leave first, Adolf said. Adolf, what are your conditions? The 5 elders were silent for a moment, without anger or harsh words, but these dead silent words were the scariest thing. This means there will be revenge afterwards, destructive revenge. A celestial dragon has 10 devil fruits, 5 of which are of the best abilities, ancient species, phantom beast species, or logia, and the best paramecia. Impossible, there are too many, 5 devil fruits per person, 2 of which are according to the specifications you mentioned. Adolf grinned. It turns out that the lives of the celestial dragons can also be bargained for. Ha, it's not so unattainable. The 5 elders gritted their teeth in annoyance, and the phone bug made an anthropomorphic expression. They realize this and this matter is not negotiable at all. You have no room for bargaining. 30 minutes, you only have 30 minutes to prepare. If I don't see anything in 30 minutes, one of them will die. You can choose who I want to kill? Adolf said absolutely, leaving no room for anything. In 30 minutes, you will see what you want. After saying that, the caller hung up. In Holy Land Marie Joa, the 5 elders all looked gloomy to the extreme. Whether you like it or not, you must save me in words. If not rescued, it means that the lives of the celestial dragons can be sacrificed. In the future, the Marine Headquarters General and Fleet Admiral will still try their best to rescue the celestial dragons. Will they still be loyal to the celestial dragons? The supreme position of the Tianlong people in people's hearts will collapse. 5 elders, what's the matter? 5 elders called. Saint Figeland Geringer, you should immediately lead the Knights of God to the Sabaody Islands as quickly as possible. If we can't save the 2 Tianlong people, then kill them both too. It's okay to be a slave's hostage. It would be a shame for us if we were taken away to take some humiliating photos and spread them. 5 elders coldly issued orders. Not only are you cruel to others, but you are also cruel to yourself. As for devil fruits, they have never thought about redeeming people. Even the world government would be hard-pressed to come up with 10 top-quality devil fruits at once. Understood. Let's set off. The Knights of God. The caller hung up, and Saint Figeland Geringer immediately led the Knights of God to dispatch, each one of them with great strength. Chapter 5 Cut off the legs of the celestial dragon. The celestial dragons cannot be humiliated. Even if the celestial dragons are stripped of their identity, they cannot be killed by others. This is disrespectful to the celestial dragons and a serious provocation to the authority of the world government. It can be said that anything related to the celestial dragons will become troublesome. Huh? What just happened? Derek shook his head to wake up, as if in a moment. Looking around, many Marines collapsed on the ground, including the slaves he rescued with him. Unexpectedly, before his mind could reconnect, he looked at the scene in front of him in disbelief and was dumbfounded. Marine Sengoku Fleet Admiral, Admiral Akainu, and the surrounding Marines actually knelt down to the mermaid. What just happened? Is that guy the Dragon King? Wake up. Adolf glanced at the surprise. He had originally planned to give up on these 8 people. In this case, it is impossible to escape with the fainted person. What's more, he is a mermaid and can escape as soon as he enters the sea, so these people become a drag. Big brother. Derek worshipped respectfully. Don't move. Inexplicably noticing Sengoku Akainu's movements, Adolf stopped and subconsciously turned his head. His eyes were fixed on Sengoku Akainu, and even in this highly tense atmosphere, he had faint visions, but he didn't think much about it. Sengoku Akainu's legs that he originally stood on knelt down again, and whispered, "Is that seeing and hearing hockey?" If he had been able to see and hear the domineering power, there would be no way he would have been captured as a slave. In other words, in this case, he awakened to the color of seeing and hearing. He narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Adolf, feeling a huge wave in his heart. A sudden awakening without any training in seeing, hearing, and color is very rare and belongs to genius alone. The highly concentrated spirit and extremely depressive environment became the opportunity for his awakening. And just now, Conqueror's Hockey was even awakened. Nima, are they kneeling here an opportunity for each other to awaken to their feelings? Wake them up. Adolf himself had not noticed this yet and did not even dare to think about it. Derek acted quickly. Wake up quickly. We are free, we are leaving. While shouting and mouthing, pirates don't know how to be gentle. I was forced to wake up and my face was swollen. Wake up one person and let the others wake up together, or even force the sailors to get water and pour it on violently, and then wake them all up forcibly in just a few minutes. No one would blame him for being rude at this time. Wait, where are you going? Warring States shouted. Of course I'm waiting on the warship. I'll leave after I get the devil fruit. Are you still waiting here to die? Adolf grabbed the celestial dragon and headed towards the shore. Warring States knelt on the ground and gritted his teeth, but in the end he didn't stop and followed closely behind. Advertisement: Adolf still has 2 celestial dragons in his hands, which means he can still kill another demonstrator. This is because there is only one last heavenly dragon left in hand, but it does not rule out the crazy idea that it is worthwhile to bury all the heavenly dragons with him. But they can't do it. One of them has already died. Another death can't be explained by carelessness or carelessness. It's just a matter of attitude. I don't take Tianlong people into my heart at all. He is like this as the fleet admiral. Is Marine still worthy of the trust of the world government? Does it mean that the world government can no longer command them and wants to establish its own business? The nature is so bad, I'm afraid it will be taken down by the Knights of God immediately. Set the boat. Go to sea, Adolf said directly. The 5 captain's boys quickly took action and took control of the rudder to set sail. Follow them. Sengoku Akainu also boarded the warship and led a group of fleets to follow closely. Adolf, don't you want the devil fruit? Sengoku shouted. Yes, but I also have to consider my future. If I get the devil fruit, I will naturally let the celestial dragons go. If anyone dares to get close, don't blame me for being rude. Adolf shouted from the stern deck. Devil fruit? Of course he wants it. There are 20 devil fruits, 10 of which are the best fruits. Any one of them can be the starting point for his rise. Haven't you seen the time travelers traveling with you? There are 13 devil fruit users out of 10, not to mention 10 of the best fruits can be picked up. But how could he really be waiting desperately for this now? I'm afraid he's not waiting for death. The fleet is semi-encircled and follow them, don't let them out of sight, Warring States ordered. The Marine fleet followed closely behind it, 50 meters away. It was too close. For a strong man like Akainu Sengoku, moonwalk was not even needed, it was just a matter of kicking. It's useless to talk about it, Adolf said. Boss, they are all the same warships. We can't get rid of them. Derek was anxious. With Sengoku Akainu here, we can't escape at all. Brother, run away. You are a mermaid. As long as you jump into the sea, there will be nothing they can do. We would all have died at the hands of the celestial dragons. It's no big deal. It's worth it to have celestial dragons bury us with us. Everyone was anxious, and after finding out that they couldn't escape, they persuaded Adolf to just run away. Although it was a pity for them, they died with no regrets. At least one celestial dragon was buried with them. Go away, you are a good person and should not die here. Actually, you should have left alone just now and left us alone. Give us the celestial dragons and we'll delay. You jump into the sea where Marine can't see you, they won't notice. The 3 purple-clothed dancers said, their eyes full of gratitude. Shut up, we still have a chance, hang it up. Adolf shouted and interrupted. Advertisement: Derek obeyed the order and grabbed the clothes on the back of St. Roswald and lifted them up. Adolf picked up a sword from the deck of the warship. Wait a minute, what do you want to do? Zhang Guo's pupils shrank and he suddenly became panicked. Tear off. Ah, legs, my legs, St. Rosewater screamed heartbreakingly. Blood surged like a column, his right leg was cut off abruptly, and large amounts of blood stained the deck red. Derek's heartbeat accelerated, and he was stunned for a moment. He looked at St. Rosewater struggling in his hands in disbelief. He could never forget the humiliation and torture of being whipped by the celestial dragons and being ridden by the celestial dragons. It is simply the darkest moment of life. But this kind of Tianlong was actually picked up in his hand, and one of his legs was chopped off by Adolf. The same is true for other people. They did not see the moment when the holy spear of Charos killed him, but they saw the painful scream of St. Roswald, which directly awakened their souls. You actually cut off one of my father's legs. Hearing the harsh screams, even Shalulia Palace woke up. What's one leg? Haven't you seen that one person is missing? Adolf grinned fiercely. St. Charles? Is it you? Shalulia Palace couldn't believe it. That's right, it's me, and I still used your gun. If you still think you are superior to others and I don't dare to kill the Tianlong people, you can be used next to tell warring states whether I dare to die together. Shalulia Palace's body was trembling, and she no longer had any of the noble posture of world noble. The death of Tianlong Ren and having one of her legs chopped off completely crushed her pride in her heart. Adolf grabbed the severed leg, threw it towards Sengoku and the others, and landed on their boat. Damn it. You actually, Zhang Guo was furious, veins popped up on his temples, and the flames of anger burned in his heart. Akainu also has a ferocious and twisted face, which makes people feel chilled and frightened. He actually cut off the legs of the celestial dragons and threw them to them. This is not only humiliating, but also a bigger trouble than explosives. Warring states. Don't turn a deaf ear to my words. Do you want them both dead? Say it again, back off. Chapter 6. Silent and speechless, looking at the legs and bloody limbs of the celestial dragon on the deck, even Sengoku Akainu couldn't help but sweat. They don't care about the death of the celestial dragons, they even wish they could just die. But you must not die in front of them, you have to stay away. Now a leg falls in front of them, which means that St. Rosewater's leg being chopped off is directly related to them. Back off, back off. Warring States panicked and shouted, his throat was hoarse and heartbreaking. The highest level of combat power in the sea, the status and power of Marine Fleet Admiral, has never been so angry and powerless. There has never been. Call. Seeing that the warships of Sengoku and others were no longer approaching and gradually distanced themselves, Adolf was slightly relieved. This distance is not too far. Sengoku Akainu moonwalk can approach it in 3 to 5 seconds. According to the anime's combat power, it may even be possible to cover this distance with a single trick, but at least there is a private space that can be operated, and it is still getting farther. After all, the warring states period and the others don't want to see any parts of the Tianlong people thrown over. If you want to throw them into the sea, they will pretend that they don't know. You'll get a big headache if you throw it in his face. Success, big brother, you succeeded, it's so handsome, brother, we can escape. Quick, let the warship speed up and take the opportunity to escape. Everyone shouted excitedly and quickly increased the speed of the warship. Don't waste your efforts, they will keep up if we speed up, so it's impossible to escape out of sight. Adolf said, asking them to calm down, but he felt even more desperate. Even if you open such a long distance, you can't escape. How on earth can one escape? Sure enough, you should go, it's worth it if we can cut this Tianlong into pieces and die, the purple-clothed dancer advised. Yes, for the man who killed the celestial dragon, we can be considered famous throughout the world, ha. Everyone laughed in joy. Shalulia Palace's expression changed drastically. She was so weak that she knelt on the ground and begged, don't kill me. First can order Marine to let you go. I won't pursue your crimes. Do you think I will believe it? Adolf said coldly, what kind of fool would believe such nonsense? What's even more outrageous is that there really are such things in One Piece, and there are quite a few of them. A cruel and ruthless trash who kills people, suddenly realizes his conscience and becomes a partner, and suddenly turns into a hero of justice. A partner who becomes one with each other? But unfortunately, he doesn't believe it. There is still a chance to escape. You should immediately go to the ship to find a completely enclosed wine barrel, or use wood to create a closed space. You enter, and I will pull you away from the sea. Adolf directly told the solution. Everyone looked at Adolf hesitantly. What's wrong? Adolf asked. Brother, why don't you take the three of them from the bottom of the sea? Women are lighter and can fit into larger wine barrels. Derek scratched the back of his head. Several others smiled awkwardly. Adolf also understood what they meant. He was originally just an ordinary fish from Fishman Island. His strength was slightly stronger than that of ordinary humans, especially his tail strength, and he could swim very fast. Even the small Poseidons could not swim as fast as them. Advertisement, but having to drag 3 7 to 8 meter tall men, 2 34 meter tall men, and 3 young ladies was really difficult. To put it bluntly, anyone who has some strength will not be captured by slave traders. But that was originally. Now, holding the marine iron sword in his hand, with the hilt in one hand and the blade in the other, he broke it with force. It actually broke. Several people were stunned. It's not a hallucination. Adolf looked at his palm, then clenched his fist and punched the mast of the warship. Boom. Break it into pieces with one punch, break and collapse. This is the mast of a large marine warship. It can withstand the wind and rain of the New World. To put it bluntly, it is comparable to steel. And his fist only caused slight pain, but no scars? I've been feeling a constant surge of strength from my body since just now. I thought it was an adrenaline and mental explosion, but I didn't expect it to be true. Close your eyes and feel the changes in your body. The muscles are beating, much weaker than when they were extremely tense before. It seems that the torrent gushing from the collapse of the dam has turned into a small channel, and it is still shrinking. Conqueror's reason? No. Conquerors cannot increase physical strength, and when Doflamingo was hung on the wall, conquerors did not let him break free. Is it some kind of special physique? Quickly, do as Brother Adolf says. Those who want to live, take action. 8 people immediately rushed into the cabin, looking for anything that could be used. Get some bullets and I'll stop his bleeding. Don't let this Tianlong man die so easily. Adolf stopped a dancing girl. Good, wait a minute, there should be hemostatic medicine on the warship, we can use gauze to bandage it, Shalulia Palace said quickly. However, Adolf strangled St. Roswald's leg with a rope, strangled all the blood vessels, then sprinkled gunpowder on it and lit it on fire. Ah! St. Rosewater screamed, managed to stop the bleeding, and fainted. Hemostatic medicine? What are you thinking about? He has no time to make it so complicated. Bulu bulu bulu. Warring States, what happened? 5 elders asked. Where is the person who delivered the fruit? Warring States asked directly as he looked at the legs on the deck. Fruit? How can the world government surrender to a slave? We have sent out the Knights of God. Keep an eye on them and then hand them over to the Knights of God. Now you should get on the boat and rush over. Warring States silence. Just hang up the phone. Marie Joa was built on the Red Earth continent in the middle. But how wide is the Red Earth continent? Advertisement. That is the supercontinent that surrounds the world and divides the sea. Think about how wide the Grand Line is. 7 routes side by side, that is, 7 huge islands, separated by a large ocean. Now it is indeed very fast to take a boat from Mariajoya to the edge of the Red Earth continent. But he really had to wait for the Knights of God to arrive. He wasn't sure how many limbs the celestial dragons had left. Boss has already made it. As a person who sails on the sea, just like he must know how to swim, he must also be able to do some carpentry. At least he can make a raft. Moreover, it is strong and the binding is strong. What are you talking about? Adolf looked at the big bucket in their hands. Brother Adolf, the dancing girl is petite, so just use a big wine barrel. We are too big, so we can only use a barrel to cover our heads. Like this, then use a rope to tie our waists, and we can swim together in the direction. Derek put the wine barrel on his head and demonstrated. The connection between the neck and the barrel is normally impossible to seal, but these guys just use muscles to block the wood and use neck muscles instead of rubber to insulate? It's so outrageous. Well, compared to Luffy and the others, the equipment they went into the sea with is not that outrageous. Bulu bulu bulu. Where are the Knights of God? Sengoku asked in a low voice. The phone bug frowned, obviously dissatisfied. Warring states. You don't need to intervene in the Tianlong people's affairs. Isn't it good for you to follow them? The Knights of God are on their way by boat. No matter how fast it is, it will take half a day. Just be careful and report your location. No matter what kind of torture those two idiots are subjected to, you just need to delay the time until the Knights of God arrive and the farce will be over. The phone bug's face kept changing, and his tone of voice also changed accordingly. It was obviously the words spoken by different people. However, Warring States became more and more silent as he listened, looking at the phone bug in his hand, and then looking up at the warships sinking into the sea in front of him. Fleet Admiral. They dug a big hole under the warship and escaped from the bottom of the ship. No Tianlong people were found, they were probably taken away. Report, it is written on the deck. If he dares to take revenge on Fishman Island, he will publicly execute 2 Tianlong people. A sailor swam into the ship to review the report. What? How dare he? He is so brave. A stinky fish threatens the world government and will not be tolerated. Damn. Search. Search the entire first half of the Grand Route. Trash. You actually let a slave run away, and you also disappeared with 2 celestial dragons. The 5 elders were furious, and the entire room was suddenly enveloped in suffocating oppression and terror. The celestial dragons can die, but they can only die in the hands of fellow celestial dragons, and they cannot publicize it. If the celestial dragons were really publicly executed, what kind of blow would it have to the authority of the celestial dragons? Are the draconians still a world noble? They will fall to dust from the highest? Chapter 7 Escape. It's easy to lose direction in the sea, but it's not a big problem. As a mermaid, you have the ability to communicate with fish, and you can even let the big fish take you directly towards the calm wind. But the windless zone is equally dangerous, with countless Poseidon species. Of course, Poseidons start at 1,000 meters in size, so they generally look down on small Kurami like him, as they are simply too small. Hoa hoa. Adolf dragged a long rope to the shore and gasped, and came out of the barrel one by one. No one spoke, and they were all paralyzed on the beach, gasping for air. Being at the bottom of the sea for so long, I almost suffocated to death. Although I am exhausted and paralyzed, my strength has increased a lot during the escape. Is this me cheat? What is this cheat? Crisis transforming power, encouraging me to commit suicide. The mud horse is very powerful, but if you make one mistake, you will really die. Adolf lay on the beach and looked at his palms. Desperate to escape, before he is truly out of danger, the sense of crisis always exists, forcing him to squeeze himself. And he could also feel the power that was constantly gushing out, and his muscles were squirming, like steel wires being wound one by one into a steel cable. Bloodline factor. Sengoku, Akainu, bloodline factor, deep in his body, the answer was told to him. I remember that Sanji's father extracted blood factors from different races and developed clones. After cultivating them, they would have great power and be invulnerable, even if they are hit by firearms. His children are obviously not fruit power users, but they have special abilities such as fire and lightning. They have superhuman bodies at a young age, and guns cannot cause harm. Do I have a blood factor like Sengoku Akainu? Or even their strength? The strength doesn't feel like it is there yet. I need to dig it out by myself, but it improves very quickly, very quickly. Adolf looked at his palms in thought. Ah, escaped. Lousy is free. A captain stood up and screamed loudly. Free. Free. Tears filled my eyes. Only by losing can we understand the beauty of possession. Even the air was fresh at this moment. Brother Adolf, where are we? Did we really escape? The uninhabited island in the windless zone. Adolf lay on the beach and panted. Windless zone? Then we won't be able to go back? Do you still want to go back? Do you want Marine to arrest you? The slaves of the celestial dragons and the accomplices of the celestial dragons are not as simple as a pirate reward list. That's right, let's avoid the limelight here first. If these 2 heavenly dragons have life cards, the world government might even chase the windless zone. The 5 pirate captains said one after another. Advertisement. Brother Adolf, these 2 Tianlong people are still angry, why don't you kill them? Wait until I finish asking the question, Adolf said. Then I'll tie them up. Brother Adolf, I will go to the island to find some food, you can take a rest. I'll catch some fish, and I'll live on the island for a while. Be careful in the sea. This is a windless zone, don't let Poseidon swallow it in one bite. They act independently one by one. As a person who has been wandering at sea for a long time, he knows better about survival than modern people. Adolf looked at the 5 of them quietly, and then looked at the 3 purple-clothed dancers who were restless. No matter how honest and enthusiastic they are now, before that they were all pirate captains with bounties on their heads. Where are you from? Adolf asked. We are South Blue dancers, we are famous in South Blue, we are considered stars. My name is Aina, they are my partners, Sarah and Haida. We were just sent to the Sabaody Islands for auction, and we haven't been ruined by the celestial dragons yet. Aina, Sarah, and Haida took the initiative, Stars, you can have a dazzling life, but it's a pity that I can't send you back. Only then did Adolf have the intention to take a good look at the three of them. As a dancer and a performing star, her appearance and figure are definitely not bad. She is dressed in thin purple gauze which adds to her charm. Her scarf-like purple gauze tube top wraps up the peak scenery. She was originally wearing a veil, but now the veil has been taken off. I'm very lucky to have escaped. I don't even dare to think about anything else. Aina was grateful. Brother Adolf, you will always stay here, I think, Sarah said as she glanced at the 5 people who were letting themselves go in the distance. The other 2 women also looked at him expectantly. Compared to the 5 pirates, Adolf who rescued them was undoubtedly more trustworthy and even willing to take the initiative. The grace of saving their lives and the feat of killing the celestial dragon truly moved them and made them yearn to be heroes. Are you scared? Adolf also glanced at them and understood their worries. Actually, I don't particularly trust them. Pirates are born and will release their true nature sooner or later on an uninhabited island. It is really inappropriate to put you and them together. You asked the pirates who burned, killed and looted to become good people, but why didn't you let the organ areas in northern Myanmar rehabilitate themselves? You try to persuade others with all your heart and soul. How do you see how others try to persuade you with all their heart and soul? Even after a long time, the so-called kindness may not be taken seriously. The reason why he brought this group of people with him was simply because he needed them to use the key to unlock his collar at the beginning. They couldn't even be pirates, but the weak young lady to open the collar for him. Later, he had a chance to run away alone. They even told him to let him run away, but he couldn't get over that hurdle in his heart. There may be some reason for this. I'm just not familiar with it. It'll be fine if I get familiar with it later. They don't dare to mess around with Brother Adolf here. The 3 girls were very happy that Adolf understood, and looked at him even more expectantly. Advertisement: Adolf is a mermaid and can go wherever he wants. There's no need to die trapped on this uninhabited island. They are different. The 3 girls are on an uninhabited island with a group of pirates. I'm afraid they will become a self-heating cup sooner or later. I'm afraid the fate will be even worse than that of a celestial dragon slave. Because the Tianlong people have other slaves, and there are only 3 of them here. Don't worry, I won't leave you 3 alone. I like you more than the pirates, not to mention you are so beautiful. Adolf smiled. Yeah, we can dance a lot, it's pretty cool, the 3 of them said quickly. Guards. Where are the guards? Damn it, why don't you come to save me? Shalulia Palace woke up from a coma. Do you need a few legs to wake up? Adolf came over expressionlessly. It's you, don't come over. I'm sorry I was wrong, please, I was really wrong. Shalulia Palace's pupils trembled and her body kept shrinking. She had never been so scared since she was born. It turns out that as long as you are tougher, the celestial dragons can admit their mistakes. Adolf lifted her chin. Shalulia Palace gritted her teeth and endured the discomfort, not even daring to say a harsh word, her face full of horror. I have some questions to ask you, and I will ask him later too. If one of you disagrees, you will lose a leg or an arm. That is to say, you have 4 chances, and after 4 times you will only have 1 head left. Don't worry, I won't let you die. I will strip you naked and put you in a vase after losing your limbs, so that everyone can appreciate the superior celestial dragon, the descendant of the creator. What is so different about you? When you are numb, I will smear honey all over your body, and then pour a swarm of ants into the vase. They will eat the honey, along with the flesh and blood, and then burrow into the internal organs along the blood vessels, lay eggs everywhere in the body, and build insect nests. This time will last for a long time, and I will also try my best to maintain your vitality and let you experience the feeling of being alive. Shalulia Palace's face was pale, her scalp was numb, and her pupils were full of fear and horror. She couldn't think of any other word to describe it except devil. Adolf smiled. First question, do you have a life card? No. The celestial dragons don't have that kind of thing. Shalulia Palace responded frantically. Very good, this means that your lives are safe during this period, so the second question. Adolf held her face and looked directly into her eyes. What is the national treasure of the celestial dragons? Shalulia Palace's pupils shrank. This guy, what does he want to do? Chapter 8 Reward List. Waste. They're all waste. Fleet Admiral and the General went out together, but they couldn't even catch a fish. The curly-haired god of scientific defense, Jago Lucia Satan, hit the ground with his crutch and scolded sternly. Such an incident happened just a few days after becoming Fleet Admiral. Warring states. If this matter cannot be resolved as soon as possible, your Fleet Admiral experience time is up. Chenghu Environmental Marshal God Marcus Masheng said expressionlessly. This should be the problem of the Celestial Dragon Guards, but they let the slaves seize the opportunity. With the Celestial Dragons as hostages, we are constrained in doing anything and can only obey his demands. Warring States gritted his teeth and was unhappy. If it weren't for this reason, would you still be standing here talking? You should go to Impel Down City. The blonde-haired farming god Shepherd Tenpit said coldly. As Marine Fleet Admiral, we are made to kneel down and hold our heads in front of everyone, but it is a shame. Akainu was angry. They are the most benevolent and righteous people. Marine's reputation is nothing. I heard that he shot and killed Charles Saint before you knelt down, Sakaski. The sword-wielding finance god Izanbalin V. Nasoro Saint, his eyes swept away. Akainu gritted his teeth and became even more unhappy. They actually knelt down, just for those 2 useless celestial dragons. But he was not talking. After all, a Tianlong person really died. Who would have thought that a slave could awaken conquerors? Such a person would dare to be taken as a slave. He is worthy of being a descendant of the creator. Warring State's expression was cold. Even as a subordinate, his aura was as strong as ever. After all, in addition to his job, he is also a strong man in the sea. What do you want to say? Warring States? Warring States snorted coldly. All Marines have stopped all missions, and our top priority is to search for Rosewater Saint and Shalulia Palace. After we find them, we will send the Knights of God to deal with them, said the curly-haired god of science and defense, Jago Lucia Satan. Everyone knows that as long as Seng Guo and others are given the authority to ignore the hostages, they can easily solve it. But that's impossible. Marine has been searching the entire Grand Line, but there are no clues. It is very likely that it is on an uninhabited island, or back to the deep-sea Fishman Island, Sengoku said. There is news from our people on Fishman Island that they haven't returned yet, Saint Marcus Moshe, the Changhu environmental martial god, said. This group of fish is really troublesome. Let's destroy the Fishman Island once it's over, the bald legal war god Topman Wachuli Saint suggested. Let's talk about it after we solve it. You dare to threaten us with public execution of the celestial dragons. You really don't want to live or die. The sword-wielding financial god of war, Izanbalan v Nastiro Holy Tao. Publish a reward list and find this guy as soon as possible. The newsbird soared in the sky, and when he saw the boat below, he picked up a reward list from his backpack and dropped it. Hey, is it true? What's going on with this bounty? Is this the first time he's been offered a bounty? What's wrong? Hiss, a new guy. What did he do? Destroy the country? How is that possible? It's a mistake. Come and see Muir, he is a fishman like you, right? Idiot, he's a mermaid, what's the difference? What are you yelling about? Pineapple Head Marco came over. Marco, come and see, this reward list is too outrageous, it's a whole billion Baileys. What? On the Moby DK, the boastful and farting crew members all realized that there were too few entertainment activities at sea and everything was strange. Even the Whitebeard sitting in the middle looked curiously. Advertisement, Godkiller Adolf, bounty 1 billion belly. The moment he saw the reward list, Marco's eyes almost burst out. What is the concept of 1 billion Baileys at this time? It's a real father. Marco only has 1.374 billion Pele. Hey, what did this guy do? He actually offered a reward of 1 billion Baileys? Marco, did you read it wrong? It's actually 100 million Baileys, not 1 billion Baileys? Idiot, can I still count 10 digits wrong? Marco yelled. 10 digits? He subconsciously raised his fingers. Watching the newsbird hovering in the sky, he took out 100 yuan steel bullion. The newsbird that had been prepared immediately flew down and took out a newspaper from the backpack. That guy is getting more and more appetizing, and he doesn't even throw it away. Marco complained and opened the newspaper, and the cover exploded even more. Hahahaha, Marine Fleet Admiral Sengoku highest combat power Akainu General Sakaski was forced to kneel on the ground and even held his head in his hands. Dad, come and take a look. Marco handed the newspaper to Whitebeard. What? The crew members were stunned, and they all took out their steel clippers and bought all the newspapers brought by Newsbird. Whitebeard was also attracted by the cover. The classic scene of him kneeling on the ground holding his head and enduring humiliation made him laugh out loud. On board. Ha. Okay daddy. I wake up laughing every day when I go to bed, it's so funny. Marine is really embarrassed. If it were me, I might as well commit suicide. Ha. Whitebeard continued reading. Adolf was captured by slave traders and auctioned on the Sabaldi Islands. After the Draco bought it, he took the Draco as a hostage. Killed 1 celestial dragon, kidnapped 2, and forced Sengoku Akainu to kneel down and hold his head. No wonder he offered a reward of 1 billion. It was really big news that shocked the world. Whitebeard took 2 sips of wine, it was so good. This guy is too handsome. Namur, you go and invite him to join our pirate group. The crew members cheered one after another. It's not that simple. Namir looked at the newspaper and worried whether Fishman Island would be retaliated against. Don't worry, there's Daddy's flag on Fishman Island. Seeing his companion's concern, he couldn't help but pat his shoulder to comfort him. Idiot, he still has 2 celestial dragons in his hands now. Wouldn't he recruit them so that the world government can completely encircle and suppress them? Marco cursed. He was too tired from being a nanny every day. What does that matter? We are the Whitebeard pirates. Gulu la, you're right, there's a party, sons. Let's drink to Marine. Ha, cheers. All the pirates raised their glasses high and laughed wildly. They even clinked their glasses to the newspaper cover, as if they were clinking glasses to the kneeling Sengoku Akainu from afar. It made them laugh even more unscrupulously, with snot bubbles popping out of their noses. Marshal D. Teach was leaning on the deck, reading the newspaper in his hand, eating cherry pie, and laughing with his companions. Mom, the whole world is watching Marine's joke now. Advertisement. The most uncomfortable thing is the world government. It doesn't matter if the celestial dragons were killed, but 2 were kidnapped. I can't save my face. That's what they brought upon themselves. Mama, put this cover on the island and let's hold a tea party. It's Mom. It's been so many years since a guy had the audacity to kill a celestial dragon. He even made Sengoku kneel down. It was really fun. Little ones, celebrate the celebration. Kaido smiled from ear to ear and beat his thigh, tears streaming down his face. Boss, let's print more covers and throw them at the marine base. When we see marine warships in the future, we'll hit them with cannons. It feels so good to think about it. Hahahaha, let's did. This guy is great. The whole world is holding banquets for him. Soul dancer Plague Quinn even squirmed and danced with his flexible fat body, and the club activities were full. Adolf. Yan Calamity Jin looked at the reward list and felt happy. He had been tortured by the world government in the past. Even the Lunaria clan was exterminated by the world government, and they became an endangered species. Even the idiot Mammoth Jack looked at the reward list and felt a strange emotion in his heart. Mermaid. Boss, something big happened. Someone actually dared to kill the celestial dragon. It's over, this sea is going to be in chaos, it's useless. Marine and world government will find him sooner or later. They just took the opportunity to kidnap the celestial dragons and escape. What do you want to do by kidnapping the celestial dragons? Times will go crazy. Red-haired Shanks looked at the newspaper with a heavy expression. Vice Captain Ben Beckman looked at the expression on the boss Shank's face and couldn't help but squint slightly as he looked at the newspaper. The whole sea was stirred up by this newspaper. The pirate just saw the newspaper cover and started laughing. On the contrary, the noble kings were frightened and even the world noble was killed? He was even more dissatisfied with Marine's incompetence. The majestic fleet admiral actually knelt down to a slave. Countless civilians were uneasy, and some people even grabbed a ship and went to sea because of Marine's humiliation, without caring about Marine in the town. To a certain extent, this is as big an event as the war at the top. After all, Whitebeard is just a pirate, and when he dies, he will be replaced by other pirates, but Marine is spread all over the world in the Grand Line, and the world government controls the entire world. Their influence is truly global. Killing the celestial dragons and making the Marine Fleet Admiral kneel down, what a blow to the prestige of Marine and world government. This will directly promote the era of violence. This moment has also been recorded by historians as a major historical turning point, the awakening of the Great Will, and a moment of liberation. Chapter 9 Throne of Heaven, Yuan. Fleet Admiral. Something big happened. Sailor came in. What's wrong? Are those two Tianlong people dead? Warring States frowned, but he still had a little expectation. No. Look at this. He opened the newspaper tremblingly and handed it to Sengoku Fleet Admiral. The first scene on the cover gave the Warring States period a critical blow, with eyes split open and anger rushing straight to the forehead. Ah, that old bird from Morgan's. He actually dared to publish the photos he took in newspapers. Sang Guo slammed the bowl onto the table, and even Conquerors was furious. There were black and red lightning bolts, and the whole room was extremely depressing. At that time, it was already very embarrassing to hold back the shame and anger and kneel down. Now it is even more embarrassing to the whole world. I really want to find a crack in the ground and crawl into it, and never come out again in my life. Who is he? Marine Fleet Admiral Buddha's Warring States period. There are three things that make a new official angry when he takes office, and the first thing that makes him lose his reputation. Even he, who is so smart and mentally retarded, can't bear it even a little bit. Akainu can't bear it even more. What kind of king of the underworld? Go find him. I will skewer the old bird and grill him. Akainu chewed the cigar into pieces. Veins popped up on his forehead, and his face was ferocious. After saying that, close the door heavily. A scorching firelight shone from the crack in the door, accompanied by the faint sound of B**************** G and breaking. Those who listened felt their scalp numb and ran away quickly. If you speak louder, you might die on the spot in a volcanic eruption. Except for Adolf's bounty list, the other 8 people had bounties on them, and several pirates who had a bounty of between 30 and 50 million were even increased to 100 million belly. Derek, who caught the celestial dragon and had Adolf cut off one of his legs, even received a bounty of 300 million belly. Even the 3 dancers were offered a reward of 10 million belly. Their bounty has nothing to do with their strength, it's entirely because of their involvement in this matter. And the wrath of Marine Fleet Admiral Sengoku, Admiral Akainu. It just seemed insignificant with Adolf's back. Advertisement and on an uninhabited island in the windless zone. The outside world has set off huge waves, but there is no news here. Newsbirds rarely enter the calm zone. Brother Adolf, drink coconut juice. In front of the bonfire, the dancer Aina cracked open the coconut and handed it over. Yes, thank you. Adolf nodded. Brother Adolf, I have already walked around the island. There are large forests everywhere, many animals, and a freshwater lake. Long-term survival is no problem, Derek Way reported. Brother Adolf, I just discovered when I was fishing that the fish in the sea are very abundant and very huge. Even if a few of us catch one, we won't be able to eat it all in a month. Great, doesn't this mean you don't have to worry about eating and drinking? It's a pity that there is no wine, otherwise we can have a good celebration. Although it can't be compared with the free and easy life before, I'm thankful to be alive. Don't expect so much. A piece of good news made them happy, laughing and crying. Even if you laugh when you are a slave, you need permission from the celestial dragon. How depressing and despairing that is. Oh, are you satisfied with this? That's not bad. Forget the pain and live a good life here. Adolf looked at the bonfire and said inexplicably. Huh, brother Adolf, do you want to leave? Everyone looked at him. This world is so big, why am I stuck here? Because of the celestial dragons? Because of the world government? Because of Marine? Who are they? Adolf raised his head, and the bonfire reflected in his eyes was burning, just like his ambition and anger. I want to replace the world government and establish a new system. Pull those lofty celestial dragons down from the sky. As he spoke, even conquerors spread unconsciously, and the invisible pressure enveloped people, making people suffocating. This is the world of pirates, Nami, Robin, Shirahoshi, Hancock. There are so many beautiful women, some of them can even be as unified as the ancient emperors. Achieve his grand ambition, how could he back down just because of a group of NPCs? Derek and the others' hearts trembled. Although this unconscious aura would not cause them to faint directly, it was still oppressive to their spirits. Advertisement, Brother Adolf, but world government, Derek insisted. I know they are very powerful, extremely huge, but no one has stood in heaven from the beginning, not you, not me, not even God. The throne of that day will come to an end. One day, I will stand at the top. If you are poor, you will lay your corpse in ruins. If you are rich, you will raise your body with its coffin uncovered. Zhu Yanzhong can establish the Ming dynasty with just one bowl at the beginning. If he has cheat and has no ambition, just go home and farm. No, don't even plant the land, just lie in the coffin. Brother Adolf. Aina, Setsuna, and Haida looked at him in shock, it was so crazy. Brother Adolf, please take us with you. Don't look at me like this. I used to be a pirate with a bounty of 30 million. Grant, who is 7 meters tall, bulged his biceps to show his strength. Count me in too. Those who dare to enslave me will be killed by me. Brother Adolf saved my life, and it will belong to him from now on. Everyone's blood was boiling. They didn't think about whether they could succeed. They just wanted to tear off a piece of flesh from their bodies for revenge. Facts have proved that no matter how outrageous or ignorant you are, if you show off your personality and move forward bravely, there will always be people who are fascinated by you. You. Adolf's eyes swept over him with suspicion and scrutiny. I want to build an empire, a unified country where everyone must abide by the system, not a low-level pirate group that burns, kills, and loots. Can you control yourselves? Derek grinned instead. Brother Adolf, you are not a pirate, but you don't know that the first rule on a pirate ship is. The captain's orders are absolute. Those who disobey the captain's orders can quit, but those who disobey will only die. That's right, even though we are pirates, we know better how pirates survive. Brother Adolf, don't worry, we will definitely listen to you. None of them flinched at all, but became even more enthusiastic. Are you serious? Shalulia Palace couldn't help but say. Do you really understand what world government means? Not to mention world government, even if it's a subordinate organization, Marine, you can't fight against it. If you want to use us as hostages, you are making a big mistake. The two of them are a little sarcastic, a group of guys who don't know the heights of heaven and earth. A few slaves get together and want to shake the world? I'm not happy with the way you look at the desert bumpkins. What do you mean by a failed art student? It's time to give the world a little shock. Chapter 10 Bloodline Factor. In modern times, deep-sea phobia is a psychological fear. It is just the feeling that there is a huge monster under the sea that makes people feel numb. It is an assumption about the unknown. But there are so many things in this world, and they are everywhere. For example, this indescribable giant sea centipede is over 500 meters long. The modern offshore sea is only 200 to 300 meters deep, and this is 500 meters long. From the bottom of the sea to the surface of the water, there is still a height of 200 meters. Who doesn't feel numb when looking at it? The aircraft carrier can be entangled several times. Especially densely packed with hundreds of pairs of feet, it makes one shudder. His whole body is no bigger than 1 foot. Ho ho. The pirate world is full of monsters of this size, you have to get used to it. Don't just stick a shovel between your teeth and it will be funny. Adolf took a deep breath. He didn't come to deliver the food without any skills. In order to confirm his own strength, he let 5 people from Derek besiege them together, but they were easily defeated by him, just as easily as the minions. After all, they are also 30 to 50 million pirates, and the bounty of this era is quite valuable. This side proves that his own strength is at least the same as when Luffy bravely entered the world government, and he usually broke the spring fruit with 1 punch. No, it should be about the same as when he arrived at the Sabaody Islands. It also convinced Derek and others, this boss is awesome. Shua. Keeping an eye on the target, the sky blue fishtail swings like an arrow flying. In the water, mermaids are the fastest swimming race, bar none. Mermaid karate Kenwa Shoken. Boom. The giant sea centipede ignored the approach of the small fish and shrimp. Adolf punched the thick armor without any politeness. It was so powerful that it could break even rocks with 1 blow. There was a dull and loud sound, and the seawater surged like a strong wind. The sea surface exploded with spray, and the giant sea centipede was also blown away dozens of meters under the blow. However, the giant sea centipede is 500 meters in size and only bends its waist when it is tens of meters tall and does not actually move. Instead, it made the giant sea centipede pay attention. It's of no use at all, Adolf said hard. Hiss. The hoarse roar, the huge voice exploded like a supersonic wave, and the seawater shook with the sound waves, and the sea surface even set off a series of small waves 7 or 8 meters high. Brother, what level of Poseidon are you provoking? It's too exaggerated. On the small island, Derek and others were also feeling numb. Shua. Advertisement. The mouthparts opened and he suddenly pounced and bit. Adolf quickly swam to dodge, swam around the giant sea centipede, and landed several punches in succession, twisting each section of the giant sea centipede's hammer. However, he is like a fly or a mosquito, not harmful but extremely insulting. Completely enrages the giant sea centipede. Roar! The monsters rioted, strangling like chains, seeming to block the hiding space, and densely packed long legs stabbed at the same time. Adolf immediately ran away and escaped in front of the blockade. The giant sea centipede chased up, overwhelming the sea, and the 500-meter-long giant rolled over. Is it really a rough wave? Looking back at the powerful giant sea centipede behind me, being chased by this monster makes my adrenaline soar. Not only does the speed increase to the extreme, the cerebellum is also working rapidly. My current physical fitness is very strong and I can abuse vegetables, but I lack experience in fighting the enemy and the means of killing. Mermaid karate is the only thing my predecessor has ever learned, and he's still very bad at it. Remember, the essence is to knock out the surrounding water in the form of impact and wave, just like the flow of water particles. Because of the impact of water molecules, this attack has extremely strong penetrating power. As the saying goes, only by being infinitely close to death can we understand the true meaning of life. He realized. He suddenly turned around and clenched his right hand into a fist. The water flow seemed to be entangled in a thick state, and his body was still retreating under the speed of inertia. Mermaid karate shui fist. Boom! When the giant sea centipede caught up to less than 100 meters, its eyes flashed fiercely and blasted out from the air. The seawater roared like a laser cannon, and the sea was surging. Use your face to catch the big one, and the blow falls completely on the face, and the whole head explodes. It is not because it is hindered by the seawater in the sea, but because the seawater exerts its maximum power. He is a mermaid and was born to be the darling of the sea. How could the seawater be an obstacle? Call. It's okay, it was used successfully. It seems that I still have the same talent as Sengoku Akainu and their monsters. We can find a way to get the blood factor of Charlotte Linlin, the monster who defeated a group of giants at the age of 5. She keeps giving birth to children and can be in the 4 emperors. She is one of the stronger ones. Adolf gasped and gradually calmed down. He was also working hard at that moment. It shouldn't be obtained through contact, but does it require pressure? When I was facing off against Sengoku Akainu and the others, I was enveloped in tremendous pressure, and it was in that state that power kept pouring out from deep within my body. Pressure activates the blood factors, and the external environment forces me to adapt. It was also at that time that I felt like I was completely reborn. Advertisement, fighting and war are the fastest ways to grow, forcing people to break through their limits. But if you can't break through, you will die, boss. Brother Adolf, Derek and Aina all came running over. Find an animal and try to see if it is poisonous. When this big can be eaten for a while, and the shell can be polished into tools. Adolf dragged the giant sea centipede ashore. Although centipedes don't sound like serious food, they are so big that they don't have trypophobia, and they taste silent. Besides, he also hit his head. You can eat such a big Poseidon for a year. Derek was excited. It's so powerful, boss. Such a big Poseidon can easily overwhelm a warship. It will break if you hit it casually. Others were extremely excited when they looked at the giant sea centipede. In the sea, Poseidon species can be regarded as the biggest terror besides climate disasters. Come here, I have something to say. I'm going to go to sea layer to learn domineering skills, so you can stay on the island to practice your strength and squeeze yourself as hard as you can. We will gain freedom from slavery together. In the future, we will not only get out of this uninhabited island, but also stir up the entire world. I don't want anyone to fall too far behind and not even be able to see my back in the end. Adolf looked at them with ambition and passion. It's big brother. All of them were full of passion. Aina, Shala, and Haida, you give food to those 2 celestial dragons every day. Don't starve to death, and don't beat or torture them. I'm of great use. I know your hatred for the celestial dragons, but I also want you to know that you are not pirates now. If you can't control yourself and obey me, then I can only do what you said and get rid of you. Adolf was still very worried about the 5 of them. After all, it was normal for pirates to burn, kill, and loot, and to go back on their word and be reckless about the consequences. Don't worry, boss. If any of them dare to mess around, I will destroy them. Derek glanced around. As the man who is not completely unconscious in Conqueror's Hedge, his strength is the strongest among several people. Adolf nodded. The cakes should be enough for them to eat for a while. I came across a video on Douyin today. The love that goes in both directions and protects each other is very sweet, beautiful, and makes people yearn for it. Just use me to be single for the rest of my life, in exchange for all of you meeting your sweetheart. Chapter 11, Empress Hancock. Brother, where is the daughter country? I don't know. Is there anyone on that island in the windless zone? Or the ship that appeared in the windless zone stopped on that island? Over there? Since you know the way, take me for a ride. Fish. The mermaids can communicate with fishes. For them, fishes are as obedient as pets, and naturally they will not eat fishes. Of course, it is limited to ordinary fish, shellfish, shrimps, crabs, etc. are not included. As well as monster like deep-sea fish monsters or sea monsters, Poseidon types, etc. That can't even be called a fish, it can only be said to be a creature that lives in the sea like a fish. It's too exaggerated. As long as you provide relevant clues, you can get 100 million belly. Help Marine find Rosewater Saint in Shalulia Palace. You can get 1 billion belly immediately. You can also get a promise from the world noble Draco and be exempted from everything in the past. Offense? Boss, if we find the 2 kidnapped celestial dragons, wouldn't we be able to achieve success in one step? Can the promise of the celestial dragons make us the legitimate kings? King? Doesn't it mean that the entire kingdom's treasure belongs to us? All the women are at our disposal? It feels so good to think about it. Hahahaha. I will be the first to enjoy the first night of whoever gets married, and I will have to do it in front of that man. Then I will gather all the Lolita and watch them learn. You perverts, if you think this is better, you might as well get rid of the cargo of the robbed merchant ship, and then go to Happy Street to enjoy it. Look at this reward list. The female draconian Adolf is holding is really good, isn't it already broken by now? Is that what a mermaid can do? If you find a celestial dragon, it would be a good idea to try the celestial dragon flavor. They are all pirates anyway, let's just rob the world government's ship. If we catch the celestial dragons, we will become famous. The Black Skull Pirates, a group of people gathered around the newspaper and went crazy with excitement. As a pirate, I completely let myself go and expressed the dream of countless gentlemen. The Tianlong people were shot and kidnapped, which shattered the myth that world government was unattainable. Even thinking about the kidnapped female Draco, whose fate is known to all men, it is like pressing the face of the world government to the ground and grinding it. What else is there to say about being noble? Oh no, Captain. There is a pirate ship approaching at 3 o'clock on the right at a very fast speed. It's the Queen of the Nine Snakes Pirates, Hancock. The lookout shouted in panic. Empress Shichibukai, she's just a lackey of the world government. Even the Tianlong people were captured to make daily necessities. Shichibukai is nothing. Lousy is also a big pirate with a bounty of 50 million. Young men, prepare to fight. Oh, Black Skull drew his sword and shouted, the most disgusting thing about pirates is marine and world government, there are actually pirates as their lackeys. Advertisement: the supreme world noble has been reduced to a hot weapon. The Marine Fleet Admiral kneeled down and held his head. Who cares about world government? Prestige. Stomping on the ground. Ah, women, they are all women. The rumors are true. The Nine Snakes Pirates are all women. Everyone in the Black Skull Pirates was so excited that they were all excited and restless. Lousy wants to be the first to board. Don't squeeze me. You be asterisk 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 D. I want to be the first to pick. You rubbish guys, I'm definitely the captain, I'm the first one, please line up behind me. One by one, they wished they could catch the beautiful concubine blindfolded and pounce on her. Ah, what a bunch of stupid men. The green-haired Sandasonia, who was more than 5 meters tall, leaned on the edge of the boat with one hand and looked at them. You will die if you look down on our Kuja pirates. Marigold, an orange-haired man who was the same height but fatter, was unhappy. Tap tap tap. The crisp sound of footsteps is pleasant to the ear, and as soon as you hear it, the image of a delicate beauty emerges in your mind. Ah, so beautiful, Hancock, Hancock, Hancock. The moment they saw Hancock, the hearts of all the Black Skull Pirates burst out. The pirates who were shouting and killing suddenly turned into a support group. How could such a beautiful person be treated so rudely? It is a kind of beauty beyond appearance, as charming as murderous and ghostly. It is simply irresistible to men, and even more difficult for pirates who don't know how to restrain themselves. I want the supplies on your ship, can you help me move them out? Hancock looked so pitiful, and the white moonlight instantly hit his eyebrows. What nonsense are you talking about? How could I give it to you? Captain Black Skull cursed the idiot. What's wrong with this? I'll give it all to you. However, all his crew members turned into licking dogs and took the initiative to move all the supplies out of the ship. Their eyes turned into pink hearts, full of passion and motivation. Giving everything for the goddess is sweet just thinking about it. What? Have you idiots never seen a woman? I've never seen you so active when you're working hard. The captain turned around and realized that all this had cost him his family's money. It's just a life, how can it be compared with Hancock? That's right. We just robbed a merchant ship and brought it to you. Someone even took the initiative to introduce the merchant ship being towed behind. Hancock jumped for joy like a little girl, thank you. Ah, this sentence struck a critical chord in the hearts of all pure love war gods. Advertisement: it's worth going through fire and water at this moment. You bastards, aren't you going to Happy Street? The captain roared. With such a beauty, why go to Happy Street? Captain, you are so vulgar. I don't know if it's the devil fruit's ability or pure beauty and charm, but it's really a dimension-reducing blow to men, and can even kill both men and women. Damn it. Captain Black Skull gritted his teeth and looked at Hancock fiercely. Extremely stupid. Hancock indifferently ignored the leaping black skeleton captain. Not to mention the pitiful little bird, he was as arrogant as the aloof empress. Captive's arrow. The slender jade fingers touched her lips lightly, and a pink love heart opened like a bow and arrows, and a large number of arrows flew. The captain who bore the brunt of the attack swung his sword to block it, and the steel sword was instantly petrified upon contact. He was then shot through by subsequent bows and arrows, and both were instantly petrified. The rest of the pirates did not expect that their beloved Hancock would hurt them. Even knowing that they were unwilling to avoid it, they all turned to stone with just one move. So men are so stupid that they don't even know how to hide. The green-haired Sundar Sonia was used to it. Some people threw the pirates on the boat into the sea, while the others moved the supplies onto the boat and robbed the fastest ones. There was no other way, so everyone took the initiative to move out the supplies. Newspaper? Granny New wants it. Zifanwa took it with her. Sister, there is a pirate ship plus merchant ship cargo, and our ship is almost full, the orange-haired Marigold reported. Then go back. Yes, Lord Snake Princess. This, Marine Fleet Admiral Sengoku and Admiral Akainu actually knelt down to a mermaid? Zishanwa lost her voice, and her words were mixed with an unbearable smile. Marine Fleet Admiral, kneel down. Even if they were not interested in the newspaper, they couldn't help but read it at this moment. Its warring states, I really knelt down to the mermaid. The green-haired Sunda Sonia saw the cover of the newspaper, and it was precisely because of the popularity of the cover that she attracted them at first sight. Wait. This is the Celestial Dragon. The pupils shrank, and they suddenly noticed that the hostage Adolf had taken was a Draco costume that they would never forget. Dragon. Hancock was sitting in the snake seat, his whole body was stunned, and his mind was blank. Sister, he took the Celestial Dragon's hostage, and even killed a Celestial Dragon. The head was shot and there was a lot of blood on the ground. Dead. This Tianlong must be dead. The green-haired Sandasonia was frightened and her voice was shaking. Chapter 12 Hancock confesses. Hancock took the newspaper with trembling hands, and his pupils contracted when he saw the cover. She didn't care about the humiliation of Sengoku Akainu kneeling down and holding his head, her attention was completely focused on the side. Adolf was holding the Draco Charulia Palace's neck with one hand. Lying on the ground was the Draconian Saint Rosevalde who was knocked unconscious by conquerors, and the Draconian Saint Charlos who was shot in the head and was bleeding all over the ground. It's a celestial dragon, it's really a celestial dragon. The pupils trembled and the whole person was in shock, with excitement, trepidation, panic, and joy. No matter what, they can never forget the appearance of the celestial dragons, their clothes, and their ugly faces. Lord Snake Lady. Everyone looked at Hancock in confusion, not understanding why this was happening. You all get out, orange-haired Marigold shouted. Gentian, Cosmos, Paperfan Flower and others exited the hall without knowing why. Sister. The two sisters Marigold and Sandasonia looked at Hancock. Hancock suppressed his emotions and read the entire newspaper, gaining a general understanding of the ins and outs. Sister, there is a bounty here for the Godslayer Adolf, and the bounty is 1 billion belly. The green-haired Sandasonia handed the newspaper to Hancock. Godslayer Adolf, Marigold, Sandasonia, Mermaid Island are truly our benefactors. Hancock looked at Adolf's photo on the reward list in his hand. Huh? In the windless zone, using 2 sea snakes to pull the boat? Is this the real owner? Adolf looked up at the large pirate ship above. The 2 sea snakes were so distinctive. Boom! It rushed out of the sea and landed on the deck. Fortunately, the sea snake did not attack, otherwise it would have been troublesome. Who? Before he could even stop, everyone on the deck reacted instantly and surrounded him. I'm Adolf, I mean no harm. Adolf simply raised his hands to avoid misunderstanding. He didn't want to cause a commotion by fighting to prove himself, and then when he saw Hancock, he would explain that he had killed the celestial dragons and pretend to solve the problem. Originally, it was his fault. You entered someone else's house without saying a word, and then the owner asked you who you were. Is it polite to give the owner a good beating? The Godslayer Adolf has a bounty of 1 billion baileys. One by one, they were stunned. They just saw it in the newspaper, and now they saw it in person? Advertisement, huh? Do you know me? Adolf was stunned. This was only the second day. Is the news in the pirate world transmitted so quickly? Even the 9 Snakes pirates, who have closed the news, know about it. I just met you from the newspaper, Merman. Did you really force Marine Fleet Admiral Sengoku and Admiral Akainu to kneel down? And killed the celestial dragon? The newspaper said that you also captured 2 Tianlong people. Where are they hiding? Your bounty is 1 billion baileys, which is 10, more than 10 times higher than Lady Snake. This is the first time I've seen a mermaid. The lower body is a fish. It's so magical, can I touch it? Wow, it's so big. Everyone came around with great interest and asked about various topics. He even couldn't help but touch it with his hands. Is the newspaper so fast? It's only the second day. I'm offering a reward of 1 billion? Adolf was a little impressed by the newsbird. It was really awesome and it spread in such a short time. It's a pity that he was on an uninhabited island in the Windless Belt. Newsbird didn't go to the Windless Belt at all, let alone an uninhabited island, so naturally he didn't receive the newspaper. Well, I have something I want to see you, Lady Snake. Could you please convey it to me? Adolf spoke with confidence. Although he killed the celestial dragons to poke Hancock's itch, but if you brag about it and others know that his character is different, it just makes him look like a villain. Originally, he wanted to, unintentionally, let Hancock know what great achievements he had done by drawing a cake. It's better to save yourself the trouble now. Come with me, Lord Shiji will let you in. Paper Fanflower came over and said. Trouble. Adolf nodded. After he entered, the door closed again. Adolf looked around and saw that the cabin was just like an ancient palace, and this ship was also a large ship over 100 meters long, with quite a huge space. After walking through the dozens of meters long red carpet, I saw Hancock sitting on a high platform. Marigold and Sundar Sonia were 5 meters tall and stood on the left and right like the guards. They all looked down at him. Their hearts were complicated and they didn't know what they were thinking. You want to see me? What's the matter? Advertisement. Hancock spoke, although his voice was cold, but it was just a disguise. If it was really cold, she would not see him at all. I want to learn hockey, armed color, knowledge color, conqueror's 3-color hockey. I just heard that you also know about me. In order to avoid marine and world government, I can only hide in the windless zone. I can't even return to Fishman Island. I need to quickly improve my strength, not only to swim freely in the sea, but also to drag the celestial dragons down from the Elder. Adolf directly stated his purpose without concealing it, and in the end he even pointed out the celestial dragon. Sure enough, these 3 words directly caused Hancock's pupils to shrink, and both Marigold and Sandersonia trembled. What are you talking about? You want to bring the Tianlong people? Marigold and Sandersonia were a little exhausted and looked at him in horror. I'm talking. Kill all the Tianlong people. His eyes were firm, without any evasion. The 3 of them breathed quickly and their brains stopped functioning after just one sentence. No one has ever had such a bold idea. Hancock was shocked and extremely complicated. Yes, there are many who want to kill the celestial dragons, but they can't. After seeing clearly the gap between themselves and the world government, they eventually turn into resentment in their hearts, and they can only swallow their unwillingness. Adolf's eyes seemed to see the resentment accumulated by the world government, the resentful souls of countless people. I promised to teach you domineering, but conquerors. Hancock frowned and thought, how to help people awaken conquerors. I have awakened conquerors' domineering power, so don't worry about it. In addition, I hope that the outside world will not know about it for the time being. This will be detrimental to the Amazon daughter country. I don't want my appearance to cause harm to you, even the people around you. I am a mermaid, the darling of the sea. When I grow up, they will lose the right to sail the sea. This is also one of my capitals for calling for the overthrow of the world government. Adolf said directly. Hancock nodded. In this sea, no one can ignore the power of the sea. Only by being in awe can one sail on the sea. However, what spoke to her heart was this sentence. I don't want to cause harm to you because of my appearance, even if the people around you. Are you returning now? I'll get off the ship first, and then go to the nearby uninhabited island. Adolf took the initiative. You don't have to worry about being exposed. Amazon's daughter, the I family, has the final say. No one will notify the marine world government. Hancock responded domineeringly. Thanks. Adolf was moved. He was extremely dangerous now, and being willing to accept him would mean accepting the danger. Even Shichibukai's identity cannot be protected. Speaking of which, we are just like you. Hancock said, taking off his cheongsam in front of Adolf. Chapter 13. Be the only light in your heart. Hancock confessed that he was really white, without a trace of stray hair. He turned around and endured the pain in his heart, struggling to lift his long hair. Heavenly Dragon's Hoof. The slaves raised by World Noble can never erase the proof of lower human beings. Adolf looked at the seal behind Hancock. Every word he said made Hancock tremble and he gritted his teeth to endure the torture. The 2 sisters held their heads in pain. It was a painful and heart-wrenching past. Every time I think about it, it is extremely tortured and inner torture. I haven't seen this, and I don't have much contact with the Sun Pirates, but it's the same. Although the hero Fisher Tiger freed you from Marijoya, you should have been free, but you were not. What tortures you is not this mark, but that memory, the seal imprinted on your thoughts. Celestial dragons, world government, are like a haze that cannot be dissipated, shrouding your hearts. As long as the celestial dragons still exist, as long as the world government still exists, you will never be reborn. His words were like sharp blades, cutting into the hearts of the 3 Hancock sisters. Their hearts were bleeding and they were in pain. You can even vaguely see a black cloud shrouding you, and you can't escape no matter where you go. This is a mark that can never be erased. Remember what I just said, Hancock. Give me a little time, and I will break through the darkness. If there is still no sun, I will become the only light in your hearts. You, Hancock suddenly raised his head and looked at him in disbelief. She even felt relieved at this moment. It's like lighting a tiny candle in the darkness. Even if it can't light up the whole world, it can illuminate the front for her, hold up a small patch of light, and a trace of warmth. Adolf. Advertisement. Adolf. Marigold and Sandersonia looked at him with the same heartbeat, a new life of being saved and redeemed. Are you really? Hancock took 2 steps forward. Don't look at my current strength as if I'm talking big, but I'm actually quite confident. Adolf grinned confidently. As a cheater, he would have no confidence at all if he clicked on this. Stop playing and hang up. He came forward to Hancock and put the spacious cheongsam she took off on her body. Idiot, don't take off your clothes casually in front of others. You also know how beautiful you are. Who can stand this test? A decent person can't help but become a bad person. Hancock turned his head slightly and said in embarrassment, I know. The more kind and warm I feel, the more torture I feel. I struggle and worry in my heart, will you? Look down on me who was once a slave. How could it be? I was caught before. If I hadn't tried so hard, I would have almost been branded with this thing. We are the same. Adolf comforted him gently. Speaking of which, I still have 2 Tianlong people in my hands. If you kill them with your own hands, will you gain inner freedom? Hancock's pupils shrank. Marigold and Sandersonia also trembled in shock. Kill the celestial dragon with your own hands. I can let you kill one, and the other one will be useful. Just the lame old guy. I chopped off one of his legs. There is no medicine to treat him on the uninhabited island. I don't know how long he can survive. Cut off a leg. The 3 women's jaws dropped in shock. This is the same as mincing pork, but this is a leg of a celestial dragon. Actually, they are no different from ordinary people. They were arrogant at first. They thought they were world noble and no one dared to do anything to them. After I killed one of them, they became more honest. Adolf is gentle and calm, wildly poking Hancock's inner G**********. Sister, Marigold and Sandersonia looked at Hancock. Advertisement. This proposal is so exciting. How much they want to seek revenge from the celestial dragons, they wish they could tear them into pieces. Since you are still useful, Adolf, just keep it, didn't you say you want to be our light? Hancock grabbed the clothes and was as sweet as a girl, saying, be the only light in their hearts. Sweet, so sweet. Ha, don't be like that, what you just said was a bit arrogant, no wonder you were embarrassed. Adolf was embarrassed. It sounds like a movie when you say it, and it feels weird when you repeat it. So do you have a newspaper? You have been in the windless zone since you escaped, and you don't know what the world government is doing, Adolf asked. Here's the reward list for you and your companions. Hancock handed the report over in person. Huh? The God Killer has a bounty of 1 billion belly, others have hundreds of millions of belly as well? This title is not bad, but one day the name of God Killer will become God Killer and God Slaughter. A reward of 1 billion is a bit exaggerated. At this point in time, 1 billion is equivalent to the level of 3 disasters and 3 generals. But with his personal strength, it is obvious that he has not reached this level, and he has not even mastered domineering yet. It seems that there is indeed no such thing as a lifeguard, and there are no clues to find me, at least not in a short time. Otherwise, it would be better to just send experts to deal with it secretly, and it will not damage the supreme authority of the Tianlong people. The photos are so good, Sengoku Akainu wants to eat me alive. Such photos can be published in newspapers. I'm afraid it's not the work of an experienced bird. Being famous is good, but it's not good if you don't live up to your name. There are no high-end bounty hunters, but there must be people who want to step on my head and become famous. As for those who are unhappy with World Government Marine, they are very happy to see this newspaper and have a lot of favorable impressions of me. There is a word called, see the essence through things. Adolf saw a lot of things from the newspapers and the meaning behind them, and he had a rough judgment about his current environment. He doesn't know how good his political acumen is, but Daxia's unique worldly sophistication, wine table culture, especially history and Sun Tzu's Art of War and other works, are destined to be much higher than this world. Chapter 14. Don't let desire defeat you. Well, the daughter country of the Amazon is located in the windless zone, and the entire island and the country are all female. However, although they are all female, they are also a genuine fighting nation that worships the strong, advocates strength, and regards strength as beauty. Not only that, even ordinary people can master the two-color hegemony, and they are truly a fighting nation where all the people are soldiers. This shows how popular they are about hockey and how deeply they understand hockey. Only by understanding domineering to an extremely deep level can the threshold be lowered. Only with such a thorough understanding can ordinary people with less physical strength master it. Instead of being blindfolded and beaten with a stick like Rayleigh, and then roughly thrown in front of the beast, a proper mediocre person. Not only that, there is also a crew member on the Rocks ship in the Amazon daughter country, Granny Croliosa. As the former overlord of the sea, Kaido was just an intern. Even if Grandma Yi is not a monster like Whitebeard, Golden Lion, or Charlotte Linlin, the fact that she can appear in one scene shows that her strength is by no means simple. Wait, is the crew member on the Rocks ship the mother-in-law or the one from the Sabaody Islands? Forget it, no matter how he thinks about it, Nine Snake Island is the best choice. What's more, there is a beauty who is given away for free, and a daughter's country is given away for free. There are two paradises in this world, one is Fishman Island and the other is the daughter country. Gate of opening, Lord Snake Lady is back. Welcome back to the Nine Snakes Pirates. Great harvest, wow ha. The Nine Snakes Pirates slowly entered the city, and were greeted by many people. Flowers were scattered, showing their support. Led by Hancock, everyone in the Nine Snakes Pirates disembarked. Lord Snake Princess, Marigold, Lady Sandersonia. Each and every one of them chanted the name of their idol, and the Nine Snakes Pirates were like warriors who opened up new territories for them. A way for them to obtain supplies from the outside world with powerful force. Iron, gunpowder, medicine, wine, cloth, vegetables and crops, etc. The Amazon island has fish, Poseidon, etc. as food. There is no shortage of food, but many other things cannot be supplemented and are necessary. Look, that person next to Lady Snake, he actually has a tail. It's so strange, could it be that he is a creature from the sea? Don't you think his sky blue tail is beautiful? That slender arc and powerful chest muscles. Advertisement, you feel the same way. Lord Salome is holding him, side by side with Lord Snake Lady. He must be Lord Snake Lady's distinguished guest. Looking at Adolf, countless people couldn't help but discuss it. Adolf stood on Salome and was dragged along the road. The tail on the lower body of the mermaid can stand on the tail fin on land, but it is really troublesome and not so neat. It can be said that on land, the mermaid's combat power will be significantly reduced. Looking at the people on both sides, he observed, he is very loved and admired by everyone. He has great cohesion and centripetal force. That's because I'm so beautiful. Hancock held his face in his hands and bumped around. Does this have anything to do with beauty? Looking sideways at Hancock, in terms of beauty and charm, Hancock is indeed so beautiful that it feels like a foul. If it's just about appearance, everyone has different preferences. Some like fair and thin, some like Feng Yuli, some like coquettish, some only like pure, and some even like little Lolita. But Hancock is the kind of man who kills both men and women. Even women can't stand up to a coquetry, even a plastic bag can't do it. Only non-human beings who are not interested in women at all, or do not know what S**X is, will not be affected. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? Hancock noticed Adolf's gaze and couldn't help but ask. Both powerful and beautiful, I'm afraid there is no woman better than you in this world, Adolf praised without hesitation. If anything, that's the future Shirahoshi, with an unimaginable gap in his chest to fill. Ah, no way. Hancock held his face shyly, not daring to face it. Adolf smiled. It just so happened that he didn't know how to pick up girls, so it was nice to get it for free. Huh? Why did she bring back a male mermaid? Grandma Yi appeared in front of her, confused. The I family does not need your intervention. Hancock's shabby face suddenly turned cold. Grandma Z was stunned. Adolf, I will take you to the palace. Hancock looked at Adolf expectantly. Okay, thank you. Hancock jumped on Salome, held Adolf's hand, and looked back from time to time, like the person sitting on the back of a bicycle secretly watching the other person. This is it. Grandma Z's heart suddenly trembled when she saw Hancock leaving. As a person who has been there, she seemed to be thinking of something. Marigold, Sandersonia, what on earth is going on? Well, the two people scratched their heads and couldn't explain it, and handed the newspaper to her. Maybe it's the reason for this newspaper. Newspaper. Advertisement. Welcome back, Lady Snake. Who is he? Ah, a man with a fishtail. Palace manager Enisita looked at Adolf in surprise. He is from the Aja. The Aja. Hancock blushed and was speechless. My name is Adolf. I am a mermaid living in the sea. Let's call him a friend and disciple. Adolf smiled and said, don't embarrass others. Apprentice. Enisita was stunned. Anishita, hurry up and prepare the singing banquet. I want to have dinner with Adolf, Hancock said. It's Lady Snake Lady. Lord Snake Lady, would you like to drink something first? Master Adolf? Enisita nodded. Liquor. I'll take milk. Then I want milk too. Hancock quickly changed his words. Yes. Enisita went down. Adolf does it here. Hancock invited Adolf to sit on the snake seat that Salome had turned into, leaning on it like a sofa. It was quite friendly to a mermaid with a tail, and Hancock was right next to him. For Hancock, it was as if his heart beat faster in love. Adolf felt Hancock's touch, and it was the first time he experienced this feeling. Even now, he could give it to him if he wanted it, not to mention Hancock was so beautiful, who can bear this? But you must know how to exercise restraint. It is normal for a man to be lustful, he is just a common man, and his desires are not shameful. How about the $2 trillion richest man who still maintains 100 singing and dancing troupes to supply the upper class? Are they elegant? But know when to do what. If you are addicted to desire, your ambition will be defeated, and you will not succeed in whatever you want to do. No matter how good you think, it is just a good idea. Only by trapping the beast of desire in the cage of reason can sexual tension be shown. Of course, the restraint I am talking about does not mean after a few years, but when you rest at night. You can't just do your business anytime, anywhere, 24 hours a day. Hancock, regarding training, I want to start as soon as possible. It's best to start now. If I can, I want to go back to the uninhabited island. I will let the 2 Tianlong people who escaped with me watch. 5 of them are pirates after all. I don't trust them. Adolf naturally held Hancock in his arms, but he suppressed his thoughts and stopped his next actions. Hancock was like a newlywed wife in ancient times who was shy and touching. Okay, I'll listen to you. No, the roof shattered and a person fell down. Chapter 15 Amazon Lily. Adolf frowned, and Hancock's veins popped out on his forehead. She dares to love and hate. She is as shy and charming as a little girl in front of her beloved, but she is also a real arrogant empress in front of others. Hey, mother-in-law, this is the I family's room. Why are you here? The fire on Hancock's forehead was already burning. Snake Princess, do you know what he did? Marine and world government can't just sit idly by. Now this country is protected by the title of Shichibukai on your head. In the past, we relied on the strong protection of the windless belt, but now the world government can move freely in this sea area with the help of new shipbuilding technology. Because you are a Shichibukai, even if Kuja makes a career as a pirate, they will not even set foot on the island. Once the title is lost, this country will become one piece, and then tragedy will happen. What should we do with the young and old on the island? Gulu Oliosa fell from the sky, extremely anxious and serious. So annoying. Drag this old thing out of here. Hancock was annoyed, she didn't want to hear these nonsense. Yes. 2 female warriors clamped down. Wait a minute, Snake Lady. Gulu Oliosa struggled. Who do you think you are? Your era has ended long ago. Amazon Lily has replaced the previous emperor, Croliosa. Even if this country is destroyed because of the willfulness of the I family, everyone will forgive me. That's because the I family is so beautiful. Hancock's extremely classic pose of looking up at the person with his chest is absolutely stunning. You willful little girl, now is not the time to joke. Gulu Oliosa was also very angry. Hancock, she is also thinking about this country. Let's sit down and figure out a way to solve the problem together. Adolf held Hancock's beautiful back and suddenly became a little bird. Well, Adolf, I'll listen to you. Hancock was obedient instantly. He was not even the least bit unreasonable. Everything he said made sense. The so-called double standards actually only have one standard, and he is that standard. Sure enough. Guluoliosa's pupils shrank, she knew this very well. Advertisement, I did bring you disastrous trouble. No, you clearly said you were going to an uninhabited island. I brought you to the Amazon Kingdom. Hancock took the responsibility first. This is your trust in me, and as a man, of course I can't let you shoulder everything. I had already thought about it before coming here, including potential dangers, and there are solutions. If I walk around like a disaster and bring disaster wherever I go, I won't be able to forgive myself, I'll just die. Adolf patted Hancock's arm to reassure her. He didn't know whether Hancock was relieved, but he nodded obediently and seriously. Groliosa began to look at Adolf squarely. She originally only gained Hancock's favor because of her mermaid origin and killing Tianlong. There was something in this. To deal with Amazon Lily and any enemy, it is best to shut it out and deal with it, so as not to fight on the homeland and cause casualties to the people. The world government relies on new technologies to sail in the windless zone, but that does not mean that it can sail at will and be absolutely safe. In fact, their ships will also be attacked by Poseidons. It can only be said that they are relatively silent. They will not be discovered by Poseidons. Then we just need to let their ship be discovered by the Poseidons. Let the Poseidons discover it? Groliosa wondered. For example, if you make large-scale noises on the sea surface, such as shelling, bloody animal carcasses, etc., this is a windless zone, and there are Poseidon nests everywhere. The slightest movement can attract a large number of Poseidon species. You have sea snakes, and you can even directly determine the location of Poseidon-like nests. I suggest cultivating more large sea snakes. It will be very useful whether Poseidon species are captured from the sea as national food or used to protect the country. Adolf's idea is very simple. If you are hiding for fear of being caught, then I will act as a troublemaker to help you. How can you be so quiet? The sea snakes of the Kuja pirates are extremely poisonous, and even the Poseidons are unwilling to attack. Even if they are discovered by the Poseidons, they will attack the marine side, not us. Groliosa figured it out instantly. Yes, it's just that this requires preparing a large number of shells and animal carcasses in advance. In addition, sea snakes can also be used to directly attract Poseidon species. As long as there is a fierce battle and more movement occurs, more Poseidon species will naturally be attracted. Also, don't forget that I am a mermaid, a race that lives in the sea. It is easy to destroy warships from under the sea. Then I can leave it to the Poseidons in the windless zone to take care of me. Finally, the two heavenly dragons in my hand should also serve as a barrier. Guluoliosa nodded repeatedly, and she felt that everything she said was foolproof. The missing corner of the natural fortress was filled in, and it became impregnable again. Advertisement. Of course there is a fatal point here, and that is how to determine when the enemy is coming. This is necessary if you want to develop a complete defense system for a country. If it's just a pirate, it doesn't matter where it drifts, but a country must consider this. I have two plans here. One is sea snakes plus phone bugs. Amazon is good at raising snakes. It should not be difficult to cultivate small snakes that can survive in the sea and are poisonous. Their spread can serve as a warning. The other is the sea Katsuyu radar, which can detect conditions in nearby sea areas. It may be eaten in windless areas, but equipped with sea snakes, it can reduce losses. Everyone in the Amazon has snakes as pets and companions, and it is not clear how to cultivate them. The sea Katsuyu appears in the kingdom of Charlotte Linlin. Like the phone bug, it can be used as a bioradar. As a mermaid, he can communicate with Katsuyu, so it is not difficult to tame him. In fact, the most convenient and trouble-free thing is to stare at the person with the fruit ability, super long range of vision, just look around every half a day. Although the staring fruit is not very powerful in combat, it has real strategic level abilities and even the ability to see through people's hearts. It is a proper god-level fruit. People also want spies. What kind of spies do you want? Learn lip reading and read it directly. Isn't this more accurate than a spy? It's a pity that people in this world have developed minds, and even Doflamingo can only see superficial abilities. In other words, most fruit abilities only develop superficial combat power and only pursue their own individual strength. Staring at those with fruit abilities? Groliosa thought. However, I don't recommend taking her away in a rough way. After all, she is a royal daughter of a franchised country. It would be too conspicuous if she caused trouble to the world government, and she would also let the marine world government know of her existence. This ability is most effective only if it is kept secret. Speaking of which, he had forgotten the name of the country where the charming woman stared at fruit. Who in the right mind would remember these details? But the problem is not big. When the time comes, look at the new world charts and buy a permanent guide. It will be a simple solution. Of course, all of this is preparation for the worst-case scenario. It's better not to be exposed if possible. Adolf smiled. He didn't mention high-end combat power because it was unnecessary. Don't forget that Hancock is not weak, and there is a strong person like Groliosa. Sha-Chi on the Sabality Islands is also an Amazon and is the former captain of the Nine Snakes pirates. There are really many high-end ones. If Marine only had one great general, he would probably fall into disrepair. Groliosa looked at Adolf and nodded secretly, calm and thoughtful, completely different from the pirates. Chapter 16 Don't Chop My Legs. Before eating the prepared singing feast, Hancock and Adolf boarded the boat and returned to the uninhabited island. As for the trivial matters such as the cultivation of sea snakes, they were all left to Granny Z and the manager. Regardless of whether Adolf is on Amazon Island or not, a complete defense system is essential for a country. Didn't you see that later the world government abolished the Shichibukai system and then turned around and attacked it? Kuja pirates Hancock's room. 3 women and 1 man live in the same room, and it's quite exciting. The potential power that all human beings have, this power is innate, momentum, murderous intention, fighting spirit. When you control these invisible feelings, your willpower can be turned into a weapon. This powerful force is what we call domineering. Hancock transformed into a teacher and explained carefully. Perhaps because of his talent, or perhaps because his physical fitness has reached the required level, Adolf naturally mastered the 2-color domineering force, especially the ability to see, hear, and color with just a few clicks. The easy-to-understand teaching is really good. Even if he only has 3 fingers, he can easily explore unknown black holes under Hancock's guidance. So fast, I mastered it so quickly. The green-haired Sandasonia was surprised. As expected of the man who killed the celestial dragon, orange-haired Marigold admired him. Of course Mr. Hancock's teachings are good. You don't need to be confused and guessing, you can see at a glance that I am stuck on that problem. Of course it is quick, Adolf said happily. It's up to that mediocre teacher to ask you to realize it. I'm afraid you'll waste 2.5 years in vain. Where? Hancock looked embarrassed. Let's play rock, paper, scissors. Whoever loses, has a drink. Adolf looked at her. Yeah, okay. Hancock nodded sweetly. Marigold, Sandasonia? Adolf looked at the 2 sisters beside him, but he didn't treat them differently because of their appearance. Okay. The 2 nodded, and at the same time they got wineglasses and poured white wine for them. Then the 4 of them started a phantom rock paper scissors game. By mastering the hockey of insight, you can read the location and number of enemies outside your sight, as well as the actions the opponent will take in the next moment. Both of them have mastered the domineering power of knowledge and color, and the competition is about personal reactions and the depth of understanding of knowledge and color. Then the problem came. There were 4 people present and 3 opponents. As soon as I mastered the sense of sight, I wanted to kill everyone. Apparently I was thinking too much, so I poured it down. Fortunately, it was just a drink. If there was a game of who would lose, not only would this chapter be GG, he would be afraid that all his tail scales would be lost here. Is Adolf okay? If not, don't drink. Green-haired Sandasonia joked. Adolf. Hancock helped him carefully. Advertisement. Ask. It's not a big question. Adolf burped to hold on. He didn't know much about drinking in the first place, he only loved the milk of coconut milk. Even if his physical fitness increased dramatically after he came to this world, he still didn't drink much, and he was not a wine drinker. He couldn't bear these few bottles. I love men who want to save face, green-haired Sundarsonia said in a funny tone. Knowing color needs to be used calmly. When you are emotional and lose your mind, the domineering color of watching color will also be affected. Orange-haired Sundarsonia reminded. Okay, I can't drink anymore. Adolf leaned on Hancock's arms to calm down the alcohol. If it wasn't for the purpose of training his drinking ability, he wouldn't have suggested this. In other words, you can still maintain a clear consciousness even when your own condition is not that good. But there is one thing to say. The pushing feeling of the large capacity double exhaust pad is really good, whoever tries it will know. Oops, I saw a ship approaching. How is that possible? This is a windless zone. If you still have energy, run around the island 2 more times. Don't even see the back of Brother Adolf by then. I want to become one of the 8 kings under Brother Adolf. 8 kings. Hahahaha, that's really good. When Derek heard this, he climbed up to the top of the tree and looked into the distance. A large ship appeared in his eyes, and it was even landing on the island. No, it's the 9 Snakes pirates. What? Shichibukai. Go back quickly. Tianlong and Ina are still in the east. If Shichibukai discovers that we are on the island, it will be over. FK. It happens to be at this time. The group of people training around the island hurried back. Oh no, I saw a ship approaching. It's the 9 Snakes pirates. Sarah ran over in panic. Quickly control those 2 Tianlong people and don't let them make a sound, Ina thought instantly. However, when they heard that Shichibukai was approaching, the 2 Tianlong people tried their best. Even though they were tied up, they ran madly to the beach, fully unleashing their life potential. The broken-legged Saint Rosewaiter could even hop on 1 foot faster than Charulia Palace. Ah! Quickly, stop them! The 3 girls from Inashala chased after them anxiously. It's normal. Anyone who has been tortured by the endless darkness will fight for his life when he sees redemption. And the moment he saw the light in the person, he stumbled and fell in excitement, and Chalulia Palace behind him stepped on him and fell. Huh? Hearing the movement, the people who logged in looked over one by one. But they no longer cared about this and fell to the ground shouting wildly. Advertisement, come on, I am Saint Rosewaiter, I am a celestial dragon, I can give you endless treasures. Shichibukai, where are the Shichibukai people? We are Tianlong people, we are world noble. Hancock saw the 2 embarrassed Dracos, lowered his head, clenched his fists and trembled. Really? Dragon people? Marigold and Sandasonia looked in shock at the Draco who fell to the ground and howled in embarrassment, especially the missing leg. It's you, I know you are Shichibukai Boya Hancock. Take me back to Mariajoya quickly, or I will let the world government ban your Shichibukai title, and I will let the world government destroy your country. Saint Rosewater lay on the ground and raised his head with difficulty, shouting crazily at Hancock. Hurry up and untie us. I'm going to kill those slaves and that fishman. Damn it, they all deserve to die. Shalulia Palace's anger could not be suppressed. Hearing the word slave, Hancock shuddered again. The unforgettable painful past is an eternal shadow in their hearts. However, a hand was placed on her back, half hugging her, and the warmth turned into the spring wind blowing. Oh, who are you? Going to kill? Whose country are you going to destroy? At this moment, the Tianlong people suddenly understood what the echo of the devil was. The pupils were trembling, but no words could come out of the open mouth. He even held his breath, as if something was strangled around his neck. All the clamoring suddenly stopped. Brother Adolf, Anna and others were surprised and found the only male among the group of people, the particularly eye-catching mermaid Adolf. Brother Adolf, Derek and others finally arrived. Adolf nodded and looked down at the heavenly dragon lying on the ground. It seems that our great Saint Rosewater has recovered well. He can still run so fast even after cutting off one of his legs. Come on, give me the knife. Hearing these words directly made Saint Roswald's heart tremble. When he saw the knife being handed to Adolf, Saint Roswald panicked and begged heartily, no. Please, I was wrong. I was really wrong. Don't chop me, don't chop my legs. Oh, then you want me to chop off your head? Once your head is chopped off, it will never run away again, right? Adolf held the knife in one hand, bent slightly and grinned at him, full of oppression, as if the devil had descended. Madman, real madman. Next to her, Shalulia Palace shrank back as she looked at it. Not to mention the previous shouting, they didn't even dare to breathe. But in Hancock's eyes, in the eyes of Marigold and Sandersonia, it shines as brightly as the sun, tearing through the haze shrouded in their hearts. Turn into light and shine in their hearts. Chapter 17 Shalulia Palace Tame. Ah, my legs, my legs. No matter how Saint Rosewater screamed, Adolf still stabbed him mercilessly, staining the sky with blood. This blood-red mark was in everyone's eyes and fell into everyone's hearts. The blood of the celestial dragon has a special meaning, just like slaughtering the emperor of a country and tearing off the supreme authority. Shalulia Palace looked at Saint Rosewater's severed leg, the blood, the flesh, and the white bones. Feeling chills and chills, at this moment, Adolf left an indelible shadow in her heart, just like the celestial dragon in the eyes of a slave. Kneeling on the ground, like a frightened little animal, for fear that the steel knife would fall on her. Hancock and the others were relieved, and their trembling at the moment was not fear. It's exciting and touching, Adolf. Hancock looked at him, looking deeply at him. If blood is needed to wash away the wounds in your hearts, then use blood. If their death is needed, then use their death. If that is not enough, then kill all the celestial dragons in the holy land of Marijoa. Ever since I killed the celestial dragon, I have decided that there is only one way to go. Then kill them all. The last thing you need for these pigs waiting to be slaughtered is fear. Adolf holds a blood-stained steel knife in his hand and speaks with a commanding voice. Even if he still needs to keep their lives for other purposes, it doesn't stop him from giving a powerful speech. It still attracts everyone's admiration and fanaticism. Adolf. Hancock couldn't help but pounce on him. His tenderness was like spring water reflecting pear blossoms when he met him, and he wanted to melt his body with him. Yeah, it's okay. Adolf patted Hancock's back soothingly. Derek, why are you still standing? Why don't you stop the bleeding of this noble Draco? Okay, brother Adolf. People with malicious grins surrounded him and started a fire very skillfully. Some people tore off a piece of cloth from his body and strangled him roughly. The hemostatic effect is really strong, and the bleeding stopped immediately. Finally, he put the borrowed steel knife on the fire until it was red hot, and then, under the frightened eyes of Shalulia Palace, he pressed it against the leg of Saint Rosewater, who had fainted, and woke him up in an instant. Be gentle, old guy, don't die like this, you can still cut him again, Adolf reminded. Advertisement Shalulia Palace. Everyone. That's what you mean when you say gentle. His eyes couldn't help but look at his left and right hands, and finally moved to his neck. If it's one time, it's only here, right? Let Shalulia Palace even shuddered as she remembered what she had told her before, to cut off her limbs and put them in a vase, then apply honey on them. It turns out this lunatic can really do that. The sound of the red-hot iron knife squeaking refreshed Hancock and the others, and the eyes they looked at Adolf became more and more satisfied and happy. A madman who doesn't know how high the sky is and challenges the sky. No, that is a hero walking in heaven defying, it's their only light. Brother Adolf, maybe this old guy can't bear it anymore, why don't you give him some medicine? Derek suggested with a frown. It's not that he's afraid of dying, but that Brother Adolf said he could still chop with one more knife, so it would still be useful if he kept it. It's such a pity to die like this. Hancock, do you have a ship's doctor on your ship? Let's see if he will die. Adolf looked at Hancock. The ship's doctor came over for a brief inspection and shook his head. He was too seriously injured and lost too much blood. If he cannot be treated with blood transfusion immediately, he may not survive the day. Do we need immediate rescue? If he is rescued, he will need blood transfusion. Adolf. Hancock looked at Adolf. Everyone else looked at him waiting for a decision. Adolf held his chin and thought, then let's petrify him. Huh? Everyone was stunned. What kind of solution is this? Why should I treat the guy who will be killed sooner or later? It's a waste of energy, as long as he doesn't die now, Adolf said indifferently. Come on Hancock. Ho ho. Hancock took a deep breath. Captive's arrow, a small pink arrow turned Saint Roswald to stone, and his eyes couldn't help but look towards Shalulia Palace. Don't kill me, don't petrify me, I will be obedient, I will tell you anything you want to know. Even if Marine comes, I can order them to stay away. I won't run away, I definitely won't run away. Shalulia Palace suddenly became excited and quickly knelt down in front of Adolf and cried bitterly. Advertisement. Although a knife had not fallen on her yet, seeing her father's legs chopped off, she was also deeply stabbed twice in her heart. It's not that I feel distressed, but that I'm afraid. She is really scared of this kind of madman. Adolf glanced at Hancock. Okay, behave well. Thank you, I will behave well. Shalulia Palace bent down and nodded repeatedly. For a moment, she was even moved to the point of crying. At this moment, Hancock also felt the humbleness of the celestial dragons. It turned out that the celestial dragons would also kneel down and submit like slaves. I'm going to give you a task. Throw this leg into the sea and feed it to the fish. Adolf untied the rope. Me. Shalulia Palace's heart tightened for a moment, and she gritted her teeth to hold back. I'll go. Father, please don't blame me. Trembling, he picked up the broken leg, walked to the beach, and threw it into the sea with all his strength. In this windless zone, a bleeding leg must be for feeding fish. There is no miracle that someone will appear in front of someone after crossing the ocean. In the next period of time, I will ask the 9 Snakes pirates to teach you hockey. You must learn from me well. I will leave this island after I sort out my strength. I don't have much time left for you. Adolf swept around. Yes, brother Adolf, after all, they were all just pirates, so he didn't expect these people to achieve much. The only one who had some hope was Derek. And if you want to do something good, a younger brother is also indispensable, especially a loyal younger brother. These people have had the experience of escaping from death with him, and he is still their savior and can be cultivated. Hancock propped up his chin and looked at Adolf infatuatedly, like a little girl looking at her lover. For Derek, Aina and others, Hancock also gave a little face, the kind of face that he didn't kill directly. Aina, Sarah, and Haida glanced at Hancock faintly and hesitated to speak. That heaven-defying face that kills both men and women, and Shichibukai, the captain of the 9 Snakes pirates, and the Amazon Lily Emperor, they really can't compare. If one daughter is given as a dowry, how can the 3 of them compare? Horse splits? Fancy gymnastics? Chapter 18. Sit down and talk. At night, Aina, Sarah, and Haida looked at the Kuja pirate ship docked on the shore. Stop hiding, you should be like me. What should I do? Do I really want to give up? Aina was distressed. But Hancock has been with brother Adolf, so he has no chance to make a move. Aina was also confused. She is the king of the daughter country. Even if the 3 of us are together, Haida was desperate. No, I am willing to be a maid. Anyway, we are like this, so what can we do? That's right, brother Adolf will leave here sooner or later, so why not risk it now? The 3 of them looked at each other and nodded vigorously. Derek and the other pirates were disapproving when they saw them boarding the ship. They all know the little thoughts of Aina, Sarah, and Haida. How can any girl not love heroes, let alone the combination of hero plus savior, so why not commit yourself to them? As for the 5 of them, they are envious, but they are also purely longing for women. True love? There is no true love among these pirates. Treasure and power are their eternal pursuit. Shalulia Palace looked at the 3 of them and followed them hesitantly. Adolf. Hancock covered himself with a blanket and lay in front of Adolf like a cat, savoring the affectionate aftertaste of the waves crashing on the shore. Adolf played with Hancock's hair with one hand and held his beautiful back with the other to enjoy the silky smoothness. Who can stand the vain attitude of pure love, and he is no exception. Isn't this the purpose of life's efforts? Lord Adolf, Aina, Sarah, and Haida are looking for you, green-haired Sonda Sonia said. Let them in. Adolf smiled. What are they doing here at this time? Hancock expressed dissatisfaction. This was the time for her to be intimate with her dear brother Adolf. Entering the room, one glance found Adolf and Hancock in an intimate relationship. The blush on Hancock's face and the mist in his eyes made even the girl's heart flutter. She stayed with Adolf and wanted to join them. Advertisement, then. That we want to stay with you. Aina mustered up her courage. Okay. Adolf agreed happily. The 3 girls appeared at the auction as dancers, and were favored by this Tianlong. They were very beautiful in themselves, and now that he took the initiative, he had no interest in giving them away. Really, Hedda was pleasantly surprised and looked at Hancock nervously. Hancock pouted in disbelief. Is it really that simple? Adolf patted Hancock on the back and held him in his arms, speechless for a moment in love. What's true? I have an undisguised love for beauty. You were originally a South Blue dancer. Speaking of which, I've never seen you dance. In the world of pirates, it is really not something that is unspeakable. Being upright makes you appear heroic and a true man. He's still a South Blue star. Aina adds a different kind of sexual interest with just one sentence, and at the same time she performs a graceful dance, which is very exotic. Dancing, she came to Adolf, and her jade fingers crossed her neck, showing the graceful arc of the Meishan Mountains in front of his eyes. The beautiful mountains and rivers moved Adolf's heart. He couldn't help but take a trip at once. Fatsi gently said to the side, sit down and rest. Aina sat down obediently and performed a moving spectacle at close range. Sarah and Haida also came to the side at some point to help Adolf enjoy the scene. Hancock originally had strong opinions, but when he was so dissatisfied, Adolf put a finger in front of his lips and could only mutter vaguely, "I am the real palace." The sound of the music was like the ups and downs of the sea. Sometimes the waves surged, and sometimes the tide receded. The fierce and huge waves submerged them all, sinking them into the hot water. As a darling of the sea, he naturally likes to roll in the waves, explore bottomless caves, dig out treasures in the depths, and taste the sweet spring of love. "Brother Adolf, the celestial dragons want to see you," Sandersonia came to report with great anticipation. The two sisters were guarding outside, so of course they knew what was going on inside and what was happening. If it were someone else, they would be very impatient, but if it was a celestial dragon, they would be eager to see it on the spot. Advertisement seeing the world noble who claimed to be the descendant of the creator being brutally pushed to the ground. "Dragon." Hancock was startled, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and he proactively said, "Let her in." Shalulia Palace came in and felt even more nervous when she saw the scene in front of her. "I have something to ask you." "I beg you at this time, should you show off?" Adolf put Haida down and pulled out the shiny performance props that were being maintained. Everyone else is looking forward to looking at Shalulia Palace and looking at the superior celestial dragons. Even Hancock doesn't care if there is another Adolf. Instead, he hopes to see Shalulia Palace take the initiative to show off his talents. Shalulia Palace clenched her fists, trying not to give up, but she still took the initiative to sit down and talk in detail. "You can do whatever you want to me, but I want to go to sea with you." "Going to sea? This is not possible. Although it's perfectly safe within our sight, I hate it if this happens." Even if it was such a sincere conversation, Adolf refused directly. "I promise I won't run away, you can cuff my hands and feet." Shalulia Palace was anxious. Shalulia Palace was completely humiliated, but even so, she did not refute. "If you are still worried, you can turn me into stone." Is it because of Derek and the others? That's understandable, Adolf thought. He also wants to trust these men, but the best way is not to give him a chance. "Then show your initiative," and I agree. The corners of Adolf's lips curled up. Shalulia Palace had no choice but to perform hard. "Father, this man is too terrifying. You're the only one who is hopeless and unworthy of being a woman. From now on, we will never have any ties to each other." I made a decision secretly in my heart and felt less guilty. Chapter 19. 2.5 months of internship. What? This won't work. Derek grinned wildly with his arms wrapped around his arms. "Damn it. Don't be too happy too early. Lousy has also mastered the weapon colors, he just lacks the strength." "Hahaha. Feel free to come over here." Next to them, everyone was clashing fiercely with each other, either with swords or fists. Compared with starting and jumping with barbells, fighting is the best way to exercise. Boom. 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 Huu. The dense jungle island made a loud noise, and the two figures were as fast as lightning, fighting together crazily. The terrifying strong wind swept by, and the trees were shattered into pieces in the impact. The earth collapsed, and shocking cracks appeared one after another. Fragrant feet. A slender and beautiful leg was wrapped around a powerful arm domineering force, which was torn violently and swept by the fierce wind. However, Adolf had already expected it. He clenched his fist with his left hand and blocked it in front of him, making a sound of gold and stone clashing. The dark arm color blocked the petrification power. At this moment, he turned his fist into his palm and grabbed the beautiful leg, and at the same time. Mermaid Karate Hailong Bongchen. The right hand was clenched into a fist as if it were catching a package of water vapor from the atmosphere, and it was suddenly blasted out without hesitation. Like Superman's sixth stage, shaving, hundreds of punches are thrown out in an instant, and the power of the hundreds of punches is superimposed layer by layer, just like the waves of the ocean washing away one after another. Boom. The water vapor sprayed out like a spreading particle stream, shattering all the rocks and trees wherever it passed, and even blasted a semi-arc gap in the distant mountains. "You idiot, why don't you hide? You don't even have the weapon color." Adolf's fist passed by Hancock's face, and his black hair danced particularly elegantly. "I guess you won't attack me." Hancock stuck out his tongue playfully. If this punch hadn't deflected, it would have hurt her face. It wouldn't be pretty. He rubbed her face helplessly. Although this punch is powerful, this world is dominated by pure strength, and the physical quality naturally has the defense and toughness to match the strength, not to mention the existence of armed colors. If he hadn't fought until he was exhausted and scarred, it would have been difficult to kill him even with a head-on hit to the head, and it would have been even more impossible to decide the outcome with one punch. Hiss. The mountain was blasted through. That's too exaggerated. As expected of Brother Adolf, everyone looked at the shock in front of them and their blood boiled with excitement. This was everyone's primitive worship of power. Here. Seeing Adolf come out, Shalulia Palace quickly came over and handed over a towel, like a dedicated maid. "It's adapting well." Adolf was satisfied. Shalulia Palace bowed her head, truly accepting her fate. Hancock was happier to see the celestial dragons so happy than to kill them. "You are all pretty good. You have roughly mastered two-color hockey in 2.5 months. In addition to your basic hockey strength, your basic strength has also improved rapidly. Advertisement. It's especially difficult for you, Aina, Sarah, and Haida." Adolf glanced around to show his satisfaction. Yeah, the 3 Aina girls were very happy to be praised. Yes, even the 3 dancing girls have roughly mastered hockey. Regardless of whether they're strong or not, at least they know how to do it. Even the children of Amazon Lily need 2 years of training to master it, Hancock marveled. 2.5 months is long enough, we are not children. It's nothing special. Everyone grinned proudly, but Adolf felt something was wrong. Amazon children have been familiar with it since they were young, and they regard the understanding of hegemony as common sense and a natural ideological culture. Mastering hegemony is as natural as language in all daughter countries, this is normal. But Derek and the others have just come into contact with hockey. Their basic strength is indeed much higher, but is it really that powerful? What's more, Aina, Sarah, and Haida have also learned it. Are their talents really that good? Hancock, who was training with him, also greatly improved, and he felt it personally. Adolf naturally knew. So many abnormal things happened at the same time, and he was the most abnormal. Can the bloodline factor affect the people around you? Make the bloodline of the people around them active? Just like a bonfire, in addition to the flame, also spreads the warmth to the surroundings? Although I don't know the specific reason, it is obviously a good thing. What are you proud of? Go out with this little strength and die in a matter of minutes. I will leave with the 9 Snakes pirates later. If I don't have some decent strength when I come back, then I will stay on this island forever, lest I go out and be slaughtered. Adolf didn't give any face. Okay, brother Adolf. I've really had enough of staying on the uninhabited island. Speaking of which, he is really incompetent as the boss. In ancient times, when emperors conquered the world, they shared joys and sorrows with their younger brothers. Although he worked hard during the day, he was even more intense at night. This didn't work, it was very bad, so I decided to leave with the 9 Snakes pirates. If you can't see it, you won't miss it. It's been 2.5 months, haven't you found it yet? Warring States looked at the reward list in front of him and had a headache. Sengoku Fleet Admiral, Marine has been searching all over the world for the past 2.5 months, but there is no news about Rosewade Saint and Shalulia Palace, nor has she received any calls regarding clues. We speculate that they are probably hiding in the windless zone, or the bottom of the sea, somewhere Marine can't reach. Under the influence of Adolf, pirates are now becoming more and more unscrupulous. Many kingdoms have been robbed by pirates, and the Grand Line is getting out of control. The staff officer looked at the document report. The mermaids can't be caught in the sea. This is really troublesome. Kizaru crossed his legs and glanced at Akainu. The celestial dragon's matter has been involved for too long. If it continues like this, it will be difficult for Marine to control the situation. Akainu held his cigar in his mouth with a heavy expression. Sengoku looked at the reward list and made up his mind. Stop searching for the celestial dragons in the entire Marine Corps and pursue the pirates with all their strength. I will speak to the 5 elders. Let the Shichibukai also move, it's time for them to play their role. Yes, advertisement of course they hated Adolf, but they had no intention of rescuing the 2 Dracos. If you die, you'll die. As long as you don't die in front of them, it's the world government's business and has nothing to do with them. Akainu got up and walked outside. What he likes to do most is to clean up the garbage at sea. It's a pity that after becoming a general, he has too many important tasks to perform, and he can't wander around to clean up pirates. There are not many pirates worthy of him as a general. If he really needs to be dispatched, only Kaido, Big Mom, and Whitebeard are the important combat forces of the pirate group. The pirates with this kind of power cannot easily launch an encirclement and suppression. It will be a big battle. But things are different now. The sea needs to be calmed down quickly. Telling the world about the deterrent power of Marine is also a very important task. The 9 Snakes pirates. Just right. Not long after Meriford came out, the Akainu warship collided with the Kuja pirates. Hancock came out. Sister. Sir Adolf, Sandasonia and Marigold were anxious. Adolf looked towards Shalulia Palace. I can come forward to ask Akainu to leave, but I don't know if it will work. He probably won't care about my life or death, and the Knights of God will definitely rush over immediately. Shalulia Palace said quickly. Adolf only took a look at it, and of course he knew that this method could not be used a second time. If he finds out, he should attack directly. If he has no choice, it is possible for the 2 of us to join forces and sink him into the sea. I'll go out and deal with it first. Hancock nodded, not caring about the so-called general. The door opened and he walked towards the bow of the ship. As strong people, they still have confidence even when facing stronger people. That is what their strong strength gives them. Hancock. Marine wants to clean up this sea and make the garbage quiet. It's time for you Shichibukai to play your role. Akainu is burly and sturdy. Shichibukai is directly under the world government, and Marine has no qualifications to give orders. Hancock didn't buy it. These words made Akainu grit his teeth and feel uncomfortable. It was really disgusting. He believed in absolute justice. Marine garbage suddenly turned into colleagues. How dare you refuse Marine orders? He clenched his fists in annoyance, the hot lava rolled, and the atmosphere suddenly became tense. Not only the fruit ability, but also the knowledge and color are spread out. Hancock's pupils shrank. Buzz, invisible conquerors suddenly rushed out, and in this invisible thing, there were black and red streaks of lightning dancing in the air like snakes. The overwhelming airwaves continued to sweep towards the surroundings, and even the sea was set off in waves towards the distance. Plop. 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 Marines fell down one by one on the warship, and 90% of them were unable to resist Hancock's conqueror's domineering force. When she broke through the mountain of celestial dragons in her heart, her soul was liberated, and conquerors also broke free from the constraints, showing the arrogance and power that an empress should have. Akainu glanced behind him, suppressing the anger that was about to burst out. Hancock, what do you want to do? Sakaski. This is the I family's ship. Hancock was tough and refused to give in. The lava on Akainu's fist was burning, and the atmosphere suddenly became extremely tense. Chapter 20 Pluton Rayleigh, snort. After a moment of stalemate, Akainu still didn't break out. As far as I know, you haven't been active in the sea for a long time. Do you still have the deterrence of Shichibukai? You don't need to worry about this, Hancock said and turned back to the ship. 2 snakes carried the pirate ship away, treating it as nothing. General Sakaski. The adjutant was worried. Akainu clenched his fists tightly and his face was twisted ferociously, but he did not take action until the 9 snakes pirates disappeared from sight. Adolf was even forced to kneel down and hold his head because the celestial dragons could not take action that time. The humiliating scene spread throughout the sea. This time, because the opponent is Shichibukai recognized by the world government, we can't take action. It's so hot, regardless of the force fields on both sides. I actually like that guy Sakaski very much. Compared to the lazy Kizaru and the fishy Aokiji, he is rare and conscientious. Adolf sighed. Brother Adolf, you forced Akainu to kneel down. I'm afraid he will go crazy and come back with revenge when he sees you. Aina laughed playfully. Shalulia Palace was disappointed and relieved. If they are just discovered, it is indeed possible to rescue them, but it is more likely that they will lose 2 legs or even their lives. Adolf, if you want to go to the New World, the ship needs coating. I know a great craftsman in the Sabaody Islands. I also use the Shichibukai power to take the route above the Red Earth continent. Hancock looked at him shyly, like a little girl waiting for praise. Let's take the undersea route. Let's go directly to New World. There is no need to go to Fishman Island on the way. Adolf rewarded Hancock with a sly. Hancock is really the best choice for a pure love god of war. A stunning beauty who has eyes for you. Not only is she powerful, but she is also the king of the daughter country. Who can not love her? Sabaody Island's lawless zone, shaky. Isn't this Hancock? Long time no see. Shaki was surprised as he smoked a cigarette. Hello. Adolf followed Hancock in. Adolf, this is really unexpected. The world government has been looking for you for so long and there is no news at all. It turns out that you were with Hancock. Shaki was surprised. I settled in the windless belt. I approached Hancock in order to learn domineering, but then I seemed to be captured, Adolf said with a smile. Me too. Hancock was sweet, he was always in his eyes. Every Amazon emperor is like this. Bless you. Shaki poured drinks for the 2 of them. Then why are you here this time? Although Marine is not searching the world, as long as the reward is there, someone will report the clues. I came to Rayleigh to help with coding. Hancock Gate of Opening said straight to the point. That old man, I haven't seen him for a long time. Shaki was smoking. We don't have time to wait for him. Hancock closed his eyes and his domineering aura spread. Advertisement: the Sabaody Islands are not small, but they are not big either. After all, they're just tree roots exposed on the sea surface. Soon, Hancock found his target, and Conqueror's domineering force struck through the air like lightning. Huh? Pluton Rayleigh was stunned and couldn't help laughing heartily. Ha ha ha, this is asking me to go back. What a unique way. Old man. At the slave house auction, the people next to him looked at him. How could he still laugh after being captured as a slave? Then I saw him easily break free from the handcuffs, untie the collar, and get out of the cage. Hey old man. Take us with you. I wanted to follow, but the cage was closed. What's going on? The slave trader heard the noise and ran over. He fainted and fell to the ground before he could finish speaking. And Rayleigh has also gone back. It's Hancock, he's grown so big. Adolf. Ha 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 ha, what you did is really beautiful. My stomach hurts from laughing at that photo. Rayleigh came back and recognized Adolf at once, and burst out laughing. I have long admired your name, Pluton Rayleigh. I was very scared when I was carrying the celestial dragon. Adolf smiled. Afraid of mentioning the celestial dragons? Ha 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 ha, the celestial dragons don't dare to come to the Sabaody Islands because of your incident. Even I kind of admire you, little brother Adolf. Shaki smiled. You are the only one who dares to bring up the celestial dragons and make the Marine Fleet Admiral kneel down. The world government also has a headache. Rayleigh laughed heartily. Headache? No, they will be scared. Huh? Rayleigh. Shaki was stunned. You don't think you should be happy that I escaped, and the matter is over like this, right? How is that possible? Everything has just begun. There seemed to be fire burning in Adolf's eyes. Rayleigh. Shaki particularly appreciates this kind of people, regardless of dreams or ambitions, hatred or gratitude. As a pirate, I didn't have such a noble character. Going to sea represented the future and vitality, no matter how many people these pirates killed along the way and how much evil they did. World government has existed for so long that people in the world have taken it for granted that those guys are born with supreme authority, and they don't dare to resist even if they are close at hand. Even if I am a slave and tortured to death, I will only kneel on the ground and pray for the coming of the Savior. In that case, then let me crush that supreme authority. Adolf clenched his fist and raised it, speaking passionately with high will. Ha 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 ha, crushing the power of the celestial dragons is such an amazing dream. Rayleigh drank with pride. Rayleigh, I need your power. Adolf looked directly at Pluton Rayleigh. Rayleigh was stunned, and after talking for a long time, it turned out that she was trying to blame him. She couldn't help but laugh and said, does the savior also need help from others? Advertisement, I am not a savior, and there is no savior in this world. The only one who can save us is ourselves, Adolf said. There is no savior. Rayleigh lifted the wineglass for a moment, and her smile gradually faded. He thought of what Roger said in Raftel. They left early and it wasn't time yet. The future Joey boy, the future true king. Is there really a savior in this world? Adolf said profoundly. No one can be the savior. If everything is destined, then wouldn't it be nice if everyone went home and went to bed? The future is already destined anyway. What do you want to do? Rayleigh put the glass down. Adolf's expression sank, awakening people's numb hearts, starting from the execution of the celestial dragons. Rayleigh Shaki was shocked and looked at him in shock. Hancock and others beside him also looked at him in disbelief. This madman. Ah-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha. I'm beginning to believe that you really are the savior. Adolf. Rayleigh burst into tears and burst into tears. I will not become the savior, but what I do may be the savior for the world. The corners of Adolf's lips curled up slightly, extremely confident. I have no choice but to ask for nothing except to open my mouth. However, which a share company does not rely on PPT plus open mouth to go public and raise funds? It is also enviable to make a lot of money? Even the founders of many companies such as Alibaba initially relied on just one mouth. Let's talk about attracting investment. Which investment can be deceived by just talking? For really promising projects, people come to them on their own and they need you to attract investment? What is a pattern? This is the pattern. It was a breeze at the beginning, and I was able to eat 5 or 6 times with just one mouth. The worst mistake is to fail the admissions process as an art student, just a little bit worse. 3 days passed quickly, and the Kuja pirate ship was successfully coated and headed towards the New World. Do you think Brother Adolf can succeed? On the shore, Shaki smoked a cigarette and looked at the pirate ship deep into the sea from a distance. I don't know, but he must be the guy who scares the world government. If he survives, he might really shake the world. Rayleigh was in a cheerful mood. He originally thought that at most he would be a guy like Kaido who was afraid of chaos in the world. But now he has changed his mind. This is a guy he can't see through at all. The world is incredible. There are even such crazy people. If Roger knew about it, he would definitely look forward to it. That is no less than a big event that goes around the world and becomes one piece. The world will be shaken. Shaki is looking forward to it. Chapter 21 Doflamingo, run away, whoosh. With one arrow shot, the people who had spent all their savings for the country fell into the hands of the king they trusted. In the pool of blood, there was still disbelief in his eyes. Why did your beloved king kill him? Yeah, stop it quickly. King Liku cried bitterly and begged, but his body could not stop at all, and he continued to kill the people he loved at his mercy. King Riku, please stop. What did we do wrong? Even now, the people nearby still feel that they did something wrong. Get out of the way, don't come close to me, stay away from me. King Riku cried and wailed, but no matter what he did, he couldn't control his body. Why is the body moving on its own? Why? Your Majesty the King, what's wrong with you? The commander-in-chief soldiers also looked at their beloved King Liku blankly. What a cruel king. Don Quixote Doflamingo grinned wantonly on top of the huge castle of the kingdom of Dressrosa. Come on, the night has just begun, lovely warriors, jump up too. Parasite line, run quickly, even the soldiers are going crazy. King Liku has trampled on our trust in him. He steals people's money and lives like this, and treats us like garbage for his own selfish desires. King Riku, you be ********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* Run! King Liku's army is coming. Who's going to stop this? Shua! A wave of waterlight microwaves slashed across the sky, and its sharp edge continued to spread out, cutting off all the thin lines invisible to the naked eye, leaving slender slashes all the way to the huge castle at the end of the distant city. A slash from such a distance? Doflamingo's expression changed. It was too far from the small town to the castle at the end of the city. Yes, I can control it. King Liku was stunned. Quick, throw away the weapon and save the wounded immediately. All the soldiers quickly stopped killing, threw away their weapons, and explained to the people. Tap tap tap. Are you the king of this country? Hancock asked with a condescending and arrogant attitude, and his powerful aura shocked everyone. Advertisement behind her were the 9 Snakes pirates and the ape girl pulling a carriage-like carriage. The panic, uneasiness, and crying all came to an abrupt end. No matter the people, King Liku, or the soldiers, they all stared blankly at this proud and beautiful queen. Yes, I am. Did you save us? King Riku's nose was still dripping with snot, but he also understood that the sudden stop was not the conscience of the devil, but someone else who saved him. We have something to ask you. Hey boy Hancock, this is the target I'm targeting. Doflamingo came with a group of family cadres, his face darkened and ugly, even ferocious. He had been preparing for this day for a long time and even planted spies in advance. But I didn't expect that when I was about to succeed, someone would forcefully intervene. Then change your target, I'm interested in this, Hancock said with a deadpan expression, not taking it seriously at all. Damn it. How dare a mere woman speak to the young master like this? Mr. Diamante was unhappy. Xenopink, Dellinger, Rauji, Mahabaisi, Gladius, Sugar, Monet, Shaola and other cadres and members collectively stepped forward and gained momentum. The Nine Snakes pirates also took up their weapons, and Sandasonia, Marigold, Gentian, Cosmos, Daisy, Purple Shanwa and others refused to give in. Although she is a woman, even the children in Amazon Lily have mastered domineering and see strength as beauty. They are a real fighting nation. Every member of the Nine Snakes pirates is the best in the national competition. It can be said that each one has two-color domineering and powerful strength. If it wasn't necessary for the plot, how could Luffy win Sandathania and Marigold with his strength? Not to mention too strong, the Marine headquarters is at least an elite lieutenant general who can master two-color domineering. Suddenly, the atmosphere became extremely tense, and a war seemed about to break out. King Liku looked dumbfounded at both sides, not daring to sniff the snot hanging from his nose. When did their poor country become so welcoming? Doflamingo looked at the Nine Snakes pirates behind Hancock, gritted his teeth and decided to back down. Hancock, what do you want? I can consider giving it to you. You. King Liku wanted to stop him, but he found that he had no power to speak at all. Even speaking in this atmosphere makes me tremble. You are such an idiot. After I drive you away, everything in this country belongs to my sister and that person. Green-haired Sundar Sonia laughed, almost spilling the beans. Veins popped up on Doflamingo's forehead. He was unruly, cruel and unkind, and he never had a good temper. Unable to bear it any longer, the powerful conquerors charged out. Hancock Conquerors is also released. Advertisement. Those who have conquerors will never succumb to others or give in even a step. Buzz. The collision of the two conquerors caused an impact of airwaves, like a raging storm. The dust was stirred up, the flames were extinguished, and even people could not open their eyes. This invisible, black and red mixture resembles the lightning dance of a snake, which makes people's scalp numb. The people of the kingdom of Dressrosa fell one after another, and even the battle-hardened warriors could not resist. This woman actually has Conqueror's domineering spirit. Trable was so frightened that snot came out of his nose. Damn it, I actually suppressed the young master conquerors. The others were also frightened, feeling as if they had been kicked on an iron plate and regretted it. They have always regarded conquerors as a symbol of the overlord of the sea, and because of conqueror's dominance, they regard Doflamingo as their main character. Now a woman actually owns it, and she is even superior to their young master? Damn it. Doflamingo was also shocked. He didn't expect to be suppressed. Conquerors can spread it all? As it is compressed, this small circle of conquerors becomes stronger and is enough to protect itself. Doflamingo. A voice came out among the noise. Doflamingo's pupils contracted and he looked at the monkey girl's car. Give me some face. Otherwise, I will stay here forever. The voice from the ape girl's car came out, and Hancock also took back his domineering attitude. He stood beside the ape girl's car and looked at him indifferently, as if the arrogant empress gave him a chance to breathe, and he seemed to be led by the person in the ape girl's car. You said you want me to give you face? You don't even dare to show your true face. How can I give you face? Doflamingo looked up at the ape girl car. Are you sure you want to know? Adolf said calmly. Doflamingo fell silent for a moment. He looked vaguely at Hancock who was standing next to the ape girl's car, and the entire Kuja pirates were also standing behind him. He didn't know who was inside, but based on Hancock's attitude, he knew that the people inside were anything but ordinary. Once you show up, I'm afraid there is no other choice. If a fight breaks out, he has the confidence to run away, but I am afraid that none of the family cadres will be left behind. The kingdom of Dressrosa belonged to the Don Quixote family 800 years ago. I just want to take back what belongs to me. Doflamingo's tone dropped. 800 years ago? Why didn't you say 10,000 years ago? According to your calculation, this world didn't belong to the world government at first. It didn't belong to the Tianlong people. Doflamingo looked fiercely. Do you want to save the kingdom of Dressrosa? Chapter 22 Princess, you don't want to either. That's right. I won't stay here to be their nanny. If you want to do anything you like after we leave, I will kill you, Adolf said calmly. You guy. One sentence made Doflamingo's veins pop out on his forehead, and he became angry. Then it became popular. Huh, let's go. Doflamingo suppressed his anger. Young master, are you just giving it up to them? It's just a group of women, a guy who doesn't even dare to show his face. Are you afraid of them? Fight Dover. How will you know if you don't try? Everyone was stunned. This was too sudden. It was too ugly for a pirate to lose like this. Shut up, you bunch of idiots. Doflamingo shouted angrily. Didn't he want to have a good fight? Our purpose is to steal the country. Now it has been discovered. If we drag it down, Marine will intervene. This is a world government member country. Adolf watched the Doflamingo family leave without any intention of stopping them. Even if he joins forces with Hancock, there is no guarantee that Doflamingo will be left behind, and he will go to heaven. And if he can't keep everyone, then he will be exposed. Instead, Amazon Lily fell into a passive position. Die together is not what he wants to see. King Liku, take us to your castle, Adolf said. Okay. The king of a country was acting like a primary school student, and his head had not yet realized what was going on. When King Riku returned to the castle with the 9 Snakes pirates, Violet, Scarlet, son-in-law Cyrus, and granddaughter Rebecca had already arrived at the castle. Father, what happened outside? Why did you suddenly kill people? Scarlet couldn't help but ask when King Liku came back. Let all the servants and guards get out, Hancock said coldly. Your Majesty King Riku. Who are they? Cyrus looked at the Nine Snakes pirates warily. You all get out. King Riku waved his hand. Marigold also asked the rest of the Nine Snakes pirates to go outside and be on guard. Scarlet looked at her sister Violet. Of course Violet understood what her sister meant, and she had seen it with her ability before. Advertisement, he whispered, it's a mermaid with a blue tail. However, Adolf got out of the ape girl's car without her informing him. Peeping and snitching is not a good habit. Adolf looked at the person in purple dress with the ability to stare at the fruit, and then glanced at the others. Scarlet in a pink dress is unfortunately married now and her child is 6 years old. I have no choice but to wait for you for 10 years. Ah. Adolf. King Riku opened his mouth wide, he never expected that it would be this guy. The one who killed the celestial dragon. Adolf. Cyrus also became frightened. So remember to keep it a secret. If the world government knows that I have been here, all of you will be doomed. Adolf's lips curled up slightly. You. King Riku's eyes were about to burst. The man who killed the celestial dragons for freedom. Scarlet also read the newspaper and admired Adolf very much. That's right, give me freedom or give me death. In this sea where life is at stake, I'm lucky that I succeeded. Adolf smiled and then looked at Violet. Gate of opening, let me tell you straight to the point. I have only one purpose for coming here. I want you to stare at someone with fruit abilities. What is your name? Violet. Violet said, a little scared. Don't even think about it, if you want to touch Scarlet's family, you have to step over my body. Cyrus held a sword in front of him, showing a desperate resistance posture. If you want to die, I will be happy to take care of your wife and daughter for you. The princess is so beautiful and your daughter is so cute, I won't suffer at all. Speaking of which, if we kill you all, we can keep it more secret. Adolf was casual and a little excited when he said it. After all, Scarlet is indeed very good, and she has the blessing of being a wife. If at the tomb of Cyrus, no, he is a decent person, how could he do something like that? But if he seeks death on his own, or is killed by others, then there is nothing he can do. He can't have no one to take care of him. How dare you? Cyrus said angrily, his family is the enemy of all good men. Scarlet was also flustered and quickly pulled Rebecca behind her. Cyrus. King Riku stopped, feeling extremely complicated. They saved me and drove Doflamingo away. Otherwise, all of us would be dead now, and Dressrosa would also be in Doflamingo's pocket. Them? Everyone was surprised. Monet just opened the castle gate and led a group of pirates into the castle. She was a spy planted by the pirates. But then Adolf and the others came to rescue their father, and these pirates went out, Violet said. She has the ability to stare at fruit, and she can see the whole thing very clearly, and she actually doesn't have much hostility towards Adolf and the others. Advertisement, it's just that you mentioned her by name right now. How could a girl not be afraid of her? What if it's a group of people? No, not even by one person. I must take Violet away. Isn't it an excessive reward for protecting you this time? In addition, I hope you will keep it secret and hide that I have been here. Of course, if you want to make a fuss, I'll tell you that I'm here to make a deal with you. I think the world government won't mind destroying you to show off your power. The world government can't do anything to me, so it's easy for you. Even if you can negotiate with the world government, it will be difficult to negotiate with Doflamingo. Adolf was calm, completely defeating them. Everyone was dumbfounded. If the world government knows, I really don't know what will happen. Will the world government listen to their explanation? All the good feelings I had just had disappeared, and I felt even more desperate about their situation. There was world government in the past, Doflamingo in the back, and maybe even Adolf would take revenge. It would be too difficult for them. It's just a poor agricultural country. Is this really necessary? Princess Violet, you don't want anything to happen to the kingdom of Dressrosa, right? Adolf's lips curled up slightly, he was determined to defeat them. I am willing to go with you, but you must not hurt your father and sister. Violet mustered up her courage. So I'm trying to reason with them now, but compared to reason, the stakes make them more rational. Adolf was helpless, he was obviously a good person. King Riku, you know what to do next, right? Wash the floor well. Come in, it's time for us to leave, he said and returned to the ape girl's car. Violet, I'm sorry, my father is useless, King Riku cried bitterly. Violet shook her head, at least the most tragic situation didn't happen, this is already the best. Rebecca, my aunt will play with you from now on. Listen to mommy, she pinched Rebecca's little face. Auntie, are you leaving? Rebecca held her hand reluctantly. Auntie will come back, she said helplessly and followed the ape girl into the car. Auntie, I will rescue you, Rebecca shouted as she looked at the retreating team. Separation between life and death makes me so heinous. Adolf was speechless. This little cutie would not fight with him in the future. Forget it, it's free of charge if you come here. Chapter 23. You look at how big and beautiful this cake is. Tianshan. Tianlongren. Entering the Kuja pirate ship, Violet was completely stunned. She actually saw Tianlong being tied to the bed? Bedside, wouldn't that be? At this moment, all she could think about was the R-Star band product plot. However, in fact, she was right. Come and sit. Adolf held Violet's hand. No. Don't touch me, I will be obedient, don't tie me up. Violet was frightened. Peeved. Hahahaha. Aina and the others couldn't help laughing. Shalulia Palace bit her lip and turned away. World noble, what a shame. But even more humiliated, she took the initiative to do it. What else could she do? Violet reacted, sorry, I'm too nervous. Let me introduce your abilities first. Adolf didn't care. I am a person with the power of stare fruit. I can see through all lies and see things through. Violet said, looking at Adolf with her hands clasped in her eyes. Huh. Adolf frowned. Ah, you. Violet's face suddenly turned red. She actually saw Adolf attacking her crazily. It was too. I asked you to help me. Don't read my thoughts casually. Adolf's words were a little cold. Sorry. Violet lowered her head in shock. Normally, you are in a state of clairvoyance, which allows your vision to be centered on yourself and conduct long-distance observations within a radius of 4,000 kilometers. 4,000 kilometers. Hancock was surprised. This distance is too far. No wonder a user with the ability to stare at the fruit can ensure that Nine Snakes Island is safe. Look at Doflamingo and them there, Adolf said. Violet looked around and quickly found Doflamingo and the others, 70 kilometers away in the east, leaving the kingdom of Dressrosa. Take note of Doflamingo's phone number, Adolf said. Violet nodded and saw the Doflamingo phone number directly. Advertisement. Adolf nodded. Let's go to the small island on the side. You are looking for the Dongdata clan. Violet was nervous. I need their power. Don't worry, they won't mess around. Adolf didn't hide it either. Both the healing fruit and the little humans themselves were strategic. The Dongdata tribe, also known as the little humans, only have fist-sized bodies, but possess extremely exaggerated strength and speed. They are also good at plant cultivation and love nature. They cultivate all the raw materials of Doflamingo artificial devil fruit, which is enough to prove their ability. But he is also extremely innocent and pure, just like a child in a fairy tale who has not grown up. He believes all nonsense and is very easy to be deceived. It's Princess Violet, Princess Manchili, Leo, Rambo. Violet looked at them happily. Princess Violet, are they your friends? It's amazing, the lower body is a fish. A group of people from the small human race surrounded Adolf. Because of the relationship brought by Violet, he was completely unwary of Adolf and regarded him as one of his own. Because I am a mermaid, a creature that lives in the sea, and I am a special race like you. Adolf's words made them feel like one of their own. Wow, the mermaid tribe, those beautiful scales, can you touch them? Princess Manchili curiously poked Adolf's tail scales. Actually, I have something to ask you. Adolf began to tell a story. If you have any questions, just tell me. You are Princess Violet's friend, and we will definitely help you, Leo said, patting his chest. This is not enough, not because of the relationship between Violet and her friends. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Adolf, a mermaid from the deep-sea Fishman Island. Because he is a rare mermaid, he was almost sold into slavery by the celestial dragons. Adolf confessed that he did not cover up his humiliating experience at all, but used it as a weapon. After all, the anti-killing Tianlong people successfully escaped and even made Sengoku Akainu kneel down. It was something worth showing off to others. Slave. The celestial dragons are so hateful. All the little humans hate evil as much as they hate their enemies. I was lucky enough to escape before being sent to Mariajoya, but there are countless people who were enslaved by the Draconians in Mariajoya. Humans, giants, merfolk, fishmen, furs, long-footed, long hands, snake-headed, little human, etc. There are even many races that were brutally exterminated. Adolf clenched his fists tightly, with anger burning in his chest. Even the conquerors, unconsciously, spread with the anger, making everyone feel his anger substantially. Adolf. Hancock felt the same. Adolf. Violet looked at him, and now she suddenly felt like he knew him. Little humans. Are there also Dongdata tribesmen who are enslaved? Advertisement. There is actually genocide. It's so horrific. They are so pitiful. The celestial dragons and those kings and nobles are so abominable. The little human race suddenly became angry, wishing to knock down all those people now. Among the crowd, Gon Chao, the leader of the Dongdata tribe, walked out with a cane. In the past, our Dongdata tribe was also enslaved. It was a dark history of blood and tears. The Don Quixote family became one of the 20 kings and are now the celestial dragons. Don Quixote family. Violet was frightened. She didn't expect Doflamingo to be a celestial dragon. What's wrong? The little human couldn't help but look. Just now, the Don Quixote family came to the kingdom of Dressrosa, Violet said. Are those demons coming back? The little human race panicked. Yes, that guy controlled the father and massacred the people. It was Adolf who drove them away, Violet said complicatedly. Great, if we let the Don Quixote family come back, we will be doomed too. Gon Chao, the leader of the Dongdata clan, was afraid. Thank you, Adolf Lando. The little humans expressed their gratitude in unison. It's a small effort, but there are still countless people trapped in Mariajoya. I want to end this once and for all, execute all the celestial dragons, those cruel kings and nobles, including those garbage at sea, and let the whole world return to peace and order. Adolf clenched his fists and shouted, declaring his ambition. At this moment, he seemed to be fighting with people's sleeping hearts and awakening numb souls. At this moment, the sun rose behind him. All the villains held their hands, opened their mouths, and looked at him with admiration, like a great hero holding a flag high. My strength alone is not enough. Adolf lowered his head, looked at the little human race, looked at Leo, looked at Princess Manchili and the others, and stretched out his palm. I need you, the world needs you, and you also need your voice. Are you willing to fight for yourself? Adolf Lando, let us fight for you. Manchili mustered up his courage. No, you are fighting for yourselves, not me. Adolf imbued them with a sense of crisis, and suddenly felt the impending crisis. Yes, for our own sake, if the Don Quixote family comes back, we will all be doomed. Leo believed it instantly, and all the little humans also firmly believed it. The will to fight is extremely high. Chapter 24 Unearthing the Treasures of the Little Humans. Dover, are we just going to give up? That's your country, Trable said with a snot in his face. Doflamingo glanced sideways at him and said flatly, that guy is right. After all, 800 years have passed. This is no longer our clan's kingdom. Maybe King Riku has contacted the world government by now and changed it to another non-joining country. It is unjustifiable for Shichibukai to seize the participating countries. If it is allowed, it will not be a slap in the face. But after all, he is still a celestial dragon without the identity of a celestial dragon. What will happen to him will definitely not happen, but a warning is inevitable. Who is that mysterious guy? Damn it, it's just a close call, Pika complained in his voice like a eunuch. I'm afraid it's not ordinary people who can make a woman with Conqueror's domineering power completely obey him, Diamandi thought. It's a pity that I have been exposed, otherwise I could have returned to the castle to find out the news. Monet pushed up the frame of his reading glasses. Nothing is more immediate than violence, and nothing is more lasting than thought. After Adolf's speech, the little human completely changed into his shape, and his liver and brain were all messed up. Princess Manchili, please keep making and storing products with healing effects, Adolf said. Okay. Princess Manchili nodded without asking why. An innocent and simple race like the little humans will most likely forget it after a few days of heat. For this reason, Adolf specially added. Princess Manchili, the battlefield requires death. Every additional cure means one less sacrifice. Your ability will save countless warriors, countless families, and even affect the direction of the world. Ah, I will try my best to create a healing dandelion, Manchili promised quickly in panic. It turns out that she is so important, just give her a sense of responsibility. Thank you for your understanding. Don't work too hard, your health is also precious, Adolf smiled gently. Although there is no direct combat effectiveness, it is not an exaggeration at all. Who doesn't know the importance of wet nurses? Clan leader Ganchao of the Dongdata tribe, can you please lead the small humans to cultivate high-yielding crops? Adolf looked at the old leader of the small humans who was wearing a cane. High-yielding crops are a piece of cake for our Dongdata tribe. Ganchao, the leader of the Dongdata tribe, is full of confidence. Thank you for your understanding. The whole world is an island, and many places are not suitable for growing food at all. Countless people starve and die like dead wood. Children even die without having enough food to experience the feeling of being full. If there are crops that are high-yielding, easy to feed, and easy to grow, they will not die and can live happily. Although you little humans only have a few thousand people, you have the ability to save tens of millions of people, benefit the whole world, and make everyone feel full and happy. Adolf seemed to have a heart for the world, empathy and compassion. Advertisement. It directly made the eyes of the entire small human race burn with the flames of fighting spirit. Please leave it to us, Adolf Lando. The sense of responsibility, mission, and honor is completely ignited. That kind heart always urges them to burn themselves with all their strength, and they feel guilty even if they rest for a second. I don't need even a Pele, I've already had enough spiritual food. Then please, Adolf entrusted him sincerely and solemnly. Therefore, every leader must have good pie painting skills, especially leaders. Bread with ideological consciousness can not only satisfy hunger, but also bring happiness and strength to people. You didn't give me enough money, you didn't make the cake round, and you still keep showing off at 2,500,000 to 80,000 yuan every day. Lousy's salary of 3,000 yuan is nothing to serve. Adolf, that. Violet suddenly hesitated. What's wrong? The kingdom of Dressrosa is a purely agricultural country. Everyone lives a very poor life, and some villagers don't have enough to eat. Can these crop seeds be? Violet was embarrassed. Adolf was speechless. With such powerful neighbors, the two tribes still often play together. It's been 800 years and you haven't even thought about doing something to feed and clothe the people? Well, this world is a purely worse world. There is no worst, only worse. Compared with those brutal kings who slaughtered the slums at every turn, the kingdom of Dressrosa, which has not had a war for 800 years, is considered a wise king. Violet was so embarrassed that she couldn't speak. As the royal family, they would not think about this at all. I will tell King Liku that the high-yield crop seeds here will be promoted in the kingdom of Dressrosa first. They can also be exported to the outside world as a vegetable-growing country, or they can be hoarded and stored. I will buy them all, Adolf said. Yeah, please, this way everyone in the kingdom of Dressrosa can live a better life. Violet was grateful. For such a big kingdom, 10 billion needs to be raised from the people of the whole country, which is outrageous. Aaron is in the East Daxia Sea. Can a village receive 25 million belly, converted to 250 adults, and it has been collected for 10 years? Although King Riku is a good man, it is true that Adolf Lando is the man who cares about the world. The small human race came to the conclusion that they were extremely proud to work for such a person. Then it's time for me to leave, everyone. I'm wanted by the world government and I'm not suitable to stay here for a long time. Please also treat me as a secret, don't mention it to anyone else, and don't talk about it in normal times. If you let others hear it, it will probably bring disaster to you. If you really encounter that situation, you must hide and contact me using the phone bug. I will take you to a safe place. Advertisement. Adolf gives them a telephone bug. Then the little human race dismantled the phone bug in an instant, allowing the snail bug to crawl. Adolf's words stuck in his throat. We love nature and don't like to trap animals like this. Ganchao, the leader of the Dongdata tribe, explained. Okay, you're happy, but you must put it on and call me when you need it, Adolf said. The phone bug itself is a kind of creature. It can be used just by installing the push-button microphone. It doesn't matter if it is usually removed. After saying that, Adolf also left Greenbit with a group of people. Return to the Kuja pirate ship. Hancock, Sandersonia, and Marigold are here. Violet is not allowed to peek. Adolf waved and took the 3 Hancock sisters to a secret room. What's wrong? Even we are coming. Sundar Sonia was confused. Take off your clothes. Marigold and Sonda Sonia were immediately stunned, their faces turned red and embarrassed. When Hancock arrived, he didn't hesitate and completely trusted him, so he took off all his clothes directly. Turn around. Hancock turned around obediently, and Adolf also lifted his long hair. Use the healing tears just collected to heal the hooves of the dragon on Hancock's back without leaving any scar marks. Disappeared. Completely disappeared. Marigold and Sandersonia cried with joy. Yeah. Hancock also reacted and trembled in disbelief. Could it be that mark? Look. Adolf took out the mirror. His white and smooth back was so beautiful. 2 tears flowed from Hancock's eyes, and the emotions in his heart burst out uncontrollably. Adolf. Thank you Adolf. You gave us new life. Adolf hugged her and comforted her, then think carefully about what reward you should give me. I will give it to Marigold and Sandersonia and take it away as well. Yeah, Hancock nodded heavily, with a blush on his face. So that day I greeted him affectionately with my mouth. Chapter 25 One Piece Speed Version. Boom, a giant 5,000-meter-long Poseidon type. One tail whipped Adolf away. The power carried by the extremely huge body was unimaginable. It was like a mountain fell down, it's so heavy that all the bones in my body are breaking. Adolf held his hands in front of him with difficulty, and his body kept flying backwards. He had been beaten many times. Haha. The giant Poseidon then came and bit into it. The huge mouth was as dark as an abyss and could swallow a huge mountain. Normal attacks are useless at all, they're just like mosquito bites. Huh? Life is stuck on fire. Let's end it. Mermaid Jutsu Uzumaki White Dragon? Adolf suddenly noticed the status of the life card he carried and decided to end it. His hands seemed to be actually grabbing the seawater, and he suddenly threw out a long white dragon that was hundreds of meters wide and tens of thousands of meters wide, and swept away in a turbulent way. Even the giant Poseidon, which was 5,000 meters tall, could not withstand the huge current, and was thrown up and out of the sea 8,000 meters high. But it's not over yet. Murloc Karate Sea Cutting Waves. The right hand is a palm, which is straight like a knife. The blue flowing water is entwined and slashed with the hand knife. For a moment, time seemed to stand still. A fierce surge rose from the sea, just like the sword skill of the sea itself. The sharp water knife cut the giant Poseidon in two, and the waves extended to the end of the sea level. Viewed from the side, it seems as if the seawater suddenly rises from the sky, turning into a water curtain that stretches out, but it has a sharp edge that splits the island. Even the clouds in the sky were cut open by the seawater. Finally, it turned into torrential rain. The Poseidon cut into 2 sections also fell heavily into the sea, exploding into a shocking water curtain. It turns out that fighting is the fastest way to improve your strength. The physical injury is okay and not serious. There is no need to use healing dandelions to recover. Natural recovery will allow the body to grow. Adolf looked at the dandelions in the test tube. He must carry some of these things with him, as well as healing tears, which have better healing effects. It was also because of this that he dared to fight Poseidons in the windless zone without restraint. It can be said that as long as you don't die on the spot and recover, you can be infinitely close to death and tap your body's potential. Hancock reminds me it's time to go back. He took out the life card in his hand, looked at the direction, and quickly moved forward in the sea. With the swimming speed of the mermaid and his strength, the speed was extremely fast. Advertisement, boom. Adolf jumped from the sea and returned to the Kuja pirate ship. The black leopard next to him lay half dead and half alive on the ground. The life card was burning because it was slapped by Hancock. In order to prevent phone snooping bugs, they use this method to transmit information. I've wronged you, little black beast. Adolf looked at the aggrieved black beast amusedly. Adolf. Hancock pounced on him regardless of the seawater on him. Even his clothes were soaked, showing a wet fit. Hancock, we haven't seen each other for a few days and you are so clingy. Adolf hugged Hancock. Maybe Hancock in the anime is not as good looking as Nami Robin and does not deserve the title of the most beautiful woman in the world, but this infatuated girl who has eyes for you is really lovable. Not to mention the great strength, the identity of the emperor of a daughter country, a country of all women. The powerful and arrogant empress has all her eyes on you, who can resist? Adolf, I haven't seen you for several days. I miss you so much every day. Hancock hugged Adolf coquettishly. Me too. Shan Yuichi was so impressed that he thought about it so much. Then we want to take a shower. Our clothes are soaked. Hancock's eyes lit up, and he wanted to be with Adolf all the time. Not now, there are still a lot of things to do. Adolf looked at Violet. Let's go inside and talk. Violet nodded with a slight blush on her face and followed them into the pirate ship. When Adolf was resting with Hancock and other women, she also saw it with clairvoyance. With the ability to stare at the fruit, her sight cannot be blocked even through walls. Then with great curiosity, I watched until the end. Looking at Hancock's appearance now, I'm afraid he is crossing the mountains and ridges more affectionately. First found the marine base you mentioned and determined the location of the things, Violet said. Have you met anyone else during this time? Adolf asked. No, I have been using my powers to observe these days. A ship came hundreds of miles away and then avoided it. The people on the ship did not notice the reaction of the Nine Snakes pirates. They probably didn't see it, Violet said. Well done, Violet, please pass on the memory of what you saw to me. Then focus on observing the major generals and lieutenant generals in the base, as well as the distribution of personnel. It is best to mark them on the map. Hancock, come with me tonight. Violet, please stay on the ship and let the Nine Snakes pirates disappear from everyone's sight. Don't let anyone discover it. Only the three of us know about this matter, not even Marigold and Sandersonia can tell it. Adolf said very solemnly, because the matter is too important. Advertisement, yeah. The two nodded. It's late at night. Boom, a 3,000-meter giant Poseidon suddenly flew up and landed heavily in the shallow sea. Immediately afterwards, another giant 3,000-meter Poseidon fell. The two Poseidons are like two giant mountains. Even if they are separated by an abyss, they will cause violent earthquakes in the nearby islands. Wow. The impact of the fall set off two tsunamis more than 50 meters high, which raged wildly, submerging shoals, mountains, and all the way to the marine base, and even swept away many sailors. It's bad. Two large Poseidon species appeared on the island. It's so big that a tsunami is coming. What? Why is there a large Poseidon class appearing? Quick, everyone come out and stop them. Lanzhou Big Weasel King. The lieutenant general stationed at the marine base rushed out and suddenly ripped apart the tsunami with a flying blade. Hey, it's too big. It's even more exaggerated than our giants. How are we going to fight this? A lieutenant general from the giants said with cold sweat falling from his forehead. The giants are more than 10 meters tall, while the large Poseidons are 3,000 meters long. Even in terms of height, they start at 1,000 meters. This feeling of raising one's head is like a mantis trying to control a chariot. Don't let the Poseidons come ashore. If they run over and destroy the power rock, it will be over. Another lieutenant general gritted his teeth. Huh? Why did the Poseidon return to the sea on its own? Idiot, do you still want the Poseidons to come over? Everyone, go to the beach and be on guard. While they were on tight alert, Adolf Hancock had already gone around from behind and entered the power rock storage room. Hancock directly petrified the jar and the stones inside. Even living things can be petrified, and dynamic rocks are certainly no exception. They also lose the properties of dynamic rocks. Open the jar directly and take it out roughly, then put the fake. That's right, it was a luminous stone like a luminous pearl that had been polished and then painted with dye to make it look exactly like what Violet had seen in his memory. With the processing skills of the failed art student, a group of rough guys could see something through the jar, so he unscrewed his head and soaked it in. Is it possible to blow up one to see if it's true? Now, I truly have the confidence to challenge the world government. If you let me gather the space devil fruit ability again, haha. Adolf looked at the pile of stone eggs in front of him and smiled horribly. Chapter 26 5 Elders, Destruction of Fishman Island. It has been more than 3 months, and there is no news at all. The god of scientific defense, Jago Lucia Satan, held his palm. Those two idiots are probably finished. Let's just destroy Fishman Island. Saint Topman Voshali, the legal martial god, said simply. Let Fegal and Garen Sage go as well. If you dare to do what we did last time, we will kill him together, said the Wano-style financial god of war, Izambalon v. Nishiro Sage. The Fishman Island seems to be carrying the flag of the Whitebeard pirates, said the environmental martial god Marcus Masheng. It doesn't matter. If they dare to come, they will be destroyed. The most indispensable thing in this sea is pirates. Shepherd 10 Peter, the god of agriculture and martial arts, completely ignored the so-called title of the strongest in the world. It should have been like this a long time ago. I've been waiting for so long in vain. Then it's decided, publish the newspaper and destroy Fishman Island in 10 days. Exterminate all fish. The authority of world noble cannot be challenged. In just a few minutes, the supreme power of the world government decided to exterminate a race. Just like the many races that have been wiped out, only a few are left wandering in the sea, hiding incognito. After receiving the order, the Marine Headquarters Fleet Admiral ordered a large number of coders to be quickly summoned to cope warships. Adolf is not good. The world government has sent a report that Fishman Island will be destroyed in 10 days. Hancock ran in with the newspaper, extremely anxious. Adolf's heart sank after reading the newspaper. The other people in the room didn't even dare to breathe, and looked at him worriedly. Although it was expected, it's still a pity. I thought that kidnapping the Tianlong people would buy me more time, but I didn't expect it to happen so quickly. If you can give me 2.5 years, the world government. Adolf sighed. Do you want to go back to Fishman Island? Hancock stood firmly behind him. Even if it brought disaster to Amazon Lily, this is the love brain. Adolf pressed the back of Hancock's hand and nodded. This incident happened because of me. I can't pretend like I didn't see anything and let so many people suffer from me. According to his original plan, after he had a little bit of strength and could carry it for a few times, he would go to Mr. Kaido for further training. By the way, Yan Calamity Jin's racial lineage was solved, and a wave of explosions took place. Then there is the blood factor of Big Mom, and finally the power of the Whitebeard monster. After practicing hard for 2.5 years, he didn't allow anyone to speak loudly. But the plan couldn't keep up with the changes. He couldn't watch the Fishman Island being destroyed because of him, and he couldn't accept the education he had received. Next, please keep an eye on the movements of Marine and World Government. I'm going to see Doflamingo. That bad guy Doflamingo. Violet undoubtedly hated and was afraid of the bad guy who almost destroyed her country. He is engaged in the arms business in the underground world. He has a large territory in North Blue and can provide me with enough ammunition. Don't worry, if he dares to take advantage of the kingdom of Dressrosa, I will let him die in the sea. He will be useless once I survive this period of time. I can't compare with you in my heart. You are my own person. Adolf stood behind her to comfort her. Well, I believe you. In special circumstances, there is nothing we can do. Violet's face turned slightly red. After spending this time together, she believed in Adolf very much. Exciting things are often seen on the ship. Adolf thought for a while and rubbed his hands at high speed. After a while, a milky white viscous liquid appeared, like high-concentration dish soap. Then he blew a strong breath at the place where his hands were closed, and a huge bubble blew out, wrapping the Nine Snakes pirate ship with great resilience. At the same time, the seawater below is discharged, fully possessing the coating properties. The coating was rubbed out by hand. In the final analysis, coating is the use of bubbles. Fish can secrete special mucus. Mermaid body fluids are processed to be stronger than ordinary coatings. Okay, go ahead and don't let others discover you on the way. It's not the right time to expose yourself yet. Advertisement Adolf warned. His Majesty the King is in trouble. Something serious is going to happen. The catfish mermaid wearing a top hat came in anxiously holding a newspaper. What's wrong, Minister Zuo? Has something happened to Odahime? King Neptune of Fishman Island looked at an extremely huge coelacanth mermaid. No, read the newspaper quickly. What? The world government is going to destroy the Fishman Island in 10 days. Exterminate all the fishmen and mermaids. Neptune was horrified and lost all his strength. What? The world government wants what to do? Fishman Island can't resist at all. The right minister panicked, completely panicked. Don't tell Odahime about this first, Neptune said quickly. But the newspaper has spread on Fishman Island. Everyone is panicking and wants to escape from Fishman Island. Bang stirrup. Princess Odahime stood behind. She had heard it, and her tears could not stop flowing. Obviously, we have already obtained the documents signed by the Tianlong people. We are just a little short of landing on land, but why? Why at this time? No, I have to take action. We want the world government to see our determination. We are longing for peace, we are not bad people, and we will not harm others. Sign. Everyone should sign faster. Princess Odahime rushed out in panic. Go and call Jinbei. Neptune was so anxious that the sky was falling. Run. Fishman Island is going to be destroyed. It's over, it's all over, we will be hunted endlessly from now on. Adolf. It's all his fault, it's all that guy's fault. Hurry up and pack your bags and run away. If you don't run away, it will be over. Fishman Island has a population of 5 million, and everyone was horrified the moment they saw the newspaper. That is the judgment of death. We can't run, no one can run, after leaving Fishman Island. Where can we go? Where is the sunshine and air? Princess Odahime's anxious voice came from the broadcasting phone bug. It will be solved, it can be solved. Let's express our wishes to the world government together. As long as we work together and express that we have no ill intentions, we will be able to do it. Dover, there is no one on the island. Pika blended into the rocks and inspected them. Hey, we won't have to wait for him, Torble snorted impatiently. Wait a minute, this is a big deal worth billions. Diamante got off the boat. You guys, please unload the cargo from the ship, Doflamingo directed. Then when should we wait? Wait a minute, after all, this is. Whoa, whoosh, don't call, it's already here. A polar bear-like sea beast emerged from the water. The huge figure stands 100 meters high, equivalent to a 33-story building. It is tall and fierce, and the shadow is full of oppression. An ordinary pirate ship is like a large toy ship in front of it. Advertisement, and on its back is a mermaid with a slender sky blue scaled tail. Bah! Adolf the Godslayer, the bounty is 1 billion Baileys. The man who killed the celestial dragons and forced Marine Fleet Admiral Sengoku and Admiral Akainu to kneel. Doflamingo grinned from the corners of his mouth to the roots of his ears and laughed wantonly. It was clearly a laugh, but it revealed unspeakable unruliness and cruelty, as if he suddenly burst into violence the next moment. Without any further ado, let's get straight to the point. Have you brought the samples? Adolf got off the sea beast and scanned it around. His eyes paused for a moment on Monet, Sugar, and Baby 5. 2 strategic god-level fruits, 1 Logia, and both are beauties. Let's wait until the incident on Fishman Island comes to an end before attacking Doflamingo. Time is too tight now. Did you bring your deposit? Doflamingo stepped on the wooden box and refused to budge. The members of the Don Quixote family vaguely surrounded him, with cruel expressions on their faces. It doesn't look like they have any money. You dare to come without money? Are you kidding our Don Quixote family? It's okay to pay with your 1 billion heads. Mermaid karate shui fist. Boom, Adolf ignored them and punched out directly. The white water vapor was like a particle cannon. Doflamingo quickly dodged the punch. However, behind him, countless trees were destroyed, a 2.5-meter ravine on the ground extended for hundreds of meters, and a hole opened in the belly of a mountain. You guy. The veins on Doflamingo's forehead popped out and his blood vessels writhed. No one could bear to be killed suddenly, let alone a cruel person like him in the underground world. However, Adolf had already opened the wooden box and started inspecting the goods, and took out a cannonball. Everyone in the Don Quixote family used their abilities to attack this guy who dared to offend their young master. Sticky flow. Stone. The bullfighting chief. The helmet exploded. Snowstorm. Boom buzz. However, one move after another was raised. Adolf's eyes were cold and cold, black thunder swept across, and strong oppression swept away. Everyone stopped suddenly, their pupils trembled, their bodies trembled, and their teeth trembled. Conqueror's domineering spirit. Are you kidding me, another conqueror's? Is the new world so crazy? No matter what anger or cruelty, hold it back. At this moment, they felt like clowns. Chapter 27 Water of Life. This guy. Doflamingo suppressed his temper and began to look at Adolf squarely, instead of treating him as a lucky man who had the good fortune to kill the celestial dragon and become famous. Adolf withdrew his gaze and ignored it. He weighed the black cannonball in his hand and threw it towards the distant mountain. Boom. The fire expanded, and a pit 2 to 3 meters deep exploded. Black smoke billowed, and shadows accompanied the burning fire. The cannons in this world are similar to red cannons. Most of the cannonballs are solid bullets, or explosive bullets with fuses, which need to be ignited with fire before firing. But trigger explosions are not unheard of. The slave collar is one of them. Even the celestial dragons dare to sit on it. This shows that it has never gone wrong and the stability is very good. This kind of artillery shell does not require a fuse, and will not become wet and unusable in the sea, but it is undoubtedly much more expensive. It's okay. How much is a shell like this? Adolf asked directly, showing no sign of what he had just done. 10,000 belly. Doflamingo quoted. 10,000? One piece? Adolf's eyes turned cold. It felt like being slaughtered like a pig. Hey, this is a new type of artillery shell used by Marine. Not many underground arms dealers can produce this kind of product. The iron material is almost enough to forge a sword. Doflamingo introduced. Adolf just remembered that Zoro was in Rog Town. The worst public sword costs 50,000 belly. How good can you say the quality is? What's more, the price on the black market will definitely be higher. It wouldn't be surprising if it doubled. It's not like a merchant ship has been robbed and is in a hurry to get rid of it. Then I want 500,000 coins. 500,000, 5 billion baileys? The Don Quixote family all grinned. This is a huge business, nearly half of the gold in the sky. I don't have cash, so just use this to pay. Adolf took out 5 test tubes from his arms, which contained a small drop of transparent liquid. You won't tell me that this is worth 5 billion. Doflamingo's cruel temper has risen again. This is treating him like a monkey. A warship is only 100 million baileys, and an unknown devil fruit is 100 million baileys. What is this? One bottle can cost 1 billion. The rest of the Don Quixote family couldn't stand it any longer, so they made it clear that they wanted to rob. This is called Water of Life. It has the ability to restore all injuries to living creatures. Even if there is only one breath left, even if it penetrates the heart, it can be restored. The simplest and crudest way to use it is to risk your life. For example, if a top warrior like Whitebeard in the sea recovers from injuries and illnesses, how much more power can he gain? Strong warriors like Kaido and Charlotte are fighting for their lives. Who else can compete with them at the same level? These strong men are fighting for their lives unscrupulously. Who else can stop them? But as long as there is a bottle of Water of Life, he will be the last one standing. A bottle costs 1 billion, do you still think it's expensive? Adolf shook the 5 test tubes in his hand. The clear liquid attracted everyone's attention and became so moving and bright, as if it was glowing. Put it this way, 1 billion seems really not expensive. Advertisement swallowing secretly, as a pirate, he understands the feeling of hanging by a thread. If there was a chance to buy a life for 1 billion baileys, no one would hesitate. Of course, the premise is that the pirate has so much money, that is to say, it is only for high-end and powerful pirates. A country can collect 10 billion belly from the sky. Who is a more powerful pirate who doesn't own 1 or 2 island countries? Big Mom controls more than 30 small island countries. 1 billion. Is it really a lot? Adolf's words are full of seductive temptations, as if you can bring him back to life and be invincible if you have him. Young master. The Don Quixote family looked at Doflamingo one by one. At this moment, they were really moved. Whether you resell it or keep it to save your life, it is a very good choice. Ha. What you said really moved me. Is it a living devil fruit? Or a scientific research product? How can I be sure of its effectiveness? Doflamingo looked at Adolf, grinning wildly. Effect? I hope you can come and experience it for yourself. I'm also worried that you might miss the mark at the critical moment, so it's necessary for you to know who you are facing. Even if I fail in the subsequent confrontation, it will still be more than enough to save my life and come back to hunt you down. Adolf looked at Doflamingo and ignored the first question. You guy. Floating fruit Diamante couldn't bear it anymore. This guy didn't take them seriously at all. Others were on guard to prevent Adolf from making a sudden move, and were also preparing to attack. Doflamingo's face darkened, and his eyes could not be seen clearly under his sunglasses, but he soon burst into laughter again. Ha! This battle can be avoided. If you have that strength, why not think about how to deal with the next battle? Just test whether the goods are genuine or not. He randomly selected a lucky guy and raised his hand. Wait, young master, I. Bounce the thread. The undetectable line segments flew like bullets, passing through the heart in an instant, and the powerful impact tore the heart into pieces. Doflamingo set his sights on Adolf and said, It's your turn to perform. Adolf opened a test tube and poured the water of life onto the wound. It miraculously healed in an instant. It was that simple. Okay, it's completely fine. The younger brother stood up and jumped excitedly. Really, this thing is really so effective, it can even destroy your heart. Advertisement. Everyone was surprised. If it weren't for the blood on the younger brother's chest, they would all have doubted whether they had seen it wrong. Wait a minute. This portion is worth 1 billion Baileys. How dare you waste 1 billion Baileys, go to hell. Torbil reacted and used his ability to kill him with great annoyance. Before he was happy, he died again in 2 seconds, and this time he died like a scum. The other low-level boys trembled when they saw it, and they also felt silent for this companion. What a bad luck. It's a good thing, but it's hard for me to do things for you without cash, Adolf. For such a big order of 500,000 pieces, and you don't have cash, even if I want to join forces with other underground arms dealers, there is nothing I can do. Doflamingo spread his hands and expressed embarrassment. He couldn't be allowed to contribute money and effort, right? Then dilute this thing. The value of the panacea is even more profitable than arms. The noble king is willing to pay for his own life. Adolf threw the healing urine in his hand. Bah. Those garbage are really willing to spend money on themselves. Doflamingo caught the 3 bottles of test tubes and laughed full of ridicule. That's right, it's healing urine, not tears. Whoever eats the devil fruit is who he is. The healing fruit heals the person. The tears shed are healing tears, and the urine is of course healing urine. Even healing excrement. Evil cruel points to healing blood, but that's not necessary. For others to use, there is no psychological burden at all with feces, urine, etc. Even Princess Manchili blushed and dared not go out. Excessive shame. It's just that the little humans are too small. They are only as big as an ordinary person's fist. What they can pee and pull out is pitifully small. All I can say is, drink more hot water. The advanced application of the healing fruit is to restore everything to its original state, regardless of organic and inorganic, even restoring physical strength, restoring life, restoring age, and such bug-like operations are not impossible. It all depends on development. As long as you use it, it will be counted on your head, and these 4 will be considered as your deposit. Doflamingo added. I don't care how you got here, but I haven't seen 100,000 shells after 8 days. Just wait and fill them up. The remaining 400,000 shells need to arrive within 2 months. Adolf can completely accept it. He even had it with him, but he didn't take it out. Follow him, and then send what I want back to Fishman Island. He turned around and ordered to the tame polar bear and sea beast behind him. Ouch. The polar bear-like sea beast patted its chest and nodded repeatedly. The sea beast itself has certain intelligence, but it can only be tamed by strong men from the mermaid or Fishman tribe. Ha. Then I'll wait and see. Don't die so easily. Doflamingo couldn't help but look up to the sky and laugh wildly, waving his hands as if to tear everything into pieces, full of chaos and madness. At this moment, I hope Adolf can win. Let those high-ranking guys fall off the altar. Chapter 28 Whitebeard Pirates. Dad, our flag is still flying on Fishman Island, and the world government doesn't take us seriously at all. How dare you make such a big show of it? It's so arrogant. Captain Namir, Fishman Island is your country, you should say something. Father, give the order. On the Moby DK, the crew members of the Whitebeard Pirates were all shouting unhappily. The island flying their flag still dares to be destroyed at any time. Doesn't this mean they want to start a war with them? Idiot, stop making noise. Marco had a headache. He was really tired from being a nanny all day long. There is an old man holding a bottle on top, and a group of howling idiots below. Every worry free. He raised his head and looked worriedly at the Whitebeard beside him. Dad, stop drinking, your body is. If you can't even drink wine, life will be too boring. Whitebeard didn't pay attention at all. He poured wine bottles and newspapers in one hand and poured down the wine. Although it is not possible to wear a hanging bottle every day in the future, depending on his physical fitness, the pain does not break out in one day. This is a long-term deterioration process. As a pirate wandering on the sea, there are people coming to challenge him every 3 days and wiping the butts of his idiot sons, but there is no way he can compare with the old guys from Marine Garp and Sengoku Konku. Marco, Whitebeard and other strong men suddenly noticed something and turned around to look. At the next moment, the sea surface exploded, and a huge figure appeared, a huge sea beast like a black panther. However, compared to giant pirate ships like the Moby DK, it's a little worse. Sea beast? Ha, let's have a snack today. The first reaction is not fear, but the prey that comes to their door. This is the confidence given to them by their strong strength. Just like wealth and low self-esteem will not appear in one person at the same time. Don't rush to do it, this has an owner. Marco scratched his head and looked at the man on the sea beast with embarrassment. Just after he finished speaking, a figure jumped down from above. Ah, Adolf. Ha 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 ha. Banquet, banquet, brothers are having a banquet. Advertisement. Everyone's eyes widened, and then they burst into laughter the next moment. Now Adolf is really famous all over the world, even more famous than those big pirates. Which pirate is so strong that Marine Fleet Admiral can kneel down and hold his head? Just this newspaper cover, countless pirates cut it out and put it on the ship. Even a large amount of printing was stuffed into the cannon and fired towards the branch base, which was full of ridicule. It can be said that this newspaper is the best bought by Lunaria, the most promotional, and the most eye-catching. Of course, the old bird also hides and travels all over the world for this reason. The banquet will wait until first defeat the Marine Fleet. Adolf looked up and looked at a man who was as tall as a giant and full of domineering power, as if he stood tall and tall. This is not talking about body shape, but physique, a long-term momentum. Even just sitting there, it feels like an insurmountable mountain. His heart was filled with excitement when he saw it. Not only did it not become a mountain that he couldn't climb in his heart, it actually stirred up waves. I want to give the man who is called the strongest in the world a try, and I even want to acquire his talents. Think of it as Pray Edward Newgate. Whitebeard looked at Adolf and saw the fighting spirit in his eyes. Gla la la la. Brat, you also want to challenge me? Whitebeard laughed heartily and boldly. This is also one of the purposes of my coming. Adolf made no secret of his purpose. Huh? Challenge Dad? You're kidding. Don't think you're qualified to challenge Dad because there's a bounty of 1 billion Baileys on your head. You be asterisk 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 D. Before, a guy named Shaw Crocodile came to challenge Dad, but Dad tied him to a fishing rod and fished with the golden hook in his left hand. Let us come and play with you, little mermaid. Ha 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 ha. Everyone in Baituan laughed out loud, not believing that Adolf had that kind of strength at all. If he was strong, how could he be captured and auctioned as a slave? Gla la la la. The kid is really awesome now, let's give it a try. Whitebeard laughed boldly and stood up, pulling out the machete from behind. In the Sabaody Islands incident, almost all pirates had a special liking for Adolf. There is no way, this will make them happy for the rest of their lives. Wait a moment, let's finish talking first. Adolf stopped. Advertisement. He also really wants to fight immediately and gain that monster-like power. It's about Fishman Island. Whitebeard sat down again, picked up the wine and took a few sips, his expression darkened. Sure enough, it's still the same thing. Marco's head hurt, and he looked vaguely at the captain of the 8th Division, Namir. To be honest, he really didn't want the Whitebeard pirates to have a head-on conflict with the world government because of Fishman Island. Following Whitebeard along the way, he saw the true strength and size of the world government. Only a kid who doesn't understand anything and hasn't seen the cruelty of the sea will be passionate and fearless. Because of ignorance, I have no fear. Yes. I hope the Whitebeard pirates can provide 300,000 marine shells. Of course it won't be for free, I can buy them with Bailey. Adolf said directly. Huh? Whitebeard and Marco were stunned at this. Marco asked confirmingly, do you want to resist the world government's destruction of Fishman Island on your own? You can only protect Fishman Island by yourself. We must also learn to stand bravely in the sunshine on our own strength. We are a race that lives in the sea, and we are the darlings of the sea. As long as we muster the courage, no one can defeat us. Adolf's extremely certain and firm tone. Although a person has come to this world of pirates, his spirit and soul will always come from a nation that cannot be crushed. Gula la 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 la. I underestimate you a little, Adolf. Whitebeard is full of pride, even his blood boils with these words. Marco stood there blankly looking at him. He originally thought he was here to ask for help. He even thought of all kinds of unbearable scenes where he would cry and beg, but he never expected that it would turn out like this. And at this moment, he seemed to see the real phoenix in Adolf, the indelible will. If you just rely on your spirit, you can't do anything. Teach grinned while holding the cherry pie, but if you don't have such spirit, you can't do it. Chapter 29 Robbery of Marine Base. What's that? Whitebeard watched Adolf take out 3 test tubes. Water of life. I sold it to Doflamingo for 1 billion Baileys per test tube. 1 billion Baileys. Just one drop. Isn't it too expensive? Everyone's eyes were about to fall out of shock. Adolf opened the test tube and threw out the liquid inside, landing on Whitebeard. Whitebeard didn't resist, and let it fall on him, but with a little curiosity. At the moment of contact, a miracle happened. The scarred body that had experienced thousands of battles recovered in an instant. Especially the ailments that bothered Whitebeard have all disappeared. The healing fruit can of course heal not only injuries, but also illnesses and poisonings. It can be said that any side effects and adverse conditions can be cured. This is the devil fruit. Yeah, almost at the same time, Whitebeard felt a long-lost sense of relaxation, and his heart was beating strongly. Boom buzz. The powerful aura is raging, as if a sleeping beast has awakened, causing inexplicable strong winds to rage. What's going on? What's wrong with Dad? What did this guy do? It couldn't be poisoning, right? You idiot, open your eyes and look, all the injuries on Dad's body are gone. Marco, who had been listless all the time, also opened his eyes wide. Dad's disease is cured. Whitebeard's intravenous drip was never a shock. What really troubled him was illness, which occurred as the body aged. Even people like Roger would die soon due to illness. Zephyr also suffered a decline in combat effectiveness due to asthma. Gu la 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 la. It's so relaxing like never before. It feels like I'm back when I was young. Whitebeard stood up, his strong body full of strength, and a powerful force from the inside out came out. Kid, you should have waited until the challenge was over before giving this to me. There is no chance of winning now. Whitebeard drank a few more gulps of wine. It was so satisfying. I didn't think about defeating you now. Wouldn't it be nice to see the world's strongest in all-round condition? Adolf said with a smile. Dad, it's better to drink less wine. Marco, the pineapple head, was helpless. It's so rare to be so happy. How can I skip the wine? Whitebeard was a little helpless, but he was also very happy for this son who cared about him. This was his one piece. Ha, Marco, Dad's injuries are all healed. Let's have a banquet, the banquet gangster said happily. Hey, you guys have to work. 3 bottles of water of life worth 3 billion belly in exchange for 300,000 cannonballs. Adolf is very troubled by this group of stupid pirates. Even the Whitebeard pirates, who have a better reputation, are still pirates who burn and plunder. But there is no way. It is difficult for good people to survive in this world, let alone support a force. Advertisement, 300,000. Are you going to destroy a country? Buster Call doesn't even have so many shells, but it doesn't seem like much to use against the world government, right? Brothers from Division 3 are coming with me to rob the Marine base. This is Team 4. Team 5 gathers. Where are the members of the 6th Division? Don't let others get ahead. Suddenly, the people who were still shouting about the banquet immediately went out to sea, and the atmosphere became like a competition. Marco was puzzled. Dad hasn't said anything about these idiots yet. What does it matter? I am also very happy that my son showed his filial piety to his father. Whitebeard was moved and shouldered a huge responsibility on his shoulders. This thing has 1 billion bottles, and you already know the effect. The best way to use it is to fight for your life in high-end battles, without worrying about mere fatal injuries. Adolf threw the remaining 2 bottles to Whitebeard. 2 strong men of similar strength had seriously injured each other. You suddenly took out a bottle of red, and the gap widened instantly. To the extreme. Bet on lives and dig out each other's hearts. I just don't know if these big and arrogant pirates can pull off the dirty tricks. If they are too stupid, they might take them out and throw them to the ground. Because I feel despicable. A mere fatal injury. Everyone looked at Adolf speechless and could not speak. Marshal D. Teach looked at the 2 bottles of test tubes and couldn't help but ask, is this a devil fruit ability? Or is it a scientific potion? Does the panacea really exist? Adolf looked at him and saw that he was still a fat man who got along well with his companions. He didn't even have a beard, and he didn't have the slightest trace of cruelty, greed or sinister ambition. He smiled meaningfully, secret. He quite recognized Teach. Among all the pirates, he was the only one who seriously played the role of a pirate, not the Prince's Travels. Although they are sinister and cruel, they are ordinary people. Quietly lurking in daily life, risking everything to seize the only opportunity that comes your way. Ah, sorry, this is a treasure worth 1 billion Baileys. Teach scratched his head in embarrassment, looking harmless. Then Whitebeard, let me see the strongest person in the world next. Adolf was furious. Warring States period Akainu's bloodline factor allowed him to grow rapidly, and he could no longer restrain his greed for monster-like power. La 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 la. Then come back, Edward Newgate laughed. Report, this is the Whitebeard pirates surveillance ship, we have discovered Adolf. Adolf. Finally out. Veins popped up on Sengguo's forehead, and uncontrollable anger burned in his heart. Advertisement, ha, don't be angry at Sengoku. Ask that boy what he's doing, and ask Whitebeard to rescue him. Garp couldn't help but burst out laughing, not trying to comfort him at all. A-hole, you're laughing too. It's embarrassing for our whole marine family. Sengoku couldn't help but roared over. Randomly holding back his anger on the phone, he asked, what did that kid do? The phone bug perfectly imitates the Sengoku period of gnashing one's teeth but having to endure and maintain rational restraint. It's too far away to confirm, but the captains of each division of the Whitebeard pirates suddenly went out on a boat. Going out. At this time, Warring States frowned and felt extremely suspicious. The distance was too far, otherwise he would directly see that Whitebeard had recovered from his injuries and illnesses, but Marine knew that it was only a matter of time. Oh no, Whitebeard is attacking us. Boom, bang, bang. Even though it was hundreds of miles away, a warship was torn apart in an instant, everyone was shocked to death, and then was submerged by a raging tsunami. That guy with Whitebeard isn't going to Fishman Island, is he? Garp asked while chewing senbei. If Whitebeard wants to intervene, things will be complicated. We are not ready for a full-scale war with Whitebeard, and fighting under the sea is also very detrimental to Sakaski and the others. Warring States also became embarrassed. The 3 major generals now are not 8 years from now, and they have not yet grown to that point. But now Whitebeard is not old and seriously ill for 8 years, and he is not still dragging out the diaphragm before the war. It can be said that there is a huge difference in combat power. Especially at the bottom of the sea, if the Junjen fruit goes crazy, no one with abilities will be able to escape. Who is not afraid of this? Garp, you. Huh. Where's Garp? Sengguo suddenly came back to his senses and realized. War. Warring States Fleet Admiral, Lieutenant General Garp said that he will go back to the East Daxia Sea for vacation. This year's leave will be taken early. The adjutant next to him was even more embarrassed. What? Garp you guy. Zongwoki's nose was crooked. He actually ran away when he was needed at such a critical moment? But something happened that annoyed him even more. Sengoku Fleet Admiral is in trouble. The G7 base has been attacked. It's the Whitebeard pirates. What? Requesting support. G8 base was attacked by pirates. It's Diamond Josie, come to support. Foil Beasta appears at G9 base. Hold on, I've asked Perusalino to support him. Damn it. Does that Whitebeard guy want to start a war? Sengoku clenched his fists to suppress his anger. Chapter 30 Ruler of the Sea, Mermaid Karate Shui Fist. Adolf was in the sea and punched out. The water cannon roared straight, like a particle beam passing through. The sea surface gave way and formed a groove of airwaves. The best is like water, the softest is hard. A drop of water can penetrate a stone. Even if the water is soft, its power is boundless. If the high pressure is bundled into one point, it can penetrate even the hardest steel. To some extent, this is already a molecular level attack. Water molecule beam. Gu la la la. The kid has a lot of trouble, so I should be a little more serious. Shocking knife jade broken. A ball of twisted white light energy condensed on the blade, and it suddenly split the atmosphere with a slash. The entire atmosphere in front shook, turning into a shattering impact that tore everything apart. Although it is invisible, it has the power of destruction that is invisible to the naked eye. In other words, what is invisible to the naked eye is truly terrifying, because this is beyond what the naked eye can see. The sea was shaken and swept away by huge waves. This truly shows the terrifying power of overwhelming rivers and seas. Boom. The two attacks seemed to cross space and collide in vain. Visible airwaves and waterwaves erupted from the interaction, and the seawater was pushed away for hundreds of meters, forming a huge depression. Crash. The impact and airwaves immediately set off a tsunami tens of meters high, and waves swept towards the distance. The whole sea area is turbulent. It was like a punch hitting the table and shaking the cup up, causing water to surge up and splash across the entire sea surface. The sea is like this, and the atmosphere is even more like this, with violent wind and waves sweeping across the sky. Hurry and grab the boat, don't be thrown out. What kind of monster is that guy? He can actually take a blow from Dad? How was he enslaved? Was he captured after a shipwreck? Idiot. She is a mermaid. How could there be a shipwreck? Namur. Why didn't you tell such a strong guy earlier? Didn't I say it? I didn't know him before. On the Whitebeard pirate's ship, everyone hugged the hull tightly, and some people were even carelessly thrown out. In this rough sea, the Moby DK seemed extremely small, and the waves were violently bumping and undulating. Ha. Whitebeard. Adolf rolled up the waves and sat on the wave, completely excited. I came to this world as a slave and started hiding myself. I could only fight with Poseidons and sparring with Hancock. I have never had such a passionate battle and vented all my power. Advertisement, la 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 la. Attack as much as you like, it's been a long time since I felt such a relaxed body, let me move around. Whitebeard laughed boldly, and even took the initiative to attack. Shocking sword slash. The vibrating force that distorted the atmosphere condensed on the blade, and it was swung downwards with all its strength, splitting the atmosphere, and the sea was torn out of a 1,000-meter rift, like a vibrating strike in destruction. Mermaid Karate Sea Cutting Tide, a slashing attack from the sea, as if the sea itself had taken action. While the sea splits, the sea fights back. Both have the terrifying power to tear the island apart. When the two collide, an unimaginable scene happens. A huge cavity 1,000 meters deep was instantly discharged, revealing the seafloor rock that was riddled with holes and turned into powder. However, in the sky above, it was like a sea pillar rising from an island in the sky, stirring up ocean currents that reached the sky, and even penetrated the clouds. The water waves above turn into heavy rain and fall, and the hollow below forms a wave backflow. Mermaid Jujutsu Chinlong Island collapse. The hands grasped the sea as if it were material, and the sea had an invisible tide. The armed tentacles became extensions of the limbs, and they spun around in a circle with all their strength and threw them out. However, the next moment, with the Moby DK as the center, layers of huge waves swept towards the center and submerged it. One wave is higher than the next, from 10 meters at the beginning to even more than hundreds of meters in the back, and the sea is boiling for dozens of miles in radius. Is this guy a devil fruit user? He can actually control the sea? Are you kidding? Can a mermaid do this? More exaggerated than that guy from Jinbei? The tsunami is coming. Protect the ship quickly. Gu la la la. Sons, hurry up. Whitebeard couldn't help but laugh. Shock tsunami. The fingers of both hands were tearing apart, and the atmosphere was twisting visibly to the naked eye. At the next moment, the entire sea was like a circular staircase, showing layers of staggered sea stairs, and the seawater rose and fell in a straight line. 1,000-story tsunamis that were enough to shatter the island were also torn apart by this powerful force. Whitebeard. These two moves of mine are okay. Adolf was not surprised at all. Instead, his tail fin rolled up the water column and attacked Whitebeard at close range. There is something like Neza in the sea, the posture of the Dragon King of the East Daxia Sea, riding on the waves and rising on the water column. Sea Trident. Like Zeus holding thunder as a weapon, he also pulled out a trident made of seawater from the sea. The color of the weapon was entwined with azure colors, and he used the sea as a weapon. Is this the special ability of the mermaids? They can actually control seawater? Whitebeard laughed, becoming more optimistic about Adolf, and at the same time raised his naginata to resist. Boom boom. At the moment of collision, the entire Moby DK sank, as if a giant object of 10,000 tons suddenly fell. Advertisement. The two collided, and Adolf and Edward Newgate looked at each other very close, grinning wildly, with an indescribable lofty ambition. When the stalemate was about to sink into the sea after a breath or two, Whitebeard suddenly pushed Adolf away from an unparalleled monster-like distance, and the ship also suddenly relieved its force and floated up. It's not that Whitebeard can't hold it anymore, but standing on the Moby DK, the ship is going to be stressed, and beyond the critical point, the ship won't be able to hold on. What a terrifying power, truly a monster. Adolf suddenly felt an uncontrollable distance and flew backwards. He suddenly discovered that it was not the Junjen fruit that made Whitebeard, on the contrary, it was Whitebeard that made the Junjen fruit famous. If it weren't for Whitebeard's powerful strength, even the vibrating power of the shockwave fruit would only be the same as that of a person with the East Daxia Sea shockwave fruit ability, shattering a ship, and it might even require direct contact. The vibration in the air is just a wave of air, not the power to destroy the world. That's right. Can't Jinbei catch the current and throw him over his shoulder? Adolf stopped his body, held the armed seawater trident in both hands, stirred up the seawater and waved it away, causing a wave of tens of meters high to rise immediately. He's not as exaggerated as you. He's like the god of the sea. Whitebeard slashed out with his sword and tore the waves into pieces. Adolf passed through the repulsed waves and attacked again at close range with an armed seawater trident in his hand. Hahahaha. Not bad, Poseidon, ruler of the sea. Bang. Boom. With each encounter, the Moby DK shuddered. As the battle progressed, shocking cracks appeared on the hull, and countless wooden boards were torn apart by waves like water cannons. Woohoo! The sea is boiling, the waves are turbulent, powerful storms are raging, and the heavy rain keeps falling like bullets. If ordinary people were here, they would really be blown to the sky by the storm, beaten to death by rain bullets, and their bones would be broken. It can be said that the entire sea has become an enemy. Everyone in the world is against them. They may be overturned at any time. People can't help but worry about how long they can last. This kid's attacks are getting heavier each time, and his growth rate is really amazing. Whitebeard became more and more excited as he swung his naginata. It's like beating a piece of fine gold, taking off the outer shell, revealing the bright light inside. Dad, we can't fight anymore, our ship won't be able to hold it anymore. It's so foul. The sea is not only his weapon, but also a barrier to protect him. Damn it. The mermaid tribe is too shameless. Namur, hold on to the ship. If I hadn't been at the helm, the boat would have capsized. Blah la la la. It seems like the kid can't fight anymore. Let me show you something good, don't die. The veins in Whitebeard's arm popped out, and he opened it with a monster-like force. Immediately afterwards, in addition to the twisted vibration ability, the naginata also had black lightning entanglement and domination. Chapter 31. The King of the Sea. Kacha kacha. Boom, the atmosphere shattered like glass, and golden streams of light poured out with the vibration. The figure among them was blasted away at dozens or hundreds of times the speed of sound, completely like a shadow that could not be caught by the naked eye. Immediately afterwards, the sea was like two legs forced apart, and the semicircular depression 1,000 meters wide was as long as 100 miles away, almost reaching the end of the horizon. The huge waves of national destruction set off by the terrifying shock and impact swept towards both sides, and could completely submerge an island like the kingdom of Dressrosa. In the face of this blow, the islands turned into floating clouds. Ah. Dad, you won't kill him, will you? Quick, go to the rescue. On the Moby DK, every eyeball was about to pop out, and they suddenly became more panicked. Whitebeard still had more to say and laughed boldly, Gulu la 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 la. That kid won't die that easily. When their father said this, they all felt relieved. As a strong man on the sea, he still has this control. The mermaid tribe is really powerful in the sea, and they can actually fight with Dad to such an extent. I have never seen such a strong mermaid, let him join our pirate group. If that guy had attacked our ship from the beginning, we would be in real trouble. What? Attack the ship? How despicable, idiot, we are pirates, isn't it natural to be mean? On the Moby DK, the pirates discussed each other passionately. Seeing such a devastating battle would make anyone excited. And their good impression of Adolf, which was originally just an incident, developed into respect for his strength. Hahahaha, Whitebeard, my blood is really boiling, let's move to an uninhabited island and continue. Huh? Hearing the voice, everyone suddenly turned their heads and looked. What, Adolf? You came back so soon? And unscathed? Everyone couldn't believe that Adolf was unscathed by an attack that could wipe out the island in one blow. Water of life? Marco, the pineapple head, thought instantly. I will lock the blood until this tube is used up. Adolf grinned and took out a test tube of tears of life. What? A whole test tube? That's 10 copies, right? No, at least 20 copies. Doesn't it mean it's worth 20 billion Baileys? Advertisement. UB *********** D is too despicable. It's so enviable to see all the pirates jealous and unwilling. Hey, Whitebeard is more than twice as old as me and several times bigger than me. Why don't you cut off a section from the waist and then fight me? Adolf disagreed. In order to get this bloodlock, he even told a ghost story to trick the little girl into crying. After all, it's better to be a little more particular when using it yourself. Just treat it as a relationship. In fact, he also had a curiosity, wondering if Princess Mangsili's bath water had the same effect. Gu la la la. Sons, find an uninhabited island and let me have a good fight with this brat. Whitebeard laughed boldly. But kid, what happens next is no joke, just what I wanted. Adolf's blood burned and boiled completely, and power continued to pour out of his body, as if every cell was beating. Yes, Whitebeard's strength cannot be fully utilized on the ship. To put it bluntly, a ship is too fragile as a foothold, so you have to be careful. As long as Moby DK is destroyed, even the strongest man in the world will have to drink seawater until he is full and wait to die. How many others can save him? Can Marco enter the sea? Josie himself will be doomed. Only those who have not eaten devil fruits, especially those from the Fishman tribe, can rescue them. If he also enters the sea and launches an attack in the sea, none of these rescuers will be able to escape. Even if he is stopped and rescued from the sea to take a breather, so what? There are no islands or places to stay around. Soaking in the sea is like a tiger waiting to be slaughtered, but it becomes a drag. And is it really difficult for him to destroy the ship? Aren't you anxious about the world government's order to destroy Fishman Island? Marco said helplessly. Of course I'm anxious, aren't we looking for a solution? Adolf clenched his fists, his face full of excitement and madness. Feeling the huge power constantly pouring out of his body, he has confirmed that long-term contact can obtain the opponent's talent. If there is a fierce battle, the energy and spirit are completely mobilized, and this efficiency will be accelerated. Beyond that is combat experience. With the same equipment and the same economy, novice players and professional players are completely different from each other. They even die without even seeing how they died. High-intensity battles not only gain combat experience, but also turn this talent into strength. Fighting is the best exercise. There is no danger in simple muscle training, but there is in actual combat. If you don't work hard or take it seriously, you will only be beaten on the head. Rumble, rumble. The entire island was shaking continuously, and the earth had cracked huge fractures that were 1,000 meters long. Advertisement huge waves hundreds of meters high rose up one after another, directly swallowing the waves in front of them, and continued to beat into the depths of the sea, even exposing the seabed 1,000 meters away from the island. There were even more dark clouds in the sky, as if the doomsday was coming, and it was so dark and terrifying. What's even more terrifying is the collision of countless surging dark red lightnings, a thunderbolt in this doomsday desperate situation. Isn't it just domineering? Who wouldn't be the same? Boom. Then, a figure flew out from the island and exploded into the sea with shocking waves. But the next moment, he turned into a swimming dragon and rushed back with a huge tsunami. That guy Adolf has been knocked away 7 or 8 times, right? He even rushed back. What a luxury. One treatment costs 1 billion Baileys. His strength is entirely due to Pele, which is so enviable. Dozens of miles away, the people on the Moby DK raised their heads desperately to watch, but they could only see the waves of attacks that kept colliding, and at the same time they had to face waves of tsunamis sweeping in. And above the island, Phoenix Marco could see it more clearly at close range. Adolf did rely on the water of life to forcibly block blood, but he became more durable every time, and the attacks he launched became heavier every time. It even made Whitebeard gasp and sweat. I couldn't help but notice, this kid's strength has improved too quickly, and he is actually using his father as a whetstone. When the island almost completely sank into the sea, leaving only a foothold under Whitebeard's feet. The battle slowly ended. Adolf lay exhausted in the sea, letting the waves sweep him away to no one knows where. Dad. Marco came down and stood next to Whitebeard. Marco, when I fought with him, I suddenly felt the limits of human beings. Whitebeard stuck his naginata on the ground, panting slightly, looking at the sea that was gradually returning to calm, and the sea was shining at dusk. When sailing on this sea, everyone must remain in awe of the sea and nature. Even me, Shiki, Roger and those guys are the same. After all, human power cannot fight against this world. When the king of this sea appears, this awe becomes concrete. Whitebeard did not laugh, but looked deeply into the depths of the sea. Dad. That guy Adolf. Marco was shocked. He didn't expect that his father would give Adolf such a high evaluation and call him king. This world belongs to the sea after all, and maybe it will belong to them in the future. Blah la la la. The future will definitely be lively. That guy's ambition will overflow from conquerors. Whitebeard couldn't help laughing. World government, you are in big trouble. Chapter 32 The Naive Princess Odahime. One word from World Noble can exert great power in the World Conference. This is written by World Noble himself. The content is: for the sake of friendly exchanges between the fishmen and mermaids and humans, I agree with the opinions of the signers. In other words, if many people sign, this piece of paper will give us more concrete power. Whether it's migrating to land or showing the world that we have no ill intentions toward humans. Fishman Island, Garelong Court Square. Princess Odahime took out the precious document she obtained from World Noble and shouted desperately to the people of the island. I know you are scared. It's okay. We will be fine. Fishman Island will definitely be able to get through this difficulty. Please express your will to live together with humans and your will to go to land together with your signature. Princess Odahime screamed with all the emotions in her heart, and that strong emotion unconsciously resonated with others for seeing, hearing, and coloring. For ordinary people, this rendering is too strong and affects their thoughts and values invisibly. At the moment of pause, the densely packed crowd burst out with unprecedented enthusiasm and responded to Princess Odahime's call. Princess Odahime, how many people do you think Fishman Island has? There aren't enough boxes to hold it. If you give us more orders, there are still many people who haven't received them. In just a moment, the small signature box was filled. Everyone. Princess Odahime was moved, and at the same time she felt the hope of salvation. Because of the support of everyone on the island. However, at this moment, the noisy sounds disappeared and spread strangely. Huh? Princess Odahime looked up, feeling inexplicably uneasy. The crowd squeezed and forced a way out, no one dared to stand in front of him. It's Adolf. Adolf is here. On both sides of the road, the suppressed voices were full of fear, anger, unwillingness, fear. No one dared to look at him. Adolf. Adolf. When Princess Odahime saw it, her eyes suddenly became sharp, and to everyone's surprise, she slapped out her palm. However, Adolf reached out, grabbed her arm, and lifted her up. Advertisement. He lowered his eyes and looked at her, Princess Odahime. Let the Fishman Island fall into deep crisis and still have the nerve to come back. Soldiers, hurry up and capture him. The right minister of the Seahorse Mermaid shouted angrily. However, with Adolf's cold eyes, several Fishman warriors froze in place, as if they were dehydrated. Why did you do such a cruel and horrific act as killing world noble? Princess Odahime was not afraid even if she was mentioned, and looked directly at Adolf and asked. Why? Because of you, our beloved Princess Odahime, and because of all the beauties of the earthly world you mentioned. Adolf sneered. That's even more outrageous. What good results can be brought by being an executioner? Will you feel happy? Princess Odahime scolded. Ha. Will you be happy if you were captured as a slave? Princess Odahime. You told us about the beauty on the ground. There is more sunshine, more air, forests, playgrounds, and countless things that Fishman Island does not have. Like those children, I yearn for everything you say. So I left the Fishman Island alone and went to the ground, wanting to draw the beauty you mentioned. Then he was caught. Because I am a mermaid, the starting price in the slave auction is 1 million. The price for female mermaids is even as high as 70 million. Do you know how many people there are on Fishman Island because you secretly went to the surface? Do you know what happened to them when they were caught? Adolf couldn't help laughing, his laughter full of sarcasm and anger. Suddenly, everyone in the entire square was speechless. The Sabaody Islands are right next to it, and pirates often go to Fishman Island to catch mermaids for auction, and they know it. Parents of children who often listen to Princess Odahime's stories are even more nervous. They are afraid that their children will sneak out and be caught and enslaved. And those fishmen who had been rescued by the hero Fisher Tiger looked at the stage with great heaviness and clenched their fists. It was a past that was unbearable to look back on. How many of them were influenced by Princess Odahime and became curious about the outside world? You ask me why I killed the celestial dragons? If I don't do that, can I save myself without threatening the celestial dragons? Or will you come to save me? Will you save those who were captured and turned into slaves? Your noble Princess Odahime. Advertisement. Adolf's voice was full of anger and spread throughout the square. It was an unavoidable question. However, there is obviously no answer to such a question, because it is impossible. I'm sorry that it was because of me that I didn't notice your feelings. The anger in your heart hurts my heart. Princess Odahime felt guilty, with snot and tears flowing out of her nose, crying like a child. It was as if he really felt the pain of being a slave. Obviously, as a member of the royal family, you can go out of Longwen City to visit people's livelihood. This kind of thing is already very unusual. She shed tears for a mere civilian, definitely a loving man. Many people who saw this were soft-hearted and pitiful. They were just lowly civilians. How could they make the noble royal family shed tears? But it's not feasible to do this. Doing the same cruel thing to others will only allow hatred to spread. I'm sorry, we are really to blame for not becoming a royal family that the people can rely on. While crying, I felt the same way, and at the same time, I was trying to convince myself that this was wrong, and I was still blaming myself for my incompetence. But, he is really incompetent. Adolf looked indifferently at Princess Odahime, who was crying, and said in a deep voice, Can you really feel it? To empathize means to have eaten our pains, suffered our sufferings, walked our paths, and suffered our sins. Have you ever experienced any of these? No, you have never experienced any of these. You don't know the despair of being a slave. Even if you feel it, can your tears erase the suffering of the victims? Can you revive those who were tortured to death? No way. Your tears have no meaning and can't save anything. They will only make you look incompetent. Adolf showed no mercy at all and could not accept the tears she claimed to feel. As he said, Can tears bring the dead back to life? Ooh. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. The ruthless blow made Princess Odahime look pale, covering her face with her hands and feeling heartbroken. I feel pity for the pear blossom crying like rain. This is not because she used her ability as a weapon, but because she is really helpless in tears. Only children who can cry can get candy. I don't know how many people are soft-hearted. But her emotional resonance cannot have an impact on Adolf, who is determined and mature, so these tears seem particularly incompetent. Chapter 33. Be your own son, Adolf. That's it, let's leave Fishman Island. We still have to solve the problems you left behind. King Neptune of Fishman Island said in a deep voice. He got the news when Adolf came back and came with Jinbei, but he didn't interrupt before. He also thought Adolf's words made sense. As a king, he had an unshirkable responsibility. Oh, how are you going to solve it? Adolf looked questioningly. It relies on the document handwritten by World Noble and the signatures of the 5 million people of Fishman Island, Jinbei said. Huh? Adolf was stunned, looking at the piles of signature sheets in the box next to him, and couldn't help but peeved ha. What are you laughing at? Princess Odahime couldn't help but ask with a mocking tone. Hole, do you know how many people across the country are working hard because of you? Jinbei was annoyed. Adolf took out one of the signatures from the pile next to him. We obviously have the right to choose, but we believe in the tricks of the Draco to deceive children, and we are convinced. Liar? Neptune frowned. Impossible. I went to Marigio and saw the World Noble written with my own eyes, Princess Odahime said firmly. So you've been to Marijoa, so you've also seen the slaves held by the celestial dragons, right? Why did you choose to turn a blind eye? Why not rescue those slaves, at least rescue our compatriots? You said you can feel the pain that happens to us, you really feel the same way. Adolf's sarcasm was really funny. Princess Odahime opened her mouth to refute, but no words came out, and she was stunned. Okay Adolf. Fishman Island is indeed sorry for you, but you are not much better, just tell me why you can't believe it. Jinbei interrupted in a deep voice. Do you still have to ask why? Can those guys from the Tianlong people be trusted? Adolf asked back, but he remained silent as he asked, unable to speak the words that came to his lips. If they are really sincere, they will not capture us as slaves after writing the documents, they will even let go of the original mermaid slaves. This is the minimum attitude. Princess Odahime was as sluggish as if she had lost her soul. She lowered her head and could not see her face. Is there anything you can do to invalidate the Tianlong people? You can't? After landing, 5 million of our compatriots were swept away and turned into slaves. Princess Odahime, can you do anything? Or can Nipton turn the tide? What about you, Jinbei? What can you do in that situation? 5 million compatriots are wailing and enduring torture. What can you do? Desperately, Adolf looked at everyone, but no one dared to look at him. They all lowered their heads and couldn't stand up straight. We should not speculate on others with the greatest malice, but when it comes to the safety of all people in the entire country, we must plan for the worst-case scenario and there can be no gambling. This is the inevitable responsibility of a king. Even if there is just a slight deviation, it may lead to the life and death of tens of thousands of people. Which of you can afford it? As a Huxia people, the thoughts accumulated over thousands of years of history are engraved in our bones. Advertisement. Even a college student appears to be extremely mature and has an overall view of the world. How can you trust those guys? Adolf is right, Princess Odahime is too ideal. The Sun Pirates, the fishmen who had been enslaved by the celestial dragons, gnashed their teeth and were particularly understanding of Adolf. It's so terrible that we almost all became slaves. With a population of 5 million, even if 1% doesn't escape, that's still 50,000 people. The truth, consequences, disaster, and slavery were all laid out directly in front of everyone, making them unable to feel the slightest bit lucky, and even more so, making everyone furious and crazy. In the square, millions of people favored Adolf. Who dares to bet on the morality of others with his own life, especially if this person is a celestial dragon? It's like this at the bottom of the sea. After landing, aren't you waiting to be caught in one fell swoop? Adolf. Hody Jones, who had experienced himself in the military, looked at Adolf deeply. The fact that he killed the Draco made him particularly admire him. And now I have another level of understanding. Then what are you going to do about this matter? If it is not resolved, Fishman Island will be destroyed. We will also be hunted by the world government until we are extinct, Jinbei said solemnly. The corners of Adolf's lips curled up slightly. It's easy to solve. Since they want to do it, let them fight over and destroy Fishman Island. What? Everyone was shocked. But Adolf's eyes became fierce and cruel. The world government will also face our revenge. He came to the center and faced the masses. Everyone, what are you afraid of? What are you afraid of? Leave Fishman Island. Can't we survive? No. The entire sea is our world, our playground. We can live anywhere. Can they still destroy the entire sea? We are the darlings of the sea, born fantasy beasts. We are the phantom clan that controls the right to navigate the sea. We are the ones who have the right to control the sea. Adolf raised his arms high, full of passion, and his strong emotions moved everyone present. He does not have the ability of Princess Odahime, but words are powerful, and he conveys his thoughts in will through speech. Yes, they are a race that lives in the sea. Why should they be afraid? Why should we be afraid? Because of Fishman Island. When did Fishman Island become our spiritual bondage? They should be lucky that we live and work here in peace and contentment, but they dare to treat us as fish, capture us as slaves at will? How dare they? Who gave them the courage? If you dare to come, let them all sink into the sea. Let all the warships in the entire sea sink. Let them regret it for the rest of their lives and regret being enemies of our clan. Can they still prevent us from launching an attack from under the sea? Can they stop it? Can they find it? It's them who should be afraid. It's them who should be afraid. Stand up, my countrymen. Advertisement. Adolf raised his will, filled his words with all the emotion and power, and screamed from the heart. And this is also the truest thought in his heart. How dare those people? They are the sea tribe. In this world, excluding the Red Earth continent, 99% of the world is ocean and only 1% is island land. How dare those people do this to them? Even if the high-end combat power is not comparable, is it possible that each of your warships can be equipped with Grandmaster's knowledgeable lieutenant generals? What about Sahai? If I don't pester you, I only try to poke holes in things, and I can completely cut off all connections between places. Can you still maintain your status? Will the people below you still listen to you? They have 5 million. Break it into pieces and scatter it across the sea, how dare you? Boom buzz. As he spoke passionately, dark clouds rolled in the sky, dark red and black thunder flashed from his body, and an invisible oppression filled the sky above the entire Fishman Island. Only that man seemed stronger and full of aura, it's like the center of the world. This is, kingly spirit conquers domineering spirit. How can it be? Jinbei was shocked and unbelievable. Countless people were dumbfounded, and became even more excited and enthusiastic, looking longingly at the man on the stage who was full of confidence with his hands and feet raised. We are the legendary elves, the darlings of the sea, and natural fantasy beasts. We don't have to envy people on the ground for having sunshine and air, because we can get on land ourselves. No one needs permission. No one needs permission. Let us be our own sun, no need to rely on anyone else's light. Raise your fists and shout, with high morale and a final cry. Adolf! 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 The entire Fishman Island was in a frenzy. They raised their arms and punched their fists, shouting in heart-wrenching responses, their hearts burning. He also repeated the sentence, to be your own sun, you don't need to rely on anyone's light. Granted them infinite power, they have no fear at this moment. Countless voices gathered together, and the shouts shook the sky and resounded throughout the entire Fishman Island. Why are they afraid? They are the masters of the sea. They want to be their own sun. Chapter 34 Become the king of this sea. Elderly children, women, go back and pack your luggage now, and be ready to leave Fishman Island at any time. The rest of my compatriots who are willing to fight side by side with me to defend the freedom and dignity of our people stay. However, after waiting for a while, no one left, as if they hadn't heard anything. Adolf glanced around and repeated, old people, children, women, you can go back and pack your luggage now. However, people on the left and right looked around, but no one left. Instead, someone stood up and spoke. Boss Adolf, we female mermaids are the worst slaves, how can we just let you bleed and fight? That's right, don't treat us as your own, Boss Adolf. If you can't go to the battlefield, you can at least do some logistics and rescue work. One by one, legendary mermaids stood up. They mustered up the courage to join the collective will and fight for their own survival. The little fairy Ziweishing is all because the living environment is so good. Not to mention being in an environment like this where you could be caught as a slave at any time, even Lao Mi can teach you how to behave. Idiot Xiao Puki, you are so young, you should go back and let your uncle protect you. Old men, children and women, please go back. The battlefield is our men's battlefield. It will not be your turn to appear before we are all dead. Don't underestimate us women, or we'll beat you up. B******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* with everyone, igniting confidence and passion, and a certain will was awakened. No matter male or female, old or young, your body is full of strength. Even if there are difficulties and obstacles, you are still fearless. Because this is a fight for themselves, you. Neptune couldn't believe that so many people would join without hesitation, even the weak mermaid women, those children. Ha, you are not hopeless idiots. If you want to join, then come together. Adolf couldn't help but laugh. With so many people following him, how could he be unhappy? Maybe not everyone thinks so, and more people are coerced by the atmosphere and join in the collective will. Human beings are collective creatures. You would definitely not dare to run naked alone, but if you strip naked and walk down the street together, what's the point of embarrassment? Putting on clothes will become a different kind of thing. Adolf. Do you know how many people will die like this? Don't make this mistake again. Princess Odahime couldn't help but worry. She is undoubtedly a representative of the pacifist Madonna, but she cannot be considered a Madonna *ch. Advertisement because she does dare to sacrifice herself instead of just letting others pay. But this feeble approach won't work in the world of pirates where people cannibalize people. Princess Odahime, you are wrong. The crisis on Fishman Island did start with Adolf, but it is also a problem that we on Fishman Island have always faced. Even if we don't go out, we will still be captured and enslaved by the ships. In the past, we have been escaping. Even if our loved ones are caught, we can only do nothing. But now it is time to avoid it. Princess Odahime, you are from the royal family and are protected by so many warriors. How can you understand our fear? Before Adolf could speak, countless people spontaneously stood up to refute. The inner belief was ignited, like a burning fire, and the extremely firm will could no longer be changed so easily, especially after Adolf pointed it out. What's more, now she doesn't even have confidence in herself anymore, and she feels guilty and self-condemned. It should have been like this a long time ago. As a race of the sea, why should we be afraid of those guys who can't even breathe under the sea? That's right, our fishmen are naturally 10 times stronger than humans. We have the advantage of being able to survive in the sea, so why should we be afraid of them? We, the mermaid tribe, swim the fastest in the sea and can come and go freely. Why should we let them do whatever they want in the sea? The previous royal family was too weak, which is why those humans became more and more excessive. Brother Adolf, we will always follow you. The more I think about it, the angrier I get, and the more I talk about it, the more annoyed I get. They clearly have such an obvious advantage. Afraid of what? Is it because there are too many people in the human group? Or is it because Fishman Island will be devastated? Maybe it will be hunted down. But if they couldn't show strong determination, wouldn't they be captured and enslaved? Look at their current living environment. Even if they are like this, they still want to understand and take the initiative to get closer to humans. Are you kidding, Princess Odahime, Neptune? For this world, you are already a good king if you are not cruel and considerate of the people, but if you want to change the living environment of Fishman Island, that is not enough. I'm going to teach you a lesson now. Adolf took a deep breath and shouted with a ferocious face. What you can't get on the battlefield, do you want to get it with just your mouth? Peace is not a gift from God. There is no strong force to curb war. Peace is just a wonderful illusion. Only the peace we control ourselves is the peace that belongs to us. We just want to tell those guys that offense and defense have changed. Advertisement: the enemy can go, and I can go too. As a member of the Yanwang ethnic group, he knows that praying for world peace is useless. As long as the motherland is strong, the world will naturally be at peace for you, and everyone will smile at you. It is true that they are not strong enough now, but they also have the ability to destroy each other. This means that they have mastered the power of peace and must be rewarded by others. A great man once used the tactic of switching houses to make two powerful countries regress. At that time, the country had just been founded, and its nuclear power was inferior to that of the other country. However, such a determination to destroy the country forced the other side to give up a war to destroy the country, and forced the other superpower to retreat. This is peace. Adolf, brother Adolf, everyone shouted wildly, their voices filled with fanaticism and passion, and their faces turned red with blood. Even those delicate female mermaids became crazy and shouted together. Ko can go and I can go, this is what they have always expected. At this moment, everyone shares the same hatred. They have been oppressed for too long, a full 800 years. Become king, we need you Adolf, be king and lead us. Become a king. Become the king of this sea, fanatic shouting, the collective madness almost losing their minds, they needed such a king so much. Bring them peace, freedom, security, confidence, and dignity. Adolf. Does he represent the will of the entire Fishman Island? Is this the true will of the people? Jinbei's eyes widened in shock. It was hard to imagine that he even shouted such a slogan. Unexpectedly. Am I that unqualified? Neptune panicked, got scared, and backed away. He never expected that things would turn out like this, with 5 million people collectively expecting another person to replace him and become king. Why did you choose war? Why? Princess Odahime couldn't understand, and stared blankly at the boiling crowd in front of her and at Adolf. She once pursued everyone for signatures, but now everyone agrees so much that she would not hesitate to start a war with her life. Is it really her fault? But war is wrong. Many people will die, it will bring pain and tragedy, and hatred will be passed on to the next generation. Chapter 35 3-Year Agreement. Adolf looked around, raised his hand, and the whole place fell silent. He admitted that he did want to get the entire Fishman Island. If you want to do something, you need manpower, let alone building a unified empire. Then Fishman Island cannot be let go, not to mention that there are large beauties like Poseidon and Shirahoshi, who are satisfied with having a king just lying in the ravine. It's just that his original plan was to teach under Mr. Kaido and achieve substantial achievements. But I never thought things would turn out like this. As Adolf raised his hand, the audience fell silent and looked at him with burning eyes. And Adolf also looked at Neptune. King Neptune's heart skipped a beat, his eyebrows twitched, and he was sweating profusely. Alexander. Princess Odahime wanted to stop it, but found that she could do nothing. At this point it's useless to do anything, because this is no longer the wish of a few of them, but the choice of the entire 5 million people on Fishman Island. The left and right ministers, Jinbei and others were even more stunned. This change must be too fast. Neptune held his breath and looked at each other for 3 or 2 seconds, and finally lowered his noble head and took off the crown. I am indeed not a qualified king, Adolf. I hope you can really do it. King Adolf. King Adolf. King Adolf. No matter where they are, whether they are old or young, male or female, everyone is excited and shouting with excitement at this moment. Even the quietest mermaid has forgotten his reserve, the weakest man has become passionate, and the old man has forgotten the years, and his whole body is filled with faith and rising sun. They don't know what will happen in the future, but they know that if they don't fight for themselves, they will always be bullied and deserve to be enslaved. Hahahaha. Adolf, King Adolf. This is what the king of Fishman Island should look like. Hody Jones laughed wildly, and he fell in love with him once and became his most loyal follower. However, amidst the cheers of millions of people in the square, his wild laughter did not seem so conspicuous. Now that we have become kings, we make a 3-year agreement here. Adolf raised his arms and made a firm oath. I promise that we will land on land within 3 years without anyone's permission or consent. We will be our own masters. Oh. There's no doubt that the whole audience cheered. They needed such expectations so much. It's not about landing on land, it's about deciding what to do. Advertisement. Adolf gave them hope and confidence, and gathered the seeds of self-improvement. Turning to look at the former king, Neptune, how many troops are there on Fishman Island? Neptune was covered in cold sweat. It should be 700, maybe 800. The right minister said, 1,000 Poseidon troops are all top-notch masters, and 2,000 Nautilus soldiers are responsible for the security of Fishman Island. Adolf was no longer interested in complaining and raised a huge crown in one hand to give orders. From now on, the entire island is on war alert. Recruit 100,000 soldiers and ask them to lift 30 tons of weight with both arms for 10 seconds. The rest of the people pack their luggage as a family unit and are ready to leave Fishman Island at any time. Remember, no matter what happens, you cannot abandon your family. The right minister was shocked and said quickly, "What? Fishman Island can't afford to support so many soldiers, and it will destroy itself. This is not a problem you should consider. What you should do now is obey my order, select 100,000 soldiers as soon as possible, and organize them into a team. If you can't complete it within 2 days, it means that your ability is just that, and you don't need to be the right minister anymore. The Fishman Island is undergoing tremendous changes, and it doesn't need any incompetent people. It won't let any capable people be buried." Adolf interrupted ruthlessly. "Yes." The right minister's heart shrank and he was momentarily nervous. He glanced at Neptune, but Neptune's face was full of helplessness and he could only accept the order. "Minister Zuo, I want you to manage the entire people of Fishman Island and not allow any chaos, and drive out all the humans on Fishman Island. If you can't do that, retire." Adolf looked at Minister Zuo. "Understood." Minister Zuo could only nod. "Quick, go and prepare 130-ton stones for me. No, 1,000 stones. Everyone, please line up for me. Anyone who dares to jump in line will be disqualified." The ministers on the left and right took action quickly. In this world, it is normal for a strong adult doing physical work to lift 1 ton, and 3 tons is considered an ordinary pirate captain in the East Daxia Sea. The wrist strength of the fishmen is 10 times stronger than that of humans. If you select the elite among them, 30 tons is not a particularly exaggerated amount. Among them, the fishermen who make a living by fishing often fight, escape, with Poseidons, and their strength far exceeds 30 tons. Odahime. Neptune huddled in the corner with his tail in his arms, looking lonely at the people in the distance who were enthusiastically signing up. "Neptune, did I do something wrong?" Princess Odahime looked at this scene with confusion. It was clear that Adolf had put Fishman Island into crisis, but he was supported by everyone. Many people nearby noticed them, but they all avoided them. They were not disgusted, but despised. He actually led Fishman Island to live such a useless life for 800 years. How many people have been enslaved and killed in the past 800 years? Maybe we are all wrong. Neptune felt increasingly uncomfortable. He felt ashamed of his ancestors, and felt sorry for his ancestors. It was obvious that they had always been like this. We cannot rely on others, but must rely on ourselves. Jinbei looked at the crowd, his heart widening. Advertisement. King Neptune, Princess Odahime, I have begun to understand Adolf and everyone. The road ahead may be bumpy, but through our own efforts, it will be bright and broad. Nipton, take me to the Dragon King's palace. Adolf came over. Neptune hesitated for a moment, but agreed. Okay, I'll take you there. Jinbei, come too. They flew up into the sky relying on the coral bubbles, and Adolf rubbed the bubbles with his hands and flew up. It is not impossible for mermaids to walk on land by relying on their tail fins. It is indeed inconvenient for mermaids to move, and more importantly, they have to rely on bubbles for assistance. What are you going to do to King Neptune and the others? Jinbei looked at Adolf next to him. Neptune also lowered his eyes and looked. Originally, his huge size was full of oppression, but now he felt uneasy. I won't kill you, but moving out of Dragon Palace City is for sure. I can allow you to build a small separate residence at the junction of Dragon Palace City and Fishman Island. Neptune feels a little relieved, at least his family is free from worries. In addition, I very much hope that you can serve in the military and continue to shine for Fishman Island. As for Odahime, after she changes her mind and understands what self-improvement means, she can consider taking up the role of national ideological education, Adolf thought. Although Princess Odahime has ideological problems, she is naturally friendly and has a domineering attitude that makes her a rare talent. What can he do? He is also helpless. There were only these 3 melons and 2 dates in the entire Fishman Island, so he could only pick and cultivate them. I kind of feel like the ancient emperors had to compromise with the nobles. What do you think of humans? Do you want to completely break with humans? Odahime couldn't help but ask. There is no such thing as a break. We express goodwill to any race, country, or even individual. Anyone who is willing to be friends with us, whether human or any other race, can become our friend. But those who bully, oppress, hostility, and harm us are enemies. This is our position. Princess Odahime, your biggest problem is that you put your hopes in others and don't understand what it means to strive for self-improvement. Especially if this person is a celestial dragon. He looks extremely stupid. Adolf didn't shy away from it. He said he was stupid just to save face. Didn't you see how Shirahoshi and the others were treated in Mariajoya? If it wasn't necessary for the plot, it would be like a joke. Could they go back to the sea? Afraid of becoming RBQ and letting people play to death? 2SK Chapter 36 Weak Lowly Shirahoshi. Bad guy, don't talk about my mother like that. The weak and delicate giant Lowly came out. Adolf stopped and looked. It was just a 6-year-old little Shirahoshi. He was as pink and tender as a weak little pudding. He didn't feel aggressive at all when he was angry. Even at this height, he was already more than double his height of 2.8 meters when he was only 6 years old. Mermaids have tails that are longer than human legs, making them appear more slender. Shirahoshi. My little angel. Odahime hugged her. She also wanted to comfort her with strength now. She had suffered too many blows in one day. Mother Queen. Shirahoshi looked worriedly at Odahime, who was holding her tail. If Shirahoshi hadn't summoned the Poseidon class and demonstrated the power of the legendary Poseidon, she might not have had the courage to go to Mariajoya with the celestial dragons. But without a strong heart, even if you have the power to destroy the world, you will not be able to protect anything. Mother, Your Majesty, Father. The three princes of Shark Star, Emperor Star, and Rolling Star came over. Shark Star, Father is no longer the king. Neptune was embarrassed. What happened? Boss Jinbei. The third prince was shocked and turned to look at Jinbei. This is why Jinbei finds it difficult to explain. This is the will of the 5 million people on the island. They chose Adolf to be the king of Fishman Island. Neptune still took the initiative to speak. What? It was only for a moment. The third prince was completely confused. Didn't they remember that just 2 hours had passed? Which Princess Odahime voting event was not held for half a day and 1 day? In these 2 hours, even the throne was lost. Too fast, Mother Queen. Shirahoshi also looked at Adolf stupidly. To put it simply, your father, Queen and Mother are too weak and cannot lead Fishman Island to strengthen itself, so I have come to take over the position of King of Fishman Island. Adolf was straightforward. It was not him who was embarrassed anyway. Weak? Sharkstar frowned. His eyes filled with anger. My father defeated the pirates and protected Fishman Island, and my mother bravely conveyed our wishes to humans. They are by no means weak. What on earth did you do? Forced everyone on the island to threaten the father, Queen and Mother. The three brothers also didn't believe it, but became alert. Advertisement. Neptune scratched his face when he heard it, and his face felt a little hot. Odahime also shook her head. Shark Star, Emperor Star, Car Star, Shirahoshi. Maybe we are indeed not suitable to be kings. Queen Mother. If you have doubts, then follow up with doubts, but don't hinder me from doing things. Adolf ignored these 3 crooked melons and continued to go deep into the Dragon Palace city. Nipton, tell me how much cash the treasury has, what special items it has, such as devil fruits, famous swords, sea stones, etc. How many weapons can be equipped in the arsenal? How many explosive shells? How many sea beasts have been tamed? Enter how many weapons can be produced in a day in a state of war? What are the taxes on Fishman Island? What are the sources of the national economy? Can food cultivation meet the daily needs of the people? How many soldiers can the food reserves provide? Another question of population is how many male merfolk and female merfolk are there? How many male merfolk and female merfolk are there? And how many powerful people are there on Fishman Island? How strong are they? Do they have any criminal records? Do you know your current address? Finally, the question about Fishman Street is, what is the population of Fishman Street? Who is their current boss? A series of questions directly stunned Neptune. This, that. Sweat was pouring from his forehead, and he stuttered. Adolf stopped and looked at Neptune. I need to deeply understand the comprehensive information of Fishman Island and master it as quickly as possible in order to face all the challenges that follow. This is not the nervousness that primary school students feel when asking questions, but a sense of shame and responsibility. At this moment, Neptune realized that he was so incompetent. This is going to be done in the square. I'm afraid it will be a public execution. I'll be sweating like rain. These are all the responsibility of Minister Zuo. Neptune felt guilty. He doubted that Minister Zuo could not understand such details. Jinbei was speechless. The feeling that I felt so sorry for Neptune disappeared. Veins popped up on Adolf's forehead. In other words, you can't answer anything except taking me to the Dragon Palace for sightseeing and seeing your 4 children. Neptune shrank his head and felt more and more guilty. The 18-meter-tall man was too humble. I can help you suppress them in Fishman Street. What do you want to do? Jinbei asked, helping Neptune relieve the pressure. Advertisement. Of course we will integrate them into Fishman Island and clean up some garbage directly, Adolf said. Integrating into Fishman Island? Jinbei was surprised. Fishman Street is an area where illegal groups gather. If those people enter Fishman Island, there will be serious security problems. Sharkstar frowned. Although he was small, he still had some understanding of the situation in the kingdom, even if it was just a rumor. Fishman Street was originally a large place to house orphans, but it turned into that because of the incompetence of the managers. But why are there so many orphans? Have you ever thought about it? Some of them were parents and relatives who were killed, but there are so many fishmen in Fishman Street. Are they all? My grandparents are also dead? Those trash who gave birth to and abandoned children without raising them. They can be considered murderers. Even if they make Fishman Island a mess, they're doing it themselves. Besides, those guys in Fishman Street are more bloody than you, but they just lack the methods to change Fishman Island and the correct ideological weapons. Adolf glanced at Odahime and Neptune again, causing them to lower their heads without saying anything. The reason why Fishman Island is like this is that they, as the royal family, have an unshirkable responsibility. Not exposing it in front of the children already gives them face. And the words, to give birth to a child without raising him is to kill someone, also silenced Sharkstar and others. Adolf. I want to thank you on behalf of everyone in Fishman Street. Jinbei solemnly bowed his head and thanked you. No need, this is the king's responsibility. Adolf turned and left outside the Dragon King's palace. Odahime and Neptune lowered their heads again and quickly followed. Even the third prince of Sharkstar and Shirahoshi also followed. Mother, I often receive this these days. Shirahoshi took out a note. What is this? Odahime opened it and was confused. Love letter. But Shirahoshi is only 6 years old. Love letter? Where did it come from? Neptune was nervous. He didn't even have the throne, let alone his daughter. I don't know, no matter where I am. I fly here every day. Shirahoshi answered honestly. Fly here by yourself? Others wondered. Adolf frowned. Target fruit. In other words, Shirahoshi Poseidon's secret has been known to several people, which is really troublesome. Chapter 37 million rupees Shirley. Who will catch him? He stole a lot of my money. Hey, get out of here. I have a gun in my hand. I still have a hostage in my hand, don't come close. A-hole, this happened just after Fishman Island saw Hope. Come with me and beat him to death. Don't be afraid to come together. A Murloc boss, a mermaid robber, a mermaid hostage, a group of passionate people. Simple and clear relationship. However, just as a group of people were about to pounce on the robber and tear him into pieces, a thin figure rushed out first and slapped him. My hand. Why does it hurt you? The fishman who was knocked to the ground was speechless. He was the one who was beaten. Princess Odahime? Others around were stunned to see that it was Odahime, and then they reacted. No, she is no longer a member of the royal family. That's right, you shouldn't call yourself princess anymore. Odahime held her hands in pain, but ignored it and looked at the robber angrily and asked, why did you do such a thing as robbery? Shut up. What do pampered royals like you know? There are 10 hungry children crying in my house. The robber fishman raised his gun and roared, and he was also forced to a corner. That's even more outrageous. Will raising a child with stolen money make him happy? Odahime grabbed his collar and slapped him wildly. Parents can't live a spineless life in front of their children. But I also want to apologize to you. Odahime's tears suddenly fell. I'm sorry. We're in the same country, but I don't understand feelings. The pain in your heart also hurts my heart. Ah woo woo. You have your own difficulties too. Odahime's innate ability to see and hear color is not to hear other people's inner thoughts, but to feel other people's inner emotions. The sadness, despair, pain, and desperation. Mother. Prince Sharkstar and Shirahoshi were moved. This was their gentle and kind mother, always striving for a better future. Are you okay? Adolf helped the mermaid girl up warmly. Well, thank you. Thank you. Miss Mermaid blushed and looked at him with admiration. Adolf nodded and looked towards Odahime, feeling a little unbearable. How could he still maintain his integrity when his children were about to starve to death? If that were the case, what would be his responsibility as a father? Should he watch his children starve to death? Really, why not eat minced meat? The Poseidon army came after hearing the news and tied him up. Wait. How should we deal with it according to the laws of Fishman Island? Adolf stopped. Advertisement, imprisoned for a month, Odahime said. A month later, are his 10 children still alive? Adolf asked her immediately. Not to mention a month, 3 days is a problem. No wonder the problem in Fishman Street is so serious. This method of handling it is not good. Adolf sighed. Before looking forward to the future, we must live well in the present. How can we talk about the future if we can't even talk about basic people's livelihood? The detention will be postponed in advance and will be carried out after the children's survival issues have been settled. Everyone else, please leave. Come with us to Fishman Street. Thank you very much, King Adolf. The robber fishman knelt down with tears of gratitude. Fishman Street? Hody noticed and introduced himself. Your Majesty the King. I am also from Fishman Street and I know many people there. Let me go with you. Let's go together. Adolf nodded, and the group continued toward Fishman Street. King Adolf is such a good king. He actually cares about people's livelihood. Yes, if we really arrest and imprison them for a month, those 10 children will definitely die. The future that Princess Odahime talks about is not only illusory and full of risks, but also completely disregards the life and death of people in the present. That's right, King Adolf is better. After Adolf and others left, the onlookers praised him one after another. Odahime, the way you are going to deal with it will result in the death of 10 children. Is this what you expect from the children? Is this the decent life you want to see? When no other citizens saw him on the road, Adolf opened his mouth to correct Odahime's thoughts. I'm sorry, I'm really not a qualified royal. Odahime was extremely disappointed. You are a pure idealist, so ideal that you are divorced from reality. Losing your royal status this time is also an experience for you from the perspective of an ordinary person. Feel the suffering in the world. Adolf still had high hopes. After all, he was Shirahoshi's mother. The main thing with their family must be to build a good relationship and cultivate them if they can, rather than fight to the end. I'm sorry, because I'm trash. The robber fishman felt ashamed. It has nothing to do with you. If you take risks for your family when you are desperate, you are also a hero in the eyes of your children. But a crime is a crime. Don't try to escape the criminal law. Adolf highly recognized his original intention. To solve the problem of my child's placement, I will serve my sentence obediently, even if I die. The robber fishman was moved. You didn't hurt anyone, so why should I let you die? Just be imprisoned according to the criminal law. Adolf smiled, which also made him completely devastated. Shark Star, Emperor Star, Car Star, and Shirahoshi followed silently without speaking, but their attention was all on Adolf, and they learned more about him. Advertisement. It seems that something is different from what they thought. He is not a big bad guy who forced his father, queen and mother to abdicate. Oh no. Fishman Island. Fishman Island will be destroyed in one day. Quick, tell King Adolf. A mermaid woman with a shark's tail fin holds her head, her cold blue eyes showing pain. It's Mrs. Sharley. Mrs. Sharley, what did you see? It's okay, Mrs. Sharley. Even if Fishman Island is destroyed, King Adolf will definitely lead us to open up a new home. One after another, kind-hearted people came to comfort and help. Now they are full of confidence in the future. Even in difficult times, they have seen the light that belongs to them. Hurry up, King Adolf is here. Adolf and his party came over, and the crowd automatically gave way to the road. It's Mrs. Shirley. I've heard about her in Dragon Palace City. When I was a child, I predicted the coming of the era of great pirates. Then 2 years later, Roger was executed, and many pirates came to the island. Neptune whispered. Adolf nodded, stepped forward to help her up, his gentle words contained an extremely firm tone. For more than 800 years, Fishman Island has experienced the most severe oppression and the most torturous pain. This is the darkest and longest night in the hearts of all of us. It's been so long that all of us have accepted and obeyed it as a matter of course. If the cost of awakening the people is the destruction of Fishman Island, then Fishman Island should sink to the bottom of the sea. I firmly believe that we will be reborn. Words of sacrifice, courage, determination, and no trace of confusion are inspiring. King Adolf, we support you. You're right, we can't take others' oppression of us for granted. The cheers and shouts, and the support of the whole people, seem to break through the inner prison and become awakened. You should stay with me from now on, I need your strength. Adolf looked at Mrs. Sharley. Madam is the honorific title given to her by people, which is a respect for divination of the future and mystery, but does not mean that she is married. But all I foresee is an unfortunate future. Mrs. Sharley hesitated. Then why don't we work together to change the unfortunate future? At least save more people before it happens. Adolf smiled softly. Mrs. Sharley looked at his face, the king's dignity seemed to be shining, and she lowered her head slightly embarrassedly. Adolf took her by the hand and took her away. Now Mrs. Sharley is 19, her size is invincible, with snow-white skin, purple manicure, and the cool and ferocious look of a shark-like mermaid, she is absolutely amazing. In terms of abilities, he has the ability to predict the future plus the power of seeing and hearing, and he is looking forward to seeing how many bugs there will be. Chapter 38 The outrageous current situation Fishman Street, behind Fishman Island, has no bubbles and no air. It is dilapidated and rotten. It is the slum of Fishman Island, a lawless zone without legal control. Who would have thought it would be an orphanage before this? It's so dark. Shirahoshi hid behind Odahime in fear. It is indeed a very scary place. The 3 Shark Star brothers were nervous and cautious. You were born at the top of Fishman Island, enjoying the best light and environment, but this is the darkest and most dilapidated place on Fishman Island. Adolf said calmly. Did Aaron grow up in a place like this? Sharley looked around. King Adolf, I know some people here. I'll tell them to come out. Hody and Jinbei took the initiative to speak. No, it's easier to reason with a direct display of force in a place like this. Adolf raised his hand to stop him. Then he came to the top of Fishman Street and looked down at the entire dilapidated and dark place. Mermaid Jiu-Jitsu. Undersea Maelstrom. His hands grasped the invisible sea water as if they were solid, and his arm domineering energy turned into tentacles and extended to the sea water. With a sudden pull and flick, the seabed surged, and a huge water whirlpool stirred throughout the Fishman Street. Such a big scale. Neptune and others were surprised. As expected of the bearer of conquerors. Jinbei calmed down. It just made them wonder, was there really such a strong person on Fishman Island before? He was so strong that he was captured and auctioned by human traffickers. But I am here now, and what I see with my own eyes is the truth, and there is no point in having more doubts. Wow. As the whirlpool on the seafloor rolled, the broken wooden houses, silt, sand and gravel were all rolled up like a tornado, giving the invisible water an outline, and the huge scene was particularly spectacular. I don't know how many fishmen who were hiding in the dark were forcibly brought out, and they swam desperately to escape from the churning whirlpool. Hey, what's going on? Why is there such a whirlpool here? Damn it, Laozi's family has been destroyed. Look, there's someone up there, it's King Neptune. And Boss Jinbei is here too. Finally, someone discovered something unusual in the sky, the huge mermaid Neptune. Adolf went down, came within their sight, and was recognized at once. He is Adolf, who has a bounty of 1 billion belly. Advertisement. The hero who killed the celestial dragons. Look, it's really him. Fishman Island is just under Mariehoya. It is the race closest to the Draco, and it is also the race that is most hidden. The tiger incident also occurred. If you have an unforgettable hatred for the Tianlong people, you will have endless gratitude and admiration for Adolf. Jinbei, Hody, and even Neptune came behind him, seeming to express something. Adolf's eyes were cold and full of majesty, and the conqueror's eyes opened wide and flashed out. Dark red and black thunder flashed, full of terror and power, as if coming from destruction, shocking everyone. If it wasn't for the control, all the fishmen in the entire Fishman Street might have been knocked unconscious. Even Jinbei was shocked. My name is Adolf, the mermaid who killed the celestial dragons, and now the king of Fishman Island.
I will lead the compatriots on Fishman Island to strive for self-improvement and resist those who oppress us and enslave us, even the celestial dragons.
We are a race that lives in the sea, and we should swim freely in the sea that belongs to us. The compatriots who are willing to follow me, integrate into Fishman Island, and come to me. The majestic and domineering words echoed on the bottom of the sea, making all the fishmen laugh with excitement, raising their arms and shouting his name. Really? Can we really go back to Fishman Island? Ha. I can finally resist those garbage. King Adolf, led us.
Who wouldn't want to fight back after being beaten? It can be said that this race has accumulated 800 years of unwillingness and humiliation. As long as I don't kill my compatriots and love my race and country, anyone can return to Fishman Island. Adolf raised his arms in an affirmative tone. The situation was opened up and everyone was treated equally, not caring about where they were from Fishman Street or their character. Did they want to be bad? Did they want to be evil? Who doesn't want to be born into a royal family and enjoy everything? The king of Fishman Island. Ha, just a mermaid slave. Even if you kill a celestial dragon, it's just a fluke. I don't recognize a king like you. Suddenly several fishmen came over wildly. It's Macro, Gallo, and Tansy. Capture mermaids and sell them to the scum of the human traffickers. Everyone glared at him, immediately recognizing him. Capture mermaids. Sell them to human traffickers. Adolf narrowed his eyes slightly and a murderous intention flashed through him. Immediately afterwards, the hands and feet of the three people were separated, and blood spurted out. Advertisement. What happened? The trio of human traffickers didn't even react, they just started G. Can anyone tell them what's going on? What happened?
They only said one line, wait until I finish solving the problem on Fishman Island, and then I'll deal with you bunch of rubbish. Take out a healing dandelion and crush it, mix it with seawater and drop it on the wound to stop the bleeding. Now that you are dead, that will be a relief. Everyone who is willing to follow me, come with me, Adolf said and swam overseas. Countless people turned into a long queue and followed him. The total number of 0 and 0 was over 10,000, which was almost the entire Fishman Street.
Taking so many people is not directly back to the island, but to look for food. Mining kelp in vast tracts, slaughtering thousands of Poseidon species, and taming large numbers of sea beasts. Mermaids feed on various seaweeds, oysters, shellfish, and sea fruits. They do not eat meat and can communicate with ordinary fish. In addition to these, fishmen also eat meat, such as sea animals, Poseidon, etc. However, Fishman Island only has a population of 5 million, and the rest of the islands are too scattered to count. It can be said that it has endless marine resources. It's not rich to describe it, it's endless. I can't finish it at all, and I can't waste it no matter how much I waste. There are even countless underwater shipwrecks, underwater minerals, etc., which allow everyone on the entire Fishman Island to live a royal life. But the reality is that in the dilapidated Fishman Street, some people are even hungry enough to rob. Adolf felt ridiculous after hearing what he heard. It was really outrageous, okay. For 800 years on Fishman Island, every royal family has been a waste, including Neptune and Otahime. Innately stronger than human risks 10 times, innate ability to survive in the sea, with such rich natural resources, more than 99% of the sea area.
It is no exaggeration to say that the throne-led breeding pig can become the only dominant race in the world. As a result, he ended up in this kind of land? Chapter 39 The Uneasiness of the Warring States period. First he contacted Whitebeard, and now he has become the king of Fishman Island and gained the support of the entire Fishman Island. All signs indicate that this Adolf is very unusual. If he is really broken into pieces and scattered across the sea, it will directly threaten the rule of the world government.
Even if we win this war and destroy Fishman Island, we will lose in the end. Warring States period Fleet Admiral came to the Holy Land of Mariehoya, feeling terrible and looking extremely heavy. A few days ago, the newspaper announced the destruction of Fishman Island. Are you now asking the world government to back down? Warring States period. The environmental martial god had no expression on his face. If you compromise just because of a speech, where will the world government's reputation in the world go? Where will its majesty go? The legal martial god said indifferently. This guy is very skillful and thoughtful, but so what? He actually wants to lead a group of fish to make an enemy of the world government, overestimating his own capabilities. The god of scientific defense disagreed. Warring States suppressed the anger in his heart and clenched his fists. Adolf has driven away all the humans on Fishman Island. Our people have no way to obtain the information on Fishman Island. I have had direct contact with that guy. Although he is crazy, he is indeed a rational lunatic. I even suspect that he is testing our bottom line by asking us to kneel down. It doesn't matter, it's just a fish kingdom. The fleet will set off in 2 days and disappear with the boring legend. The farming martial god said calmly. 800 years have passed, and history has become an undetermined legend. This sea has always been ruled by the world government and the world noble. It is like this now and it will be no exception in the future. The financial warrior god holding the sword said matter-of-factly. They have announced to the whole world the destruction of Fishman Island and used absolute force to safeguard the dignity and authority of world government and world noble. Now they are giving in before the fight begins. Are they shameless? And it's the fish they have discriminated against for 800 years.
If these fish can really do something, as for begging them like dogs. During this period, he was even caught by traffickers and auctioned off, but he pretended to be invisible? After all, they just looked down on. What if Adolf really does what he says? Soldiers have already discovered the mermaid's whereabouts under Marine. They have complete control over Marine's every move. Giving up the peace talks now is just a loss of face, but after the war it will be endless trouble.
Although they had a final high-end combat capability, the more warring states thought about it, the more uneasy they became. On one side is the scene of the future Marine sailing on the sea and being attacked, on the other side is this group of 5 elders who are aloof and desperate to save face. One of them is bigger than the other. Enough of the warring states period. We are the ones with the highest authority. Advertisement. Marine just has to obey our orders. In this battle, we will see Fishman Island sink completely to the bottom of the sea. The 5 elders were also tired of hearing this and scolded him directly. Single quote ... exclamation mark single quote. Warring State's eyes widened with anger, and he felt like his hair was about to stand on end. He was so angry that he wanted to say something but couldn't. I can only hold my fist tightly and suppress the emotions in my chest. HMPH, you will regret it. The 5 elders, the most powerful people, watched Sengoku leave the room indifferently. If they were not really thinking about the interests of the world government, they would not tolerate this tone. The Fishman Jinbei should still be a Shichibukai. Let him capture Adolf and hand him over to the world government. Otherwise, he will be stripped of the title of Shichibukai and killed together. They really didn't take Fishman Island seriously. A mere few million people were extinct.
I.M., who was sitting high on the void throne, just lowered his cold eyes. Of course they knew the legend of Poseidon, the mermaid princess, but if they really cared, how could they treat Fishman Island like that? During the long rule of the Tianlong people, the destruction of the country was just a game, and countless races were exterminated, including the so-called god race. The awakening of the race was even greater than that of the Lunaria race of the phantom beast species. King Adolf, we have discovered warships being coded at Marine headquarters, Marineland. There are 30 ships in total, far exceeding the scale of Buster Call.
It's just that we haven't confirmed who's on the boat yet. Should we get closer? A report came from the 1,000-man group ordered by Adolf to investigate the Marine headquarters, Marineland. A total of 1,000 mermaids surrounded the entire Marine headquarters. Not to mention warships, even the rafts thrown into the sea could be seen clearly. Don't fight with them, focus on detecting intelligence, monitor in shifts 24 hours a day, and send back information at any time. Ryaguho Adolf gave instructions. Yes, although the number of people is not small, they have not undergone military training, and their professional quality is far from comparable to that of Marines, and their experience is even worse than that of pirates. But there is no other way, time is tight, use it. Advertisement. In Dragon Palace City, besides Adolf, there are a group of people. Violet. Adolf looked at the woman in the purple dress next to him. Violet took 2 steps forward and came to her. Adolf hugged her and let her sit on him while he sat on the throne. My heart beat faster and I felt ashamed. I secretly glanced at Hancock and others beside me, but I didn't struggle. Instead, I leaned on my strong chest. With the power of the staring fruit, she saw everything Adolf did on Fishman Island, and his high-spirited and confident demeanor had an impact on a girl like her.
I'll tell you what I saw. After coming back to his senses, he quickly pressed his fingers into Adolf's eyes. Marine Fleet Admiral. The conversation between Sengoku and Laosheng, the warship being coded at the Marine headquarters, the Vice Admiral on the warship, the high-level meeting within Marine. Fishman Island is under Mariajoya, very close to the Marine headquarters. It's true that there is no secret at all. You can tell what color pants you are wearing. You can see all the little tricks you want to do. The silent version is intuitive on the spot.
Then learn lip reading and you can see everything you say. Thank you for your hard work, Violet. Your mission next is very important. Keep an eye on Sengoku, the 3 generals, the general staff, Suru, and the 5 elders of world government, IM and other important figures at the Marine headquarters. Pay attention to everything they say. And I hope you can learn from Hancock and the others about the power of seeing and hearing, and deeply develop the stare fruit, such as seeing the radio waves of telephone bugs, seeing different spaces, and even seeing the past and future. Your ability is strategic and will directly affect the entire world. Adolf said solemnly to Violet. Yes, I understand. Seeing Adolf's expression, Violet nodded seriously. Adolf, let me help you in the next battle. Hancock was worried and was no longer in the mood to be jealous. Don't be nervous, everything has been arranged. I will use this war to tell the world who is the real king of this sea. Adolf grinned, his eyes filled with excitement and madness. And this day will come soon. Chapter 40. The war officially begins. Instant kill of Kizaru. Akainu stood on the deck of the warship and frowned at the sea.
This group of mermaids has been staring at them for several days, and they can't be driven away, the adjutant said. Let's go, our capabilities are too limited in the sea. Aokiji said while lying on the sun lounger of another warship. Humph, a bunch of rats, set off, yes. King Adolf, Marine warships have officially entered the sea. They're led by 2 generals, Aokiji and Akainu. There are 30 warships, and each warship has 1,000 Marine elite soldiers. The leader of the 1,000-man regiment on surveillance mission reported nervously.
Staring from a distance. Yes, we actually sent 2 generals. Now we're in trouble. Neptune became uneasy. Aokiji's frozen fruit ability is really tricky in the sea. Jinbei frowned. 30 warships. Otahime was shocked. Don't show your uneasy expression in front of the people. Adolf sat on the throne and his calm words shocked several people. After they regained their composure, Adolf said, Otahime, you and Minister Zuo will lead 30,000 soldiers to help the people of Fishman Island leave the island immediately. Anyone who commits burning, killing, looting during this period will be killed without mercy. Neptune, Jinbei, you go to the checkpoint and use the terrain to intercept. Leave 5,000 soldiers on Fishman Island, waiting for my orders at any time. Action. With an order, everyone immediately took action. Compatriots, I am Adolf, the current king of Fishman Island. Next, Fishman Island will officially go to war with Marine. All civilians on the current island will leave the island in an orderly manner under the leadership of Otahime and Minister Zuo. Don't panic, don't be afraid, I will tell you with a complete victory that we can do it. Please give me a little time and a little trust. After announcing to the whole island, he hung up.
Trust, of course we believe it. If you don't want to leave, why not come together? This is our hometown too. At worst, let's fight together. Why are we afraid of what they will do? Adolf's words to stabilize his emotions only aroused their deep-seated unwillingness. Advertisement they stabbed each other for their brothers and went through fire and water for their benefactors. How could they just run away like this? It's so weird. Snapped, Otahime slapped her face down. Don't waste the time Adolf-sama bought for us. Don't let that gentleman hold you back.
Otahime, hasn't she already been RD? What we can do now is to leave the island as soon as possible so that King Adolf will have no worries. Minister Zuo said. Everyone, leave the island quickly. As a family unit, don't get separated. Otahime and Minister Zuo led 30,000 soldiers, seemingly using 1/3 of the army's strength, leaving the front line undermanned. But the army formed in a short period of time has no weapons, chaotic command, and the formation of regiments. There is no difference between 70,000 and 100,000. On the contrary, Fishman Island has a population of 5 million. If chaos breaks out when leaving the island, more people may die than on the front battlefield. Want to escape? Regret going against the world government? Mary Joa. 5 elders looked at the phone bug and sneered disdainfully. Kizaru, don't let them escape. Yes, it's a really troublesome task. Kizaru put down the phone and looked at the dark sea in front of him with a headache. The deep sea is really scary. It's impossible to stop people in this environment. Since it's so troublesome, why not just stop doing it and come to Fishman Island to drink tea and fish? Quote. Question mark exclamation mark exclamation mark. Adolf. Kizaru looked at the looming figure in the sea in shock. Mermaid Jiu-Jitsu see not. Adolf's armed hands penetrated into the sea water, grabbed the sea water and turned suddenly. The invisible sea water was like a giant python strangulating, squeezing madly towards the middle, and even the shape of flowing water was visible to the naked eye.
It's really scary. The ship's membrane will be torn as soon as it comes. Kizaru's face darkened. He said scary this time. He was really scared. If the armored color hadn't wrapped the entire warship's coating with domineering force, it would have been torn to pieces in an instant. But even so, the film layer was twisted into twists like iron sheets, severely deformed.
Single quote exclamation mark single quote. Kizaru was not relaxed at all, but became more solemn. Break. The water potential suddenly changes direction, and the flexibility of water is fully exerted. Even with the blessing of Kizaru's armed color, it was still torn apart. Advertisement. It's over. Warring States Fleet Admiral. Looking at the inundating water, Kizaru was so heartbroken that he even gave up resistance. If it were a seafloor stone, it could resist for a while, but in this deep sea, if the coating is broken, when the ability user hits GG, the seawater is submerged and he can't even move a finger, and he can't use his powerful abilities. General Porsalino. Bring General Porsalino back to the land quickly. The moment before the water submerged, the adjutant and others ran frantically towards Kizaru, trying to rescue him. Mermaid Karate Shueishin. Pieces of water droplets came like cannonballs, blasting them away. They vomited in bitter water, their mouths and noses were filled with water, and they lost the ability to resist in the face of each other. It's a pity that I'm very busy now and don't have time to fight passionately with you. Adolf lifted Kizaru's feet with one hand and put the seafloor stone handcuffs handed to him by the Fishman warrior with the other hand. Then I used coral bubbles to squeeze out a small ball of bubbles and put it on Kizaru's head to prevent him from drowning. It was funny. Adolf, everyone underestimates you. Kizaru covered his head and drowned in the sea, feeling weak and helpless.
He, a general who has been in the industry for so many years, fell into a ditch like this. This trench is really scary. Don't you underestimate Fishman Island? You dare to come to the deep sea with a thin layer of paint. I really don't know who gave you the courage. Adolf picked off the phone bug for him with his own hands, and then threw Kizaru away give it to the Murloc warriors on the side. With the strength of General Kizaru, it is not difficult to cover the film layer with the armed color, and it can even be done to cover the entire warship. However, the coating itself is too fragile and can only be passively withstood. Faced with his all-pervasive and extremely soft attack, it cannot withstand it. If there is even a slight opening, the seawater will rush in and it will be immediately finished. To put it bluntly, as long as their membrane is broken, wouldn't they be able to do whatever they want later?
You take Kizaru and imprison him in an undersea cave, and let him soak in the sea like this. He must never leave the sea. Right, Minister, I have taught you tactics against ships before. You lead a division of 20,000 people to capture all the remaining 9 warships. All Marines will be imprisoned on Fishman Island. Yes, King Adolf. The Right Minister raised his chest confidently, and everyone responded enthusiastically. In order to block their retreat, the world government sent out 10 warships and Kizaru early, lurking deep into the seabed from the New World side, trying to encircle and suppress them. It's a pity that they have a see-through device here, so the ambush turned into a single one. The Right Minister looked up at Marine who was fleeing into the sea, desperately trying to get back to the surface. These Marines are all headquarters elites, and it is no problem for one of them to defeat 4 or 5 Murloc warriors. But it is impossible to fight for a long time in such an environment in the sea. In a slightly high-intensity battle, the breath in your mouth will be unbearable. According to their current position, it is impossible for them to swim to the sea. Fishman Island can be found under the Red Continent, and the Red Continent is as wide as the Great Waterway. How majestic it is. Rayleigh can swim from the Sabayati Islands to the daughter country, but it is impossible to swim from the bottom of the sea to the New World in one breath.
Divide the troops into 9 groups, sink all the warships to the bottom of the sea, and capture all the sailors alive. Yes, Chapter 41 attack from both sides. Report. The Marine fleet is about to enter the underwater waterfall.
Okay, I understand. Continue to follow from a distance. Jinbei nodded to the phone bug and said. Neptune looked a little embarrassed. Even if he was no longer a king, he was still a general now. The report didn't reach him. The underwater waterfall is a spectacle formed by the convergence of ocean currents after sea water hits the Red Continent. Ships cannot resist it. Even strong people who get out of the boat will be washed away. Cannonballs and attacks fired from the ship will be affected by the underwater waterfall. Then there is the undersea passage, a long passage of more than dozens of kilometers. Jinbei looked at the map in his hand. The Murlocs living in the sea found a large number of cracks in the Red Earth continent. However, the narrow roots of these cracks are where boats cannot pass. The undercurrent will hit the rock wall with a slight push. Ordinary boats will be smashed on the spot. Adam's treasure tree can't resist a few times. Who will come? It doesn't work anymore. This is no longer a technical issue for navigators, it is purely a matter of horoscopes. The main route has become the only option for ships traveling to and from it. Although it is still dangerous, the passage space is very spacious and it is considered the safest route.
The Fishmen tribe's outlying islands are scattered in the huge cracks of the Red Earth continent. There's plenty of space and no shortage of food. It's just dark and dull, and life is very depressing for a long time.
Boss Jinbei, please take the initiative, everyone can't wait. A soldier couldn't wait to say. Why are you anxious? What King Adolf wants is to eat them all. 30 warships and 2 generals Aokiji Akainu. Hody Jones calmed down. As expected of King Adolf. On the contrary, Jinbei felt uneasy and did not speak. Roger, Whitebeard and other big pirates were all chased away by Marine. With their Fishman Island alone, they don't have enough confidence. Going down from the first half of the Grand Line, the first stage is an underwater waterfall where ocean currents converge. The second stage, a submarine channel that is tens of kilometers long. 30 warships successfully entered the undersea channel, and in the second half of the channel, Jinbei and the others ambush. Receive signal, sniper group attack. Hody saw the life card in his hand burning and immediately gave the order. Emloculent Jiu-Jitsu flowing iron cannon. Thousands of cannonballs wrapped in running water flew out with a bang. Due to the resistance of the water, neither the bullets nor the cannonballs could fly very far. However, the warrior who was good at Fishman Jiu-Jitsu is completely unaffected by the seawater body technique and throws. On the contrary, it can fire farther than artillery and has more penetrating power. At the same time, there is no roar when artillery is fired, and the movement is very small, making it more difficult to detect in the dark submarine channel. And this is still following the sea current, and the power is further blessed.
That's a cannonball. A large number of cannonballs appear behind the ship. Get out of the way. Damn it, the enemy is attacking from behind us. Why are they behind us? They came in from behind after we entered the passage.
Marine knew that there were always mermaids watching nearby, and all Marines were on guard around the hull, not daring to be careless at all. They even turned on their high beams when entering the deep sea, for fear of being attacked by a sneak attack. Advertisement. However, it was discovered that it was not these sailors who were attacked by the Fishmen, but the 2 generals Akainu and Aokiji, and their knowledge was fully activated. But the cannonballs didn't come from the front, but from the rear of the fleet. Boom, boom, boom. Ice cover. The moment Aokiji noticed it, he suddenly came from the front deck to the stern, and an icicle stretched out from his palm quickly, trying to spread a barrier behind. But this is a passage. Each warship is 100 meters long, and the distance between warships is even further, more than 5 kilometers in the end, and the cannonballs still follow the sea current several times faster. The fire exploded and extinguished in an instant, turning into huge expanding explosions, and the wooden warship was instantly shattered. Ah, swim over quickly. Save people, come and save them all. The impact and vibration of the explosion prevented many people from breathing their last breath, and they struggled in pain as seawater was poured into their noses. Only a handful of those who got close were lucky enough to be saved, and the rear admiral and captain saved themselves by moonwalking in the sea with his excellent strength. Emloculent Jujutsu Water Core Cannonball. Mermaid Jujutsu Starfish Iron Cannon. Emloculent Jujutsu Flowing Iron Cannon. The rear of the warship was bombarded, and all the soldiers ran to the stern to be on guard. A massive barrage was also ushered in front.
Jinbei and Neptune did not move because of the movement from behind. That was more than 10 kilometers away, which was too far. The moment the life cards in their hands burned, they immediately led 1,000 fastest mermaid warriors and rushed out against the rock wall below, launching a blockade from the front and below.
When the third warship in the rear was blown into pieces, the barrage from the front also flew over. The front and back parties are almost in perfect coordination. Front. Aokiji Akainu's expression changed. They have all reached the stern of the ship, and now they are coming from the front again. According to his current position, he would have to go to the front deck of the warship immediately, but in that case, behind. Damn it. Gritting his teeth, he reluctantly made a choice in the blink of an eye. Abandon the rear and immediately go to the forward deck. An arc-shaped shield over a kilometer spreads out to block all cannonballs. The attack was not focused on one of his warships, but the barrage covered all the fleets ahead, but with the general's powerful strength, it was easily blocked. Unfortunately, the 13 warships behind the fleet were blown to pieces one after another. If there were only 1,000 shells, it wouldn't be a problem. After all, there were rear admiral level captains on each warship, as well as many experts, so it would be easy to block the shells. But in an environment like the dark deep sea, who can stand the saturation bombing of thousands of bombs every second? Advertisement. Directly tear the film layer to pieces, destroying the ship and killing everyone. Only then did Aokiji's ice shield protect the entire fleet.
Stop shouting, be careful under the boat, the next wave of attacks is coming. How despicable, attacking from behind and then from the front. The timing is so good, how did they do it? Killed 13 warships and 13,000 marine soldiers in this wave, more than 1/3. The extremely tense atmosphere made everyone nervous. They looked at the surrounding sea in horror, as if a fishman might suddenly appear anywhere.
Such an exaggerated victory. Jinbei and Neptune were shocked. This was only their first wave of attacks. When they heard about this attack method at first, they thought it was despicable and couldn't do it, but Adolf said. The soldiers entrusted their lives in our hands. This is a sign of trust in the generals. Are you going to hand over their lives because of your integrity? That is really sad. This sentence breaks their persistence, even if they bear the infamy, because they not only represent themselves, but also the soldiers who entrusted their lives to them. Now that I see the results, it suddenly doesn't feel so hard to accept. Quote. Exclamation mark quote. Aokiji and Akainu's expressions darkened, and their suppressed and terrifying auras were released uncontrollably. The two generals were dispatched together and suffered such tragic casualties, which was completely beyond their acceptable range. Not to mention destroying the entire Fishman Island, even a war with Whitebeard's entire pirate group shouldn't have killed so many people. Shame. These fishmen. Akainu looked down angrily, the lava in his right hand turned red and smoke billowed. General Sakazuki can't attack. The adjutant shouted quickly, the rock berry fruit is too strong, if it comes into contact with the film, it will burn. Akainu, who was about to raise his hand, froze, clenched his fist tightly, suppressed his anger, and even had to extinguish the rockberry berries.
The second round of preparations, focus on attacking the last warship farthest from Aokiji, Salvo. Hody Jones, the leader of the sniper regiment, ordered. Murloc Jiu-Jitsu Water Cannonball, Emloculent Jiu-Jitsu Flowing Iron Cannon. The troops he led were among the 100,000 soldiers recruited who were the best in Jiu-Jitsu. They could blast out water droplets like cannonballs, wrap the cannonballs and explode them with gunpowder, maximizing their power. Led by Hody, thousands of flowing water cannonballs flew together, targeting the bottom of the ship. Why do you have to throw cannonballs in other people's faces for them to intercept when you can carry out fatal and effective attacks from the bottom of the ship? Adolf emphasized this point because he was afraid that these people would be stupid. We also hit a point and attack from the front, Jinbei ordered calmly. Attack from the front and back, it depends on where you defend. Chapter 42 The Fatal Weakness of Ability Users. Kuzan, do you have any countermeasures? Akainu said in a deep voice. He asked, indicating that there was really nothing he could do. As long as the rock berry fruits come into contact with the membrane layer, he will be finished first. This is useless. Instead of strengthening his strength, it is just a weakness. Aokiji said nothing, and there was no other way to stop him other than resisting. Rumble, rumble. Due to the shock wave propagation medium, seawater is almost incompressible, which means that the shock wave propagates in the water without losing energy. The power of the explosion in the water is several times that in the air. Then a large amount of high temperature and high pressure gas is generated during the explosion, causing bubbles to pulsate and causing more destructive phenomena. Thousands of shells were concentrated on the Arankar, and a hole was blasted out of the 3 to 4 meter thick ice cover, and the warship behind was buried in the baptism of shells. This time not even the rear admiral and captain escaped, and the entire warship was completely blown to pieces. It turns out that Marine's most powerful general is nothing special. We were afraid of these guys for so long, that loser Neptune. Hody Jones grinned, becoming more and more confident, and more disgusted with the former royal family, what kind of rubbish they were. See, This is the power of our fishmen. Long live King Adolf. Long live Fishman Island.
The morale of the sniper group he led was high and they became truly confident. It's so difficult. Aokiji looked unhappy. All warships move closer. Icicle net. Icicles shot out one after another, violently connecting the remaining 16 warships together and forcibly dragging them around. The outside was frozen like a giant ice sculpture warship. The hull coating is a very special material that is very flexible and has good resistance to high and low temperatures. It can withstand various tests below 10,000 meters under the sea. Under Aokiji's convergence, the ice used is not cold, nor does it release cold air to freeze, it is completely convergent. Otherwise, the warship membrane will be frozen into thin ice, directly losing its original effect, and then being crushed by seawater. Continue to repeat the previous attack mode. As long as a hole is blown, the warships inside will be slaughtered. Hody grinned and didn't care at all. Rumble, rumble, the huge explosion bubble exploded, but this time it didn't work. It just exploded into cracks and then recovered. Aokiji's elemental form moves through the ice, completely unaffected by the sea. Everyone retreat, the shells are useless. Jinbei said decisively. Everyone spread the attack, he is just one person. If you don't believe it, you can't break his turtle shell. The frog in the well has never seen the huge world of Hody, but he doesn't believe it. How can one person be heaven-defying?
Kuzan, you come to protect the fleet, leave these guys to me. Even if you can kill these guys without using the fruit power, it just takes some effort. Akainu's suppressed temper has reached its extreme. Advertisement he couldn't even fight back after being beaten passively, he couldn't bear this grievance. He actually came out on his own. There are 1,000 of us with him, kill him. Hody Jones watched Akainu come out with a bubble, just like a shark smelling blood, and immediately got excited.
Quick supply troops, give me the cannonballs. The cannonballs are large in size and cannot be carried at a time. Each person is equipped with 3 supply personnel and 10 sea beasts to transport ammunition. Land leg, a vacuum flying kick passed by in an instant, so fast that no one could react in time. The 5 people in front were cut off at the waist, and their blood mixed with the sea water. Attack, Hody Jones yelled. Emloculent Jiu-Jitsu flowing iron cannon. Thousands of cannonballs completely covered them, and Akainu just dodged left and right to avoid them all. He has no domineering power, and the strength gap is so big. It is obviously wishful thinking to hit with this kind of attack. The speed is limited, we have to rush out of the bubble. Akainu noticed the restriction of the water resistance on the bubble. But even so, it does not affect his killing. Land leg Chilon Cheosfeng. Swinging his right leg, countless crimson air slashes flew out, densely filling the entire space. They flew 1,000 meters away and chopped nearly 100 fishmen warriors into pieces in one glance. It's simply a human killing machine. Hateful. Murloc Jiu-Jitsu water heart shark. Hody was so ashamed and angry that he grabbed the sea water and turned into a group of sharks to bite him.
Are you there, leader? Akainu turned his head and smashed the shark into pieces and returned to the sea. Running straight towards Hody Jones, very fast. Akainu's punch was so big in Hody's eyes that he couldn't react at all. Bang! The seawater was turbulent and caused strong waves. At the critical moment, Jinbei crossed his fists to block the attack. Hody, lead your troops to attack the warship with Neptune, and he will leave it to me.
Jinbei's arms were trembling, and it was extremely difficult to resist. Let's go. Hody Jones gritted his teeth, but still led the team to leave quickly. Jinbei, get out of the way, do you think you can stop me? Akainu turned his head slightly and stared seriously. Advertisement. Then let's give it a try, Sakazuki. Jinbei said with a heavy expression. Words are useless, the battle begins. Akainu didn't use his fruit power and punched out. Fishman Karate Second Art Kiwa Shoken. The battle between the two is about to break out. Affected by the environment, Akainu cannot use fruit abilities, cannot move at high speed, and must protect bubbles. There are too many restrictions, which makes him extremely frustrated. Jinbei is like a fish in water, showing his greatest power. Even if there is a gap in strength between the two, the final outcome is hard to predict. Neptune. Hody led the troops over. Neptune saw him coming and said directly, I led the troops to conduct a probing attack, and all the shells were blocked. Hody, you attack the same place with my troops and supply troops.
Since all the warships are protected inside, this is also his weakness. As long as the turtle shell is broken and the cannonballs are fed in, the impact of the explosion will completely affect the interior. The troops led by Neptune are the same as Hody, with 1,000 elites plus 3,000 supply troops, which together add up to 8,000 troops. It's not that they don't want to bring more, but the passage is not allowed. The diameter of the passage is 2 to 3 kilometers. So many people gather together, do you want to give others a clear screen?
What's more, Adolf ordered them not to get close and only use long-range attacks. Okay, Hody nodded and looked at the huge ice-shaped warship. He could see a lot of broken marks on the ice surface, but the smooth ice surface quickly returned to the surface. It was obviously impossible to be as surprised as before. In other words, only frozen fruits and barrier fruits, which can perfectly defend against any angle, and have the power of seeing and hearing domineering turned on 24 hours a day, can be resistant. Otherwise, if you are targeted, your ship will sink, and it will be difficult for anyone to use it. Mermaid Karate Starfish Iron Cannon. Murloc Karate Water Cannonball. Emloculent Jiu-Jitsu Flowing Iron Cannon. Neptune's strength is far superior to that of the drug-free young Hody Jones, reaching the level of Marine Lieutenant General. Taking his attack as a signal, 8,000 artillery shells were fired at the same time, densely packed like meteors gathering under the sea. Hey, that's too exaggerated. At such a scale, Aokiji's expression changed. Even if Buster Call didn't fire 500 rounds in one round, you have 8,000. What's more, the power of a cannonball exploding in the sea is several times higher than that on the ground, and he is no longer confident. Frozen time capsule. Aokiji's elemental transformation came into the attacked ice wall. As he stretched out his hand, a huge impact of cold air spread, freezing all seawater and shells wherever it passed, extending for thousands of meters. Seeing this scene, all the fishmen fled quickly, but there were still 500 frozen inside.
Diffusive freezing for thousands of meters, like a super long speaker, what a vast range. Hody's pupils shrank, and only at this moment did he understand the value of Marine's highest combat power. Chapter 43. This is Adolf's order. Don't be afraid, continue to attack, everyone spread out and continue bombarding in one direction. Hody. Neptune saw that his morale was not good and he shouted. I understand. Hody came back to his senses, remembered Adolf's tactics and regained his confidence.
Boom, boom, boom. The soldiers continued to bombard, but Neptune and Hody used a unique trick. A huge vortex tornado bombarded the ice wall, 5 giant sharks hit it, thousands of cannonballs were fired one after another, and huge bubbles exploded one after another. But their goal is not to break the ice. Instead, it uses the impact of the explosion and the thrust of the unique move to make the ice ship hit the rock wall of the passage. If such potential energy hits the Red Earth continent, Aokiji will definitely be fine, but the warships and people inside may not be. Rumble, rumble, the explosions were connected together, and huge water bubbles exploded one after another. The entire huge ice body shook, and there was even the impact of huge vortex water columns. Even the undercurrents on the seabed became a boost, and it couldn't stop moving to one side. Ice Age. Aokiji glanced at the panicked soldiers on the warship, and took the initiative to freeze with the rock wall of the passage. A huge tumor that was more than a kilometer long and occupied half of the passage grew on the rock wall, and the water flow in the passage was not smooth. Although the collision crisis was solved, they were also forced to go to jail. What's going on with these guys? They're so passive. Aokiji felt uncomfortable. It's not that he doesn't want to kill him in seconds, the problem is that after a long-range artillery attack of 2,000 or 3,000 meters, he will freeze and run away immediately, and they will be spread out so widely that he cannot freeze a few people at once. Instead, a huge lump of ice is formed, which can easily collide with the rock wall of the passage under the thrust of the ocean current, without the need for cannonballs to push it. Adolf. Aokiji thought of a person inexplicably and had a very deep impression on Adolf even before they met.
If these tactics were used by Neptune and the others, they would not have been so miserable before, only Adolf. If it weren't for his ice fruit ability that can freeze seawater, Akainu Kizaru wouldn't have been able to use it even during the Warring States period. Even Garp is the same. Does he have the ability to clone himself when attacking him from the front and back? It's not about caring about the beginning and not the end.
Sorry Sengoku Fleet Admiral, we really shouldn't have launched this operation. Aokiji felt uncomfortable. They are panicking here, but Fishman Island is exciting. Hahahaha, stick it on the wall. As long as you dare to come down, let them hit you. You guys are waiting to die. The Fishmen warriors screamed one after another. After being bullied for so long, they finally exploded. They really saw that they and others had the strength to fight against Marine, and they were full of confidence. Advertisement. Kuzan. Akainu turned around, his mood sinking to the bottom. The ice ship was frozen on the rock wall, and he couldn't run around with the bubbles on his head. There is no way to stop the fighting. How is Jinbei? Neptune came over and asked. It's too strenuous. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't use the fruit's ability, I might have been defeated. Jinbei gasped, with some scars on his body. He took out a small bag from his arms, which was filled with golden dandelions. He took out one and pressed it on his skin, and the injury was visibly healed. This thing that King Adolf brought back is really miraculous. It healed instantly. Jinbei marveled, and at the same time handed it to the soldiers on the side. Give this to the wounded and treat the injuries quickly. But such a precious thing. The soldier hesitated.
This is King Adolf's order. Yes. Hearing that it was Adolf's order, he suddenly stopped talking and felt endless admiration. Compared to this, King Adolf's wisdom is admirable. Neptune sighed, not reflecting at all on whether they were too stupid before. They were happy, but Akainu Aokiji felt uncomfortable. Sengoku Fleet Admiral, the fleet is now in the submarine channel and is protected by my ability. Should we continue to move forward or retreat? Aokiji telephone bug reported back.
What? You didn't even finish a third of the journey and you suffered such heavy losses. Phone bug Warring States looked shocked, and everyone was dumbfounded after hearing the whole thing. 14,000 people died in less than one-third of the battle. Even if we fight Whitebeard, we won't die so many. Those are the elites of the Marine headquarters. There is no disability in the underwater environment. If something happens, you will be dead. The best case scenario is that you will be captured by the Fishman Island. I'm afraid it won't go well next. Aokiji said seriously. You came to report with the intention of retreating. Warring States had to think carefully. Even the Golden Lion failed because of a storm. Something happened under the sea. It's not surprising that Akainu and Aokiji both died below. Keep going. Akainu returns. There are too many restrictions on the bottom of the sea. If the bubble bursts, we will all sink to the bottom of the sea. Aokiji looked at it. You protect the fleet for the rest of the journey and just crash into it. I'll deal with those annoying flies. Akainu said sternly. Aokiji frowned, objecting to venturing further. Buru, Bulu, Bulu. The phone bug twisted for a while, and his face became dull. Sengoku, Aokiji, Akainu, we already know the matter, keep moving forward. The order came from the 5 elders. I will help you next, Marine. The man with crescent-shaped hair and beard walked out, with a western sword stuck in his waist, carrying the majesty of a king.
The 3 of them stopped talking for a moment. Everyone, hurry up and get your ammunition ready, Hody commanded. Boss Hody, look, there's something moving. Hody turned around and looked. The tumor of the ice ship frozen on the rock wall fell off, and at the same time 2 bubbles came out of the crack. Advertisement, attack and let him hit you, yes. Etc. Everyone stop attacking and retreat. Jinbei suddenly spoke to stop him.
Why, we can obviously trap them to death here. Hody directly questioned. Because this is King Adolf's order. Jinbei took out a life card painted blue and burning at this time. Quote. Exclamation mark quote. Hody was speechless. Only Adolf in the entire Fishman Island convinced him. I think it's because of the man next to him. He's very dangerous. Jinbei narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the man next to him. Although he didn't recognize him, he could directly feel a powerful aura and undisguised aura of a king. As King Adolf nearby, does he know what is happening here? Neptune wondered. I don't know. Since it's an order, just retreat. Jinbei said calmly. Retreat. Everyone retreat. Neptune and Hody immediately led all the soldiers to retreat. Withdrawal. Akainu and others were confused. It doesn't matter, just go directly to Fishman Island and waste time on these fishes. The man next to him looked down arrogantly, not paying attention to Jinbei and others at all. But why do I still feel uneasy? Aokiji felt uneasy, as if he had entered the cave of death from the moment they entered the sea. The fleet continued to move forward, maintaining an ice ship status in order to prevent further sneak attacks.
And his premonition was soon confirmed, and he couldn't even get through this passage. Thousands of miles away, a pirate ship sailed on the sea. On the deck, a black panther and an eagle were lying there with ashen faces, really desperate. Who knows, family members, the beautiful host slaps her every now and then, almost making her fart every time, and she has a psychological shadow. However, what is even more desperate are the small animals in the cages, which are directly beaten to death.
Violet, how is the battle ahead? How is Adolf? Is he injured? Let's rush there now. Hancock was anxious. You just asked 5 minutes ago. Adolf has just crossed the Red Continent and is now rushing to the front battlefield from the second half. The task he gave me is to pay attention to the Marine fleet and help the Fishman Island troops control the opportunity. Violet was helpless, her eyes were full of his love brain. She is so beautiful and has such a good figure, it really can't be compared. Hancock, the red life card is fully burned. Snapped. After changing hands, a mouse was shot to death on the spot. Chapter 44 Death Passage Death. Why do I have a bad feeling? Is it an illusion? Aokiji tilted his head and looked around. There was nothing in the empty and dark seabed, but he felt increasingly uneasy. I didn't notice it, but I had a creepy feeling that I was being watched by something. Akainu's heart sank, and he felt it too. Especially when he thought about how badly he suffered at the hands of Adolf, he had to learn to be cautious.
The fish in the gutter will do some tricks. The aloof king despised him. He had never been deflated before, and his words were grand. Then the next second he learned to be in awe of the unknown in the deep sea. Boom, 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 boom. The terrifying fire broke out, and the dark passage instantly flashed with dazzling light like the sun. Although it was extinguished in the seawater, the bubbles and shocks evaporated by the high temperature swept wildly, and the power of each explosion could even blow a mountain into pieces. Akainu, Aokiji, Figaland and Saint turned around subconsciously, their pupils contracted, their heart muscles tightened, and their scalps tingled. Groups of fire explosions filled the field of vision. Even if the ice of the ice ship blocked the field of vision, the bright light could be clearly seen. Like a series of sunrises. From behind they passed by and chased after them as fast as setting off firecrackers. Adolf doesn't know if they have the ability to predict the future, but even if they do, can you predict 5 minutes into the future? There are more than 100 boxes of explosives buried along the way, all of which are self-developed by Dragon King Palace. The small treasure box has been left for more than 10 years, but it can still blow down a huge castle like Big Mom's Tianju. The power of the closed environment has increased exponentially. And there are more than 100 boxes all the way down the aisle. To avoid seeing the color in Aokiji's abilities, don't kill them with explosions, but impact. The lion's roaring skill is also concentrated in one direction. The passage was filled with expanding firelight, and the giant ice ship, which was 1,000 meters long and 500 meters wide, was forced to undergo impact acceleration, like a battleship rushing out of the universe. But Akainu, Aokiji, and Fegaland Garen were not excited and happy, but terrified. Because the passage is not straight, and the exit is not the sky, this is the deep sea. Ice Age, Aokiji no longer knew how to stop it, so he could only release the air conditioning like crazy. High temperature can cool down, seawater can freeze, but impact cannot freeze. Even if you freeze the water in this section of the passage, you still have to rush out like a piston. Adolf, advertisement Akainu's pupils were extremely dilated and he was unable to bark. He had no other choice but to pray for God's blessing.
Fish, King Tianlongbaxiong. The most critical moment was when the Supreme Commander of the Knights of God, Fegaland Garen, took action. Rushing out of the warship, he faced the blast with a dominating move. The red dragon raised its head, and dark red lightning flashed all over its body, full of destructive power. It rushed along the passage, fully possessing the terrifying power of destroying the island. Although there is no tyranny, this is 100 boxes of extra explosives, and the power of the explosion is concentrated and roaring along the passage. Who can withstand this? After only 3 seconds of stalemate, it flew back and hit the ice ship hard. The 500-meter thick ice cracked and dented it, and then it was instantly frozen. Under the terrifying impact, the ice ship plunged into the corner, like a bullet fired into a rock wall. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying impact hit the red continent, and the ice ship reinforced to a thickness of 500 meters collapsed. There were massive boulders thrown down by the explosion behind them, and they were buried in an instant. The passage mouth roars in a straight line, and spreads wildly when it touches the bottom of the sea. The entire underwater world is like a terrifying storm. The Murloc troops hiding behind the passage couldn't help but be swept away by the sea water. Everyone, be careful, the impact is coming. Murloc Jiu-Jitsu water direction. Jinbei yelled wildly and took the initiative to stand in front to relieve the pressure.
No, the impact of the explosion is too great. After only holding on for 2 seconds, Jinbei couldn't hold it anymore and was swept away together. Mermaid Jiu-Jitsu Genhai. Adolf finally arrived from the other side of the red continent and broke directly into the center of the storm. He grabbed the seawater with his hands and pressed it forcefully to calm the turmoil to the greatest extent. Adolf. It's King Adolf who's coming. All the Murloc warriors looked excitedly at the figure in the storm. Their vision distorted and unable to see clearly, but they knew it was him. Their king was coming. The excitement in the chest is ready to burst out, and the morale is extremely high. Soldiers, you did a great job. You use facts to prove to the world that we have the power to fear no one, and we are the masters of this sea. Adolf waved his arms and shouted, giving them the confidence and courage to be self-reliant and fearless. He also received an enthusiastic response from all the soldiers, and their fanatical adoring eyes burned like flames. Advertisement. Adolf, let me lead the soldiers to have a look. Jinbei volunteered and admired Adolf from the bottom of his heart. I originally thought that talking on paper was too risky, but it turned out that he was superficial. Just as Adolf was about to nod, he noticed that the 3 life cards on his body were burning and extinguishing rhythmically. Not dead. Fast pass. At this time, a huge ice ship broke out of the passage. There are countless cracks and broken marks, and a large amount of rocks are frozen on it. The original appearance of the ice ship cannot be seen at all. Behind the ice ship is the noble Saint Fegaland Garen frozen. At that moment, Aokiji released the cold air to the maximum extent, freezing everything. Cracks appeared and were instantly frozen, and even falling rocks were frozen together. Coupled with the action of Fegaland Galen Sheng, it took only a few seconds of persistence to prevent the ice ship from reaching the extreme acceleration and completely turning it into a scum, causing everyone to belch. The core is Aokiji's frozen fruit ability. Without him, anyone else would be a surefire winner. But that was a head-on collision with the Red Continent. 14 warships were less than 6,000. The water inside is full of floating corpses, which looks extremely scary. Ho 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 ho. Aokiji gasped quickly, his heart pounding. He hadn't been this excited in years. Fegaland Galen Sheng was injured and extremely embarrassed, and he struggled to break through the ice and return to the ship. If it weren't for Aokiji, they wouldn't have survived the first wave, let alone this series of explosions. Supreme Commander of the Knights of God, it's a great honor for you to take action in person. Are you satisfied with my warm reception? Adolf's lips curled up slightly. Fish, you are the first one to make me so embarrassed. What's even more shameful is that you don't even have a decent opponent. Fegaland Galen Saint drew his sword. Originally, he just wanted to execute the 2 Tianlong people and had no intention of taking action. Now he wanted to kill Adolf immediately. Is it just embarrassing? Sure enough, we should bury it a few kilometers further. Dig a pit at the impact location and bury dozens of boxes inside. Unfortunately, the time is too short and the preparations are not sufficient, so you are disappointed. Adolf regretted. The veins in Saint Fegaland Garen's forehead twitched, and he was afraid that if he really did this, he would not have any ashes left. Akainu and Aokiji are equally scared. Insidious, too sinister. Adolf, there are no hostages for you this time. Akainu came out with bubbles in his sleeve. Oh, then do you need me to kneel you down with my own hands? There are quite a lot of people watching this time. I also have someone here who specializes in recording phone bugs. I can give you a close-up. Adolf mocked Layman and begged him to take the initiative to deliver it. Akainu's face was filled with ferociousness. This is the biggest shame in his life. How dare you provoke me? Needless to say, this is the time to wash away the shame. Chapter 45 Akainu regrets. I am not a person with abilities that only rely on devil fruit. Akainu didn't start from a distance. He was afraid that Adolf would be frightened and he would run away. After he catches him, he will release all the suppressed anger. Bear it, you must bear it, just a little bit.
Got you, Adolf. Grinning crazily, his ferocious expression gradually became twisted and twisted, full of perverted pleasure in revenge. Even if he was as calm as he was losing his composure at this moment. He has been waiting for too long. Marine looked at him with strange eyes. He has been waiting for too long. Idiot, I caught you, Adolf grinned, also showing an excited smile. The two of them crossed their fingers and intertwined their 10 fingers, both afraid that the other would run away. What's going on with this monster-like power? It's evenly matched with me. The moment his fingers crossed, Akainu sensed something was wrong. The powerful force should overwhelm him one-sidedly. But as he exerted force, Adolf also exploded with strong grip strength. No, not evenly matched, but causing him pain. Even the 5 fingers are twisted, and the power is far superior to him. How is that possible? Although there will be a certain degree of weakness when exposed to seawater, what is his strength? Marine's highest combat power, General. My mood is like a jumping machine, from excitement to abyss in an instant. It was a pitch-black, bottomless abyss that could kill people.
Mermaid Karate Hailong Bongchen, Adolf grinned and expressed his excitement and madness. His left hand connected with Akainu heart to heart, and his right hand was raised to dig into his heart. Dog bites black fist. Akainu's pupils shrank, his arm color was activated to the extreme, and he punched him with a pure punch as if it was made of steel. Boom! Visible airwaves erupted from the collision of the fists. They were astonishing and unstoppable waves of air that spread like an invisible sphere. The armed domineering force of both sides destroyed the interior with one blow, and even the seawater was forcibly pushed away for more than 10 meters, turning it into a vacuum. The same power as that monster Whitebeard. And the sea water restrains me. Akainu suddenly felt uncomfortable. A punch that gathers sea water has a natural restraint on the ability user, and the collision between the two is directly weakened by 3 points. What's even more uncomfortable is that the 5 fingers of my left hand are intertwined and I can't even retreat. Only then did he realize who had caught whom. I have no choice but to grit my teeth and harden my anus. I don't even care about the bubbles. I have to use all my strength to hit him until he lets go. Boom. Advertisement. A punch filled with top-level weaponry and domineering force landed heavily on Adolf's chest, causing his chest to sink directly and 3 or 4 of his ribs to be broken. No resistance. Akainu's pupils contracted, he already thought about what was going to happen. It's my turn. Adolf resisted a blow, blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth, and his internal organs were injured. He did not have the vitality like Kaido, and he could not do what Wang Luffy did lying on his back. He was injured with a full blow. But his eyes revealed the madness of success. He wanted to use this chance of a hard-fought blow to end Akainu. Akainu's pupils contracted, but it was too late. Boom, the injured blow that has not yet recovered is definitely not comparable to Akainu's attack. But how can the bubble with the color of blessing and armor be able to withstand it? It shattered in an instant. Ha. You lose, Sakaski, Adolf grinned wildly. Adolf. Akainu's heart sank deeply, his eyes filled with madness and unwillingness. But the sea water has come in all around, but he could only watch the drowning, and he didn't even have the chance to take his last breath. I hate it. Wow. The unwillingness to resent seemed to have turned into reality, but it could not stop the erosion of the seawater. The seawater poured into the mouth and nose, bubbles appeared and drowned on the spot, making Adolf grab his hand and lift it up. In front of the sea, no matter how strong he is, it's just an appearance. Anyone with abilities will be finished. And in this world, except for the Red Earth continent, 99% is the sea. Marine is an army sailing on the sea. Sakaski. Aokiji was shocked. It was actually like this. He quickly used his ability to freeze it. Ice Age, as long as the seawater is frozen and the seawater is no longer liquid, it can greatly ease the mobility of the Esper, making it possible for Akainu to move again. How can I let you save me? Mermaid Karate. The sea collapses and dominates the sea. Conqueror's entanglement, like the thick gathering of the entire sea, the blue water waves roar with the punch of dark red lightning. Rumble. The endless sea water froze and swept over unstoppably like an avalanche. However, just freezing it will not stop his attack. It shattered all the kilometers of ice like a torrent, and heavily bombarded the ice ship. Countless cracks have made up for it, as if it will collapse in the next moment. Advertisement. Aokiji was so frightened that he had to give up and try his best to save the ice ship. It's actually a conqueror's entanglement. How is that possible? Aokiji can't believe it at all. This kind of man was captured as a slave. How dare the celestial dragons? How dare the human traffickers? Figaland Galen Saint was also shocked. This was beyond his expectation. Upon discovering this, the two of them looked at each other with ugly expressions. This is the deep sea, the opponent's home field. Akainu was captured because a punching bubble was broken, so how could he fight? Come on, handcuff our respected general and send 500 people to the underwater cave to serve him well. Just soak him in the water and don't let him have the strength to resist. Adolf threw Akainu to the soldiers on the side. Yes, Adolf then took out a drop of healing tear, and the injury recovered instantly. Adolf, you have deceived everyone. I'm afraid even the 5 elders didn't expect you to have such strength. Figaland Garansheng said in a deep voice, and his original arrogant temper could no longer be lifted. There is no way, the situation is stronger than the people. The situation is like this now. Are you two willing to surrender? I can tell you that I have asked people to relocate the explosives in the passage. Although the amount is not as large as before, it is still no problem to blow up a large amount of rocks to block the retreat. It may not be able to block for long, but it will definitely be able to block you. Because I'm here. Adolf was extremely confident, and it didn't look like he was lying at all. But if you believe it, you've fallen into the trap, or if you don't believe it, just pretend he didn't say it. This made the two of them very uncomfortable. Believe it or not, the suspense was already on their mind. Adolf. We have me, Figeland Galen Saint, and 10,000 Marines here, and you haven't won yet. Let Sakaski go, and I can end the crusade against Fishman Island, and Marine will not be involved in this matter again. Aokiji's rare serious proposal. Huh? I thought you were the most rational among the three generals, but I didn't expect you to be the most dreamy. You haven't woken up yet. In this situation, you still want to compete with me and negotiate terms? Adolf mocked, the invisible water gathered in his hand, forming a water trident. Then let's fight, and I will defeat you completely. It will also allow my people to broaden their horizons and see the vastness of the world. Huh, that's how it should have been from the beginning. Bowing your head like garbage will only make you even more garbage than garbage. The supreme commander of the Knights of God, Figeland Garin, drew out the western sword from his waist. It was wrapped with powerful domineering power and flashed with dark red lightning. It was full of intimidation and terror, making people feel afraid when they saw it. Adolf, tricks are just tricks after all. Let me show you what real strength is. King Tianlongbashang, Figeland Galen Saint rushed out of the warship with the bubble in his head, tore open the ice ship with one blow, and the red slash that entangled conquerors was more than 100 meters apart, like a dragon flying towards Adolf, which was shocking. Poseidon, the wrath of the sea. Adolf holds the trident as if he is holding the sea itself. During the swing, the entire sea is turbulent, and invisible undercurrents roll like a storm, erupting with terrifying power that can overwhelm the river and the sea. Stab it suddenly, the blue water seems to be real, emitting the thrilling light of the sea. Chapter 46 Head-on battle with the Knights of God, Rumble. Red and blue intertwined in the deep sea, the entire deep sea space was illuminated, entangled in a ball, strangled each other, shocking dark red lightning and crazy thunderbolts. This? What kind of terrifying power is this? Can living things really possess it? Hody looked at the huge light group in front of him in shock, and the destructive power made his hair stand on end. But it was two people who created such a scene. The reality appeared before his eyes, shattering his narrow vision, seeing the vastness of the world, and the individual power that towered over nature. There is also a deep feeling of powerlessness. It is too big, it is so big that it is longing, it is so big that it is fear. Not just him, but all Fishman warriors are like this. They don't know that there are people who can break mountains with one punch, and they don't know that there are people who can easily destroy islands. They're trapped at the bottom of the sea all their lives, and their vision becomes narrow. How can a truly strong man be born? Everyone stay back, don't get close to their fight. That's not our part, Jinbei yelled impatiently, his expression lost his composure. Back off everyone, Neptune also shouted quickly. Boom boom. However, they did not need to be reminded that there were raging undercurrents, violent thunder and lightning, and overturning ocean currents. The terrifying blow shook the entire seabed space, and the seawater was discharged thousands of meters away in an instant. All the Fishman warriors and even the huge ice ship were thrown away and hit the rock wall hard. However, this is the bottom of the sea, and the seawater will pour back when it is drained. Figeland Galen Saint was also overturned by the surging water. Hateful. He tried to stabilize his body in the turbulence, but it had little effect and he was still drifting. If it weren't for the top-level weapon color blessing bubble, the aftermath of the collision would have been torn apart. Their attacks are all equipped with top weapon colors and Conqueror's entanglement. Why can't you stand still? Do you want me to help you? Boom, Adolf said this, but when he started, he didn't respect the old and care for the young at all. He really wanted to beat him to death. It's so heavy, just like that monster Whitebeard. What's going on with this kid? It's just a mermaid. Has he awakened any special abilities? Figeland Galen Saint held a western sword and suddenly turned around to resist. He suddenly felt a huge force coming and flew backwards. Bang! 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 Advertisement Adolf's slender fishtail swung and turned into a blue stream of light to follow, launching the fastest and fiercest offensive. Madness and red light spots intertwined together, and the terrifying undercurrent on the seabed was like a storm. The more you hit, the smoother you get, the more you hit, the better you feel, your spirit is high, your blood is boiling, and every cell becomes active. The heart is beating like a drum, and the potential of life is constantly being explored. The sapphire eyes released the deep and boundless color of the sea. Ha, come on, fight, laughing wildly, completely ignoring physical damage, exerting 200% of their strength, and fighting together to their heart's content. He has difficulty moving on land, but he can swim faster than anyone in the sea. On the other hand, Figeland Galen Saint could resist this huge force head-on on land, but now he is being beaten back steadily. After all, there is no place to stay, and you have to protect Pow Pow with all your strength. It is difficult to use 50% of your strength. Facing Adolf, he trades injuries for injuries and lives for lives. He plays like a madman and will fight to the death to peel off a piece of his body. My heart is panicking. He can get hurt, but this membrane can't. He clearly had stronger strength, but being completely suppressed made him feel very uncomfortable. He had never experienced such aggrievedness. General Kuzan, let's retreat now, the adjutant suggested anxiously. Let's go. Aokiji retreated without even thinking. Akainu's defeat was too simple, which perfectly explained how fatal the weakness of an Esper is. Quick, hold them back. Don't let them escape. Hody lifted the boulder, regardless of his injured body. Murloc Jiu-Jitsu Water Heart Shark. Murloc Jiu-Jitsu, Water Heart, Sea Current over Shoulder Throw. Mermaid Jiu-Jitsu Water Heart Super Current, Emloculent Jiu-Jitsu Flowing Iron Cannon. Hody, Jinbei, Neptune took action one after another, and the Fishman warriors blasted out the shells, all falling on the giant ice ship. Indeed, with Aokiji's strength, it is impossible for them to break the ice ship, but the frozen fruit does not have the ability to move, which is embarrassing. The vibrations from the bombing continued, and the entire giant ice ship shifted, making it difficult to control the balance. Everyone just hold them back like this. Don't get close, just hold them back and we will win, Jinbei shouted. Oh, the morale of all the soldiers was high. Although their bodies were sore from the shock, they burst out with unprecedented strength. Adrenaline rushed from the spine to the brain. This is their power, the power of their Fishman Island. Who else dares to underestimate them? Advertisement. Your Excellency, Commander of the Knights of God, your big wave is very powerful, but you don't have enough staying power. Are you old? How about taking some medicine to restore your dignity? Adolf's halberd shadow struck continuously, and at the same time he taunted without mercy. Damn you, brat. This honorific made him very angry, and his suppressed temper got worse. He is indeed getting older and his strength has begun to decline, but what is his identity and status? Do you need to remind me? The legendary commander of the Knights of God was taunted by fish garbage. A great shame and humiliation, King's supreme judgment. The supreme conquerors wrapped around the sword in his hand, emitting golden light all over his body, accompanied by dark red lightning before it was struck, full of majesty and domineering, just like the arrival of the supreme king. The seabed space was illuminated with a golden glow, and even the water had a golden texture. But it also carries an unavoidable fear. Even those who are timid will be shadowed when they see it from a distance, and they can only sit on the ground, showing their ugly appearance. You're in a hurry, then let's have a showdown. Adolf grinned widely. He saw Figeland Garen Sheng launching a desperate attack, which was seeking his own death. I don't know why, but as his strength increases, his control over water becomes higher and higher. Although he doesn't have the freedom to do as he likes by eating devil fruit, he is a part of Waterman and water, but that kind of affinity is engraved in his bones. As if racial bloodline factor awakening. As a result, my understanding of mermaid karate and mermaid jiu-jitsu became deeper and deeper. Especially after the hardy battle with Whitebeard, we entered a new realm. At this time, the fierce fighting made his blood boil. The blood in his body was urging him to fight fiercely, and he was completely heated up. Poseidon Haberd of the sea, the conqueror's domineering force was pushed to the extreme, and the invisible water rolled around, like an elf surrounding it. The water trident in his hand actually took on a real form, connecting the entire sea, like a legendary sea god artifact. It can easily set off huge waves, sink islands, exterminate all living things, and bring about the end of the world. Possessing the supreme power to destroy heaven and earth and rule everything in the sea. It itself symbolizes the strength and authority of the ruler of the sea. Chapter 47 Leave an arm. Boom, the red gold slash and the blue trident, the two attacks seemed to cross space and distance, and suddenly collided together. The air wave visible to the naked eye suddenly exploded, like a doomsday storm, and the nearby seawater was emptied again. During the collision, the different colors that erupted distorted everything, like the embodiment of destruction. Even a giant crater with a diameter of 1,000 meters was blasted out of the bottom of the sea. Rumble, rumble. The loud noise transmitted through the water medium reaches 1,500 meters per second, which is far faster than the propagation speed of the atmosphere, and also means that stronger kinetic energy is transmitted. The attack directly penetrated the eardrums from the body, so that countless Fishman warriors had their eardrums broken. Even if they were more than 10 miles away, the weak ones were still shocked and lost consciousness, causing damage to their bodies, and again at the same time. A battle of this level is no longer accessible to ordinary people, and the aftermath is enough to kill someone. And this close distance is 10 kilometers, more than the size of a city. Even the strong light released can blind people's eyes, and the light radiation is extremely exaggerated. It's totally the scene of a nuclear explosion. Physical version: do not look directly, do not approach, do not hear. It is obvious that the strong men and ordinary people on the sea are already two levels of creatures. A real humanoid nuclear bomb. After 2 seconds of stalemate, the red gold slash was unable to follow up and was wiped out by the boundless seawater, blasting past unstoppably. There was even a huge cave of several kilometers opened in the red earth continent a few kilometers behind it. Even St. Figeland Garen disappeared. Huh? Adolf was stunned and suddenly realized, run away? It turns out the bubble has burst. Why can't I follow up? With sharp eyes, he immediately spotted Figeland Galen Saint running into the passage. He grinned excitedly and chased after him, taunting him wildly. Commander of the majestic Knights of God, you are so awesome that you can do this to me in a head-to-head fight. Figeland Galen Saint's anger rushed into his heart, and his face turned red with anger. Damn it. If the bubble hadn't burst, how could I have allowed you to be so arrogant? No matter what he thought, it was really fatal to be ridiculed at this time. He held his breath and ran wildly without saying a word. He broke out from the beginning, and the longer the battle in this environment lasted, the more likely things would happen. Although I am not an esper, this is the deep sea under the Red Earth continent. It is not possible to go straight up. It is dozens of kilometers away from the sea surface. When the bubble bursts, how far can you swim in one breath? There is also a crazy fish that smells blood chasing you. However, as soon as they came up, they were bombarded with domineering stunts. No matter how hard it was to spare any effort to protect the bubble, it was still broken. The king. Advertisement St. Garin soon saw the countless Murloc warriors entangled in the ice ship. He held his sword and slashed in anger. He wanted to eliminate all the tens of thousands of garbage in the deep sea. To relieve the hatred in my heart, make that fish regret it. However, the swimming speed of the mermaid is certain. Even without bubble restraint, it still cannot compare with Adolf and catch up at a faster speed. When the red light flashed in front, a blue light also bloomed from behind, which immediately made St. Garin subconsciously look back. Then there is a scene that he regrets for the rest of his life. Stop him! Jinbei reacted instantly and shouted quickly. Murloc Jiu-Jitsu, Waterheart, Sea Current over Shoulder Throw. Murloc Jiu-Jitsu Waterheart Shark, Mermaid Jiu-Jitsu Waterheart Super Current. Emloculent Jiu-Jitsu Flowing Iron Cannon, Jinbei, Hody, Neptune and all the Fishman warriors who reacted launched attacks one after another. Most of them have no sense of sight, and their attack strength is difficult to cause damage. Avoiding a covering attack is a detour in itself, and the impact of the explosion can also cause interference, which is enough. Poseidon Habit of the Sea, quickly condense the youth version of the water trident, wrap around the armed conquerors, throw it hard, turn into a blue stream of light and go away. The speed is extremely fast. Come on. King Adolf, some Fishman warriors who were close even hugged him subconsciously, wanting to use their own bodies to stop him, even if it was just for a moment. Damn. There are 7 or 8 people hanging on St. Garin, his eyes are bloodshot, and he is extremely angry, but the real fatal attack from behind has already come. Shua. The azure stream of light crossed the space and distance. Under the witness of St. Garin, he tried his best to dodge but still cut off one of his arms and passed by the root of his shoulder. A touch of blood looks so eye-catching under the blue light. Gritting his teeth, he didn't have time to feel bitter, or even have time to pick up the severed arm. He tore open the ice ship with a sword and entered it, and the torn area froze instantly afterwards. Kuzan, freeze the escape route immediately. Abandon these people and retreat with me. The commander of the Knights of God, Garin, gave the order ruthlessly. Aokiji's heart sank as he came to the worst outcome he had expected and the most difficult choice. Even St. Garin lost an arm. General Kuzan, go ahead. Advertisement, you have greater value while you are alive and can do more for Marine. I'm sorry, General Kuzan, for holding you back, if it weren't for us. Neither the adjutant nor the captain hesitated. Even the other Marines on the deck looked at him like this. Although they are afraid of sacrifice, if they must sacrifice, it must be them, so that the stronger ones can live. Only he has the strength to escape. Kuzan felt increasingly uncomfortable. Although he is a loner and has little relationship with these Marines, although he was seriously involved in the war and saw so many Marines sacrifice in vain, although he saw the Marines fighting many times without helping them. But now, abandoning it in front of so many people, the psychological pressure is really great. What's more, this is a big battle that will destroy the country. He dispatched a total of 30,000 elites here. Now that the death penalty is less than 10,000, he still wants to abandon him and go back alone? How? Does he have that face? If you want to stay, just stay and seal the way out for me. Garin Saint showed no expression to him at all, and had no intention of waiting at all. Take a deep breath, rush out of the ice ship, and cross the seabed with your individual strength. Go quickly. Taking us with you will only drag you down, the adjutant shouted anxiously. Leave? Let everyone stay, Poseidon the impact of the sea? Adolf finally caught up and crashed into him carrying the weight of the entire sea. There was a loud noise and the ice ship, as huge as a 1,000-year-old iceberg, collapsed in an instant. Ice Age, Aokiji came back to his senses in an instant, and 2 icicles flew out of his hands, and the cold air was completely released. The endless seawater was submerged like ice, and the cracks froze again, and were sealed with cold air and water vapor. Adolf, before, he had to protect the Marines, so he couldn't leave the ice ship, but now he has no other choice. Take the initiative to come out of the ice ship, freeze the seawater, and appear in the ice with the ability to elementalize. As long as he emits a strong cold air around his body, freezes the seawater before it comes into contact, and then lets the ice cubes soak in the sea, he himself will only be weakened by the breath of the sea, and he will not be killed directly like Akainu. Aokiji. Adolf became slightly solemn. Among all ability users, frozen fruit is the greatest threat to them. None of them. Chapter 48. Capture all 3 generals. Logia Devil Fruit Freeze Fruit Power User Freeze Man. It can freeze everything it comes into contact with, turn any part of the body into ice, create light blue ice cubes that can change into any shape, create any type of weapon to attack the target, and can also freeze everything it comes into contact with. Thing. People or creatures trapped in ice will appear in a state of suspended animation, and their bodies will become as fragile as ice. Aokiji, surrender. So what if you have a good chance of winning with your frozen fruit ability? What about them? Are they going to die for those guys from the Celestial Dragons? Are they going to die because of your own will? I can rescue all Marines now and ensure their safety. Adolf spoke to persuade him to surrender. Aokiji paused in the ice, and he was ready to fight to the death, but he couldn't help but look at the ice ship. There are nearly 10,000 Marines, and their lives depend on his thoughts. He was not sure of victory in the battle, and even if he won, it would be difficult to kill Adolf. But he would definitely not be able to leave with them, and even to protect them, he himself got trapped. Surrender seemed to be the only option. At least Marine will negotiate with the world government later to find a way to rescue them. Of course, he knows that his own value is far greater than the lives of these 10,000 Marines, and it is best to escape alone, but he really can't do it. You can think carefully about how to decide. Adolf didn't rush him, but gave him enough time. Even if he deliberately delayed the time, he didn't care. The stronger he becomes as he fights Figeland Garen Saint, and even obtains the blood factor of Figeland Garen Saint. He is extremely eager to fight Aokiji. But he didn't think he could catch Aokiji like Akainu. It would be very difficult for him to freeze the seawater, then quickly pass through it with elements, and at the same time block the passage section by section with the Ice Age. It's better to use Marine as a hostage to persuade him to surrender, so that all 3 Marine generals can be detained. It can be said that Marine will be almost useless and can't make any big moves anymore. It's totally up to you. Compared with that little increase in strength, it is obviously more strategically valuable. Aokiji clenched his fists and finally made the decision, I surrender. After saying that, he took the initiative to come out of the ice and touch the seawater. He also lost strength at the same time and was unable to use his abilities. As long as the whole body is exposed to seawater, it is more absolute restraint than Hailu Shi. The seafloor stone only seals the fruit's ability. The powerless effect can be adapted through long-term contact, but seawater cannot. Big Mom cannot move even if it falls into the sea, unless it is isolated and not in contact with it. Advertisement Adolf waved, and Jinbei stepped forward and handcuffed Aokiji with stilt stone handcuffs. Then he took out the coral bubble, created a bubble larger than a human head, and put it on his head, while his body was still soaked in seawater. Neptune and Hody also led thousands of soldiers to surround the ice ship and asked them to surrender. Even their own generals have surrendered, so what morale do they have to resist? Their morale has long since collapsed. The Battle of Fishman Island is over, we won. Adolf opened his voice and announced loudly, shouting solemnly and loudly, with a response that spread dozens of miles away. Reach everyone's ears and let them truly hear the victory of the war. We won. We won. We really won, Hahahaha. The 2 generals of Marine dispatched 30 warships, we won. All the Fishman warriors reveled, laughing like lunatics, and could not help but shed tears of joy. They had been oppressed for too long, really too long. It turns out that they can win and not be bullied. The joy of victory appeared on everyone's faces, the haze that had been there dissipated, and the sun shone in their hearts. King Adolf. King Adolf. Everyone is shouting his name, that is the king they long for, their savior, their hero. Jinbei also looked at Adolf with joy, the man who seemed to be the center of the world. I felt relieved and breathed a sigh of relief. As one of the few strong men on Fishman Island and a member of the world government Shichibukai, the more you learned about them, the more you realized how powerful they were, and the more worried he became. Now I can finally let it go. Adolf raised his hand, and everyone couldn't help but stop talking, looking at him feverishly, waiting for his order. The battle is over. Everyone cleans the battlefield and rescues the wounded. As long as there is still breath left, everyone will be rescued. I don't want to see any soldiers die because of failure to rescue them in time. Yes, everyone's blood was boiling. Even though they had been fighting for so long, they still had endless strength and didn't feel tired at all. Jinbei. The same goes for Marine. You lead the people to rescue them as much as possible, throw them on the warship, and then take them to Fishman Island for imprisonment. Adolf called Jinbei and ordered. Advertisement, yeah. Jinbei immediately went to do it without asking any questions. King Adolf, tell Odahime this good news, tell the compatriots who have taken refuge, and let them return to Fishman Island, our home. Neptune came over excitedly holding the phone bug. He was truly convinced by a victory, and it also completely convinced those who had doubts about Adolf. Adolf nodded and immediately used the phone bug to deliver the news of victory to those who were taking refuge on the island. If he relied on the art of language to incite people's hearts before, then this victory is a real achievement, and he deserves to be the king. If you succeed in farting, it will make sense. If you fail, no matter how reasonable you are, it will still be farts. Without any merit, even if you say something extravagant, some people will think you are farting. In fact, even he himself needs a complete victory to give himself confidence. Teacher returns home and holds a celebration banquet. Show your majesty and strength, show your military courage. People all over the country are watching, and so are the girls. Stop making a joke. Adolf shouted with laughter. It made countless people laugh, and they quickly paid attention to their appearance and posture, holding their heads high and chest out, showing the strongest and most powerful look. Ha ha ha, I watched a pretty amazing war. Far away, in the bubble, a bold man with long silver curly hair laughed, wearing glasses, and a straight scar on his right eye. Okay, it's time for you to go back to the banquet. I'm going back to the ground too.
Hey, Mr. Rayleigh, aren't you with us? The Fishman warrior next to him was shocked. I haven't contributed any effort at all, so how can I have the nerve to attend your celebration banquet? If you want to thank me, ask Adolf to bring a bottle of good wine. Rayleigh smiled and said that he didn't expect to have much power in the first place, and he was not a second generation with a full halo. Staring at the fruit clairvoyance hanging, seeing that there are so many masters, of course, we must be fully prepared. According to Adolf's original arrangement, Rayleigh entangled Saint Fegaland Garen. They had at least met each other on the Island of Gods.
They knew each other's general strength and background. They were also masters of swordsmanship, non-fruit ability users, and both were older in age.
It's almost the same. The strength displayed on the seabed is similar, at least for a short period of time. Then Jinbei, Neptune, and all the other Murloc troops attacked the warship and forcibly held back a general on the other side, otherwise the entire fleet would be destroyed. And this general can only be Aokiji. Only he has the ability to protect the fleet, and only he is willing to do so. In the end, he fought against Akainu. After defeating Akainu as quickly as possible, he defeated them all with more battles and fewer battles.
Unexpectedly, the plan could not keep up with the changes. Akainu came out to challenge him and let him solve it in one wave. The situation is so different that Rayleigh is not needed. Of course this is better. Chapter 49 Cohesion, Additional Rules. Look, it's King Adolf. Behind us are Boss Jinbei and Neptune. When cleaning the battlefield and rescuing the wounded, everyone had already returned to Fishman Island. They didn't even have time to clean up before running to the estuary to greet the returning soldiers.
Flowers, salutes, music, cheers, and Adolf's name resounded throughout the Fishman Island.
Led by Adolf, followed by Jinbei and Neptune, the team returned to Fishman Island in a mighty manner. Behind the three people, there are three prison cars lined up side by side, with their hands and feet spread out in a large shape. The three generals are covered with sea tower stones and soaked in buckets of seawater. Rockberry fruit user Akainu Sakaski, frozen fruit ability user Aokiji Kuzan. Shining fruit power user Kizaru Perusalino. No matter how powerful a person with abilities is, they will not be able to use their abilities as long as they cling to a sea of rocks. No matter how powerful a person with abilities is, they will not have the strength to move as long as they are soaked in seawater. When these two are used at the same time, it means it is over. Even if you can slide the door and pick the lock, it will be useless. You can only wait for a miracle to happen. What is available is a transparent bubble, and people outside can clearly see the small movements inside at a glance. There are two battalions separated on the edge. No one can get closer than 50 meters. They are equipped with 3 trucks of seawater. If there is any accident, they will spray it immediately. They monitor all directions without blind spots and leave no chance. 5 meters ahead is Adolf. If there is any uncontrollable sign, he will be killed on the spot. Killer. Don't let anyone play TV drama tricks with him. 25,000 marine prisoners also entered the Fishman Island under the supervision of mighty Fishman warriors. The whole scene looked particularly spectacular, and it looked like a triumphant return to the court. Look, it's Marine's 3 most powerful generals. They've caught them all. All 3 of them are dispatched. They're determined to destroy Fishman Island, damn it. It's so awesome, it actually defeated all the Marines who came out in full force. Long live King Adolf. The people of the whole island are full of enthusiasm and have an unprecedented sense of national pride. They hold their heads high and are confident as a person. This victory has a new meaning for them. Oh, I didn't expect that the 2 of you plus Fegaland Garen would be defeated. Fishman Island is really scary. Kizaru soaked into seawater and became weak. At the same time, he was shocked at the defeat of Aokiji and Akainu next to him. What he said this time was really scary, it was so scary. Advertisement, we should be surprised. Who are you defeated by? Are there other strong men on Fishman Island? Akainu turned his head and looked around. His obviously fierce and serious expression looked particularly weak, as if he had been drained. It's Adolf. That guy suddenly appeared and burst my bubble. It's really a headache. Kizaru was helpless. This headache was really a headache. Adolf? No wonder I didn't see him at first. It turned out that he was going to kill you. Akainu reacted instantly, but doubts came again. How did he know your location? Spy. Don't you have a phone bug? Who knows, the sudden appearance shocked me. Kizaru felt uncomfortable, and he couldn't figure out what went wrong. Then how did you get caught? It's not difficult to escape with your ability. Akainu looked at Aokiji. There are still 10,000 marine soldiers, I can only surrender, Aokiji said. Cowardly. As a marine, you are ready to die. Who will pass the information to the headquarters if you are captured? Akainu was dissatisfied. Even if all 10,000 soldiers died, they would not be able to compare with a general, let alone the intelligence of this war. Aokiji did not speak. During the O'Hara incident, he was shocked by Sakaski's shelling of the fleeing ship and had almost no favorable impressions. But I didn't question Akainu's words. People with different positions will have different answers and will change according to their positions, so I won't question other people's opinions. No matter how noisy they are, it's really uncomfortable now that there are sea rocks and seawater, and tens of thousands of people are watching like they are parading through the streets. I'm so embarrassed. If it weren't for the Murloc warriors blocking the way, rotten leaves would have been inevitable. King Adolf. Odahime greeted him with Shirahoshi, the 3 Sharkstar brothers, and all the officials and soldiers of Fishman Island. Prepare a celebration banquet and reward these soldiers. Adolf nodded and smiled. You should be rewarded most in this battle, and you are the one who awakened people's confidence, Jinbei admired. Adolf was not humble and courteous. In the previous world, he must have been modest. First of all, he had to thank his relatives and friends, his parents, and his leaders for their cultivation, and finally he could achieve his own success. But in this world of human force, strong personal color is even more fascinating. They worship heroes more than reason, and heroes are necessary. Geelong Court Square. The place where the old king stepped down and the new king was established. It is the place where the fate of the entire Fishman Island changes, and it is also the place where Adolf steps onto the world stage. There are many strong people with great strength in this world, but only with enough power can they extend their will. King Adolf. King Adolf. People fanatically chanted the name of the hero. Their faces turned red and their hearts pierced, and the cheers shook the entire Fishman Island. All men, women and children were excited about it. Compared to the first time when the whole audience was watching, this time there was so much extravagance and it was even more shocking. Advertisement. The highest platform is Adolf. The circle below is the three generals soaking in the seawater, and around the periphery are the Murloc warriors arranged in an orderly manner. Stepping on Marine's face filled the atmosphere. Hey, you might as well just kill us, it's too embarrassing. Kizaru felt very sad. He was just a wage earner who clocked in and got off work. How could he be so humiliated? Aokiji, who often fishes, is also very unsightly. When soaked in the seawater, his hands and feet are spread out into a large shape, and the bubbles are completely transparent. Okay. It's really shameful. Akainu's face was even livid, and his face was pressed to the ground and rubbed. The second time, the so-called heroes are just mortals who muster up courage. The glimmer of a mortal's light can turn into a torch. Those warriors who fight alongside me, you are brave, fearless, and protect your home and country. You are also heroes. Each of you should be remembered. He has never been to an MLM, but he has drank too much chicken soup. From childhood to adulthood, everyone has been encouraging you to work hard and trying different methods to make you work hard, but no one has ever asked you if you are tired. He is tired of it, but to this world, he is just like 4 second queens and 2 kings. Hero. Infinite pride and emotion arose in the hearts of all the soldiers. He understands them. He understands them. They are also heroes who fight to the death, not some big-headed soldiers whose names no one even knows, let alone cannon fodder. Adolf saw how moved the soldiers were. As long as it can resonate and have a positive impact, even chicken soup can be a moist soup base. Strength is not only the violence brought by muscles, but also comes from a person's heart. The cohesion of the country stems from everyone's inner identity. Nothing is more immediate than violence, and nothing is more lasting than thought. Chapter 50 Fertility Model. More children, more blessings, updated rules. This sea is so vast, thousands of times wider than the island, but we only have a population of 5 million, which is too small. We are the darlings of the sea, natural phantoms. If there were 500 million or 5 billion people, how many talented people would emerge? Would the world government dare to destroy us? They would tremble in front of us? We are now encouraging childbirth. If you give birth to 10 children, you can be nominated for a House of Glory. The mother will be called a heroic mother and awarded the Medal of Glory. Everyone will respect her. The birth of every young life is the inheritance of a great will. The growth of every child is our common responsibility, and the state will bear all the education and living costs of all children. I, Adolf, will be responsible for everyone. Adolf clenches his fist and hammers his chest, making people feel an extremely firm sense of responsibility. That reliable figure is worthy of trust. The Sea Tribe is not a race that has difficulty in having children. There are countless families with many children, plus the resources of the entire sea. How can they not be able to support such a vast space? Again, if you put a breeding pig on the throne, you can pass the level. You don't need to think at all. All you need is a good waist. Isn't this the responsibility that readers dream of? Stand up for the rise of the nation. What a great sense of justice. 10 children per family. That's too many. Can you afford to raise them? Idiot. Have you forgotten the food that King Adolf brought back before? There are half a square of seaweed and several thousand-meter-long Poseidon species. How can you not afford to feed them? The previous royal family didn't care about our food and clothing, but King Adolf is different. He cares about each of us. If he had become the king of Fishman Island earlier, there would never have been such a thing as Fishman Street. Isn't that how King Neptune cultivated our ability to survive? Who is it? Did you collect the money? Is there anyone else washing the floor? He really made me cry to death. The crowd discussed, and the more they talked, the more they admired him, and the more they talked, the more they reflected Adolf's wisdom. And they also truly saw that the broad road to the top of the world was direct and bright. This has made everyone excited. Why don't we have a big fight after the banquet? Who isn't? We must strive to be a glorious home and a model for fertility. Fertility pace setter? Ha. Let's do it together. Together. You. Hey, don't be too perverted. Being so comfortable can make you stand on top of the world. Which man can work harder after hearing this? Even at 80 years old, I still want to FK my wife. There are also shy and embarrassed women, but so many people are like this. It is still a sacred and glorious mission, so they gradually let go and accept it generously. Of course, it is also related to the racial ethos of Fishman Island. Living in the sea, most of the clothes are only 2 pieces, top and bottom, and they are made of shells. Naturally, they are not so conservative. In the future, when every family has 7 or 8 children, you, an only child, will not be able to find help when someone bullies you, and you will become a different kind. A great country must have great people. a great nation must create a great country. Because of you, everyone who loves this country, we will be on top of the world. We want to expand the population from 5 million to 5 billion. This is the royal road. When the time comes for marines and world governments, humans will become minorities, and what kind of justice will be enforced? Advertisement: there is no need for a world conference, just come to the Heizu channel to redress your grievances. They are numerous and powerful. As long as 100 million people pay attention, they can influence the fate of a kingdom. At that time their principles will be the principles of the world. This guy, all of us underestimate him, Kizaru said seriously. Even if we really destroy Fishman Island, it will only be a matter of time before they rise. This is the king's way. It cannot be stopped, just like there is no way to kill all the fish in the sea, unless we gather them together and kill them all in advance. Akainu was extremely solemn, and he could not think of any other way. When we came to Fishman Island, they had already left Fishman Island, Aokiji said. The three generals were silent. They could not think of any way to stop it. Everything was just a matter of time and could not change the final result at all. The world's topography and living environment determined that the world belongs to them. On the contrary, Odahime, Neptune, and Jinbei were suddenly chilled. They suddenly thought about gathering signatures and immigrating to the ground. Isn't that just concentrating everyone on Fishman Island? Jinbei took a deep look at Odahime and said nothing. He had no intention of saying anything about things changing. The celebration party begins. Wishing you a new life, and wishing the sea people a toast. Cheers! Everyone raised their glasses and shouted passionately, then drank it all in one gulp. The celebration party has officially begun. Mermaid ladies sang happily, and some danced dreamily. Some warriors boasted about their bravery on the battlefield, and some wrestled to add to the fun. Countless people gathered here singing and dancing, and the whole Fishman Island participated. Shirley, you should also go to the banquet, Adolf said to Shirley. Feeding you food is my duty at the banquet. Shirley happily held the bottle, her face flushed with excitement despite her cold personality, and her crescent shark tail kept swaying. The goddess is aloof, only to people she doesn't like or look down on. If you want to do this, I won't be polite, just serve by my side. Adolf took her in his arms. It is nothing embarrassing for a passionate man to like beauty. As a king, there is no need to be secretive. This is called sexual generosity. To encourage childbirth, as a king, of course he must take the lead. If someone else has 10 children, his queen and concubine cannot start with 100. Dragon Palace City is so big, of course, he can't do anything in public, so he still needs to have some image. But before he had a few glasses of comfort milk, Odahime came over with a bottle of wine. A few days ago, I collected signatures here and almost led Fishman Island to destruction. I was abandoned by everyone here. Today, a few days later, you led Fishman Island to a new life, held a grand celebration banquet here, and won the support of everyone. He drunkenly leaned against Adolf and sighed. Hate me? Adolf asked. No. It's thanks. Although it's embarrassing and I'm sorry for Neptune, I still want to thank you. At least Fishman Island was not destroyed because of me. Odahime looked at him with blurred eyes and a drunken look. As long as you don't hate her, your daughter Shirahoshi has been angry for several days. Adolf looked at Shirahoshi, who was laughing in the crowd. Odahime shook her body and said with a smile, how can her mother be so stupid and still like to show off? Odahime-sama, you are drunk. Minister Zuo came over quickly. Advertisement, what's going on here? I'm so happy that I want to drink. Odahime pushed aside Minister Zuo and raised her glass to Adolf. Come and have a drink. Okay, let's have a drink. Adolf happily clinked glasses with her. Wait a minute, what is this? Why is it white? Odahime suddenly stopped when she saw the liquid in the cup and took it to taste. This is milk. You drank milk at the banquet? Are you still a child? My eyes widened in disbelief. That man who was as smart and brave as I was, actually drank milk. I don't like drinking very much, Adolf said helplessly. How can this be done? You have to drink at the banquet, and you are the protagonist today. Odahime poured it out directly, and then poured the wine from her bottle to Adolf. Adolf, come and have a drink. How can a man not drink? Neptune persuaded with a laugh. You will be laughed at if you drink milk on the sea. You are our king, Jinbei also said with a smile. You'll have to pay for pouring it out. Adolf looked at the ground regretfully, and reluctantly picked up the wineglass and touched it. What's so good about wine is that it's not as delicious as Anshin milk, which you can peck in your mouth and savor. I really don't understand how they like drinking and are proud of it. Come for a drink. Cheers. After drinking it all in one gulp, Odahime, a drunkard, was completely stunned and ran to the stage to sing. They even dragged Adolf along and asked him to sing too. The wine was extremely bad. On the spot, I wanted to push Odahime to the ground and teach her a lesson, but in public it was better to give her this face. All the people in the audience also cheered. Adolf had no choice but to spoil the celebration party, so he could only sing. Blow against the wind, chase after the wind. Spread my wings and fly, my heart is fearless. Turn distracting thoughts into ashes. Wait for my triumphant return. The scene exploded with an extremely loud sound, as if it was a war moment, and everyone felt that the war was coming. But the song is full of pride and fearlessness, turning distracting thoughts into ashes, waiting for his triumphant return. Just like this moment, the unparalleled king, as a game song, the lyrics are inappropriate here and will be directly modified. Boom. The song became smoother and smoother, and the song became more passionate. Even Conqueror's domineering spirit couldn't help but surge with his mood. Black clouds rolled over Fishman Island, and dark red lightning thundered. But it can't be compared with his war song, and it is completely reduced to the background. At this moment, the picture is deeply engraved in everyone's heart, that majestic, powerful, arrogant, unparalleled king. Chapter 51 Warring States Period. Are you all here to discuss me? Additional update? My left arm was lost in the deep sea. Damnable fish? Figeland Garen Sheng covered his left arm and was extremely annoyed. When he was young, whether he was fighting Whitebeard or rocks, he had never been so seriously injured, let alone so aggrieved. In the end, he ran away in a panic and had his arm chopped off? Even Whitebeard's pirate trash didn't leave any scars on his back, but he broke his left arm while escaping? Shame, a great shame. I can't bear it. I can't bear it even a little bit. Saint Galen. You. What's wrong with you? Doctor, come quickly, doctor. Go away. Returning to the Holy Land Marihoa on the Red Earth continent, the guards looked at Saint Figeland Garen with a broken arm in horror. It was so humiliating to be seen by so many people. It even reminded him of the scene of Akainu being published in the newspaper during the Warring States period. It was unimaginable that such an unbearable scene would be seen by people all over the world, and he might laugh his teeth off. Saint Garen. What happened under the sea? The 5 elders are shocked that even the commander of the Knights of God has become like this. Saint Figeland Galen gritted his teeth in shame and anger, and was extremely reluctant to mention it, but it was impossible to go without an explanation for such a huge defeat. It's that guy Adolf. His strength exceeds all of our expectations, and he is even more at home in the sea. On the other hand, if we are not careful, we will be doomed. At first, Sakaski took the initiative to accept the provocation in order to catch him, but he fell into the trap. It wasn't Sakaski who caught him, it was Adolf who caught Sakaski. Kuzan voluntarily surrendered for the sake of the remaining Marines. His strength is very strong, and he is no longer weaker than us. On the other hand, we are greatly restricted in the deep sea, especially those with fruit abilities. Although it is told briefly, the 5 elders knew Adolf's strength just by looking at his broken arm, and they could even imagine Akainu's reluctance when facing Adolf. As the most powerful person in the sea, he was defeated because of the weakness of a fruit ability user. It was really frustrating. Both Sakaski and Kuzan were caught. Things are no longer simple. Contact Warring States and ask him to come over for a meeting. The 5 elders were extremely solemn and could no longer casually say the words of destroying Fishman Island. No, let's have a video conference. Advertisement. If those fish under the sea notice that Sengoku has boarded the warship, that guy Adolf is likely to come immediately. Sengoku will be too dangerous. Figeland Garen Sheng said in a deep voice. Is it so dangerous even on the sea? 5 elders frowned. That guy's attack is mainly based on seawater. It is too restrained against ability users. Even if it destroys the warship Sengoku, it will be over. As much as I hate to admit it, that fish does have the ability to threaten us in the sea. Figeland Garen Sheng is certain of Adolf's strength. Then let's do video conferencing. 5 elders quickly decided to connect the video conference as well. Warring States. Sakaski and Kuzan have been captured by Adolf. When he met 5 elders, he said directly, which shocked Zhang Guo and lowered his head heavily. I just contacted Perusalino, but I didn't get in touch. Later, other warships reported that they were attacked by Fishman troops and have now all sunk into the sea. I'm afraid Perusalino has also been defeated. The Warring States period is extremely heavy, and this news also made the 5 elders' pupils shrink and become completely silent. The atmosphere suddenly became extremely heavy and depressing. In just one battle, Marine's highest combat power, 3 generals, and 40,000 headquarters elite troops were all destroyed in the deep sea. What a loss. Even if the Whitebeard pirates, Big Mom pirates, and Kaido pirates join forces to launch a big battle with Marine, it is impossible to cause such heavy casualties. Even the battle with rocks on the Island of Gods was never so tragic. It was too fast for us to react. In an environment like the deep sea, making a mistake means defeat. At this moment, the 5 elders have to re-recognize the sea and the deep sea. That place does not belong to them, especially those with abilities. What's even more frightening is that he has been planning everything from the moment we entered the deep sea. We were only a third of the way, and we almost sank to the bottom of the sea before we even saw Adolf. If we give him a little time to prepare, according to what he said, there may not even be a fight, and they will all be blown up to death on the bottom of the sea. The Holy Queen Figeland Garen is afraid. Bury hundreds more boxes of explosives where the ice ship hit? Are you a devil? Don't give me any way to survive, right? The Golden Lion lost a battle that he almost won because of a storm, and turned into a rooster at the helm. The environment at the bottom of the sea is even more extreme than a storm. Even if a person with abilities is not caught in an explosion, he will still drown if he is not killed. If water enters the respiratory tract, alveoli, throat, and trachea, it basically means the end. Advertisement. No matter how top-notch weapon colors are, Rayleigh is in trouble. 5 elders. I have already said that we should carefully consider the matter of Fishman Island. Now that the 3 generals have been arrested, you must take responsibility for this matter and do everything possible to save them. Otherwise Marine can only withdraw from New World and maintain the status quo for a long time. Sengoku roared angrily and spoke mercilessly to the 5 elders. Warring States, watch your tone. The god of scientific defense scolded. Humph. Warring states snorted coldly and continued without giving up an inch. The results of this battle will spread soon. By then, those guys in New World will probably be unable to sit still. The most important thing is Fishman Island. Not only Adolf, this battle has already demonstrated the combat effectiveness of the Murloc troops. If he really leads the Murloc troops to attack the warship, it will be difficult to move forward in the future. Think about it, 5 elders. This time it was no longer a matter of losing face, but a real loss to their marine, and it would be even more uncomfortable if they took revenge. You don't need to explain to us. The legal martial god was indifferent. If the responsibility wasn't all theirs this time, there would be no way for the warring states period to be so arrogant.
This matter does not need to be reported in the newspaper, and the bounty does not need to be changed. This matter will be over soon, and Fishman Island will also disappear completely. The environmental martial gods seem to have made some kind of decision.
But undersea fish, do you think they can do whatever they want by relying on the deep sea? It's time for the world to re-recognize the power of world government. The god of agriculture and martial arts said gloomily. The 800-year rule of the world government is unshakable, the financial martial god said. The collar hung up, and in the Marine headquarters office, Sengoku was furious. These condescending bastards, I hope you can really do it. Where's Garp? Didn't Lieutenant General Garp go back to the East Daxia Sea on vacation? The adjutant said cautiously. Bang. Tell him to come back immediately, you bastards, they're all going to piss me off. Warring states couldn't bear it anymore and smashed the desk into pieces with one palm. The boss is the same idiot, the subordinates are the same trash, the comrades are the same as ghosts, but the opponent is the same as the god. You have only been a fleet admiral for a few days? Are you here to disgust him? I did get laughed at. Chapter 52 News King Morgans. Who are you? Do you want to submit a manuscript? As for novels, we don't have time right now, we're too busy. My name is Adolf. Adolf? That god killer Adolf? The mermaid Adolf? The other person on the phone was suddenly shocked. Wait a minute. President, Adolf is calling. It's the Adolf we are collecting information from. What? You actually called yourself? Give me the phone bug. Morgans couldn't wait to grab the phone. I'm Morgans, the president of World Economic News. The phone bug's expression turned into one of excitement and madness. You can still call me now, which means you have won. Fishman Island has won. Well. A great victory. 40,000 Marine headquarters elites, 15,000 killed in battle, 25,000 captured, all imprisoned in sea prisons. Adolf's lips curled up slightly. Quick, write it down. The reporter on the side quickly took out his notebook to record. Morgans's eyes became wilder and more excited. At this time, he was more excited than anyone else. Then what happened? What happened to the 2 generals Sakaski and Kuzan? Were they caught, escaped, or were you killed? The corner of Adolf's mouth curled up, the 3 most powerful generals of Marine. Sakaski, Kuzan, and Perusalino, catch them all. What? 3 generals. All 3 Marine generals were dispatched, and they were all captured alive. Hahahaha, big news that shakes the world. Morgans laughed wildly, his eyes shining. You came to me to expose this war, right? No problem, and I won't charge you a penny. This is big news that will shock the world, and the whole sea will be shaken by this report. Can you send me some photos? Just a few, preferably a photo of a dead person? Dead people are eye-catching? Don't worry, in addition to the 3 generals, there is also world government, commander of the Knights of God, Figeland Garin. What? You even caught the commander of the Knights of God? Morgans was shocked. Great. This is super news that shakes the world government. I originally wanted to exaggerate a little, but I didn't expect that the truth was even more exaggerated than I thought. It turned out. Even the commander of the legendary Knights of God. Advertisement. The whole body of the bird was trembling with excitement, its mouth kept trembling, and it was completely excited. No, I didn't catch him. The guy used a special trick as a cover to escape. He just broke off one of his arms. The arm is currently in the exhibition hall of Fishman Island, Adolf regretted. They and the world government Tianlong people have reached the point of irreconcilability. If they can kill them, they will kill them. The only way is to directly reduce the opponent's combat strength. Even if this is the case, it is the big news of the century. This is the big news after One Piece Roger, and it really affects the whole world. The majesty of Marine and the prestige of the world government will be severely damaged as never before. Even the world situation will be affected by your influence. You will also be the first man to formally declare war on the world government and the world noble Draco. Morgans was so excited that his whole body was filled with blood. Since you are so interested in this kind of thing, why not come to Fishman Island? The next step is the real big news, declaring war on the world government. Adolf was slightly serious. Oh, is there any other big news? The execution of 3 generals? Morgan squeezed his eyes away, as if he wanted to look away from the phone bug. Execution Dragon Man. Morgan's pupils shrank and he was speechless. The entire news agency was silent, and the pens fell from their hands. Ha 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 ha. Leave it to me. I believe you will definitely become a big man who affects the world in the future. No, you are already a very important man, a man who truly affects the world. A man who transcends many monkey D dragons and truly scares the world government and threatens the world government. You are big news that shakes the world. Ha 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 ha. Morgans threw his head back and laughed wildly, completely going crazy. Adolf's lips curled up slightly and he said nothing. Young men, go to Fishman Island immediately and witness the moment of history as journalists. Yes, President. Hey, don't forget about the report, Adolf reminded. Advertisement, don't worry, future ruler of the sea. We can work on the road and then fax it to printing agencies around the world, ensuring that it is sent to the world as quickly as possible. Morgans performed the etiquette gracefully. Even if the phone bug couldn't respond, he still couldn't suppress his excitement. Ruler of the sea? I said, forget about the weird title. God Killer is also your idea, right? Adolf was helpless. Wang Lufei became the 5th emperor entirely due to his contribution. This is a title, and it will also become a fact. The Murlocs living in the sea have the ability to determine the navigation of the sea. The corner of Morgan's mouth curled up, and he believed that that moment would come. Then I'll trouble you about the newspaper. I'll send the photos and related processes to you. Adolf's lips curled up slightly. If the world government wants to conceal it and not report it, wouldn't it take the initiative? Doesn't it know the importance of controlling the power of public opinion? Morgans looked at the stack of photos in his hand and became more and more excited. There are too many. Which one should I choose as the cover? 3 generals were arrested? No, Figland Garin is the commander of the Knights of God, directly affiliated to the world government, and he is also a celestial dragon. In terms of identity, he is better than the 3. A general is more important. It's so confusing, every one of them is a blockbuster photo. There are scenes of fighting the 3 generals respectively, and there are also scenes of the 3 generals being defeated and captured, such as Adolf grabbing Akainu's hand and lifting it, and there are scenes of the 3 generals being caught and soaked in seawater. There are scenes of fighting Figland Garin Saint, scenes of Figland Garin Saint escaping, scenes of having his arm cut off, and even a close-up of the severed arm. And 25,000 marine prisoners. Among the entire Murloc army, there are some units that use photophone bugs to record battles. The war of public opinion is also a battlefield. The 5 elders don't understand, doesn't he understand? Therefore, Morgans is also a very strategically important figure in his eyes. Adolf, as a witness of the times, let me give you a gift. Morgans was filled with excitement and picked up another photo, not any photo sent by Adolf. He has decided to build momentum for Adolf. No, it should not be called building momentum, but reporting the facts. The evil generation, Sea Emperor, and 4 emperors are so boring. Pirates are just pirates after all. How can those guys who live in a corner compare with Adolf? This is the man who truly affects the world. Next will be Poseidon Adolf, the age of one man. Then this photo is perfect for the cover. Chapter 53. A new storm has emerged. Yeah, in the early morning, the light of Yangshu Eve shines in. On the Fishman Island and Ryugu Castle full of legendary and dreamy colors, Violet woke up in a daze on a quilt as soft as a huge shell. Looking at the sky blue dreamy mermaid around me, my mind recalled all the craziness that had happened before. As the biggest hero behind this battle, of course she must be rewarded well. So he and she made waves on the sea. Set. Poseidon mystery surged to the sky. Send her to the Sky Island to see the beauty of the ebb and flow of the clouds, revealing the moving crimson glow. Wake up, Adolf said softly and magnetically. Well, Violet lay on his chest and listened to his heartbeat. I'm sorry to have you stay on Fishman Island from now on. For the sake of confidentiality, you can't meet anyone else and can only stay in the secret room. Sorry, your ability is too important, but you don't have the ability to protect yourself. Adolf hugged him apologetically. Things are accomplished through secrets, and failure is revealed through words. Everyone who plays games knows that there is nothing to hide from, and all the efforts you make become a joke and become a trap to bury yourself. But if others know, the effect will be halved, and it will also put Violet in danger. If it is announced in a high-profile manner, I am afraid that the kingdom of Dressrosa will be retaliated against, let alone on Fishman Island. Will you accompany me? Every day. Violet was cautious, with an inexplicable blush on her face. Of course, every day. Adolf smiled. Compared with Hancock, Violet is not stunning, but her figure is equally explosive, and her bold and fiery style is also very attractive, and she has a lot of S***X. There is a word that says, defeat. I also want to stay on Fishman Island. Hancock lay down and looked at him charmingly. A series of words popping up in my mind, like sleeping in the same bed, loving each other day and night, making my head bubble with sweetness, and I am completely immersed in the ocean of love. This is not possible. You are the emperor of the daughter country and have very strong potential. Staying here will only bury your talents. I will open a special entrance to the sea in Dragon Palace City. Then you and your sisters can take the Sea Beast car in Dragon Palace City to play at any time. I will also go to the daughter's country. After all, it is the daughter's country, the holy land in the hearts of men. Advertisement. Adolf stroked her hair soothingly. Hancock lay down regretfully.
It takes 4 or 5 days to take a warship from Amazon Lily to impel down city in the windless zone. It takes even longer to get to Fishman Island, and it takes about a day to take a Sea Beast car.
On the contrary, we can specially train high-speed Sea Beast vehicles from faraway places, such as Swordfish, and try to reach them in half a day. Amazon Lily is 5,500 kilometers away from Fishman Island, Violet said suddenly. 5,500 kilometers. Adolf was a little surprised. Well, it's beyond the sight distance of the staring fruit. I only discovered it when the Nine Snakes pirate ship arrived between the two, Violet said. The width of the Red Continent is about 500 kilometers, and the height above sea level is 50,000 meters. Mariajoya is almost directly above Fishman Island. 10,000 meters below the sea level is the Sunshine Cave where Fishman Island is located. This is the space where Yangshu Eve shines. The huge cave is more than 200,000 meters from top to bottom. It is unbelievably big. The large Poseidon species I have discovered exceeds 100 head. As Violet spoke, she put her hands to her mouth and put it in his eyes, letting him see the entire terrain with his own eyes. The 10,000 meters under the sea is only the location of the space where Fishman Island is located, the Sunshine Cave, not that the Fishman Island is only 10,000 meters. A large Poseidon is more than 5,000 meters deep. Let alone swim together at a depth of 10,000 meters. The ones with legs will hit the wall when they jump. It's funny. The sea in this world is very deep. It is normal to exceed 100 kilometers, that is, 100,000 meters. The Fishman Island is about 200 kilometers away from Mariajoya. This distance is okay, but I can't reach this place across the Red Continent. But here we can use the gaze fruit to see every move they make. Even when warships go to sea, they know what they're doing. Adolf nodded with satisfaction. I have monitored that the 5 elders are preparing to send the real power of the world government to destroy Fishman Island, Violet said. The real power? Knights of God, Adolf thought instantly. Violet nodded, but they are waiting for an ability user named Bruno. The gate fruit seems to be preparing to use this fruit's ability to come directly from Mariajoya to Fishman Island. Menman fruit. Adolf suddenly became solemn. Gate of opening, coming directly to the mainland of Fishman Island, it will undoubtedly be a disaster. With the individual combat power of the Knights of God, each one has the ability to completely destroy the entire Fishman Island. All members of the Knights were dispatched and went straight to the mainland. He could not resist even if he tried his best. Hancock, I will bring the power rock to Fishman Island later, and you will be able to remove the petrification. I will send these back the moment they attack the gate of opening.
Use your ability to petrify the sea tower stone, polish it into steel balls and attach them to the power rock jar. Let's see who destroys whom.
Adolf decided immediately. Advertisement: if you are not ruthless, you will not be able to stand firmly. The power rock is set with the sea tower stone to break the demon in the armor. Let's see who can withstand it. Hancock nodded and saw his seriousness. Violet, do you know what Bruno is like? I know, the 5 elders have his photos and files. Violet nodded.
Okay, Bruno will notify me immediately when he appears. They will definitely report the 5 elders, go up the elevator, and the reaction of the Knights of God. Keep an eye on these places. Adolf ordered.
If there was no perspective hanging, it would be destruction from the sky, and there would be no time to react. King Adolf, your phone is ringing. Shirley came in with a blush on her face. This scene is exciting. Adolf looked at Shirley, whose ability to predict the future was equally heaven-defying. Of course he didn't mind Shirley knowing about Violet's existence, but he needed Shirley to take care of Violet's living expenses. Although there are only a few strokes in the original work, we generally know her as a person and still trust Mrs. Shirley very much. Bulu bulu bulu. Hello? Who? Adolf answered. Ha. It's me, Doflamingo. Doflamingo smiled excitedly. Is it you, who knew the outcome of the war so quickly? Is that old bird so efficient? Adolf lay down, with Violet in his left hand and Hancock in his right hand, admiring the stunningly beautiful Mrs. Shirley who was also a mermaid in front of him. I guessed that Marine's troops didn't go back. Now that the call is open, it means you won. H. It's incredible. All the 3 Marine generals came out and failed to capture you. Instead, you were damaged on the bottom of the sea. It's simply awesome. If the news spreads, the whole sea will be shaken by you, and the world will be crazy for you. Poseidon Adolf. Doflamingo laughed wildly, even more excited than during the Huxia New Year. His wish is to drag down those high-ranking celestial dragons into the dust, let them bury their faces in the mud, taste the taste of despair, and make them regret it. And now, he saw, Chapter 54, The Intersection of Changing Times, 10% extra update. How is it possible that all of Marine's highest combat power was left at the bottom of the sea? Defeat at the hands of Adolf. Behind Doflamingo, the family leaders all showed expressions of disbelief. The guy who bought the cannonballs with them in the first place, they still want to take advantage of it. I felt so lucky that I almost died. Gold D. Roger once circled the world and completed the journey of the Grand Line, which was called One Piece. He also opened the prelude to the Great Pirate Age when he died. And with the fame, power, strength, and achievements you have now, there is no doubt that you are the king of this sea. As time goes by, everyone will think so. Don't you want to dominate this sea, rule the entire world, and become a true king? Doflamingo grinned, showing extreme ambition and madness. Even if this person is not him, he is still crazy about the era that will be violent next. I said, don't compare pirates with me, even the king of thieves, Roger. Adolf was dissatisfied. Back, Doflamingo couldn't help but laugh wildly. The so-called era of great pirates is just an excuse to seduce people's greed in the name of treasure. A group of evil-doing marine garbage people get something for nothing by burning, killing, and looting. No matter how good the rhetoric is, they can't hide the ugliness in their hearts and the fact that they wantonly harm others. Even if the biggest ugliness is the world government, their oppression and exploitation, it is not the reason for these pirates to do evil themselves. Adolf had no admiration for Roger, let alone worship. Even though Rayleigh had to keep his inner thoughts inside and seek some investment simply because he was in the early stages of starting a business, it didn't mean that he had too much affection for Rayleigh. Garp said that even though he was a Marine, he couldn't hate Roger, so he agreed to take care of Ace. That's bullshit. How many people became pirates during the Great Pirate Age, and how many innocent civilians were burned, killed, looted and killed? If you say that the child is innocent and there is nothing wrong with the newborn child, then you still have to argue, but because of Roger? Is this considered justice? It's not right for a Marine to have such thoughts. Sure enough, you want to replace him. Doflamingo grinned, and the beady eyes in the flame bird's frame revealed his madness. What is world government? Adolf disdained. The feudal system was nothing in the face of centralized power, let alone it was not even a feudal system. He wants to lead the Sea Clan to conquer a huge territory, and the world will be unified with books and texts and chariots moving in the same track. Advertisement. Okay. Let's stop chatting here. Send the remaining 200,000 shells over as soon as possible. Don't let me rush you in person. Adolf interrupted. The prerequisite for gangsterism is that you don't follow the rules, and there is a huge disparity in strength. We still have a lot of business to do. Fishman Island is in the deep sea and requires countless ground resources. I can provide them all for you. You can pay for them with the water of life. He won the battle with Marine, and he had to be a strong man to refuse to pay. As long as you understand, I also hope that the cooperation will always go smoothly. Adolf doesn't mind cooperating with Doflamingo. As long as he remains strong, he can always suppress Doflamingo. Given the current situation of Fishman Island, few businessmen dare to do business with them openly, and the geographical location of Fishman Island means that even a steel nail needs to be imported. You also know the risks of my cooperation with you, right? I need you to provide me with shelter, withstand the pressure from the world government and Marine. Doflamingo went directly to the umbrella. Who do you think I am, to be a pirate's protective umbrella? But the world government dares to prevent others from doing business with me. Does it think Fishman Island is easy to bully? Adolf refused directly and would not let Doflamingo cause trouble under his banner. Bah. Justice on the sea, Poseidon. The world government has really found a good opponent. No wonder you don't take One Piece Roger seriously. The King of Thieves is just the King of Thieves after all. He can't go on the world stage. He can't become the king of the world. Doflamingo couldn't help but laugh and saw what Adolf's decision meant. And this is what he wants to see. Poseidon, Adolf, Monet, Sugar, and his family members all looked at Doflamingo in shock, as well as Adolf's expression on the phone. With that contempt in their words, One Piece became in their eyes a person who couldn't stand on the stage. A mere thief king. How arrogant. I admit that you stabbed me before, but the price should come down after the volume is increased. This is not sold to a top powerhouse like Whitebeard. There are not that many rich people in the world. Doflamingo grinned in disgust, looking like a shrewd businessman. But if this person is not Adolf, who goes up to him and grabs the other person's neck to interrogate him, and completely holds the water of life in his hands, who would still do business with you? The price should be reduced to increase the volume. Panacea will also be a specialty of Fishman Island that makes Fishman Island famous in the future, so let's buy 10 million copies of the water of life. Adolf thought for a while. Doflamingo was silent for a moment. It dropped 100 times. The family members couldn't help complaining. The previous 1 billion was too cruel. I will set unified standards, build my own factory, and sell finished medicines, and you are just my sales channel, but you have to make it clear to me, this is the water of life and Panacea from Fishman Island. Advertisement. In addition, if you have a good attitude towards buyers who buy products from Fishman Island, you can raise the price and open a black shop without any problem. After all, everyone knows about the shop opened by pirates. But don't rip off me. Don't use things from Fishman Island to rip off people. Do you understand the image? We are mermaids in dreams, the darlings of the sea? Adolf couldn't help but remind him. What if the cure doesn't work? It doesn't work. It doesn't work. That's your problem. Do you dare to tell Doflamingo that it's his medicine's problem? For the sake of the store's reputation, of course he will help you solve problems thoughtfully, such as solving the problem for the person who raised it. This is what Adolf is afraid of. If you just kill people without asking any questions, won't he take the blame? Nowadays, business wars are not afraid of playing high-end, but they are afraid of playing arrogantly, and even more afraid of their teammates being stupid. Doflamingo stopped talking, because he is not a serious businessman. An intermediary in the underground world. He's an arms dealer. He's dealing in anything illegal or huge profits. But, well, only you, Adolf, can keep me in line. It's good that you understand. In addition, let the person with the stone fruit ability in your family come to Fishman Island as soon as possible. I need his power. Let's rent it for 100 million belly for 2 months, Adolf said directly. Pika? Doflamingo looked at Pika in the family behind him, and immediately thought about the power of the stone fruit. I understand. Then bring the ammunition here as soon as possible, Adolf said and hung up the call. Seeing the young master hang up the phone, the family members began to speak boldly. Dover, Adolf and the world government are determined to fight to the death. Will it cause the world government's dissatisfaction if we get too close? Trable, the snot-nosed monster, was worried. Young master, the new newspaper. Monet handed it to Doflamingo. Caw. Doflamingo couldn't help but burst out laughing wildly after reading the old newspaper. Someone in this sea has finally challenged the supreme divine authority. The decadent old era will usher in a new order. Only the final winner can define justice. At this crossroads of changing times, everyone must stand in line. Should we defend the hegemony of the old era, or find our own place in the new era? We are really lucky to have been chosen by the times. Everyone, come with me to witness the beginning of a new era, and board this ship that rides the wind and waves. Chapter 55 Beasts Kaido, 15% extra update. Boss Kaido, today's newspapers are full of breaking news. Plague Quinn hurried in holding a newspaper. There's news every day in this world. What happened again? Kaido of the 100 Beasts was holding the wine gourd indifferently. At the level of the Emperor of the Sea, there were very few people who could interest them. Suddenly I remembered to ask, by the way, didn't the Marine fleet attack Fishman Island yesterday? Why is there no news at all? Is that guy Adolf dead? Let the Marine Fleet Admiral kneel down. Lousy still wants to drink with him. Boss, this is the report about him. It's really amazing. The newspapers even surpassed One Piece Roger. Quan danced excitedly. More than Roger. A bunch of brats are making up nonsense. There must be a limit to Boruto's eyeballs. Baisho Kaido cursed and opened the newspaper, and couldn't bear it when he saw the cover page. That kid Adolf looks a little more like a man, but what's with the title? What's with the title? It's too arrogant. Cover photo. Adolf conquers entangled in the rough waves that look like apocalyptic catastrophe, a rather domineering photo. But apart from that, there are no three major generals as embellishments, and there is no Fegaland Garen to set off, because it is no longer needed. Title. King of Thieves? No, I Poseidon. Title. Poseidon Adolf. You actually call One Piece the King of Thieves? Damn it, how dare you belittle us pirates? I'll feel better next time I see him. Hey, is this Conquerors? This is the new world where there are so many powerful people. There are so many powerful people with Conquerors domineering power as there are Crucian carp crossing the river. What does this mean? Idiot, this is called domination. It's a trick that only strong men like Boss Kaido can use.
Okay, let's talk about it later. If you don't see it later, just shut up.
Throughout the banquet hall, powerful pirates read and discussed in the newspapers. And after seeing them, they did shut up. No, they probably opened their mouths in shock, but they couldn't make a sound. As I flipped through the newspaper, I became more and more shocked, as if I had seen a ghost. 25,000 prisoners. Capture 3 generals and the commander of the Knights of God alive and escape with broken arms. 10 days later, they will execute the celestial dragons. Isn't this really a dream? One is more exaggerated than the other. I didn't wake up. I still remember the scene of the battle between Brother Jin and Kizaru. Destruction of heaven and earth scared me to the point of peeing. This guy actually captured all 3 generals alive? Advertisement, bang. Bang. A hole, why did you hit me? It's true, my palms still hurt. My face hurts even more. B*******************. D. No one paid attention to these 2 idiots, all eyes were on the newspaper. There are even photos. It's true that we captured the 3 generals alive, Yan Calamity Jin said with a calm expression. Looking at the photo, the celestial dragons had both of their legs chopped off. The execution must be real. What a crazy man. Droutjack looked at the race in his bloodline. Even if he dared to get close to Sengoku plus Fujitora plus Crane, but this man, he found that he was not worthy of touching porcelain. The Fishman Island is at the bottom of the sea. As long as the ship is destroyed, no matter how powerful the user is, it is not surprising. But being able to do this and challenge the world government is not something ordinary men can do. Black Maria became interested. A tall and sexy beauty, charming, with a long golden bun, a pair of green eyes, snow-white skin, a pair of long red horns on her head, and ears with pearl earrings, hairpins made with a knife, and a black low cut-off-the-shoulder kimono with multicolored petals. In short, the island-style 8-foot lady is a coquettish, plump and sexy plus-size beauty. Quite. Right-pointing arrow v right-pointing arrow. The really bold thing is that he dared to execute the celestial dragons and reported it openly. This is a complete declaration of war with the world government. No wonder he dares to say that he is better than Roger and wants to have a drink with him more and more. Kaido laughed enthusiastically. The more he watched, the more he appreciated it. If it were anyone else, he would pick up the mace and ask, "What kind of king do you want to be?" But with such a record, Tianlong people were publicly executed. He poured wine on the spot and toasted, "You are the real king." If the world government doesn't respond, it will be humiliating, but if it goes out and is defeated again, not only will it lose troops, but it will also be humiliated. No, they have already been humiliated. Yan Liangjin was particularly happy. This guy can come up with new tricks every time, and the world government must be greatly weakened. Hahahaha, let's see what they do now. They are waiting to make a fool of themselves. The other pirates mocked him wantonly. As long as they let Marine and world government, they were happy to see it. Such a good talent, I really want to recruit him, even if I make him the deputy captain, it doesn't matter. Kaido thought, his love for talent burning. Then we have the entire Fishman Island as our undersea combat force, plus Commander Adolf. We will be invincible, boss. Each one encouraged in their dreams. Boss, let me invite him to join the group, Ivory Jack volunteered. Advertisement. Do you want to be beaten to death at the bottom of the sea, Jack? Plague Quinn patted Jack on the shoulder. This kind of man will not be willing to be inferior to others, just give up. Black Maria shrugged, her off-shoulder kimono shrugged, and her upper hemisphere was spectacular. Boss, if we recruit him, we will have to face the world government, Yan Calamity Jin said calmly. That's really a headache. Kaido poured wine and didn't want to talk about solicitation anymore. Boss Kaido, let's go to Fishman Island too, it's so lively, one by one suggested. Lousy as Kaido. Why do you want to cheer for others? Kaido immediately cursed. He is stubborn and likes to cause trouble. He wants to commit suicide every day to bring some excitement to the world. Even if there is a war, he wants to steal chickens. But that doesn't mean you're really stupid, it doesn't mean you really want to give someone away. So he approved of Adolf, even if the newspaper said it surpassed One Piece and was called Poseidon, he didn't refute it. How can you not join in the fun of such a big event? Kids, let's set sail. Kaido raised his mace domineeringly, showing excitement and madness. Huh? Didn't you say you wouldn't go to Fishman Island? Of course I'm looking for trouble with Marine. Taking advantage of their lack of manpower, they demolished the entire New World Marine base. Oh, all the pirates were excited at once. Maria, please stay and use the video phone bug to make a connection and come back just in time to watch the live broadcast. Okay, I also want to talk to that man, Black Maria agreed happily. And in a certain corner, a white catgirl with red horns carefully poked her head and overheard their conversation. Poseidon. Adolf? Who is that? Can you compare with Kazuki Oden-sama? He is the real hero? Chapter 56 Big Mom. Wants to have a baby, well, he actually declared war on the world government. This is something that only that lunatic Rox dared to do. He also has the ambition to become the king of the world. Big Mom laughed after reading the newspaper. Rox? Who is that? Pudding, who was only 4 years old, wondered at the huge dining table, and no one else knew. That was the great pirate who dominated the sea more than 30 years ago. He was the overlord before Gold D. Roger became famous. My mother was once a member of the Rox Pirates. In addition, there are Whitebeard Edward Newgate, Golden Lion Shiki, Silver Axe, Ochaku, Captain John, etc. Now Kaido is just an intern on the ship. The eldest son, Licking Fruit Parasparrow solemnly recalled that he was only 10 years old at that time. They are all famous people now, everyone opened their mouths in disbelief. Then why is it missing now and not even heard of? 4-year-old Pudding continued to ask. Of course he's dead, stupid Pudding, can't you see clearly with 3 eyes? Other older children ridiculed him for having 3 eyes that were so alien that he was often bullied. Pudding lowered his head, his bangs covering his eyes, and secretly grabbed the hem of his skirt, hating in his heart. The family must live in harmony, and don't bully family members. Big Mom was sitting at the dining table, looking like a loving mother. It's Mom. Although he said so, after all, the pirate environment was good enough without taking out a knife at the dinner table. The pirate group was disbanded after Rox died 28 years ago. The second son, Nuo Fruit Katakuri, answered for his younger siblings. He was only 8 or 9 years old at the time. Mom, this guy calls One Piece the king of thieves, and looks like he looks down on us at all. Advertisement, that's right, he's still called Poseidon. Doesn't it mean that all of us at sea are under his control? That's too arrogant. Every little boy is unhappy. Well, the strong men in this sea are all wanton, so he dares to provoke the world government. Big Mom didn't care at all. If Sengoku Akainu was made to kneel down, it would be famous all over the world for being funny and embarrassing Marine. So this time, he will become famous based on his true strength and reintroduce himself to the world with an extremely exaggerated record. Praline, you mermaids are so annoying. 17-year-old Malise looked at Praline dissatisfied. If you have the ability, go talk to him, or capture a general alive and bring him back. 21st female Praline mocked back. TCH. What's the big deal? Praline ignored the sisters and looked at the photos in the newspaper and became curious. This man of the same race as her, is Poseidon Adolf. Already so strong? Still so young. Big Mom looked at the photo of Adolf in the newspaper and was fascinated. A race that lives in the deep sea, with a young and strong body. I really want to have a baby with him. The baby he gives birth to will definitely be as strong as his father. When the Rox Pirates disbanded, Charlotte Linlin was only 28 years old. She was sexy and beautiful, full of vigor and vitality, and was not as obese as she is now. But after the Rox Pirates disbanded, they occupied a chassis with great strength, and then lived a life of high production every year, plus long-term high-energy food. The Fishman Island is right under the world government, and the Marine headquarters is also on the edge of the Fishman Island. It's so close, I really can't imagine how he dared to do this. 18-year-old Butter Minister Garrett frowned. The whole world is waiting for the world government's action. Owen, the fourth son, was particularly looking forward to it. Marine doesn't have extra combat power, but world government will definitely send people there. If they don't go, it won't be as simple as losing face. The execution of the celestial dragons will completely shake the rule of world government. The second son, Nuo Fruit Kataku Lee thought. What kind of lineup will world government come up with? The entire Knights of God, 10-year-old Biscuit Fruitcracker said solemnly. No one can feel relaxed when talking about this organization. It would be best if the entire Knights of God sink to the bottom of the sea, then our chance will come. Girl 8, mirror fruit. Bree smiled mischievously, watching the excitement and not taking it too seriously. It's not that there is no chance. Sea water is fatal to people with abilities. In the environment of the deep sea, even if people without abilities are suffocated, Adolf has a chance of winning, said the 14th girl, fruit extracting smoothie. Advertisement, don't forget, everyone, he is a mermaid. The entire Fishman Island is a deep sea race. If you can't fight it, you can run away. It's impossible for anyone to keep a mermaid in the deep sea, right? 21st female mermaid Praline said. When everyone came back to their senses, it seemed that Fishman Island had been invincible from the beginning. The worst thing is that they don't need Fishman Island, just like the pirates don't need the chassis. Is there any way to run around the world? Well, I will never fail from the beginning, no wonder I am fearless. Big Mom laughed. Mom, if he really wants to become the king of the world, he will probably ask his mother for help, the eldest son, licking fruit Perisparrow said suddenly. Huh? Big Mom looked at it. He is the only strong person on Fishman Island, and there are only a handful of other strong people who can be named. But their strength cannot compare with the three generals, they are far from the same level. Using the advantage of the sea to ensure invincibility, it is impossible to defeat the world government on the Red Earth continent. The eldest son Perisparrow, the eldest son, licked the fruit with his long tongue and grasped the key to the problem. Even if you look around the world, only the pirate community has so many strong people, and I can also use their power to become one piece. Big Mom also understood instantly. With a sudden change of thought, she suddenly looked at Praline. Praline, you are just 18 years old, and you are at the age to talk about marriage. Why don't you marry him? You are both mermaids, so you must have a lot to talk about, right? But Mom, I haven't met him yet, and I can't guarantee that he will be willing. 21 female mermaid Praline was embarrassed. If he needs human strength, he will definitely be willing to do it. This is the best husband your mother has found for you. No matter the strength or power, there is no one better than this in the entire sea. You have to let him completely side with us, we are a family. Big Mom was so happy that she didn't give her daughter the right to choose at all. In the final analysis, her useless daughter is just a tool for her marriage, so just marry her obediently. And her maternal love is kind, and she only treats children under 10 years old. Okay, Mom. 21 female mermaid Praline had no choice. Chapter 57 The Runaway Times. Hahahaha, Dad, look, this guy really made big news. Last time I was riding on Marine's head and shitting, this time I'm riding on the world government's head and shitting, it's so funny. Look, the celestial dragons cut off 2 of their legs. It's too much, they even took pictures and reported it. This is going to make the 5 elders angry. Hahahaha, is this guy going to make me laugh to death? Now I completely admire him. Poseidon Adolf, Lousy recognizes his title. He really led the Fishman Island to be solved by himself, and he solved it so beautifully. I'm afraid no one expected it. Phoenix Marco smiled. Dad, our flag on the Fishman Island can be withdrawn. Came back. Gu la la la, that boy will send it over by himself. Whitebeard laughed heartily. If it were anyone else, he would have thought he was an ignorant boy. Even before this newspaper, everyone in the world would have thought so. When I first met him, I felt that the future was extraordinary, but I didn't expect that it would change completely so quickly in just one battle. King of the Sea, I don't know how far I can go, or what direction the sea will turn in the future. Whitebeard looked at the newspaper in his hand and sighed. After reading the newspaper, even he believed that he had indeed surpassed Roger. At least Roger did not let Marine suffer such a disastrous defeat, nor did he publicly execute the celestial dragons, and he did not dare to have a head-on war with the world government. Poseidon Adolf. Red-haired Shanks looked at the newspaper and fell into thought. Adolf is a mermaid and has been invincible from the beginning, so he dared to attack the Marine fleet and succeeded. Vice Captain Ben Beckman penultimate thinking saw Adolf's confidence at a glance. Now they're even more unscrupulous in using the celestial dragons as bait to force the world government to send more powerful people to the deep sea, and then solve them in the deep sea. Although there is a certain danger, as long as you succeed once, you will get rich results, until all the fleets that penetrate into the sea are eaten. What a crazy and bold guy. Red-haired Shanks also thought of many things in an instant. The most terrifying thing is that this is a conspiracy. Unless the world government can watch their authority being compromised, Vice Captain Ben Beckman frowned, even if he could not find a way to solve it. Conspiracy. Shank's expression darkened. Boss, do you want to go to Fishman Island? Chef Lucky Lou asked while holding the bone and meat. No, it won't help if we go. The upcoming storm is beyond our control. Red-haired Shanks shook his head. Shanks, what are you talking about? Tell me about your adventures on the sea. A playful boy wearing slippers came over. Luffy. Shanks looked at it and thought inexplicably, the boy who ate the rubber fruit is still at this point in time. Is this his fate? Shanks. Who is the mermaid in the newspaper? He looks so powerful. Uda asked after seeing the newspaper. She is a fashionable girl with the ability of singing fruit, white hair on the left and red on the right, wearing headphones. Ambitionists who want to rule the world will make the world unhappy, Shanks said. Advertisement. It's these annoying bad guys again, they are really everywhere. Uda was bored. Merman? Does it really exist in this world? So handsome, I must see it with my own eyes in the future. Mermaid. Luffy couldn't help but laugh, looking at the photo in the newspaper with great longing. On the contrary, he was indifferent to the contents of the newspaper. Alas. The tavern owner Maginot sighed while looking at the newspaper. What's wrong, Maginot? Luffy asked. This sea is going to be in chaos again. The green-haired girl Makino felt uneasy. Don't worry, Makino, the future One Piece will protect you. Luffy clenched his fists and smiled confidently. It's impossible, you can't even beat me. Uda crossed his arms. What, I obviously won. If Maginot only felt uneasy in East Blue, then she really went berserk in West Blue, South Blue, and North Blue. The number of gangsters and mafiosi appeared several times more than before, and more people went to sea to become pirates. The 40,000 troops and 3 generals at the Marine headquarters have no direct effect on the world, but the annihilation of the entire army directly leads to the collapse of deterrence. If the police cannot control public security, the country's prestige will decline, and more people will commit crimes. It is commendable to just watch with a cold eye. Not to mention that the nobility and royal family are even more filthy and corrupt, and the ruling class is completely worse than. Even if Marine wants to control, they are unable to do so because they cannot control the ruling class. What's more, many Marines are complicit, wearing Marine's cloak of justice, but doing things even crazier than pirates. Therefore, for the people at the bottom of the world, Adolf's annihilation of the Marine fleet is undoubtedly a representative of the evil nature and a symbol of the further collapse of the Order of the Sea. But in the newspaper Adolf made the causal relationship thoroughly clear. The celestial dragons enslaved him, he escaped, and then became so angry that he wanted to destroy the entire country and massacre the people. He is a complete victim image. He has no talent and leads the people to resist. Even the army is improvised, using kitchen knives, stones, and no decent weapons. Then the Tianlong people naturally become villains, full of evil, the ugly embodiment of oppression and exploitation. If you don't want the high ground of public opinion, it belongs to others. I wanted to buy you more clothes and more books. I'm sorry, I haven't done anything for you that a mother should do. Bellemire had tears in his eyes, and struggled with his trampled hands. Hold on. That's not the case, I don't want anything anymore, please don't die. Nokagao and Nami burst into tears, feeling distressed, guilty, and completely collapsed. These two are your daughters, right? Aaron came behind him and looked down at the 3 of them. Advertisement, that's right, you have to promise not to hurt these 2 children. Bellemire was determined, obviously she could survive, but she still said, this is her daughter. Of course, as long as you die obediently. Aaron grinned and said cruel words with principle. He raised his hand and raised his gun, aiming it at Bellemire's heart. Bellemire, Nokagao and Nami collapsed in pain, helpless, powerless, so desperate. Jiu Guao. At this time, the newsbird in the sky gave a loud warning sound and dropped a newspaper at the same time. No money is required, Lao Nio subsidizes it himself. Kruby picked it up and turned it over, his pupils shrank and he quickly handed it to Aaron. Boss, read the newspaper quickly. Huh? Aaron picked up the newspaper, opened it and his pupils shrank instantly. Hahahaha. I originally thought Fishman Island was dead, but I didn't expect it would do such a big thing. Execute the celestial dragons. Execute the celestial dragons. As a fishman, it was so inspiring to them that I couldn't help but laugh ferociously. Boss, what should we do now? Kruby asked. Are you still asking? Of course, we are going back to Fishman Island. This is the boss we fishmen should follow. Although Brother Tiger is a hero, he is too weak. Poseidon Adolf. He is our king. Aaron's face was twisted ferociously, he was laughing crazily, and he was even so excited that he couldn't help but grab a handful of money and throw it away. Female Marine, you are so lucky to have escaped. But you senior generals are unlucky, you were wiped out in one fell swoop. Ha 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 ha, he left with a wild smile. He couldn't wait to return to Fishman Island, wanted to see Poseidon Adolphus, and wanted to see the Dracos being executed by their fishmen. This scene made Aegean, Bellemire, Nokagao, Nami, and even the villagers watching from a distance all stunned. What happened? Because of a newspaper? Aegean picked up a piece of money on the ground and waved towards the newsbird. The newsbird quickly flew down and handed over a newspaper. Fishman Island, Poseidon. Adolf? Nami looked at the photo with tears on her face. This person she can never forget. Chapter 58 Big Bear New Bounty List, Additional Update. Poseidon Adolf. The man wearing a green robe and his face stamped with a strong wind was reading the newspaper. Execute. Execute the celestial dragons. Is there such a bold man in the world? Ivankov, whose big face took up half of his body, had trembling pupils. He looked at the newspaper in front of him in disbelief, and his whole body was trembling. Meatball Fruit Bartholomew Big Bear also had his pupils dilated. They have been slaves of the celestial dragons since they were young. They understand the terror of those demons very well. Those celestial dragons who are high in the sky, hold the power of the world, and are known as the descendants of God. Now to be publicly executed, Dad, Ginny. Tears fell from the eyes of the burly and tough man. His beloved father was killed by the celestial dragons, just because of the noise, and they shot him in front of him. The woman he loved was kidnapped by the celestial dragons. He knew where she was, but there was nothing he could do about it. His father was helpless when he died, he was in pain when his loved ones were taken away, and he could do nothing. Escape. He has been running away all his life, trying to escape from the control of the Tianlong people, but he has been living in sorrow. The pain is deeply entangled in the heart. What torture. This is a good thing, Bear. It shows that more and more people are resisting the world government, and those bad guys will definitely get their due retribution, Ivankov said happily. Bartholomew Big Bear wiped away his tears and nodded, reading the newspaper seriously. Ivankov then suggested, Dragon, are we going to help? He alone, even with the entire Fishman tribe, is not the opponent of the world government, right? If we win over the Fishman Island and overthrow the world government, we will have a better chance of winning. No, we can't use it in the deep sea and can't effectively cooperate with him. And I'm still not sure of his purpose. Although there is a common enemy, if the purpose is to rule the world, it will just become another world government, not our ideal world. Monkey D. Long declined the offer. Really, but as long as the world government is our enemy, we are our friends. Ivankov didn't care either. Advertisement, Shang, Ivankov, while he is holding back the world government, we will speed up the overthrow of more countries. This time we will target the joining countries. Let more countries stop handing over heavenly gold, so that we can weaken the power of the world government. Strength. The Big Bear nodded. After they left, Monkey D. Long looked at the newspaper again, seeming to want to read more information. Are you an enemy, or a comrade? The Tianlong trash will be executed, won't Sakaski and the others be beheaded too? Garp was sitting on the chair in the conference room, and this time he didn't even eat the senbei. He doesn't care about the life and death of the Tianlong people. He usually has a normal relationship with the three generals. At most, he has a better relationship with Kuzan. But if they are all dead, things will be very serious. Marine will definitely not collapse, but New World is completely out of control, and many other places must also shrink their power to avoid powerful pirates. This matter is no longer that simple. Warring states looked at the newspaper seriously. Marine doesn't have any extra combat power to take care of the Fishman Island anymore. News just came from the New World base that Kaido is destroying the Marine base. Without Kizaru as a maneuver, it's already too late to stop it. Lieutenant General he crossed his hands and supported his chin, seemingly doing it with ease, but in fact, he didn't do anything at all. Garp, when you go to New World later, at least let our people evacuate safely. We lost 40,000 Marine headquarters elites on Fishman Island. The loss is too heavy. Sengoku was heartbroken to the point of bleeding. There have never been so many people killed in any war. Although I am not dead, what is the difference between not coming back and being dead? I just didn't want to worry about this, so I skipped work and went home, and the boy who did the above three things was captured alive. Is Adolf that outrageous? Garp doubted life, and even now doubts whether he has not woken up. The three of them, Sakaski, plus the ancient Saint Figolando Green, were able to chase them away even if they went to fight Whitebeard, and now they are all sinking into the sea. Zephyr was also in disbelief. He personally taught the three generals and knew their strength very well, but this. One wave is gone. That's at the bottom of the sea, a forbidden area for ability users. General He Zhang looked at it. Not only because of this, Figeland Galen Saint has discussed with us that Adolf is very unusual. Before the war started, his strategy of letting the residents of Fishman Island leave the island, breaking them into pieces and scattering them across the sea, and attacking warships for a long time, can even be said to be unsolvable. He has an extraordinary overall view. The Warring States period became more solemn and more felt that the race in the deep sea was unsolvable. Doesn't it mean that there is no gain before the war starts, so why not go to Fishman Island? Isn't it stupid? Garp said without hesitation. Advertisement Warring States glanced at Lao Deng and ignored him. Does the bounty need to be adjusted? Lieutenant General he asked. According to the reputation of pirates, a bounty of 1 billion is no longer appropriate. Let's give him a matching amount, Sengoku said. They don't have the mentality of catching the other party, but let the other party feel respectable and don't cause trouble for them Marine. But if someone really goes to trouble him for this bounty, whether it's for a challenge or something else, they'll definitely make a profit without losing anything. Poseidon Adolphus has almost absolute dominance in the sea, and he is too young. He took command of Fishman Island at the age of only 22. Each thing he did was more troublesome than the last, and the impact was too great. Hujon lowered his eyes to read the newspaper, since the newspaper said that he was the ruler of the sea who surpassed One Piece Roger and also called Roger the King of Thieves. Then let's give him 5.6 billion belly. It would be best to arouse the pirates' hostility towards him, Sengoku decided. One Piece Roger has a bounty of 5.5648 million, and Poseidon Adolf has a bounty of 5.6 billion. Are they even more threatening than One Piece Roger? This can be considered a humiliation to pirates, Zephyr said. Can this kid compare with Roger? Poseidon? Garp turned to look at the photo in the newspaper, but he didn't like it. Roger is his sympathetic rival. I have sent Gion to negotiate with Fishman Island. It's up to God whether he can be rescued, Sengoku said. Her position is a bit low during negotiations. It would be more appropriate for me to go. After all, it is related to the highest combat strength of our Marine, Lieutenant General he said calmly. She has a good relationship with Gion, but Marine itself is a profession that can be sacrificed at any time. Without safety, naturally, good sisters will not be allowed to go if there is no danger. You are a capable person. If they are not willing to negotiate, they will not be able to come back, Zangguo said. In short, we Marine have nothing to worry about, and we can't take care of so much anymore. For the rest, let's wait for the 5 elders to discuss the countermeasures before making a decision. Let's adjourn the meeting. Sengoku didn't even want to talk to the 5 elders. It was the Tianlong people's fault that they made the mistake again and again. If it hadn't been for them, this wouldn't have happened. Even his majestic Marine Fleet Admiral knelt down and held his head, becoming the laughing stock of the world. Now he has actually lost 40,000 elites and 3 generals. Not exploding on the spot was already a sign of restraint. Chapter 59 The Weight of the Crown, 15% extra update. King Adolf, we have salvaged all the warships. We can probably repair 12 warships, including 26 warships that are intact. Another 90,000 artillery shells were seized. 1,240 cannons were dismantled, 10,000 flintlock muskets, and 40,000 marine standard sabers. There are also a lot of food, drinks, medicines, etc., as well as a large amount of steel materials on warships. Hody Jones reports. Adolf sat on the throne and nodded. Where's the special explosive box? I have summoned all the shipwrights on the island to take out the gunpowder from the cannonballs and remake them. It's just that the key materials were used up before. I personally took people to collect them from nearby human islands, and I could barely get out 10 boxes. Hody Jones reports. I know, tear up this life card and put it in every explosive box. Adolf took out a life card and handed it to Hody. Hody nodded after accepting the result, not surprised, he had done it this way before. The technology in this world is very crooked and weird, and he can only find a way to use black technology to solve it. For example, if the life card is harmed, the paper will burn, and the explosive will naturally ignite. It turns out that the seawater does not burn with flames, but reacts with sparks turning into ash. However, things like gunpowder should be covered with bubbles, and there are multiple layers of bubbles to prevent water from getting wet. Adolf glanced at the entire audience, including Jinbei, Neptune, Odahime, Hody, Shirley, the left minister, and the right minister. They were so crooked that they couldn't be reused, and I was tired. Next to them were the 3 Sharksei brothers and Shirahoshi. She looked vaguely at the big lowly Shirahoshi who was hiding behind the stone pillar. The most important reason why they were allowed to watch was to make Shirahoshi recognize him and leave a deep impression on her. In the serious environment of this kind of meeting, I can have a moment to think for myself. Don't be so timid and don't listen to Odahime in everything, otherwise even if Poseidon awakens in the future, he will be like Cheng Shin, which will really make you lose your pants. Alas, time is really tight. I don't have much time to have much contact with Shirahoshi and go to the guide to gain favor. I can only use this method to let Shirahoshi take the initiative to understand him. I have opened a mermaid cafe before and have some knowledge about business. Do you need me to form a caravan? Shirley took the initiative to think of it for him. Advertisement, your top priority is to practice the hockey of seeing, hearing and color. Then combine it with your divination ability. The current predicament can be solved by Doflamingo. At least for now, Fishman Island is worthy of help in the eyes of those big pirates. They're happy to see us go to war with the world government. As long as we have money, supplies are not a problem. This will no longer be possible in the future. A country must have its own channel network. Adolf said. Markoro, Tanzi, and Garo have been in the underground world for a long time after leaving the Fishman pirates. They should have experience in this area. Jinbei suggested. They, I almost forgot, specialize in catching beautiful mermaids and selling them to the human traffickers as garbage. Adolf then remembered. Hody, you will take the 3 of them to the square and hang them later. Their bodies will be hung in the square for public display, and then their crimes will be written down. Come down and stick to the edge. Yes, Hody nodded. Ah. Shirahoshi was startled when she heard the hanging in the square, and she quickly covered her mouth, but the words that followed caused a huge change in her impression of Adolf. I hope you remember that we are a country with principles and laws, not a pirate group. It's not used by everyone, and it's even less likely that people who have done bad things like Madara can be reused. What do the people think of this? Are they going to be like this garbage? Fishman Island has a population of 5 million, not much else, but a lot of people who want to make progress. Adolf's eyes swept across like a razor. Even if this person was Jinbei, he had to change his mind. Jinbei was shocked and suddenly realized this problem. He bowed his head and admitted his mistake sincerely. I'm sorry. Adolf nodded and understood. This world is so get up. Burning, killing, looting are not worth making a fuss about. Jinbei has become accustomed to it. What else can be said? Minister Zuo, you issued an announcement that Dragon Palace City is recruiting people with business experience and flexible minds. You can take your time and don't rush, Adolf said. Yes. Minister Zuo wrote down. There is another more urgent matter. Fishman Island has become a thorn in the side of the world government. They always want to destroy Fishman Island and kill all of us. We beat them once. We are not afraid of them coming along the route. The trouble is those weird devil fruits. It is very likely that their powerful combat power will suddenly appear on the island. This is something we must be prepared for. I have 2 solutions to this. Advertisement. 1. Designed to burst the bubble that surrounds the entire Fishman Island. As long as a strong human appears on the island and starts killing people, any of the 7 of you will immediately order the bubbles to be destroyed and the water outside the island to be suppressed without any need to report. If this really happens, your only mission is to ensure the survival of as many people as possible. Everything on the island can be sacrificed, even the entire Fishman Island. Adolf said solemnly. As soon as these words came out, the 7 people's hearts sank, and the joy of victory disappeared. This is almost a common death, but it is also the most decisive way to protect the people, Jinbei said seriously. We are fishmen. Pressure from the seawater will not cause harm to us. Instead, we can enter the seawater and escape quickly. The seawater will also become a constraint for the enemy, and can even drown the enemy. But on the Fishman Island, Neptune's face was uncertain. Their royal family had inherited the Fishman Island for hundreds or thousands of years. What are you afraid of? We are a deep-sea race. Where can we go? If you don't have the consciousness to risk everything, just surrender and let others slaughter you. Hody glanced at it. The ones he looked down on the most were Neptune and Odahime. They were too weak. The three Shark Star brothers Shirahoshi were dissatisfied and wanted to defend their father, but Neptune stopped him and said, although it is embarrassing, what he said is the truth. Father. Shirahoshi and others were unwilling to give in. Adolf ignored them and continued. 2. Build more independent bubble islands in the space of Sunshine Cave, including building survival shelters in the fissure canyons of the Red Earth continent, and transform them into an environment with light and suitable for survival, and disperse the population. Come on. As long as we are scattered, even if the Fishman Island is suddenly destroyed and no one has time to escape, it will not be extinct. And as long as they cannot all be exterminated, the world government will be wary of the revenge of our deep-sea race. Is it worth doing so? If he was playing games, he wouldn't care about the life or death of these people, and no one would care about changes in data. Unless these soldiers need to spend money to speed up their production, resources need to be bought with real money. But when I came to this world, I saw with my own eyes the fanatical worship of the soldiers, saw someone risking their lives for him to entangle the enemy, creating a 10,000th of a second of opportunity, and saw those beautiful and dreamy mermaid ladies dancing in front of my eyes. His heart is touched. We can no longer treat them as cannon fodder that can be thrown away at will. The crown on my head also has a real weight. The survival of the entire country, 5 million lives, and everyone's hopes and aspirations, all depend on the crown. Chapter 60 Poseidon, Gift plus Update. King Adolf, didn't he say that he would lead the Fishman Island to disperse across the sea and destroy all marine warships? We will have the right to sail? Hody was puzzled. They can obviously control the navigation rights and let the world see the power of their Fishmen race, so why are they still worried here? We really want to spread out to fight against the marine world government. It seems domineering, but what do we get in the end? Adolf asked and looked at him. Both sides will suffer losses. We ourselves will not be able to develop at all. Instead, we will lose more compatriots in the long war, which will infinitely lengthen the time for our rise. The world will also fall into chaos due to the collapse of order. Countless people will die because of our destruction of order. Let our own dreamy and beautiful legend become synonymous with evil in the deep sea. What are we trying to do? Are we enemies of all living beings? What we need now is to recuperate, increase the population, and cultivate more young people who love the racial country and are willing to fight for the rise of the ethnic group. Adolf explained patiently. I understand. Hody was convinced. He only saw the temporary scenery, but Adolf had a bigger picture and saw the whole world. Adolf, Sharkstar was touched and admired endlessly. One sentence allowed him to see a broader world and a truly beautiful future, instead of the original imagination that plunged Fishman Island into endless battles and killings. Brother, Shirahoshi looked at Sharkstar in confusion. Is there any resistance from the marine prisoners? Adolf looked at Jinbei. Not yet. According to your order, they are all imprisoned in the water prison outside Fishman Island. There is only a fixed bubble space. The outside world is all seawater. Patrol soldiers are not allowed to carry bubble coral. Even if they escape, they will be crushed to death by the huge sea pressure. Jinbei replied. He is responsible for guarding the prisoners, and is equipped with 10,000 Murloc troops. Only he has the strength to suppress possible unrest. There are no way to capture too many. There are 25,000 elite soldiers from the Marine headquarters. They are all elites who can wear the cloak of justice. There are also 10 rear admirals and captains. Not to mention replacing Neptune. Even adding the existing 100,000 Murloc troops on Fishman Island may not be the opponent of these 25,000 elite soldiers. There may not be much difference in terms of pure strength, but these marine warriors have extremely rich combat experience, and they are not something that the Murloc troops can compete with. But if you dare to come out of the bubble, you will also understand the horror of the deep sea. Adolf nodded. Not only was Jinbei sitting in charge, but Violet also glanced at him from time to time. This was the reason why he really felt at ease. It's a waste to keep so many people locked up. Let them build the independent bubble island in the Red Earth continent survival shelter. There are 25,000 people, and they are the elite and high-quality labor force trained by Marine. Just remember to create a large fixed bubble, don't give them personal bubbles. Adolf reminded him, fearing that the plot of the animated protagonist would disgust him. These guys have nothing to do but try to escape. I'm also worried about something happening. Jinbei nodded. Advertisement. Let's go. It's time to go see Akainu and the three of them. Adolf stood up and arranged at the same time. Minister Zuo, summon all the technical staff on the island to make arrangements for the Fishman Island bubble. You can be rough, as long as it can be destroyed. It is best to develop substances that restrain bubbles and film layers and dissolve bubble materials instantly. Yes. Minister Zuo accepted the order. Fishman Island has scientific research talents. The poison was originally developed on Fishman Island. After Hody discovered it, he asked the scientists of Fishman Island to improve and upgrade it. Shirahoshi glanced at her when passing by, and Shirahoshi shrank back in fear. Although she also saw the admiration of Adolf by the people on the island, even she herself felt that saving Fishman Island was really awesome and a hero. But Adolf's attitude towards Neptune and Odahime, as well as the way her parents bowed their heads and made mistakes when facing Adolf, put a lot of pressure on her, and her senses were naturally not that good. But everyone seemed convinced, even her parents admitted that she was trying to understand. Adolf and Jinbei directly entered the seawater and swam straight towards the outside of the island. Bulu bulu bulu. Hello? Adolf answered the phone. The Warring States period sent a lieutenant general to negotiate with the three generals. Now the warship has entered the sea. Violet saw the report. I understand. Adolf nodded. Jinbei looked at Adolf's phone bug with a hidden look. Human woman? Spy? But I didn't ask too much. As a force, these are indispensable. King Adolf. Wait. Hody chased after him. I have something very important to report to you. What's the matter? Adolf asked. Hody looked around and saw that there was no one around, then looked at Jinbei before speaking. About half a year ago, a celestial dragon was in trouble and came to Fishman Island. The people on the island hated the celestial dragon, especially the former sun pirates. They wanted to shoot and kill him. Hody, Jinbei's pupils shrank, and he instantly understood what he wanted to say. Hody ignored Jinbei and continued, they did the same thing. They really fired, but Princess Odahime saved the Tenryudo. But instead of being grateful, the Tenryudo was angry and wanted to shoot and kill Princess Odahime. Everyone panicked. At that time, the Poseidon species appeared. Many Poseidon species suddenly appeared, and their huge posture even bit the world government's ship in its mouth. The appearance of the Poseidons frightened the celestial dragons. Princess Odahime was saved, and then the Poseidons also left the Fishman Island. But I noticed it. No, Jinbei should have noticed it too. Advertisement, that was not accidental, but summoned by someone. Hody looked directly at Jinbei. He admired Adolf and was completely convinced. So telling him this shocking secret is to hope that he will have stronger power. Jinbei's expression darkened. Hody had already said it, and there was no need to hide it anymore. Yes, if my guess is correct, it should be Princess Odahime's daughter, Shirahoshi, who summoned her. Shirahoshi. Adolf narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the two of them. There has always been a legend on Fishman Island, and that is a story that only circulates in Dragon Palace City. Only every few hundred years will a mermaid princess and the king of the Poseidon species appear who can communicate with the Poseidon species. She has the huge power to save countless lives or destroy the world. That is also known as the ancient weapon Poseidon who destroys the world. Poseidon. But looking at how Shirahoshi looks now, she probably hasn't really awakened yet. Now that it has been brought up, Jinbei might as well tell the matter. Adolf nodded. Who else knows about this besides you? There were a lot of people present at the time, and I'm not sure who else noticed it, Hody said. I understand. You should understand the importance of Shirahoshi. If you are in danger, notify me immediately and risk your life to protect him. Do you understand? Adolf said. Yes. The two lowered their heads. Adolf nodded and continued to set off. He naturally knew that Shirahoshi was an unawakened Poseidon, and he also knew about the four-legged target fruit, and his two younger brothers also knew about it. But he was very happy that Hody Jones could take the initiative to tell him this secret, which also showed Hody's loyalty to him. Jinbei looked at Adolf's back and felt guilty for hiding it. Catch up with King Adolf. Chapter 61 Deep Sea Prison. King Adolf, how do you plan to use Poseidon's power? Jinbei was uneasy. I haven't thought about it. Let's look at Shirahoshi specifically. Huh? Jinbei was stunned. What kind of casual answer is this? That's Poseidon. As long as we have a population of 5 billion, is Poseidon important? Adolf asked rhetorically. With just one word, Jinbei was left speechless. As long as we have a population of 5 billion, we can dig out the islands where humans live, shovel by shovel, and we can dig straight tunnels even on the Red Earth continent. As long as we have a population of 5 billion, as long as we develop ourselves well, cultivate the next generation, tell them that we are no worse than anyone else, and give them confidence, courage, sunshine, and love. How many young people will emerge who love their race and country? What kind of bright future will there be then? Adolf looked at him with no wavering in his eyes from beginning to end, because he always thought so. At that time, does it matter whether there is Poseidon or not? Jinbei was completely speechless at this time, convinced and completely convinced. Jinbei shook his head and laughed at himself. I'm still worried that you will take advantage of Poseidon. It's too short-sighted. Development is king. As for Shirahoshi, I will try my best to train her. As long as she loves her country and has correct values, she can do whatever she wants. Adolf answered directly. In his plan, Shirahoshi is only the final trump card, a guarantee, not the whole plan. It's best never to trigger this guarantee, which means the success of his plan. Of course it's not the 5 billion plan, that's too long. I finally realize what a true king is today, King Adolf. I will fight for you with all my life. Jinbei is sincerely convinced and approves from the bottom of his heart. Adolf grinned and said, I am fighting for the Sea Clan and Fishman Island, and I will not let you down. Is there any difference whether he is the king of Fishman Island, for Fishman Island or for him? But there is a difference for Jinbei. The former is undoubtedly more diligent and instantly raises Adolf's level. Jinbei nodded heavily, completely unaware of this. He has always been confused and doesn't know what to do, but one thing is unquestionable, and that is the sacrifice he made for Fishman Island. For the fishmen of the Sun Pirates who were wandering on the sea and could not return to their hometown, he became the 7 warlords of the sea, endured the world government's orders, and also released Eren, who was imprisoned in Impel Down City. After Whitebeard's death, for the sake of peace on Fishman Island, he went to the Big Mom Pirates to become a member of it, so that Fishman Island could be protected by the Big Mom flag. Advertisement: is this what he really wants? Although he obviously has considerable strength, he did not leave like Namuel, but was forced to compromise again and again for Fishman Island. Such a person is worthy of trust. Only when he met Wong Luffy did he start to lose his mind. With the strength Wong Luffy showed on Fishman Island, can he challenge Big Mom? We're here, all the marine prisoners are here. Adolf and Jinbei came to the seabed under Fishman Island, which is no longer in Fishman Island. In the entire cave space filled with light from Yangshu Eve, only the area behind Fishman Island, where Fishman Street and the giant ship Noah is located, has a large area of darkness, and everything else is within the range of the light. Below, dozens of them are fixed in the bubble space on the seabed. 25,000 marines were divided and imprisoned here, also known as the underwater prison by Adolf. There is no need to tie them up here. As long as they dare to come out of the bubble, they will be crushed to death by the terrifying water pressure immediately. It is equivalent to the body bearing 200,000 meters of seawater at an altitude of 200 kilometers from all sides. It's not carried on the back, but compressed from all directions. Water is a flowing liquid. Your feet, waist, neck, eyes, nostrils, mouth, anus, etc. Every inch of skin on your body must bear this weight. As long as you dare to come out, it will be crushed into blood mist and merge with the seawater. Ordinary lieutenant generals are no exception. Even if there is a pure taijutsu general level expert who can bear more than 200,000 tons of water pressure per cubic meter, his strength will be greatly suppressed, and he will have to solve the breathing problem immediately. As for those with abilities, they burped on the spot. Arrange them as soon as possible, Adolf said. Yes, Jinbei nodded. Then Adolf looked up and swam over. It was a square water prison fixed in midair by chains. Although bubbles are used to isolate seawater, there is also a large amount of seawater inside the bubble. The prisoners inside are soaked in seawater, with only their heads above the water, and their heads directly touch the top of the bubble, leaving no extra space at all. At the same time, their hands and feet were fixed to steel seats, and they were further restricted by seafloor stone handcuffs, so that they could not even move. Added to this are destructive designs, namely dynamite explosions. It's not to blow them up, that's unrealistic, but to destroy the bubbles and completely expose them to the outside seawater. There are 500 Murloc warriors guarding the water prison, and any problem will be discovered immediately. It's really scary. Even the world government would shake their heads after seeing this. It really doesn't give them any chance to escape. Kizaru felt uncomfortable when he saw Adolf arriving. Compared with the scary bites and supernovas with one kick, this time it was really scary and made him despair. Advertisement. This is a basic courtesy to you three in recognition of your strength, Adolf said happily. Then thank you so much for taking care of us. Aokiji looked calmly. Actually, I am planning to pierce your pippa bones with sea tower stone chains, and then build a sea tower stone seat to fix you on. This will give me peace of mind even if you are unable to use all your magical powers. It only takes one word to silence the 3 most powerful marines. To be honest, they can't think of any way to escape at this point. If they are strengthened, they will think too highly of them. If it's impelled down, we have to keep people alive in order to prevent devil fruit from appearing everywhere. It would be better to simply chop off the hands and feet and carve them into human piglets. They are all sea garbage that was burned, looted, and burned. They do not need sympathy and are not worthy of being rescued. Then use sea tower stone chains to pass through the pippa bones and soak them in seawater to fix them. I would rather recommend that Shangshang do this. It's more effective than ice torture, and it's less worrying. Adolf made valuable suggestions. This made the 3 of them become more and more silent. After a while, Aokiji finally said, if we can go back, we will make suggestions to our superiors. Adolf's expression slowly darkened. What happens after you go back? Will you continue to serve the celestial dragons after you go back? The 3 of them looked at Adolf quietly. They could think of a general with a normal IQ, and they instantly understood that they were instigating rebellion. I can tell you directly, it is inciting rebellion, Adolf also explained directly. You killed tens of thousands of marines, do you think it's possible? Aokiji said calmly, not afraid of angering him at all. But the purpose of your coming is to destroy the Fishman Island. Kill 5 million people. Exterminate the Fishman race. Adolf's eyes were sharp and his voice was even deeper. Aokiji lowered his head, unable to meet his eyes. He thought of the tragedy that happened in O'Hara, where Akainu destroyed all the escaping boats and killed all the civilians on board. I only want to ask you one question. Why did you become Marine? Can it be realized in Marine and in world government? Chapter 62 Instigating Rebellion. What is the purpose of becoming a Marine? Is it possible to achieve it? Akainu Sakaski, Aokiji Kuzan, and Kizaru Perusalino all fell silent. They joined Marine when they were young, showed monster-like talents, were reused, and obtained lava, ice, and shining fruits. But now, Aokiji has changed from burning justice to lazy justice. Kizaru, the best-mannered person, gradually turned into an old fritter who could just get by at work. Only Akainu is still burning, in an extreme way. Adolf glanced at the 3 of them. Marine is certain. Marine is the only one in the entire sea who is really catching pirates, trying his best to maintain order and protect civilians. Although there is corruption at the grassroots level, it is a minor problem. But what about the world government? Where are the royal nobles of the participating countries? You have seen it, right? It is better than the ugly face of the pirates? Take the destruction of the country as a game. The pupils of the three people contracted, and the silence was deafening. Not only did they know it, they even used warships to protect the entire island for their entertainment. What a shame for the righteous Marine. Do you have any idea? No, you don't. Don't worry, you don't even have the qualifications to mention it. Because you were just driven subordinates, the dogs of the celestial dragons. Akainu, how does it feel to kneel down? Is it humiliating? Adolf looked at Akainu. If you don't mention it, maybe you can still convince me. Akainu clenched his fists and rubbed his steel teeth. How dare you mention this lifetime of humiliation? Haha. Adolf smiled faintly, but you can obviously refuse. Is it worth it for the Tianlong people's garbage? Humph, that's easy to say. Without the military spending from the world government, how can Marine maintain order in the sea? If you want to overthrow the world government, do you really understand the strength of the world government? Akainu snorted coldly. Not only the three generals who are directly subordinate to the celestial dragons, but also any Marine who knows a little bit about them can't stand the celestial dragons, but so what? Their personal rebellion is the largest pirate force in the New World, and they are insignificant to the world government. If you take the lead in the rebellion, hey, if you don't run away, you will be eliminated by the Knights of God on the same day. Advertisement. Even if he becomes Fleet Admiral, it is impossible to escape the control of the world government. I'll answer them one by one. The economy of the world government mainly comes from 170 participating countries, each of which is 10 billion Baileys per year, and 1.7 trillion Baileys per year. It is very huge, but that's all. Huh? The three of them raised their heads with a row of question marks. What do you mean this is all? 1.7 trillion Baileys a year, you look down on it. I won't talk to you about economics, it's too profound and you won't understand. I'm telling you directly, I will rule the entire world and include all countries, whether affiliated or non-franchised countries. The original nobles and royal families will all be summoned to the public to expose them. If there are any evil deeds, those who deserve to be killed will be executed and those who deserve to have their homes confiscated will be executed. In this way, all the people are my subjects, and pirates are naturally an unstable factor that must be eliminated. Showing off his cards, he wants to overthrow the world government and rule the world. In the end, you just want to be the king of the world, Akainu sarcastically said. Adolf's eyes were calm. As long as the Fishman race continues to develop, I can become the king of the world. The three of them fell silent for a moment. Yes, the deep-sea race with a population of 5 billion does not need any tricks at all. As time goes by, he can become the well-deserved king of the world. They had heard everything they said in the square before, and they couldn't understand it. After establishing the empire, I can guarantee with my head that all famine problems will be completely solved within a month. At least no one will starve to death. It would be a shame for me to starve to death. The pirate problem will be completely solved within 3 years, and the people will live and work in peace and contentment. It cannot be said that there are no pirates, but it is all petty theft and will never become a reality. Adolf is extremely confident. If it were in the original world, he would not dare to say this, because it is a problem that even the motherland has not solved. But this world is different, completely different. 1 or 3 months to eliminate hunger? 3 years to eliminate pirates? Do you know what you are talking about? Kizaru looked at him as if he was mentally retarded. Do you know what's going on around the world? How many countries are starving to death? In one country called the Kingdom, more than 1,000 people starve to death every year, Aokiji said deeply. I want to know how you are going to solve the pirate problem in 3 years, Akainu asked. Adolf looked at Akainu and asked, if the world government wants to solve it, is there really no way to solve it? Akainu fell silent. They have the ability to solve it, but they haven't solved it, so the priority to solve is not the pirates, but them, Adolf said. Advertisement. Then he turned to look at Aokiji and continued to ask, you only know that these countries are poor and many people starve to death. Then do you know why so many people starve to death? The three of them looked at him with a little anger in their eyes. They were humiliated again. Humiliation is the same as humiliating AR*********D. HMPH, Akainu snorted, making them look like idiots. I knelt down physically before, but this time I have to kneel down even mentally? Adolf smiled lightly and said proactively, it's very simple. Let's take you Marine as an example. Only one warship can solve the problem of a kingdom. The first step is to kill the king of the starving kingdom. The second step is to kill all the unstable factors that cause chaos in the kingdom. The third step is to lead them to open up wasteland sea catch. No matter how rich you are, at least no one will starve to death. It's very brainless, focusing on being simple and crude. The three of them frowned. What does killing the king have to do with starving people to death? Of course it does matter. Look at those countries where people are starving to death. Are their islands barren? Are they all rocks, desert, or soil with vegetation growing on them? A country where thousands of people starve to death every year will never have a small population base. But an island that is not suitable for habitation will never have that many people surviving. Besides, the island is surrounded by sea. How could anyone starve to death? Adolf felt ridiculous. The world's oceans are so rich in products, but you're still starving to death? Aokiji was in a low mood. I have never been to the Kingdom of Compensation, but you were right. Kizaru and Akainu were also silent. They have gone on so many sea missions and seen too many poor places, but is the island itself poor? Is it not suitable for farming and fishing? If an animal doesn't get fat just by eating, there must be parasites in its belly. If people work hard but can't get rich, there must be vampires in that society. Their hunger is not caused by the environment, but by people. The exploiters are greedier than vampires. Akainu and Aokiji became more and more silent. Marine can't interfere in the internal affairs of other countries, especially the domestic affairs of alliances, even if these royal families do too much. When Kizaru opened his mouth, he no longer looked carefree and looked particularly serious. I have another way. This is my plan to further improve the happiness level of the people after solving the problems of the kingdom itself. The power of devil fruit not only brings disaster, it can also bring new life and happiness. As far as I know, there is someone in Marine who has the ability to grow fruit. Can it be used to spawn more food and vegetables? Or even cultivate high-yielding crops? Adolf said. Lush fruits? The three of them took the initiative to follow Adolf's thoughts. Chapter 63 Momosagi Gion, 10% extra update. Use the power of devil fruit to improve people's living standards. The three of them understood his thoughts instantly and looked at Adolf with complicated eyes. People who have obtained the devil fruit always think about how to improve their strength, how to develop unique skills, and how to kill more people. No one has ever thought of using ability to make people happy. Even if the three of them obtained such powerful fruit abilities, they would at most think about how to kill more pirates, rather than how to make people's lives better. But the source of the problem cannot be solved. No matter how much food is given, it will be taken away and then turned around and sold. In the end, nothing changes, so this is a matter after solving the world government and the royal family. What you Marines are doing now is just to deal with the pirates. Can it really cure the root cause? Think about it, a country with enough food and clothing, a loved one, lovely children, a happy family, and 3 or 2 friends who are brothers and sisters, and a country with deep feelings, must be happy. Why would such a person risk everything on the sea, just because Roger said one piece? There was a deathly silence, and the three of them were completely speechless. They lowered their heads and couldn't see their faces clearly, and they didn't know what they were thinking. They found the true source of the Great Pirate Age and also saw the solution. But they are Marines. Adolf looked at them quietly without urging them, giving them enough time. Bulu Bulu Bulu. Your Majesty Poseidon, here are the checkpoint troops stationed at the entrance to the undersea passage. Currently we have stopped a marine warship, headed by a woman named Gion. She said she was sent by the Warring States period to negotiate with you. The phone bug reported. I know, collect all their weapons and guide them to Dragon Palace City. If they don't hand it over, let them go back, force their way in and sink it, Adolf said. Yes. His Majesty Poseidon orders you to hand over all weapons, and I will send someone to take you to Fishman Island. Gion also heard the sound of the electric insect and hesitated for a moment, but still ordered everyone hand over their weapons. At the same time, she also handed over the famous sword Jinbaluo she held. Marine is here to negotiate, you can think about it slowly, Adolf said and turned to leave. Wait. Aokiji called, and Adolf did stop, turning his back to them. What do you need us to do? Aokiji asked. Advertisement. Go back to Marine, continue to be your 3 generals, and wait for the opportunity. During this period, you can take a deeper look at world government and the participating countries to see if I am your best choice. You want us to be undercovers? Akainu frowned. To be precise, I hope you will lead the entire Marine to join us. Marine is truly fighting for world peace. Every one of them is worthy of respect, and every soldier is worth fighting for. I don't want these righteous people who love the people to die. Adolf shook his head and corrected. Hey, aren't you afraid that we won't come back if we leave? Kizaru said with a bit of wretchedness. I will execute the celestial dragons in a few days. If the justice you pursue is to stabilize the world and eliminate chaos, then I am your only choice. Of course, you can also choose to deceive me and betray the justice in your hearts. After saying that, Adolf left. Execute the celestial dragons. Looking at the direction Adolf left, the pupils of the 3 people shrank, and some kind of shock surged out. They are righteous Marines, subordinates of the world government. They see the sins of the celestial dragons more clearly than anyone else, and they are more unbearable than anyone else. There was another long silence in the water prison, and no one spoke to communicate. Although they are colleagues, the relationship between the 3 of them is not good, nor can they be said to be comrades in arms. What's more, with their character, they don't need to discuss with other people on important matters that determine their future. Tap tap tap. Dragon Palace City Dragon King Hall. Lieutenant General Gion came to the center step by step wearing a bubble wrap. On both sides, Jinbei, Neptune, Odahime, Hody and others were all present. It's not that Gion deserves so much attention, but learning how to run a country with him. How could he understand this as a painter, and even less do these people, including the former king Neptune? But it's not a big problem. Most people in this world are ridiculously poor, so there's no need to worry about not being competent enough. Even in the original world, people often learn by doing, and everyone is just bluffing. Advertisement: when you graduate from a technical secondary school and give a lecture on finance to the CEO and boss, will you be sold for the rest of your life by simply saying, you don't have enough knowledge? A military advisor who has never even touched a girl's hand turns to analyze the feelings of a good brother? Who would have thought that a big V in the relationship field with millions of fans would be single and never fall in love once? Poseidon Adolf, with a bounty of 5.6 billion belly. The man who killed the celestial dragon and is about to execute the celestial dragon. Guillaume looked solemnly at the man sitting on the throne, his arm casually supporting his chin. Explain your purpose, Marine. Adolf lowered his eyes. He didn't know how to show dignity, so he had to pretend when he went out. But it doesn't matter, his own strength is his confidence. This world is more direct and mindless. First Marine Lieutenant General Guillaume, Sengoku Fleet Admiral sent me to negotiate. The Warring States Fleet Admiral hopes to re-establish the friendship between the two countries. He will do his best to help you speak at the next World Conference and completely ban the capture of Murloc slaves. Guillaume directly revealed his family background. Odahime wanted to step forward and say something, but Neptune stopped him and shook his head to stop it. Shirahoshi in the corner saw this scene and wondered, why did my father stop my mother from speaking? King Adolf hasn't spoken yet, how can mother express her opinion? Big Shark Star understood. At the same time, he guessed, if my guess is correct, my mother's personality should be that she wants to agree. But it is precisely because of King Adolf's strength that Marine had to come to the bottom of the sea and bow her head. Otherwise, they would not come, and they would not think highly of us. Shirahoshi nodded and looked at Adolf with a vague understanding. Negotiation. Do you know what good things you are thinking of? Do you think I will agree? Do you think we will still go to the so-called World Conference? Marine is so close to coming out to destroy our Fishman Island. How do you expect to rebuild the friendship between the two countries? Adolf also laughed. Did he think he was as easy to talk to as Neptune? Go back and wait. I will take revenge on Malinfondo after I finish dealing with the celestial dragons. I will use you to tell the whole world that the fishmen cannot be offended, and it will be difficult to deal with them if they are offended. His words made Guillaume sweat profusely. There is no room for such rhetoric, so what else is there to negotiate? However, the reason why the Warring States period sent her here was because of her Grandmaster Geisha skills, entertaining rosy guests, and luring out all the pirates, not Marine who was particularly tough. To put it simply, he is good at using color to obtain information, and he is very good at subduing others. There is no other way, the three generals are caught, maybe they will be killed together with the Tianlong people, how can you not accept it?
Chapter 64 Race War Endless Killing of More Than 1 Billion 15% Extra Update. Ha ha ha. Hody suppressed his smile, and if he hadn't restrained himself, he would have laughed wildly. But he must exercise restraint before the king he respected. Marine, you didn't send anyone to negotiate before the war started, and you didn't come when our fishmen were discriminated against. Now that the war is over and we've been defeated in the bottom of the sea, do you know that we're here to negotiate? It's a pity it's too late. Everything is caused by your own hands. You are the ones who want to destroy the Fishman Island. Exterminate the Fishman race. All of this is your choice. Next we will seize your right to sail on the sea, completely block you on the islands, and then kill all of you humans one island at a time. Hody's eyes were bloodshot and full of revengeful madness. Single quote. Exclamation mark single quote. Guillaume looked ugly. As a soldier who had lived on a ship for a long time, she knew the importance of a ship all too well. Losing the boat means losing the right to navigate. If the people on the boat fall into the sea, they will only be swallowed by the waves and die of exhaustion before reaching the next island. Huh. Adolf raised an eyebrow and looked. Quote. Exclamation mark quote. Hody felt as if he was struck by lightning, and he quickly knelt down on one knee and bowed his head in respect. I'm sorry, Your Majesty Poseidon, I was too excited. Adolf waved him aside. Yes. Hody turned his head respectfully without any trace of unwillingness. Your Majesty Poseidon, Marine did make an extremely stupid decision, but didn't it cause no damage to Fishman Island? You defeated Fishman Island without even seeing it, but it made you famous as Poseidon. The bounty of 5.6 billion exceeds that of One Piece Roger, and is far higher than the great pirates such as Whitebeard and Kaido. This battle defeated 3 great generals, including the commander of the Knights of God. What a character it is, the world will be fully aware of it, and it will also leave a mark in history. Guillaume was respectful and admiring. Hody's words made her understand the importance of her mission. This is not a question of redeeming the 3 generals, but whether Marine can continue to sail the sea. That's also due to my strength, so it should be right. Adolf was slightly interested and proud. There was no way, otherwise he wouldn't know how to let those 3 go back, reasonably. Relying on rescue. Haha. When Guillaume saw Adolf's interest, his attention changed, and he immediately increased his intensity. Advertisement. Not to mention, there are many female officers in Marine who admire you, and there are even sisters on my ship discussing it. Although we are enemies, everyone particularly admires and worships men who defend their homeland, let alone those who resist the celestial dragons. Not only is he a responsible hero, he is also a legendary dream mermaid. Men are particularly yearning for legendary mermaids, and girls are also attracted to male mermaids. Worshipping Guillaume, the words are vaguely deviating in the direction of lust. The corners of Adolf's mouth curled up slightly, and his eyes were no longer so sharp and powerful. The Fishman Island and humanity do not have to fight to the death. I said that as long as the Fishman race develops itself and strives to have children, with a population of 5 billion, the world will calm down and listen to our voices. Quote. Exclamation mark quote. Guillaume's pupils shrank, a population of 5 billion. Facing such a huge race, they had no chance of winning. How do people treat me? How do I treat others? This is my way of treating people, and it is also the way of treating people on Fishman Island. We hope to live in peace with all races, but you treat us like fish, capture us as slaves at will, and even kill us all. All we can do is resist. At the end of the war, all of you humans will be killed, because this world is the world of the sea. And we, the fishmen, will kill more than 1 billion. Or even 2 billion or 3 billion. Adolf said slowly. Guillaume's heart trembles. I feel real fear, and my soul trembles. It's not fear of Adolf's strength, but genocide. More than 1 billion or 2 billion people died. What 3 generals? What marine navigation rights? This is a problem of human extinction. Once the endless war begins, it will be a decades-long racial war, with corpses floating everywhere in the sea. This is what I don't want to see, and I don't think it's what you want to see either. Adolf looked at Guillaume, his plain words filled with endless terror. Of course, we can get along well with each other. Why should we have a meaningless war? In fact, it is only a small part of the human race that treats Fishman Island excessively. Pirates, nobles, these evil garbage. They treat humans themselves just as cruelly. These people do not represent the entire human race. Guillaume said quickly. Advertisement. Yes, she was scared, really scared. Anyone with a brain can understand that the fishmen are hiding under the sea to develop and reproduce. Is there anything they can do? There is nothing they can do. Even if someone is caught on the surface of the sea, it is a very rare case and cannot affect the whole situation at all. And the deeper the darkness is buried in the suppressed hatred, the more terrifying revenge will burst out. Quote. Exclamation mark quote. Not to mention Guillaume, Neptune, Otahime, and Jinbei were all scared. I have never thought about it so deeply. If you continue to be treated unfairly, hatred and revenge will slowly evolve into a war between races. It is not impossible. This outcome must be avoided. No matter what. Even Hody was shocked, but so what? Even if all humans are killed, it was their humans who started it. Adolf turned his eyes away and immediately converged. Your Majesty Poseidon, I will definitely tell the Sengoku Fleet Admiral and the world government to completely improve their relations. Guillaume said cautiously. Huh, what gives you the illusion that I will be friendly with you? Adolf tilted his head slightly in confusion. Didn't you say that? Guillaume was stunned. What are you misunderstanding? I want to eliminate the world government and rule the world. As long as world government is gone and Marine is gone, don't I have the final say on all the so-called conflicts and discrimination? Adolf looked at her like a fool. Me, but. Guillaume opened his eyes wide and his brain failed to function. For this war, 3,287 Murloc soldiers sacrificed their lives. Do you think it's okay to just flatter them? That they can make peace? No, they made me understand that world government must be eliminated to end this. Adolf decided. Chapter 65 5 Elders and the Warring States period. Wait a minute, this is not Marine's will. We are willing to take responsibility for them. Compensation of 1 million Baileys for each person. Guillaume said quickly. War reparations. Yes, it's only 1 million Baileys. Do you think Fishman Island can't provide you with a pension? Adolf said with disdain. Guillaume gritted his teeth. 5 million belly. 5 million berry for each person, and another 30 billion berry for compensation, a total of 46.435 billion berry. The promise mentioned before is still valid, and Marine can also agree to one condition for you. You said all that, don't you just want me to put those 3 back? 10 billion belly for a general sounds like a lot, but it only takes 4.5 days to earn gold. Adolf really looks down on a mere 40 billion belly. A marine warship is only 100 million Baileys, and can build 464 warships, which is worth the heads of 10 Whitebeards. This is the greatest sincerity that Marine can show. Guillaume almost prayed. I want to execute the celestial dragons. What did the 5 elders say? Adolf asked. This is Marine's own decision, without consulting the world government. Guillaume lowered his head slightly. I see, no wonder you are so picky. Adolf squinted slightly, guessing the cracks between the Warring States period and the world government. It's normal. If things happen like this for a good-for-nothing Tianlong, how can you not have any thoughts in your heart? If the person is really put back, there will also be a rift between the 5 elders and Marine. Although they have merit in rescuing them, they are 3 high-end combatants, but have you asked 5 of them? If it were him, he would have something in mind. Your Majesty Poseidon, if you have any conditions, Marine will try our best to fulfill them for you. Guillaume said. Condition. Adolf looked at Guillaume up and down. He was young and had a mature charm. He was quite plump and had the height of a general. It matched his body type very well, and he might be very nourishing to play with. But, oh, what can you do for me? What can you decide? You are nothing in front of the celestial dragons. Go back. If you can't see the money before the execution, the 3 of them will be the ones after the Tianlong people. Adolf issued an ultimatum. Yes. Guillaume was overjoyed. Although Marine was humiliated, she came to pay compensation and beg for mercy. What happened to the humiliation? Anyway, the matter was done. Oh, what a pity. Adolf looked at Guillaume's twisted back with regret. Advertisement. As a young man, he is at the age when he is full of curiosity about the opposite S**X. As long as he is beautiful, he will not reject him. Of course he wants to keep him and practice swordsmanship over and over again. After all, Fishman Island is just about to expand its population. As king, of course he must lead by example. It's not too much to fill the Dragon Palace city with beauties in the harem, right? But Gion's strength is not weak, and he is in the marine camp, so it is difficult to instigate rebellion. There are many secrets around him, and he has to restrain himself even if his pee is itchy and swollen. You can't just copy Shanghai Tower stones and hang them on the wall, right? Prepare another red candle. We will count up the families of soldiers who died in the war, and provide each person with a pension of 5 million Baileys. In addition, national welfare benefits will be given to them first, as well as monthly subsidies. Whoever deducts will be executed. Adolf gave stern orders. A state-of-the-art marine warship or a pacifist costs 100 million Baileys. The pension is 5 million, equivalent to 1/20th, which is very high for ordinary soldiers, not to mention various domestic priority policies and subsidies. It's His Majesty Poseidon, Minister Zuo replied. Jinbei and Hody showed smiles on their faces, they are the real bottom fighters. On the other hand, Neptune, the left and right ministers and others have lived in Dragon Palace City for a long time and are too far from the ground. How can they understand the sadness of ordinary people? I will go to sea next. You will complete the tasks I assigned as normal. You are not allowed to disclose it to anyone else. Adolf said. Yes. After they left the Dragon King's palace, Adolf extended the seawater to wrap himself with armed domineering, hiding himself in the seawater, and swam towards the sea silently. His whereabouts are related to the safety of the Fishman Island, the actions of the world government, the captured prisoners, and even some other Murlocs on the island who have ulterior motives. Before the rear area is stabilized, it cannot be disclosed at will. Adolf. Adolf. Damn fish. How dare he? How dare he? The god of scientific defense was furious and threw the newspaper on the ground. Several others also took deep breaths and tried to hold back their tempers. Marioya only saw this newspaper after it spread throughout the sea. It is completely aimed at us. The environmental martial god looked at the newspaper with a cold look. The people below only knew about it after seeing the newspaper. How could they dare to take the newspaper and report such a fatal thing to the top? But they didn't expect that Marioya didn't distribute the newspaper at all, so there was a time lag. Now it's too late to stop it. That guy Morgans dares to report anything. Send out CP spies and deal with it. The legal martial god suppressed the murderous intention. The choice to hide things at first allowed Adolf to seize the opportunity. Now things are in trouble. The farming martial god frowned. Advertisement. They gave up reports that were beneficial to them and left the content of the reports in Adolf's hands. In this way, there is no need for debate to prove it. People will believe whatever is written in the newspaper. Especially the execution of the celestial dragons directly shakes their authority. The world government is no longer supreme, and the celestial dragons are no longer mysterious and noble. Let's discuss how to solve it, said the old financial warrior. If it wasn't on the bottom of the sea and destroyed together with their entire island, why would it be such a headache? The troublesome point is that it's at the bottom of the sea, and it's still under Marioya, across the Red Continent. Bruno is coming soon, but it's not yet certain whether he can reach Fishman Island directly. It's too dangerous to take a boat. If they continue to plant explosives in the undersea channel, they will die wherever they go. I doubt this is a trap to attract us. Is it a conspiracy to have to go? Damn it. It is no longer realistic to destroy the Fishman Island. Even if the entire island is destroyed, they will only survive elsewhere on the seabed and cannot be exterminated. Especially that guy Adolf, no one can kill him. It's really tricky, the underwater world under the Red Earth continent. The more the five elders discussed, the more uncomfortable they became. If you go, it will be easy to kill people. If you die, you will lose blood. Anyway, they are ready to abandon the island. If you don't go, then there will be a public execution. The myth will be shattered. This is equivalent to the public execution of One Piece Roger, with the whole world paying attention. It is no longer a matter of one or two celestial dragons, but the authority of the entire world government, the authority of the collective celestial dragons. Even the celestial dragons who were in charge of the world's power were publicly executed, the significance of which was unimaginable. Bulu bulu bulu. What? Marine actually contacted Fishman Island without permission. And he reached an agreement with Adolf to redeem the 3 generals for more than 40 billion. The legal martial god lost his composure. You didn't even notify us. Are you going to break away from the control of the world government? The god of science and defense stomped his cane in anger. Did Gion mention 2 world nobles? If it can be solved with money, it is a cost-effective way. The environmental martial god said with some expectations. No. No, Marine didn't mention it. Marine spy. HMPH, call and question warring states. Sengoku answered the phone. Can Marine prohibit the whole world, including the Draco, from capturing Fishman slaves? Can it allow everyone, including the Draco, to release Fishman slaves? Nothing can be decided, so what can we use to negotiate? Of course not. Remember the warring states period, Marine's rights were given by the world government. The blonde-haired farming martial god yelled forcefully. HMPH, then just figure out a way to solve the Tianlong people's problem by yourself. Sengoku gritted his teeth and retorted. In his current state, even the 5 elders should not offend him. Chapter 66 Brain Fruit Vegapunk. Punk Hassad Island, located in the New World, is an island belonging to the world government. It is the first island that the second generation tour group landed on after entering the New World. The current Punk Hassad Island is not yet the polar opposites of ice and fire, nor is it an uninhabited island after the research accident. Caesar, you are conducting research on biological and chemical weapons again. He is over 10 meters tall and is as tall as a giant, but his head is like a hairy hot air balloon. At the same time, the tongue protrudes from the mouth and reaches all the way to the crotch, seemingly self-sufficient. Vegapunk, only weapons of mass murder are favored by the world government, and they are also the weapons that big pirates need, so that they can defraud more research funds. Don't the fishmen in the sea give the world government a headache? As long as I'm here, those guys will all turn into dead fish, blah 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 blah. Caesar Current laughed wildly, proud of his masterpiece. It seems that the Fishman Island has become a place of extinction, and countless fishmen have been poisoned to death. Vegapunk, what research have you been conducting recently? That dragon on the island is too noisy. Caesar Current asked as he put his head on Vegapunk's head. Artificial devil fruit. Vegapunk took out a box and revealed the strange fruit inside. What? Caesar Kulong's eyes almost burst out. There is no flaw at all. Is it really successful? Fish fruit, phantom beast species, blue dragon form. But why is it pink? This is a failure. Sure enough, the research data is still too little. It would be great if there were more Kaido blood factors. Vegapunk sighed, unwilling to be a perfectionist. What? I thought it was successful. Caesar Current breathed a sigh of relief, almost losing his position as the #1 scientist. Swish. Suddenly, a marine screen appeared on the wall and said anxiously, Vegapunk, we captured an encrypted signal, coming from the island. The target is on the second floor of the research institute on the right side of the island. The huge head is very eye-catching. You can find it as long as you go there. Close black lens bracket. Not good. The communication was discovered. When Violet saw the image, she was immediately panicked and at a loss. Quote. Exclamation mark quote. Adolf's heart froze and he immediately hung up the communication. Having realized that there is no need to hide, he raised his head and jumped towards the target direction, turning into a black shadow javelin and flying, kicking out cracks and depressions on the spot. The mermaid tribe has long and slender fish tails that swim quickly in the sea. When they reach land, they can only stand and walk on their tail fins, or jump with their strong tails, which makes it very inconvenient for them to move. Therefore, you can use floating bubbles and then swim with the tail fin. Just like Neptune's pet blue whale and Shirahoshi's pet shark, they swim in the air with bubbles like swimming rings, and can even swim thousands of meters above the ground. The Neptune family are all mermaids, and they used floating bubbles when they went to Mariehoya. Advertisement. No. Their target is Vegapunk. Call for support. Marine shouted in panic. What? The target is just Vegapunk. Don't you know my uncle's research talent? Caesar Current was unhappy. Let me see the communication over there. Vegapunk came to the keyboard-like instrument and tapped. All Marines protect the research institute immediately, the enemy is coming soon. The Marine Lieutenant General stationed at the station immediately took command. He has been an elite Lieutenant General for many years. As an extremely important scientific institution, it is equipped with more than 10,000 security guards, including General Kizaru before. But Kizaru is still squatting down there. The other end of the signal is at the bottom of the sea, Fishman Island. Although the communication has been interrupted, the source was still found based on previous signal clues. Poseidon Adolf. Could it be that he already knows that I have developed weapons of mass destruction against Murlocs and is here to find me? Is he just targeting you because your brain is so obvious? Spies. There must be spies. Caesar Current immediately thought of the killer weapon he had just developed, and hid behind Vegapunk in horror. The kind of fierce man who left all three of Marine's combat powers at the bottom of the sea, he was really panicking. What? Poseidon Adolf. Call for help immediately, and get out of here as soon as possible. The Lieutenant General was even more panicked. What experience? He was only a young sailor for 648 months. Bang bang. While they were panicking, the ground exploded, smoke and dust filled the air, and a figure appeared faintly. He doesn't have an exaggerated body shape of 7 or 8 meters, but his body is condensed with a substantial domineering energy that distorts the atmosphere. The strands of water flow like tulle, reflecting the blue waves, which are the unknown and mysterious from the deep sea. Looking at it this way, it really looks like a dreamlike existence in the legend. Such a big head is really easy to find. A scientist who claims to be 500 years ahead of the world, can you help solve the lighting problem for Fishman Island? Adolf came out of the smoke and noticed Vegapunk at a glance. Gouda. The Marines who were surrounded all backed away nervously and swallowed secretly. Run quickly, we'll hold him back. Don't be afraid if Marine comes forward. Even if you are powerful, you are just one person. There are more than 10,000 of us. The Lieutenant General shouted with all his strength. Unfortunately, I have no intention of playing. Adolf's eyes narrowed, Conqueror's eyes flashed out. Boom buzz. Plop, plop, plop. Advertisement. The invisible force turned into dark red lightning, sweeping the entire place like a storm of destruction. Within a radius of 10 miles, Marines fell down in pieces, no matter the rank of lieutenant, colonel, major general, or even ordinary lieutenant general, they all fainted. The eyes he opened were all pale, with no pupils visible. How is it possible? Conquerors who can't even resist the lieutenant general who masters domineering. The remaining elite lieutenant general's face was full of horror, and he almost peed with fear. Even a pirate like Shanks who roams the sea can own top-notch conquerors, let alone him who has ambitions to conquer the world. Even if he has not truly become the master of the world, it still does not affect his imitation of Qin Shi Huang, sweeping the world across the world, and bringing all races within the four seas into submission. Be the world's first unified emperor. Create a true country and family and end this absurd era of chaos. What are Shanks compared to that? Waiting for the gears of destiny to guide that ridiculous savior. If the strength is too different, the number of people will be meaningless. Adolf raised his hand. Armed iron block. The lieutenant general's face changed drastically, his muscles subconsciously tightened, and even his armed domineering aura covered his whole body. Mermaid karate shui fist. Boom. Hitting it casually, the atmospheric plane was hit hard, and the water was blasted out like a particle cannon. In the lieutenant general's eyes, the fist gradually disappeared, replaced by a light blue color filling his eyes, until his entire body disappeared into water particles. Everything in its path was destroyed, and even the research institute behind it blasted out a huge hole with a diameter of 5 meters. A few kilometers away, you can see the deep crater blasted out of the mountain opposite. The ground has also been plowed into a semi-arc shaped wet ravine. Next time, remember to run directly. Don't believe in the iron block. It's an illusion. As he said that, he passed by the fallen lieutenant general, his eyes always staying on Vegapunk. I heard that the light on Fishman Island comes from the Sun Tree Eve. Do you want me to solve the lighting problem? It is really difficult to go below 10,000 meters under the sea, but you can try it. But scientific research is very expensive. Do you have enough money? Vegapunk was not afraid, but was thinking with interest. As much as you want, if you want to refer to a specific number, it would be 1 trillion a year. Adolf said directly. How much? 1 trillion. Caesar Current, who was hiding behind, was instantly stunned. Chapter 67 Scientific Defense Martial God Saint Satan 10% additional update. 1 trillion. 1 trillion. 1 trillion. I don't know how to spend it. How many ladies can I find? Can't I live in Happy Street forever? Hee hee. Hee hee hee. Caesar Current's imagination is full of beauty. Although he is an evil scientist who advocates killing weapons, he is also a sexy pervert who can defraud Big Mom's research funds. Happy Street. No problem. I can even consider including foot massage in medical insurance. This is my invitation to speak. Adolf's lips curled up in sincerity. That's great. Wait, can you really come up with 1 trillion? The pile would be bigger than a mountain. Caesar Current reacted. How many sunken treasures do you think are hidden under this sea? How many mineral resources are there? How many marine fisheries? If you control the world's transportation system, can you control the flow of all goods? Can you control all cross-border transactions? Even all kingdoms? Even the right to navigate the sea. 1 trillion. Is that much? Adolf narrowed his eyes slightly. Although there was nothing on Fishman Island now, it did not affect his ability to blow. And this is not an industry that is difficult to achieve, but is within reach. I can only blame the royal family for being too useless. Thump. Caesar Coolant's heart skipped a beat. He couldn't bear it any longer. He knelt down in front of Adolf and rubbed his face against it. Your Majesty Poseidon. No, Daddy Poseidon, I, Caesar Current, will go through fire and water for you. No matter what killer weapon you want, I will research it for you. From today on, my name is Adolf Caesar Current. Caesar Current unscrupulously voted on the spot. Vegapunk didn't rush over to hug you. Do you know what 1 trillion means to us scientists? 1 trillion, that's 1 trillion. The total gold in the world government's sky is only 1.7 trillion. Caesar Current immediately shouted, dissatisfied with Vegapunk. He has no respect for his adoptive father at all. This is His Majesty the King who includes foot massage in medical insurance. He must be deeply loved by the people. As long as there are sufficient research funds, I can join. Vegapunk said it didn't matter. His position is his own science, and he does not care about the good or evil of the forces he joins. Even though he knew the darkness of world government and knew that world government massacred O'Hara Island, he still joined world government instead of helping his friend's revolutionary army. Advertisement. I will also find my conscience due to contact, just like designing a backdoor for Bonnie, and suddenly whitewashing, it really has no professional ethics. Well, there are too many brain problems in this world, as long as they can be used to their advantage. Welcome to join, then let's go before their reinforcements arrive. Adolf grinned and suppressed his excitement. The only factor that might fail his plan was solved. Boohoo, boom boo, boom boo. I can't wait to go to the legendary Fishman Island. Caesar Current laughed excitedly. Quote! Exclamation mark quote. Adolf was about to turn around and leave when he suddenly noticed something. Vegapunk, Caesar Current, where do you want to go? A strange magic circle appeared, with black lightning and thunderbolts, and a huge body appeared in the center of the magic circle. It has 8 sharp legs like a spider, huge horns like a gyuki, a burning flame belt hanging behind its shoulders, holding a wooden staff, and its whole body is filled with a powerful and strange sense of oppression. The highest power in the world government, one of the 5 elders, the god of scientific defense Jagalucia Satan Saint. Panting slightly, he looked down at Adolf with his taller body. 5 elders showed up in person. Caesar Cullen was so shocked that he couldn't even speak. Quote! Exclamation mark quote. Adolf's heart froze and he made a decision immediately, wanting to take the two of them away by force. Insects that do not fear the gods will be cursed. Evil eye. A strange and fierce light shone in Saint Seiden's eyes. Adolf, who was about to catch the two of them, felt something, turned around and waved his arms, blocking the invisible attack with his arm domineering force. Devil fruits are really troublesome abilities. Adolf said with some fear. It's invisible to the naked eye, and if it wasn't for advanced knowledge, it would probably be hit. With the mermaid's mobility on the ground, it is impossible to take them two away in front of me. The black flames burned, and his eyes were filled with substantial madness. The body that was originally a giant expanded again, like a spider ghost walking on the earth. The sharp tarsal bones of the 8 legs show a strange color, giving people an extremely dangerous and deadly feeling, as if there is a poison attached. It itself is like the incarnation of death, and everything it passes by is deathly silence. The level of danger is far greater than before. Then let's take you away together. Teleporting all the way from the Holy Land consumes a lot of energy, right? It's really hard work. Going all the way to give someone a head. Adolf looked at Saint Seiden with a cold look. This is not the sea. Advertisement. With his state in full swing, Saint Seiden has made up his mind to take this opportunity to deal with Adolf. On land, this is the best opportunity. The 8-legged sharp poisonous stingers blew up a death storm, and ravines and dents penetrated the entire land. The research institute behind it was like a toy house assembled, instantly turned into countless fragments, and a large number of twisted steel bars were exposed. The mermaid's movement on the ground is restricted, not to mention that Saint Seiden deliberately restricted his movement space just to hit him with one blow. That being the case, let's come. Mermaid karate. The sea collapses and dominates the sea. The conquerors wrapped in dark red lightning gathered on his right hand, and a drop of translucent water secreted from his palm, seeming to carry the weight of the entire sea. The blue water waves and dark red lightning echoed each other, roaring with a devastating blow. In front of it, the world becomes dim. Flying out of the island at a 45-degree angle, even the clouds in the sky blasted out a huge hole with a diameter of more than a kilometer, which continued to spread with the impact. Not in the sea, the power is so much weaker. Adolf looked at his fists and frowned, then looked up at Saint Seiden. The stumped limbs and broken arms, which originally showed Kamui, seemed to be broken by the poisonous sting storm that was going to destroy everything, as if the fingers were suddenly broken off and thrown to the ground. Saint Seiden himself fell completely twisted in the ruins, and his shoulders were completely penetrated from the front to the side, showing a scorched black hole. The huge Gyuki horn on the left half disappeared, and half of his face was covered in blood and flesh. The huge wound even included the heart. 1/3 of the heart was destroyed, and it was completely like a dead corpse. That's too exaggerated. Can humans really create this kind of destructive power? Caesar Current, who was hiding behind the ruins, opened his mouth in disbelief, his eyes almost bursting out, and his whole person fell into horror. He suddenly reacted. No, the 5 elders, the highest authority in the world government, are going to be killed. Adolf, your strength, doesn't it depend on the sea water's ability to restrain people with abilities? Damn fish. Saint Seiden looked at Adolf with unblinking eyes, and his voice was so weak that he could not even speak because his throat was broken. Jejiehieji. Ha. Adolf came to Saint Seiden with an unbearable smile that was extremely suppressed, his face was twisted, and his back was arched. But he couldn't help it, so he laughed wildly and taunted loudly. Idiot, I'm going to slowly test it out with you. Of course, in a battle, you have to go all out from the beginning. You have to have the mentality of killing the opponent. Next, I will use you to lead the world government's hidden high wars to the bottom of the sea one by one. No, as long as they are led out from Mariehoya, I can solve them one by one. Then the world will be me Poseidon Adao. Before Adolf finished his crazy words about ruling the world, Saint Seiden made a sound of surprise. Catch you. It's not in vain that I fall in the ruins and act with you. Chapter 68. Come and act. Come and lie. 15% extra. The huge hand like a giant grabbed Adolf, who was very close at hand. With the mermaid's mobility on the ground, there is no way to avoid such a sudden action. Adolf's face changed drastically. What? He quickly tried to swing his fish tail and jump away, but it was too late. The slender fish tail allowed Saint Seiden to grab it. How could he look weak? Adolf, how do you feel about losing to me the same way you dealt with Sakazuki? I admit that you are a very dangerous man. Your wisdom and strength, especially combined with your identity as a mermaid, will bring unbearable losses to the world government if you continue. But it's still too tender. In the ruins, Saint Seiden stood up like a normal person. Even though he was a 5 elders, he couldn't help but grin. At the same time, he looked at Adolf, who was holding on tightly with a more cruel look. A strange color was released from his eyes, and he suppressed Adolf with his devil fruit ability, completely sealing off the possibility of escape. And he himself was entangled in ghost flames, and all the injuries he had received before seemed to be just phantoms. In just 3 seconds, the life-threatening injuries that even shattered his heart were fully recovered. This is how he fights. He doesn't use his domineering power to resist, but uses his own weird recovery power to resist. Even the top powerhouses in the sea, armed hockey and conquerors hockey, are limited, and even extreme use of high-frequency hockey will make them feel tired and mentally exhausted. On the contrary, physical strength recovers quickly due to strong physical fitness. If you have strong willpower, you can still squeeze out a few drops even if you are exhausted. Huh, are you desperate? Saint Satan frowned as he looked at the caught Adolf. Adolf, who was still trying to escape just now, stopped moving after being caught, and didn't even struggle anymore. Now that you know what happened at the bottom of the sea, you should know that I let Sakazuki catch me on purpose, right? Adolf, who looked down and couldn't see his expression clearly, was grinning so much that he pinched the base of his ears. My body is shaking, this time I am so excited that I can't control it, underscore. Do you want to say that you let me catch you on purpose this time? Even if you can secrete water and control the moisture in the atmosphere, after all, you are not a devil fruit user, nor is it sea water. It is not a fatal threat to people with abilities. Saint Satan is very unhappy. As a celestial dragon who aloofly controls the world, he regards humans as ants. Even if there are no more ants, he will immediately breed new ones. He hates this attitude of being treated like idiots. As the only weakness of devil fruit users only the sea water. Adolf raised his head and looked at him with a grin. At the same time, her palms were stretched out in front of his face. Could it be? Saint Satan looked at that hand with eyes split open. Advertisement. He noticed. The gold rings on the 5 fingers, could it be? That's right, it's Halu Stone. As Adolf finished speaking, it was too late for Saint Satan to withdraw his hand. In other words, it was already too late when Saint Satan caught him. How could he escape at such a close distance? The 5 fingers clenched into a fist and squirmed. The sound of friction between gold and stone was like the sound of the devil of death pouring into Saint Satan's soul. In just one move, the gold skin on the ring was wiped off, revealing the original color. No need to guess anymore. Why do you need to guess when you can see something with the naked eye? Hai Lu Shi. Saint Satan lost his voice. But you knew it was too late. The direct contact with the sea floor stone made it impossible to use the ability instantly. After returning from the phantom beast species to human beings, even under the restraint of the sea floor stone, the strength was weak. Even if you adapt through long-term exposure, it does not mean that you can completely ignore the effect of sea floor stone. Adolf, you hate, how can I accept it? How can I accept this fact? The canthus of Satan's holy eyes is about to split, and the calmness of having everything under control is broken, and the face is distorted to the extreme. It was obviously him who caught him and solved the crisis that the world government would face, but the situation turned around at the next moment. It was Adolf who caught him and plunged the world government into a more terrifying crisis, even himself. That's such a pity. Reality is so cruel and changeable. In order to catch me and prevent me from escaping into the sea, you put down your 5 elders' dignity and acted like me. I also wanted to catch you quickly to avoid a long battle that would drag on one support after another, which would be troublesome. Quote. With your resilience, it's not a problem to delay it for a few days and nights, but it's a pity. We all want to end the fight quickly, so we'll lock the situation. Adolf's mouth was almost crooked when he smiled. It's so unpredictable that everything in the world is so unpredictable. At the same time, he grabbed Satan Saint with all his strength, not to mention Halushi's restraint. His wrists would be crushed by him. He raised his left hand, bit a seastone ring on his index finger with his teeth, and pulled out the finger. Bang bang. The heavy fist of his left hand struck Saint Satan in the abdomen. The Saint of Sardin wanted to carry it hard, but the sea tower stone made it difficult for him to lift it. Adolf's punch was much heavier than the stone and could completely collapse a mountain. Yikes. His gallbladder was shattered, and his body instinctively retched and retched. Advertisement. Poof. Adolf spat out. He spat the seastone ring into his mouth, then punched his jaw with his left hand, forcefully forcing Saint Satan to swallow it. How dare you humiliate me? Humiliate the highest power in the world government. Saint Satan's eyes were bloodshot, like a man-hungry beast going crazy. He knew that what he had eaten was a seafloor stone, and he also knew Adolf's purpose, but he couldn't accept using such a humiliating method. Don't blame me, who made me a young man with weak experience. I have to do this just to be on the safe side. Adolf grinned and then pushed Saint Satan to the ground. The terrifying power made it difficult for the weak Saint Satan to resist, and he could only be forced to lie on the ground. What do you want to do? Do you still want to humiliate me? I'm not interested in men. But I can help you find true love who is interested in you. He fumbled for a stone needle from his belt and pierced the back of Saint Satan's spine. That's right. Halu stone needle. Finger-thick seastone needle. Boom. Then with a heavy blow, the Halu stone needle was fixed in the spinal cord. The toughness of the skin and muscles completely buried the needle, and only a small hole with blood beads could be seen on the surface. And its neck bone was pierced by the sea tower stone and stuck. Immediately afterwards, Shanghai stone needles were nailed to the lumbar vertebrae and coccyx vertebrae respectively, and they were nailed into the bones and passed through them, completely inside the body. These 3 places were nailed with Shanghai tower stone, which is almost like a waist. With the strength of Saint Isaac, it is not easy to die, but the pain is extremely severe. It is a pain that directly attacks the central nervous system of the brain, which is more tortuous than cramps. Life is worse than death. Damn you brat. Did Sakazuki and the others let you be imprisoned like this? Saint Satan gritted his teeth, feeling desperate, without the supreme authority that usually held the power of the world. Don't be too curious. Soon you will see it with your own eyes and with them. Adolf smiled, as bright as the sun, but also with the mystery of the deep sea. Even if you cut off your hand, dig out your kidneys and gouge out your eyes, you can recover immediately. Doesn't it mean that you can extract unlimited bloodline factors and create a fantasy beast breeding factory? How could he be willing to kill such a big treasure? Single quote. Exclamation mark, single quote. But what a demon it was in the eyes of Saint Sardin. He was afraid of the mountain falling in front of him without changing his expression. He was wrong. He shouldn't be here. Chapter 69. It's your turn to be scared this time, Adolf. 20% extra update. Let's go to Fishman Island. Adolf turned to look at Vegapunk and Caesar Current. Yes. Caesar Current was frightened. If it was awe and longing for financial resources and strength before, now it is really fearful. Unexpectedly, even the highest authority in the world was captured alive. Looking at Saint, who was dragging him like a dog behind him, Caesar Current's trembling voice was filled with uncontrollable fear and excitement. Even my scalp is numb. I never expected this ending. Vegapunk was covered in cold sweat. He couldn't even imagine the two acting together. Caesar Current, Vegapunk, if you can save me, I can grant the two of you the right to become celestial dragons. No matter what kind of taboo you are researching, I can fully support it. Saint Satan had no choice but to ask for help from the two of them. Stop dreaming. I am loyal to His Majesty Poseidon. How can I possibly save you? Give up and wait for death. You are hopeless. Caesar Current mocked with a grimace. Vegapunk, with your wisdom, you should know that continuing is a dead end. The size of the world government is not something you can shake. Saint Satan also doesn't expect Caesar Kulong. What can the gas fruit power do? I'm sorry, I can't do anything in this situation, not to mention he offered me research funding that I couldn't refuse. Vegapunk refused. Super wisdom told him to use super power quickly. But he doesn't have super strength. If he dares to mess up in this situation, his head will explode on the spot. Bang! Adolf punched Saint Satan on the head, causing blood to flow from his head. The fruit's ability was suppressed and could not be recovered. Stop dreaming. It would be more practical to ask them to let you go. Adolf pressed Saint with both hands and drove at full speed. Don't look at the sea-floor stone nailed to it. Whitebeard had a hole in his chest and half of his head was blown off so hard. As for the effect of Halu Stone on ability users, at his level, it can only suppress the fruit's ability. Hateful. Saint Satan gritted his teeth. He had never thought since he was born that he would one day beg for mercy, especially when he became the Five Elders and took charge of the power of the world. Devil fruit is really a convenient thing. How long does it take to teleport from as far away as Mariehoya for a minute? I want to see it. Adolf looked at Saint Satan with envy. Advertisement. I can give you 10 phantom beast species to choose from, and give you the entire New World Sea area. All countries in the New World belong to you, regardless of whether they are franchised countries or not. Saint Satan was carried and made conditions. You think I will believe what you say? Adolf remained indifferent and continued on his way. Wow. Adao suddenly noticed something and immediately raised the Satan Saint in his hand to block it in front. Boom. The dark object streaked across the 10,000-meter-long sky, like a meteorite flying from the sky. With dark red lightning, it accurately landed on the body of the human shield Saint Satan, and at the same time exploded with terrifying power. The sky and the earth were red, and the blazing fire exploded suddenly, swelling and swallowing in all directions. Saint Satan, Adolf, and even Vegapunk and Caesar Current were all submerged in the fire. The terrifying firelight distorts the atmosphere, like the dazzling sun in the sky. Hahahaha, what did you hit just now? I was so dazzled that I saw 5 Elders Satan standing in front of me. Garp laughed heartily with a hint of doubt in life. This is not a chasing game where you are chasing your grandson with cannonballs. With the blessing of top-notch domineering power, both impact and explosion power have reached the point where they can't be increased. Even the airflow generated by the explosion spread like a storm. Garp. At this time, Saint Satan was in a sorry state, his suit was in tatters, his abdomen was blasted with diffuse explosion marks, and even his abdominal muscles were twisted. But the surprise of redemption appeared on his face. At this moment, he really, crying. Advertisement. Ah, it's really the 5 Elders Satan Saint. Garp's eyes almost popped out. Although I don't take the Draconians as trash in my eyes, these are the 5 Elders. It turned out to be 5 Elders. Marine brought by Garp immediately panicked, and they beat 5 Elders. Garp. What a coincidence, could you please give way? Adolf put Saint Satan down slightly, his eyes slightly narrowed with danger. Garp. Get him. We must not let him escape. Saint Satan's angry and crazy voice was squeezed out from between his teeth. Only then did Garp notice that Saint Satan was lifted up by the back of his neck. And the mermaid figure behind him recognized, Adolf. I happened to be nearby when I received the call for help. I didn't expect it to be you. Even Saint Satan was caught by you. If you let you escape, it would be a big trouble. Single quote. Exclamation mark, single quote. Adolf was annoyed. It was obvious that he had cleared the troops as quickly as possible and eliminated Saint Satan as quickly as possible, and then immediately headed towards the sea, and accidents happened one after another. Whether it's the gangster from the Valley of the Gods or the god of war who singled out the entire Beehive Island, as a marine chasing Roger all over the world, he definitely has two skills. That being the case, my heart was pounding, and I suddenly looked at Vegapunk. He took out a sea tower stone needle from his waist with his left hand, wrapped it with armed hockey and conqueror's hockey at the same time, and shot it towards the huge head. No matter what tricks you have, how outrageous your fruit abilities are, Halu Stone plus Domineering specializes in treating all the bells and whistles. Quote! Exclamation mark quote. Vegapunk felt instantly enveloped by death. As long as it hits, no matter how much precious knowledge is contained in the huge hot air balloon-like head, it will turn into pale brains and explode. I won't let you succeed. Saint Sardin ignored his own pain and suddenly grabbed Adolf's wrist, even using all his domineering force. His eyes were filled with the madness that destroyed everything, and he grinned with revenge. This time it's your turn to be afraid, Adolf. Quote! Exclamation mark quote. Adolf's expression darkened. Chapter 70 Moral High Ground. Shua. Garp immediately exploded and ejected like a cannonball. His sandbag-sized fists were waved down, and his top-notch weapons roared. The strong wind brought by it was like straw cutting flesh, and I could hardly open my eyes. Adolf once again raised his human shield, Saint Satan. Garp punched Saint Satan hard in the face. His nose was crooked, his jaw was dislocated, and his white beard was stained with blood. Damn it, you actually used Saint Satan as a human shield. Garp was annoyed. If he hadn't pulled back his strength at the end, Saint Satan would have been hit in the head by this punch. But he also took this opportunity to get closer and catch Saint Satan, hoping to take him back from Adolf. It was just that Adolf grabbed Satan's neck, Garp grabbed Satan's arm, and the two started a tug of war. Don't worry about me, don't let him kill Vegapunk. You two idiots, why don't you just stay away? Satan Sheng endured the pain of tearing his body, and blood foam flew from his mouth as he spoke. Quote! Exclamation mark quote. Those who want to achieve great things must be decisive at the most critical moment when choosing between gains and losses. Since Saint Sardin cannot be killed, simply give up the tug of war with Garp. Focus on core goals. A drop of water secreted from the palm of his hand, wrapped in top domineering energy, and he turned his hand and threw it towards Vegapunk. Mermaid Karate Shueishin. In order to achieve a one-hit kill, not only the weapon color, but also the Conqueror's entanglement is added, which can crush even a mountain. Shua. In an instant, Bogart, who had always been invisible next to Garp, took action and chopped the drop of water into pieces with extremely terrifying sword skills. The world seemed to be divided at this moment. He raised his head slightly and stared sharply. Quote! Exclamation mark quote. Adolf's face darkened. There were too many people. Looking at Satan Saint, Garp, Bogart who rescued Vegapunk, and a group of sailors arriving. Adolf, although I don't know how you learned that Vegapunk is on this island, your purpose is not to get him, but to prevent us from getting him. Saint Satan knelt on the ground with his hands on the ground. The 3C-story stone needles on his back caused him excruciating pain and it was difficult to control his limbs. Still looking up at Adolf full of revengeful pleasure. His cultivated, steady, and hideous expression was completely distorted. He was almost taken to the deep sea and faced a humiliation worse than death. Advertisement. With a population of 5 billion, spreading across the sea, and seizing navigation rights, if you think about it from a strategic perspective, there is no solution. The world government has no way to prevent what is happening under the sea, it can only watch. But as long as we break out of this thinking and obtain stronger power and more efficient killing weapons, even a population of 5 billion will be nothing more than a mass of fish, or 5 billion slaves. This power is science. The strong desire to kill Vegapunk is greater than wanting to get him, the scientist who was 500 years ahead of the world. Saint Satan showed an extremely crazy expression, as if he was laughing wildly because of exposing Adolf, and his mentality was completely broken. Exclamation mark. Adolf's face was expressionless. Yes, he can do without Vegapunk, because his plan does not require high scientific power at all, but he cannot let others get it. Vegapunk, a user with brain fruit abilities, possesses very terrifying research talents. Bloodline factors, laser weapons, pacifists, artificial devil fruits, phantom beast species including Paramesha, sea beast weapons, seraphim, the virgin flame that destroys countries and even wipes out entire islands. Each is an epic-making research technology. With his intelligence, is it difficult to develop a mass-produced Pacific pacifist? Is it even impossible to mass-produce the Jinbei model? The Holy Mother's flame washes the ground, and the seraphim encircles and suppresses them. The advantages of the fish men in the sea are obvious, but when the world government possesses these scientific weapons, these advantages will disappear. So after briefly dealing with the Fishman Island incident, I found Vegapunk as soon as possible. If it can't be used by him, then kill. Unfortunately, he is in a hurry, and so is Marine. Even if it wasn't Garp, there must be other Marines fighting to cover the New World Marines' retreat. The 3 major generals were captured alive, and Zephyr had asthma, so Garp was the best choice. For a mission like covering the retreat, it must be done as quickly as possible. The distress signal sent by Marine just now made him receive. And their original goal was here. Marine's most important scientific research base in the New World, the research institute where Vegapunk is located. It can be said that both sides are here for this. The analysis is correct, but Saint Satan, I only want to ask you one thing. If I block the sea transportation line, even if you develop the technology, can you manufacture it? Relying on the Red Earth continent to secretly carry it manually. It will be difficult to climb more than 50,000 meters. You won't even have food by then, and you are still doing it. What research and production? Don't forget, the positions of Mary Joa and Fishman Island are at odds with each other on the Red Earth continent. They are at one point. Adolf also asked about his Achilles heel. Disadvantage. Who is the disadvantage? Quote. Exclamation mark quote. Saint Satan's face instantly darkened, extremely gloomy. Vegapunk, I admit that I wanted to kill you when I saw Garp and Bogart. Because you are too much of a threat. A threat to the world. Adolf looks at Vegapunk. Advertisement. What? My threat to the world? Vegapunk opened his mouth and looked at Adolf incomprehensibly. You should know that the crimes committed by the world government and enslaving mankind are no longer enough examples of their heinous crimes. Genocide. National annihilation game. Thousands of people died in an instant, just like O'Hara. They are the source of all evil. Garp and Bogart rarely attacked, and glanced at the struggling Saint Satan. Saint Satan stopped thinking about it and reached out to grab his back, trying to pull out the sea tower stone needle. However, with his big body, he couldn't touch his back, let alone nail it completely into his body. Pull out the sea tower stone needle of the bone. The celestial dragons are the creators of the world. They should enjoy all privileges. How can they empathize with insects? His face was distorted due to central nervous system pain, but even so, his words were still natural. Yeah, they don't have empathy for others, so how can they consider the life and death of us people? If you serve such a world government, don't you give them the power to do evil? Vegapunk, do you think you are aiding the evildoers? Should you die? Garp was silent, Bogart was silenced, and Caesar was sweating. As long as he stands on the moral high ground, he is invincible. Who gives world government black spots? Saint Satan, why don't you die? Garp said in shock. Ah, don't say such rude words to the 5 elders. A group of sailors beside them were so frightened that their hearts went into shock. Feel sorry. Vegapunk lowered his head in shame, the image of O'Hara burning lingering in his mind. But he did not join his friend Long's revolutionaries, but joined world government because of the research funds. Regardless of whether it was in the name of employment or something else, it was a fact to study for world government. Don't let him go on, Garp. Get him. Saint Satan saw the power of Adolf's words and immediately issued his order. Garp frowned in displeasure, but the 5 elders were here, and he didn't want to listen. He could only look at Adolf. Sorry, I can't let it go anymore. Poseidon Broken Island / Adolf strikes first, with a knife in his right hand, and the water vapor in the atmosphere clings to him. At the same time, Conquerors winds around him, slashing the ground from top to bottom. Crack, click, tear. The next second the island shook, and the island, which was 30 to 40 kilometers long, was like a cake, split in half. The cut was very thorough, both the soil and the rocks were cut open, revealing a large, bottomless crack. The terrifying power is so inhuman, just cut it off with a single blow. The sound of waves rolled in, filling the rift valley from both ends and turning it into an inland sea. Huh, great swordsman. Bogart looked at Adolf in shock.
3SK Chapter 71 Old Man Garp, haven't you eaten? Those who understand the realm of cutting iron and can perform flying slashes are considered swordsmen. Of course, this realm is not worth mentioning for their strength. But swordsmen are also divided into strong and weak, and Zontai is just the entry point. There is also the realm of cutting off everything in the world and finding your own path. This kind of thing can be called a great swordsman. And now, he actually sees the shadow of the great swordsman in Adolf? Isn't this kid too outrageous? He obviously doesn't even have a sword. Garp was exaggerated, and all his thoughts were reflected on his face. Are you working seriously? Don't let him jump into the sea and escape? The 3 Secascus are still in his hands? Damn it, someone help me take out the sea tower stone from behind. Satan Shang was furious. He had no choice but to quickly take out the sea tower stone and do it himself. Garp is really unreliable. It's such a serious injury. The seafloor stone has completely pierced the spine. We need to have surgery quickly, otherwise we will be paralyzed for life. No, it's a miracle that we can still stand up now. The military doctor couldn't believe it. What kind of surgery? Quickly find a knife to cut the skin, and then pull out the sea tower stone. You don't need to judge. Satan Sheng was annoyed. Is now the time for surgery? Damn it, every time he moved, the pain hit his nerves, making life worse than death. By the way, there are those 3 boys from Sakaski. Garp finally remembered and looked at Adolf seriously. Although I don't want to help the Draco, I can't let you go now. Fist bone impact. The top-notch domineering fists are entangled, even 10,000 times harder than steel. With a punch in the air, domineering power was unleashed, and the color of black gold flashed across like the Milky Way, bright and eye-catching, and at the same time, it contained terrifying power. Don't make it sound like if you have more people, I will be defeated. Not only will I not be able to keep you, I will also kill Vegapunk. Poseidon the impact of the sea. Adolf clenched his right arm into a fist, veins popped out, and he punched back with the same punch. A column of blue water shot out like a substance, surrounded by mist and vapor, and it was the color of a thunderbolt and a dark red electric light. The water on the entire island was pulled invisibly, and even the seawater in the distance was inexplicably turbulent, stirring up thousands of huge waves. If the swordsman understands the state of mind of cutting iron, he can cut with unrivaled edge. Then can't you understand the artistic conception of the sea? Even if you don't use the method of cutting, you can still be surrounded by water vapor, and every move carries the power of the sea. Especially after a life-and-death battle with the great swordsman Figeland St. Garin, I gained the talent inscribed in his bloodline factor, and gained a deeper understanding of how to use stone from a mountain to attack jade. Boom! The two attacks seemed to span time and space, bursting out with destructive power like nuclear explosions, and even the entire island was shaken. On the earth, the second sun rises. But almost at the same time, a wave of air visible to the naked eye erupted, and the nearby air was instantly drained, and the waves hit in all directions. It was completely a doomsday storm. Crash. Advertisement: the island shook, and the spread of the impact caused the sea to set off huge waves hundreds of meters high, rolling into the depths of the sea at an extremely terrifying speed. At the battle site, a huge depression with a diameter of more than a kilometer was blasted out, and all the rock and soil were compacted to the extreme. Thousands of meters away, even tens of thousands of meters away, whether it was rocks, trees, or the originally built research institute, they were all shattered into pieces and flew away. Those so-called researchers, conquerors, stunned Marines? Every one of them was torn into pieces of flesh and blood at the moment of impact, with blood splattering everywhere. It was extremely bloody. However, if they really cared, there wouldn't be so many people paddling in the battle, and only Akainu would fight to the top. Cough 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 cough. Old Garp is only over 60 years old. He is not that old yet and has no physical problems. He is difficult to deal with. Amidst the nuclear explosion like smoke, Adolf coughed and emerged from the embedded humanoid depression. Garp fights a group of people on Beehive Island, very fiercely. What level of pirates are there on the 6th floor of Impel Down? Do they start as lieutenant generals? Those who join Blackbeard are the best ones who have survived through fighting, and their strength is at least in the rank of general candidate. Also, Shiryu of Rain seriously injured Garp in a sneak attack. After the transparent fruit was developed, is it difficult to understand transparency from the color of sight? Neither Germa's invisibility technology nor Quin's invisibility can be perceived with the color of sight, let alone devil fruits. Aokiji Kuzan is in front again. Considering that Garp was almost 78 when he was buried, he was older than Whitebeard. While protecting a group of morons, beating such a group of monsters and injuring each of them seriously, even Aokiji was tied up. Isn't this fierce? It's super impressive, isn't it? There is no way to fight in a group fight. One person is facing each other with punches, and the others are attacking from behind. Shiryu of the Rain is stabbing in the waist, but he is not giving away one by one. There are few Garp scenes, so I feel like I am knocking down myth destruction and shitting my pants every once in a while, and I have to pave the way for the Deserter King. Mermaid boy, this is not the sea, prepare to be beaten. Garp was like a cannonball rushing out of the smoke. He grinned and punched again, not waiting for the smoke to dissipate. Boom, Adolf's fist wrapped around Conqueror's was also swung away. The two fists collided, and the terrifying energy tore through the earth and lifted up the smoke and dust. Bang, bang, bang. The two completely turned into black shadows and fought madly together. Although it is naturally disadvantageous for races in the sea to fight on the ground, it also makes Adolf's blood boil. Come on, let's fight. Advertisement? Is this all you have? Garp? Boom, Kang, bang. Whether it's the sight color, the weapon color, or the conquerors, all of them are activated to the extreme. Punch wildly to release all the boiling power in your body, and you can't even feel the pain because the adrenaline is already bursting. This kind of punching to the flesh, the power felt through destruction, is so real. Completely intoxicated by transcending the limitations of the mortal body, every move shows the power of shattering mountains and rivers. At this moment, every cell in his body is excited. Not only adrenaline, every cell is telling him, squeeze it hard, squeeze out the inner strength and physical strength continuously.
Exclamation mark, exclamation mark. Over Punk Hassad Island, due to the invisible influence of conquerors, thick dark clouds shrouded it, and it was so dark that it seemed like the sky was about to collapse. The dark red lightning strikes from time to time, as if the end is coming. On the earth, dust rose all over the sky, and the earth continued to crack. The riddled island collapsed, spreading abyss like cracks one after another. Even the mountains were blasted by hammers and exploded into countless boulders falling all over the sky. The whole island seemed to be collapsing. Old man Garp. Use force. Haven't you eaten yet? Adolf's eyes were fierce and he resisted the heavy blows from his mouth. A tough-talking boy, falling from the bottom of the sea. In the sky, Garp stepped on the air and caught up with Adolf, who flew backwards at a faster speed. The huge palm wrapped with top-notch domineering power grabbed his face and threw it towards the ground with all its strength. It turned into a meteor falling to the ground, with dark red lightning trailing behind. Boom, the rocky ground was as fragile as tofu. A deep well over a kilometer was blasted out, driving Adolf a kilometer underground. The ground continued to shake. And next to it, the earth cracked open and released countless rough gravels that shook the sky, and the edges of the stones were raised. This time the power is completely concentrated on Adolf. Sure enough, it will be difficult to defeat it without borrowing the power of the sea. At least it will take some time to win on the ground. In the huge pit, Adolf's whole body seemed to be falling apart.
Chapter 72 The Tormented Saint Satan, 10% extra update. It's been taken out, all 3 of them have been taken out. Saint Satan, hold on, I'll give you medicine right away. Ho ha ha ha. Saint Satan was lying on the ground with a pale face, not a trace of blood, and his body was so weak that he was dehydrated. It hurts, it really hurts. His suit was cut open behind him, and he couldn't care less about his butt being exposed, and he wasn't in the mood to care anymore. Hylu stone needles are nailed to the spine, lumbar vertebrae, and tail vertebrae. It's the kind where the roots are nailed into the bones, leaving no cross-section outside. Just like a nail hammered into the wall, even the nail cap is completely hammered into the wall. So if you want to pull it out, you only have to grind and dent the bones around the seafloor stone needle a little bit, then expose the seafloor stone, then use a clip to clamp it and pull it out. But the premise is that the skin and muscles should be dug out. After that comes the pain of grinding the bones, which is as cruel as bone scraping therapy. Moreover, it is an important place where the central nervous system is spread throughout the spine and controls the limbs and the whole body. People with lumbar disc herniation can understand the pain, but in such a place, the bones must be ground and dented. Skin and flesh are okay, but if you are as strong as Saint Satan, your bones are harder than steel, so you will need to torture for a longer time. Anesthetic? Anesthetics of his strength won't work. Fortunately, the great swordsman Bogart took action, otherwise the other ship's doctors would have had to use a chainsaw. Hell me up. Saint Satan's suit was soaked with cold sweat, and his back was covered in blood. His majestic curly hair and beard were messy, imageless, and extremely embarrassed. A group of sailors quickly helped Saint stand up. Now it's true that he doesn't even have the strength to stand up. Scraping the central nervous system without anesthetic, every second is a test of will. Cut my stomach open, there's still, in my stomach. The whites of Saint Satan's pupils were completely bloodshot, as if they were about to explode. Bogart was silent, Garp felt chills, and the other Marines felt their scalps numb. It's better to mess with the devil than Poseidon. Hurry! Saint Satan yelled, saliva flying everywhere. Gouda! Bogart drew his sword and swallowed secretly. He is also the first man to cut off the bones and stomach of the 5 elders, the highest power in the world government. Shua! The sword light flashed so quickly that it was impossible to catch it with the naked eye, which was supposed to minimize the pain. Advertisement, snort. But Saint Satan got angry and thrust his right arm into his body. A large amount of blood spurted out, flowing down the arm like a slaughtered pig, and even the gastric juices flowed out. Ha 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 ha, panting and laughing wildly, cruel, crazy, and irrational madness. Dow. Foo, fish Adolf, I will cut you into thousands of pieces and make you suffer torture thousands of times more painful than mine. The pupils release a cruel aura, crazy, completely crazy. The blood-stained ring fell from his hand, and strange demonic flames burned, and the whole person continued to expand. The lower body was an 8-legged demon spider, and the upper body was a Gui head horn. But with his messy hair, messy beard, demon flames wrapped around his body, and flashing domineering aura, he looked like a terrifying demon spider walking out of hell. Completely animalized. All previous injuries were healed in the magic flames, but it could not heal his tortured soul. Can't cure that crazy heart, so big, such a strong sense of oppression. Is this the fruit ability of 5 elders Satan Saint? Animal-type phantom beast species? One by one, the sailors trembled and exclaimed. Only then did Saint Satan think of them. A strange look appeared in his eyes, and some kind of terrifying power was released. Who is it? You are allowed to look directly at me. Look directly at me, Jago Lucia Saint Satan. Not good. Garp noticed something and immediately stepped forward to block the situation. Both fists were crossed with domineering force, blocking Saint Satan's invisible attack and blocking Saint Satan's gaze. That is, as long as those with low strength have a disrespectful heart, they will bleed to death under his gaze. Saint, Garp said solemnly, confronting Saint Satan. It also barely awoke Saint Satan from complete madness and regained his sanity slightly. He is willing to give Garp face, just because Garp will be rescued from the deep sea hell and the shameful white hell will not happen. If these people don't come to rescue us, we will be really desperate. Chi. Advertisement with its sharp 8-legged movement, a huge body comparable to the hills is walking across the land. When we arrived at the cave, which was as dark as a deep well, we could no longer see through it with the naked eye. Even seeing and hearing things so deep underground was affected. After all, it is about sensing the breath. If there are too many debris and the separation is too thick, the breath will naturally be covered up. Escaped from the underground? Are you a dog, Adolf?
When the sight and color went all the way down the hole, Adolf was gone.
It was difficult for Saint Satan to accept that he had suffered so much humiliation and torture. The culprit actually escaped. How could he bear it? How could he bear it? Crack, click. The dark red conqueror's dominance was released from the overlord, the earth collapsed, and shocking cracks spread thousands of meters from the 8 legs. The dark clouds in the sky flickered and a group of electric lights exploded, reflecting his monstrous rage. Boom boom. Punk Hassad Island shook, fractured from south to north, and a dark, bottomless abyss appeared. But soon, rolling waves poured in from both ends, and endless seawater filled the Rift Valley. Is this the highest power in the world? It's too exaggerated. How could it tear apart the island so easily? The Marines couldn't believe it. It looks like this is all done by that mermaid boy. Garp looked at the huge rift valley, more than 100 meters wide, with seawater rushing into it. Several masters came to the beach in an instant and looked at Adolf on the sea. You received so many attacks from me and yet you didn't get hurt at all? Garp was shocked. Damn it. He wants to destroy the entire island and drag us all into the bottom of the sea. Saint Satan gritted his teeth. Conquerors turned into electric arcs and flashed between his hair and Whitebeard. The momentum was terrifying, but there was nothing he could do. There are so many of you, but you are still in an environment that is unfavorable to me. I have to fight with you because my brain is broken. Adolf raised his middle finger and mocked. Mermaid Jiu-Jitsu heavy rain, boom. He grabbed the seawater and threw it towards the sky, disappearing into the clouds. Conquerors stimulated the electrons in the clouds, suddenly lighting up the world with arcing thunderbolts and exploding with thunderous thunder. A group of New World cumulonimbus clouds appear. The dark sky was filled with lightning and thunder, and heavy raindrops covered the entire island and even the entire sea area for more than 300 miles, and it was even expanding. The strong winds that were fighting fiercely with Garp were still blowing, and the weather in the entire sea area was disrupted. The sea level fluctuates up to 10 meters high, perfectly reproducing the catastrophic scene of the extreme bad weather and tsunami in the New World. Hahahaha. Old man Garp, Saint Satan, let's start our third round. Be enemies with me in the world. Chapter 73 Become the enemy of me in the world, 15% extra update. Mermaid Karate Hailong Bongchen. Hey, is this really a fist? It's obviously pushing a tsunami towards me. Nearly 1,000 Marines' eyes popped out, and snot bubbles popped out of their noses in fear. In front of their eyes, a giant tsunami 100 meters high stretched for more than 10 miles, as if the sea was falling, giving people an invincible and vast power. And as it continues to get closer, the waves coming up from behind are superimposed crazily, getting higher and bigger. The huge waves that are hundreds of meters long seem to touch the clouds in the sky, which is simply like a doomsday tsunami. Shrouded in a deep sense of powerlessness and insignificance, it would be difficult for anyone to resist. It's over, we're all dead. This is an enemy of the sky, an enemy of the sea, an enemy of the world. Is this Poseidon, mastering the power of the sea? The sailors stared blankly at the huge waves of the apocalyptic tsunami. Even though they had experienced many battles, they fell to their knees without any strength. What are you talking about? Lieutenant General Garp is a hero chasing One Piece all over the world. It's just a wave. Only a sailor who has followed Garp and seen strong winds and waves can withstand such psychological pressure. One by one, the desperate sailors looked at Garp as if looking at the savior, waiting for the moment when the darkness would be broken. We are Marines. How can we be afraid of strong winds and waves? You know, the bigger the storm, the more expensive the fish. Garp bared his teeth and was full of confidence. That's right, Poseidon, it's just a big fish in the sea. Come on, Lieutenant General Garp, let him see how powerful we are. Everyone clenched their fists and booed, fist bone impact. Putting on the posture, the top-level domineering energy in the right hand is entangled, and a terrifying aura rises up. Nothing can stop it, and it seems to shatter the sky. With the fist pumping in the air, the bright light flashes across like the Milky Way, becoming the hope of salvation that cuts through the apocalypse. People's eyes can't help but be attracted to it. The bright naked eye cannot capture it, but it leaves a dazzling afterimage on the eye mask. The dazzling light burst out with terrifying power in everyone's eyes.
Rumble, rumble, turbulent waves. The apocalyptic tsunami, which was hundreds of meters high and more than 10 miles wide, collapsed under the terrifying power of a nuclear explosion, turning into a torrential rain sputtering all over the sky.
Even the 100-foot deep seawater was instantly displaced thousands of miles away, exposing the hard seafloor rocks, and even the seafloor rock formations collapsed. The fish and shrimp in the sea have long since fled, and the slow ones have turned into minced meat and merged into the sea. Advertisement: a terrifying blow shook the island again, facing the risk of collapse at any time. The billowing energy rushes outward crazily with the impact, and the affected sea area is also expanding. On Punk Hassad Island, the remaining huge waves on both sides were still tens of meters high, smashing a large number of rocks into pieces and rolling into the sea. The entire island was visibly shrinking to the naked eye. It's a pity that their field of vision is not that high and they cannot see the whole picture of Punk Hassad. Hahahaha, go bring the cannonballs, mermaid boy, if you want to hide in the sea, then I will fry the fish. Garp laughed boldly. Oops, Lieutenant General Garp, our ship was swept away by the waves. What? My dog-headed warship? Garp's eyes popped out. How could it not be swept away by such a big wave? Adolf followed Garp's line of sight and noticed the warship that was like a small boat in the sea. Return the warship? You all have to stay today. Let's all turn into gourd boys and save Grandpa. He casually shot the water droplets from the heart of the sea and sank the warship. Damn it. Garp gritted his teeth, but he did not rush directly into the sea and fight Adolf in the sea for 300 rounds. Mermaids are at a disadvantage when fighting on the ground. When humans go to the sea, they will die the same way. I just like the expressions of you gritting your teeth and feeling helpless. Adolf raised his hand again. Originally, this punch contained hundreds of layers of strength, like shaving, which were superimposed layer by layer in an instant, bursting out with terrifying power. But after understanding the meaning of the swordsman in the sea, the waves followed him. Only on land, he can only punch out the water in the atmosphere. Although the power is strong and the destructive power explodes, the sea's response is just a response. The swordsman's perception is not strong enough to directly turn the land into an ocean. That is the supreme, the great swordsman's realm. But in the sea, raising your hands and feet to respond to the roaring waves, and the vast power accompanying it, truly brings the great swordsman to the extreme. Poseidon 10,000 waves of sinking, Adolf extended his arms with domineering force, grasped the seawater as if it were material, and turned it into a trident of water. Plug it into the sea and push it hard, and it will immediately set off huge waves, as if you truly have control over the sea. As the sea water rolls, it gets higher and higher, reaching up to 1,000 meters, even touching cumulonimbus clouds, and the sky and sea completely merge into one. The width stretches for hundreds of miles, completely exceeding the size of the island itself by several times. When it sweeps over, everything is shrouded in shadow. Advertisement, Saint Seiden's face was extremely gloomy. The storm and heavy rain pounded on my body, and I felt like a drowned rat. My whole body was soaked, and my body was weak from the seawater. As the 5 elders who are in charge of the world's power, the powerlessness and weakness of losing power is simply torture, and he has no sense of security, so he has to wake up from his rage. At this moment, he felt the insignificance of mortals for the first time in a long time, and fear. It seems bigger than before. Garp also felt the pressure. He clenched his fists again and took a stance, his momentum rising to the extreme. Boom, as he punched out, the world was silenced. All the waves, strong winds and heavy rains have lost their color. A huge hole over 1,000 meters appeared in the waves, and the tsunami was penetrated. But except for the kilometer that made the hole, the rest of the island was completely hit by huge waves. The entire island trembled with terrifying power. It is said that a drop of water penetrates a stone. When such a huge wave hits, even the rocks are shattered under the huge wave. Just this wave of islands wiped out 3 to 5 meters in height, and those places that were less than 3 meters high have disappeared from the sea. Wow. The wind and waves have not stopped, and the heavy rain has continued to fall. How can the waves subside before the island is completely submerged? Huge waves surged across the entire sea area, and endless tsunamis rose up like waves of galloping horses. Each one was more than 100 meters high. It was a complete doomsday catastrophe. It's too much. Isn't there no end in sight? The sailors collapsed one by one, and the veterans said they had never seen anything like this. Everyone, please think of a way. If this continues, we won't even have a place to stand. Caesar Current held his head in despair. Normally, it is impossible to calm the waves with human power, Vegapunk said. I'm already trying my best. Garp breathed heavily and exploded with extreme domineering, blocking one wave after another. But no matter how strong he is, he has been punching for more than half an hour. How can he use domineering tricks so frequently? Shua. Bogart waved his sword in surprise, splitting the tsunami into 2, and the sea divided into 2 parts. But even this can't stop the continuous tsunami in the entire sea area. The seawater is flowing in endless, but the island under their feet is not. So far, Punk Hassad has only the small land under their feet, and is forced into a desperate situation. Chapter 74. Keep them all for me, 20% extra update. I didn't expect even you to be able to deal with him, Garp. It seems we need more manpower, Saint Seiden said in a deep voice, his eyes glowing scarlet. Teleportation magic circle, Poseidon Habard of the sea. The trident in Adolf's hand is like the heart of the ocean reflecting blue light, intertwined with dark red lightning of destruction, projected from the bottom of the sea. The earth cracked open, and a huge hole penetrated from bottom to top, leading directly to Saint Seiden. Saint Seiden suddenly noticed the strong aura, his face was distorted with fear, and his bloodshot eyes opened as wide as possible. But under the penetration of seawater, wind and waves, the capable person was physically weak and was still half a beat slower. Boom whoosh. The trident of blue magic and dark red destruction shot out from the earth, went straight into the sky and exploded, intensifying the torrential rain and thunder in the sky. The magic circle was destroyed, and Saint Seiden's lower body was penetrated at the same time, and the ferocious 8 legs were cut off again.
Damn it, he wants to kill us here, Saint Seiden gritted his teeth, feeling deeply powerless. The current situation was obviously no match for Adolf. He also wanted to shake people off while there was still a place to stay, and called the other 4 who were drinking tea together to start a group fight. But Adolf didn't give him a chance at all. If Adolf knew that he wanted to shake people instead of running away, he would not have stopped him. Instead, he would have applauded and welcomed him. Especially those with abilities, the more the better. Want to run? What are you thinking about? He is worthy of the hero Garp who chased Roger with a ship and built a mountain with one punch. There is also this invisible great swordsman Bogart, with his sword coned in the middle. This intensity has been going on for half an hour and I'm still not exhausted, it's so fierce. In the waves, Adolf held the trident of water and watched them fight with all their might. It was a waste. In this half hour, he had recovered all the energy he had consumed, but Garp and the others were so tired that they couldn't stop at all. Garp dared to chase Roger with a ship without being hacked to death, which means that they are at least about the same strength, and there is Rayleigh on Roger's ship. In other words, Bogart can compete with Rayleigh. It can be said that the 2 of them are ridiculously strong, plus the 5 elders Seiden Saint. If he really dares to go up alone, he will probably be hammered to the point of doubting his life, or even several people will hold him down, and he will not be able to escape.
But so what? They can hit a mountain with one punch, or even sink an entire island, but can they destroy the entire ocean? It's useless to defeat it, it must be defeated. Advertisement. The waves are endless, and he only needs to wave his trident to push it from time to time to maintain the huge waves. Even as he continued to use it, he felt that if he studied it carefully, he could permanently solidify the huge wave sea area and form the unique ocean current weather of New World.
After all, in the New World, extreme weather such as storms and huge waves are not uncommon, and there are even more extreme weather. It can be described as the true power of heaven and earth. This kid is so difficult. He can obviously destroy the last place, but he insists on consuming our energy. Garp also felt powerless and aggrieved. He obviously couldn't beat him. Lieutenant General Garp. Bogart glanced heavily at the Marines protecting him, as well as Vegapunk, Caesar Current, 5 Elders, and others. Yes, Adolf was able to attack the foundation of Punk Hassad Island with a destructive move from the very beginning, and Garp and the others couldn't do anything to stop it. Once the island is destroyed, Saint Satan will basically lose his combat power when he falls into the sea, but it will also force Garp and Bogart to fight with him in a final life and death fight. It was really unstable for Adolf. After all, this was the surface of the sea, not the bottom of the sea. The sea surface is breathable. Want to drown in sea water? You can run on moonwalk in the sky. You can also drown. So using the surging tsunami to consume Garp and his group's physical strength and force them to defend the island will undoubtedly greatly increase his chances of winning. As long as the island remains, as long as Garp and Bogart don't voluntarily give up these hundreds of people, and don't give up Vegapunk with a huge head of more than 10 meters, they will not voluntarily give up the land. Saint, we will create a chance for you later, but there is only one chance. Garp said with great caution as he pushed back the wave again. Now we have no choice but to leave. Saint Satan nodded. At this time, he couldn't stand up anymore. Seeing that there were only 1,000 meters left to stay, even if he called the other 4 over, it would be of no avail. Instead, Adolf would catch them all in one fell swoop and annihilate them all. Bogart. Garp yelled. Bogart nodded and looked up at the huge cumulonimbus clouds in the sky. They were so thick that it seemed as if the sky was falling. There was no ray of sunlight at all, and only the flashing thunder arcs from time to time illuminated the world. It's simply the doomsday despair and the darkest moment. Kaz. The sword sheathed, eyes closed, and breath calmed down. In just a moment, the momentum was adjusted to the extreme, and he slashed suddenly. It's daybreak. An unparalleled crack appeared in the sky, the clouds were torn apart for hundreds of miles, and the sun shone down, as if seeing the light of hope. My mood became wider. On the way, the heavy rain broke away, and we had a moment of respite. Single quote. Exclamation mark single quote. Saint Satan seized the opportunity and jumped up. His body suddenly shook, and his armed domineering force shattered all the suits on his body and flew out, including the wet sea water. Although it seems that weakness and physical exhaustion are serious, it is better than being directly powerless in sea water. Advertisement. Teleportation magic circle. A scarlet mysterious magic circle appeared under his 8-legged feet. Without the influence of sea water, it formed very quickly. Poseidon Habard of the sea. The trident in his hand was projected again. He also saw that Garp and the others were trying their best. How could they be allowed to escape? The majesty of the blue and dark red sea cuts through space and distance, arriving in an instant. But at the same time, Garp jumped under Saint Satan. You little mermaid, you've had enough trouble. Fist bone impact. The extremely entangled domineering force punched out, blocking the front of the trident. It doesn't look like there are so many fancy special effects. It's just a domineering attack wrapped around the right hand, but it has the terrifying power to smash most of the Beehive Island into pieces. To put it bluntly, this is the purity of a non-ability person, the extremely powerful body and domineering spirit. Single quote. Exclamation mark single quote. And during the collision, the blue waves shone brightly, reflecting the beauty of the sea to the whole world, but it also carried an arc of destruction. Circles of fluctuation spread from the middle, washing out like super vibration waves, followed by waves of destruction, and everything on the island was washed away. Vegapunk, Caesar Current, and nearly 1,000 trembling Marines were all thrown away. Aha! Garp's madness squeezed all his potential, and his face was distorted and terrifying. The sea halberd carrying the power of the sea could no longer maintain its shape and completely exploded, turning into high-pressure water blades and exploding in a ring. But this water blade ring has an extremely terrifying edge. No one can leave. Adolf rushed out on his own initiative. However, Saint Sardin was closer and stretched out his 8 legs earlier, leading everyone to flee immediately, leaving Adolf in the air. But at this moment, the endless tsunami crashed down, submerging the last remaining place. I don't believe you can teleport out of this storm at once. Adolf was unaffected in the sea and immediately took out the phone and asked for X-ray vision. But he suddenly found a huge head of more than 10 meters in the sea, and a purple figure beside it was swept away by the sea water. Vegapunk. Caesar Coolant is here too. P.S. The sea surface is different from the bottom of the sea. The sea surface can breathe, dads. The top powerhouses are capable of collapsing islands. Not to mention, they can still protect themselves with domineering strength. The island is gone and people all over the world are being beaten and running away. The protagonist can chase and fight as his grandson, but Akainu Aokiji still fights for 10 days. A strong person in physical skills can swim to the Red Earth continent in 10 days. Chapter 75 The Brain Left Behind by Vegapunk. P.S. The sea surface is different from the bottom of the sea. The sea surface can breathe, so it won't cause the membrane to rupture as soon as it meets the bottom of the sea. Moonwalk can run in the sky, and there is no problem running on the sea. After finding Vegapunk and catching Satan Saint, the protagonist has been walking back. I was still a big man with a group of people and couldn't get up quickly. Those words were what Saint Satan asked for help in the middle of the journey. I have described it many times in the previous article. I don't want to just wait for death. Backquote. Dash 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 dash. Quote question mark. Vegapunk. Surrounding the huge head, no one is seen. Just a huge head and broken bones. Isn't it because of the aftermath of the impact that the body was completely shattered? Adolf wondered. But no matter what, as long as Vegapunk dies, his biggest threat will be gone, and he will be able to deal with it much more easily in the future. Even if someone else eats the brain fruit, they will not be able to use the fruit's abilities without Vegapunk's own research talent. Are there too few god-level fruits that are ruined by melon rhymes? Can't you teleport to the sky, and then teleport all the way away? Garp complained behind Saint Satan's back. I teleported all the way from Mariehoya, and was repeatedly weakened by being immersed in seawater. My physical strength was severely exhausted. This is already the limit. Saint Sardin seemed weak even when he was soaked in seawater. Wait, where is Vegapunk? We won't forget him. Garp suddenly realized that there was a missing person, an extremely important key figure. I should take it with me. Did it fall into the sea? Saint Satan said. I'm here. I have no strength at all after soaking in the seawater, and I can't even feel my head. Vegapunk's weak voice came. Ah, where's your brain? Where's your brain as big as a hot air balloon? When Garp saw what Vegapunk looked like now, his nose was filled with snot bubbles. The 5 elders and Saint Satan were also dumbfounded. He said that he had never seen it even after living for so many years. Ah, my head. No wonder I feel so much more relaxed. Vegapunk touched his head and found that he had no brain. From the eyebrows up, there is no room for brains on the forehead. I just felt something pass through my forehead, and then it was taken away by Saint Satan. Vegapunk said. Advertisement. When Garp smashed the trident just now, the spreading water blade cut off Vegapunk's brain in an instant. To be precise, Vegapunk's body is too tall, already much bigger than the giants, but his real body is the same as that of ordinary people, except that the brain on his head keeps growing, getting bigger and bigger like a hot air balloon. The invisible blade is far sharper than the visible blade, and it also carries Conqueror's arc, so that after the brain is cut open, the brain waves are still magically connected. No one expected such a result. What should I do if it's probably left behind? Do I want to go back and look for it? Bogart asked. Going back now is like throwing yourself into a trap. Even I have to admit the strength that guy showed in the sea. Garp said. Let's go back to Mariehoya first. Our current state is no longer suitable for fighting. Saint Satan said tactfully. It was too tactful, and he also carried the baggage of 2 ability users, himself and Vegapunk. There is no way, the 5 elders, the highest authority, want to save face. Then let's leave quickly. The speed of mermaids in the sea is the fastest in the world. It will be difficult to catch up. Bogart suggested. Adolf checked on Caesar Current. It's okay, he just fainted. Picking up the phone, before she could speak, Violet, who had been paying attention to the battlefield, said first. Vegapunk is not dead yet. He has been rescued. Currently, Saint Satan is using his ability to lead Garp and others towards Mary Joa. What? Adolf suddenly looked at the head on the ground. There was no other such a huge and unique brain in the world. Although it is incredible, it is true on the ground. Vegapunk's brain is right in front of you. The Vegapunk rescued by Saint Satan has no brain, but Vegapunk is indeed alive. Violet looked confused the whole time. Could her brain be left alive? This. Adolf was also stunned. Vegapunk is still alive, but his brain is with me. That's right. Violet confirmed again. Adolf was silent, which was outrageous to be honest. It's true that he used to read novels without using his brain, but he didn't really chop off his brain. Belated brain storage place. Feel the wisdom of genius together with Vegapunk brain. Advertisement. It feels a bit like a fruit that is torn apart. The brain waves of the brain fruit. The devil fruit is really magical. Since this is Vegapunk's brain, if I destroy it now, will I be able to kill him? No, since it's all in my hands, I can destroy it anytime I want. If the destruction can't kill Vegapunk and grow another one, it will be a waste. Adolf's right hand dispersed and he gave up the idea of direct destruction. But he also took out a sea tower stone needle from his belt and pierced the huge head. Ah, someone stabbed me in the head. It was a sea rock. It feels so uncomfortable. My brain can't function properly. It's so uncomfortable to touch the sea water. Vegapunk lay paralyzed on Bogart's body. It really hurt. I can't afford any more strength. Even the functioning of the brain seems to be filled with feces, and it is not as smooth as before. There's nothing you can do about it. Just bear with it. Now I can only hope that guy won't blow your head off. Saint Satan said. Satan Saint and the others are already 300 kilometers away from you and are about to leave the storm area. Violet reminded. No more chasing. Garp and Bogart are not capable people. If you want to take 2 people away, you only need 1 person to hold me back for a while. I can't keep them 2 from the beginning. The ones who kept them were the sailors on their ship. Now these people have all sunk to the bottom of the sea. No one can keep them without the burden on their hearts. Besides, Vegapunk's brain is still more than 10 meters tall, so he can move faster with people. It's time and destiny. As long as they have less than 1 master, they won't be able to escape. It's difficult to deal with a large number of people. Adolf regretted that he was too lazy to try. He took Vegapunk and the 3 of them away at first, and needed to control Satan himself. After all, he wanted Violet to see the memories in his mind, and the other 2 could only walk by themselves. This huge head was really slow. The artificial devil fruit studied by Vegapunk is at the bottom of the sea, and there are also 24 spider legs that Satan transformed into a holy beast. Violet said. Adolf nodded and collected the loot. I wonder if I can use these limbs to create Saint Satan's devil fruit. 24 Gyuki phantom beast species. If not, it would be nice to put them in a trophy exhibition hall. Chapter 76 A Chance Encounter with Doflamingo. Where is this place? Why is it so dark? Caesar Current looked around in confusion. Just as he was about to light the gas lighting, Adolf's voice came. I advise you not to do such dangerous things. Ah, Adolf. Caesar Current woke up in an instant, and his soul almost disappeared. At the same time, he noticed the huge head next to him, and his eyes popped out. Has Vegapunk been killed by you? Vegapunk is not dead yet, but his brain fell into my hands. Adolf returned dragging the bubble loot. How could he still be alive after his brain was cut off? Caesar Current collapsed emotionally. Rubbing his hands in an extremely flattering manner, Your Majesty Poseidon, your target is Vegapunk. He is the evil scientist who threatens you. He has nothing to do with me. Just let me go. You said you developed weapons of mass destruction against the Fishman, right? Adolf turned to him. Caesar Current was about to brag when he quickly reacted. No, that's just an ordinary biological weapon. It's used to fight pirates. With 1 shot, poisonous gas will spread throughout the ship, and the pirates inside will all die. It's perfect for dealing with fleets coming to the deep sea. Lord Poseidon, didn't you recruit me to join before? I want to join. Let me be your dog. I am willing to be loyal to you. Caesar Current took the initiative to kneel down and express his stance. If he didn't have a cane, he would have broken one. I'm very satisfied with your attitude, but if you betray me, I will be very unhappy. Adolf looked at him. No, even if I betray the whole world, I will not betray you. If you ask me to go east, I will never go west. If you ask me to study this, I will never study that. Caesar Current kowtowed anxiously, focusing on one from the heart. There's nothing I can do about it, Vegapunk's head is still there. Work hard, and after overthrowing the world government, I can promise you the position of president of the Imperial Academy of Sciences, and you will be the #1 scientist in the world. Yes, Caesar Current was immediately moved, and even had a sweet dream. Even the 5 elders had to die personally, and Adolf was forced into a desperate situation alone. No matter how you look at it, the future is bright. Although he is currently an enemy of the world government, he will eventually become a senior figure in the empire. Hey, an almost twisted and lewd expression. Advertisement. Single quote. Single quote. The corners of Adolf's mouth curled up slightly, he liked to be full after just one piece of cake. Not to mention it is difficult to come up with 1 trillion or 10 billion, but with just one piece of cake, all difficulties become a test that needs to be overcome, and the food is extremely sweet. The storm in New World is really exaggerated. Monet brushed his long light green hair. After all, this is the New World, a place full of monsters. No one without extraordinary courage is worthy of living in this sea. Torrebel trailed his nose. Monet, we are embarking on a new era ship, don't let this storm scare you. Indian-like Diamante stood on the deck and laughed proudly. On the boat, only Doflamingo looked solemnly at the dark cumulonimbus clouds in the distance, as if the heavy rain and huge waves were about to overturn the world. Single quote. Exclamation mark, single quote. Suddenly, the cumulonimbus clouds covering hundreds of miles of sea area like an apocalypse suddenly tore open a huge hole that was hundreds of miles long. Then, what is that? Is this also the New World climate? Everyone on the boat was horrified and looked at the sky in disbelief. Sister. Xiaozu Tang was so frightened that she threw herself into Monet's arms. After an unknown amount of time, the cumulonimbus clouds dispersed, the sky became clear, and the sea gradually returned to calm. The ship continues to sail on the blue sea. Young master, something is coming from the sea. It seems to be a person. Monet pointed to the sea and said. As the storm in trouble. How pitiful, let's wait for him on our ship. Sutang felt pity, and then suggested like a little devil, then suddenly speed up and let him watch us leave, he will be very desperate. Monet laughs. What a bad idea. We have to avoid marine coating later, we don't have time to waste. Doflamingo came over, But when he saw the people coming from the side of the ship, the corner of his mouth twitched and said, "Stop the ship." Ha 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 ha. Be careful, let him see us clearly, so that he can remember us deeply. Sugar smiled evilly. This is no joke, Sugar. Veins popped up on Doflamingo's forehead, and he felt like his scalp was numb. What's wrong? One by one came to the side of the boat, but after seeing the figure clearly, they all opened their mouths. Ah. Poseidon Adolf. Quote question mark quote. Sutang was stunned and quickly climbed onto the bucket. The moment he saw clearly, his whole body was in bad shape. Advertisement. On the sea, a 5-meter-high wave came from a distance. It seemed to be rolled and pushed by an invisible force at an extremely fast speed, and Adolf was on top of the wave. I didn't mean it, I didn't say anything, and I didn't know it was yours. Sugar said so anxiously that her tongue was tied. What evil intentions can a little pirate like her have? She just wants to tease her. The person with the stone fruit ability is also here, that's good. The waves rolled up, holding Adolf in the center. His name is Pika, a cadre of my family. Doflamingo introduced with a grin. Poseidon Adolf. Pika took the initiative to take 2 steps forward. He was extremely burly, but his voice was extremely feminine and sharp. Adolf looked at him and said, "The strength is a bit low, and the project will be much slower. Let me take you for a ride." Rubbing his hands together, a ball of milky white viscous liquid appeared, blowing out huge bubbles and covering the entire ship. Its toughness is even stronger than that of normal coated materials. Is this coated? Is it a devil fruit power? If your body comes into contact with seawater, you are not a person with abilities. The pendants were amazed one by one. Everything that just happened was your doing. Doflamingo looked at Adolf. Yeah, I had a fight with Garp and Saint Satan, but unfortunately they escaped. Adolf entered the inner deck of the ship. Garp and Saint Satan, are they the celestial dragons? Why are they more exaggerated than the other? That's not just a celestial dragon, it's also one of the 5 elders, the highest authority in the world government. Doflamingo suppressed his voice, but grinned from the corner of his mouth to his ears, and became extremely excited. What? The eyes of the Don Quixote family pendants popped out, and their hearts almost choked with fear. Boo-hoo. That's right, it was His Majesty Poseidon's battle just now. These are Lord Poseidon's trophies. Caesar Current raised his head proudly. As long as the position changes quickly, there will be no sadness, only love. Devil fruit. Everyone was confused when they saw the devil fruit in his hand. This is an artificial devil fruit developed by Vegapunk. Later you will see me develop a real artificial devil fruit. After all, the bloodline factor technology was discovered by me and Vegapunk together. Unfortunately, he is dead now. I am the world's most talented scientist. Chapter 77 Childlike Fruit Sugar 10% Extra. What? Artificial devil fruit. Even devil fruit can be artificially created. Doflamingo's pupils contracted, and he subconsciously thought of the extremely huge army of devil fruits. Looking at the almost perfect, flawless artificial devil fruit in disbelief. He looked at Adolf. Compared to the boastful Caesar Current, Adolf obviously believed in the name of Poseidon more. Adolf nodded, confirming Caesar Current's words. This is nothing. After all, it is a failure. Lord Poseidon's real trophies are these. Bah, that's such a pity. As expected of Poseidon. Just now, another earth-shattering incident has happened. If it were published in the newspapers, the whole world would be panicked. I have already seen the death of the world government. Doflamingo laughed cruelly, looking at Adolf passionately because his ideal was so close, and his whole body was boiling. Adolf sat on the floating bubble he created. That's right, let's publish it in the newspaper and give the world a little shock. Otherwise, if the world government is replaced one day, people will not know what happened. This is not a small shock, it will cause a commotion all over the world. Monet chuckled and handed over a cup of black tea. Yeah, it's good, it would be better if it's milk tea. I like to have milk. Adolf took a sip and admired the huge fruit hanging on Monet's chest. With long light green hair and golden eyes, Monet is much more youthful and pure than other women. Of course, her figure is also graceful and perfect in size and scale. I guess it's a big G. Don't worry about breast milk. Is it a specialty of Fishman Island? Monet was confused. This was the first time she heard about it. Bah. Doflamingo noticed Adolf's gaze and smiled carelessly. If he doesn't like women, then it's his turn to be afraid. Lord Poseidon, he said it was a joke on his head. Even a giant doesn't have such a big body, right? Sugar asked curiously. Vegapunk is a brain fruit user. As long as he memorizes more knowledge, his brain will become bigger and bigger. Aren't there all people with abilities on your ship? Is there anything strange about it? Adolf scanned the circle. The Doflamingo family can be said to be the template for a time traveler team, with all members having abilities, except for 1 or 2. Although the combat power of all the ability users on the ship has been greatly improved, and their various abilities have enriched their methods, he is not afraid of this kind of group the least. As long as the ship is destroyed, except Doflamingo and the spinning ability that can fly, everything else will burp. Even on a cloudless day, Doflamingo would die in the sea and would not be able to cry. It's the same as me. I can't grow big after eating the devil fruit. Sugar thought. Adolf looked at the corner of his mouth and said, it turns out that it's just that he doesn't grow big. It's not that he's really not big. That's legal. A little guy like you can't even eat a meal in the deep sea. Advertisement. Eat, 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 cannibals. Sugar was so frightened that she quickly hid in a corner. I don't want to go to Fishman Island anymore. Fishman Island is too scary. Fishman Island has never interacted with humans before. Lord Poseidon is obviously lying to you. My sister Monet said with a smile. What? Damn it. Tang Poseidon actually bullied a little girl like me. Wearing a little dress, Sutang looked very cute with her cheeks puffed up and angry. She rolled her eyes and stepped forward. I am a childlike person who ate the childlike fruit. After eating it, I will not grow up. Do you know the power of the childlike fruit? Adolf looked at the little hand that came over and didn't stop. It must have something to do with contact. Sugar's hand froze, and she scratched in midair with her little paws, feeling a little embarrassed. It doesn't matter. Give it a try. Adolf said. That's what you said. Sutang showed an excited expression, trying to make Adolf look bad in a bad way. Puppet toy. There are no optical special effects, just a mediocre ability. Adolf immediately turned into a mermaid puppet. At the same time, countless people around the world had their thoughts paused and fragmented for a moment. What was I thinking just now? Who defeated the 3 generals and wanted to execute the Tianlong people? It's fake. How could someone defeat 3 generals at the same time and execute the celestial dragons? Those are the descendants of the creator. As a person who shakes up world government and affects the direction of the world, people are thinking of him and taking a fancy to his newspapers every minute. But at this moment, all the deeds he had done and his own existence were erased from the minds of the world. No one believed it even if they saw the newspaper. Even the old bird himself didn't know when he wrote the newspaper. Also includes the world government 5 elders, and even I am. Hancock, Violet who keeps watching, and even Doflamingo and the others. Everything was shattered in an instant and he was forgotten. I even doubt the accuracy of the information in my hand and whether it is a joke to deceive the whole world. Ha. Look, you made me look embarrassed, now it's your turn to make a fool of yourself. Sugar grabbed the mermaid doll and laughed proudly. Please, I will help you get rid of it. It seems that they have all forgotten about me, but you yourself are not affected. After all, you are a person with abilities. After turning into a toy, the physical strength will be weakened to a certain extent, but the 3-color domineering force will not change. Because it is a cloth toy that can be penetrated by water, but will not be incapable of water. It is a product of a person with abilities. The cloth should be afraid of fire and can burn. Advertisement. Adolf turned into a mermaid puppet and looked at everyone, and at the same time he looked at his own doll body. Why aren't you scared? Sugar said disappointed. You might be disappointed if you want to see me make a fool of myself. Adolf gave her a look. Just a burst of armed color, easily breaking away from the limitations of the fruit's ability. Sugar grabs the mermaid doll and swings it, and Adolf, who has returned to his original appearance, presses on Sugar. It's so heavy. You actually broke free by yourself. The Sugar was even crushed, which was even more unbelievable. Poseidon Adolf. When they recovered, Doflamingo and others instantly remembered who the person in front of them was. The whole world also thinks of this person. It can be said that this incident directly caused turmoil around the world. It is even thought that Adolf has become a fruit power user and has a powerful fruit power that can affect the whole world. The newspaper is right, how could they forget it all of a sudden? It's impossible to forget such an important matter. This weird effect can only be caused by devil fruit power, but we all forgot about it. Did he eat a devil fruit? If that's the case, it's not necessarily a bad thing. Although the devil fruit has strange abilities, it is more difficult to deal with him hiding in the deep sea. There is no news about Saint Satan using his abilities at this time. Could it be that Garp and Bogart are not opponents together? The 4-5 elders on the Holy Land Mariehoya became solemn and began to brainstorm crazily. The amount of hegemony is at least at the level of an elite lieutenant general, which is not something ordinary people can achieve, and the consumption of hegemony is real. Once you use it, and it takes time to reply. It is also very difficult for a blue-cutting mage in high-end games. Adolf picked up the sugar under him and pressed it on Shang Wei. Although it's my permission, if you want to see me make a fool of yourself, you still have to teach me a lesson. Legal little cutie, he slapped her face directly. Oh no, sister, help, young master, help, stop fighting, I was wrong, I won't dare to do it again. The listener is sad and the listener sheds tears. Chapter 78 Fish Fruit Phantom Beast Species Merman Form 15%. Saint. It's actually Saint Sardin. Why are you naked? Is it some kind of performance art? Marine Garp is here too. What happened to them? It was so miserable. Some time ago, the commander of the Knights of God also came up from below with a broken arm. Is the sea already so dangerous? Even the celestial dragons. Idiot. How can the 5 elders, the highest authority in the world government, be injured? After the last teleportation from the Red Earth continent, the group finally arrived at Mary Joa, a place far away from the sea that gave them a sense of security. Many people discovered them and came to watch. It's just that they don't care anymore. Hoa, it's safe now. I really didn't expect that we actually escaped. Satan was naked and exhausted, and Vegapunk was completely out of strength. Garp and Bogart were both breathing heavily, and they had to support Satan. It can be said that he is extremely embarrassed and has no image at all. Especially Saint Satan, the most powerful 5 elders, naked in public. Satan Saint. Satan Saint. The guard ran over in fear, bowed his head and handed over a cloak respectfully. Saint Satan stood up and when he saw the guard bowing his head, humiliating anger burned in his chest. Where are you looking? Are you interested in men? No, I didn't look anywhere. How dare I be interested in the body of Lord Satan? The guard was horrified. As soon as he raised his head and saw the little spider in the black jungle, Saint Satan became so murderous that he crushed his head with force. Evil eye. The cruel and crimson gaze swept across the whole place, wiping out all the nobles who were watching, leaving corpses with broken limbs and arms scattered everywhere. He hates others looking at his body. Especially the gaze from behind. If Garp hadn't appeared in time, these looks would have been more than just a look. Advertisement. 20 top-grade devil fruits. He didn't believe that Adolf could resist blackmailing the world government. That cunning and despicable man, saying it means he really thinks so. Damn fish. Saint Satan gritted his teeth, and his whole person was in a state of rage. Garp didn't care. Just kill him. The nobles of Mariehoya were all rubbish anyway. This incident is very serious. I want to report Adolf's matter to warring states. Garp said directly to Saint Satan. No one can stop Adolf's power in the sea. The waves he raises will even sink the islands to the bottom of the sea. There is no need to go to New World. Satan Shengwan walked towards Mary Joa. He also needed to talk to several others immediately. 5 elders meeting. Garp nodded heavily. Punk Hassad Island was the best example. The entire island was submerged and could not stop the endless tsunami. Pangu City Hall of Power. Satan Saint. Why don't you ask us to come over? The other 5 elders looked at Saint Satan. They have heard about the embarrassment of Mary Joa when Saint Satan appeared, which shows that the situation is not optimistic. Do you want you to go over and destroy the group together? When the magic circle is finally opened, there is only a kilometer of foothold left, which can be destroyed by Adolf at any time. In that case, no matter how many people go, they will die. Especially the more capable people go, the more burdensome they become. Garp Bogart can't even take care of it. Saint Satan said heavily. It has come to this. 5 elders solemnly said. In the sea, no one can deal with Adolf. Especially those with abilities, they don't even have the strength to fight. Saint Satan said directly and seriously. He has brought the advantages of the deep sea race to the extreme. Like a natural phantom beast, fish fruit, phantom beast species, and mermaid form. It's like eating the Logia ocean devil fruit. You have almost absolute dominion over the sea. Single quote. Exclamation mark single quote. The pupils of the other 5 elders shrank and, they were described as natural phantom beasts and fruits of the ocean. Except for the Red Earth continent, I'm afraid there is no safe place anywhere. The sea, absolute dominion. The expressions of each one fell, and the entire conference room was instantly depressed to the extreme. They all felt uneasy. Advertisement. This means that the world government that has ruled the world for 800 years has received the most severe challenge. It's not because there are strong men who can sink the island, but because the race that lives in the sea has such power. Human beings live on land, and as long as their brains are clear, they will not sink to the island at will. But the races in the deep sea are different. If the island is gone, there will be no foreign enemies. Every race has exceptions that go beyond the norm. As long as Adolf is killed, the fishmen will be slaughtered as before. Said the environmental martial god. Yes, although the deep sea race is troublesome, the real core lies in Adolf. Said the legal martial god. That's the problem. Saint Satan, the god of scientific defense, said solemnly, and the others looked at him again. He is powerful not only because of his strength, but also because of his character and style. Like a predator in the jungle, he patiently forces his prey into a desperate situation and waits for the prey to weaken and die without putting himself in danger. Even if we have already succeeded, we will ensure that everything is foolproof. It's very difficult to kill him. Saint Satan is so solemn that even if he analyzes it afterwards, he can't find a single flaw. That was before. Just now we forgot about Adolf's existence for a moment. If it were not clearly recorded in newspapers and documents, and the deeds he did could be confirmed, we might really think it was a big lie. It has been verified that his ability covers the whole world, including the farthest islands in the 4 seas. It is beyond ordinary and weird. Although it is troublesome, it is actually a good thing for us. As long as our non-fruit ability users burst his bubble in the sea, he will lose his power like Sakazuki and be slaughtered. Adolf and his fruit abilities can be recorded in writing, so there is no need to worry about forgetting. He understands the flaws of the devil fruit and its impact on him better than anyone else. He will eat it even if he gives up his advantage in the sea. This shows that this fruit is indeed very powerful, so don't be careless. Find a way to confirm what kind of fruit Adolf ate. A fruit that can affect the memory of the world is extremely rare among all devil fruits. Could it be a new fruit? 5 elders once again launched an in-depth discussion around Adolf's abilities. But compared to the previous solemnity, this time it was much more relaxed. The flaws of devil fruit are the same for all humans and ground creatures, so naturally it doesn't matter. But for the fish men that live in the ocean, it's too big. Chapter 79 Doflamingo's Allegiance, 20% extra update. We are soldiers of Fishman Island, stopping the ship. 1,000 meters under the sea, Heading towards the mouth of Fishman Island, a team of Fishman warriors stopped the boat. Doflamingo looked. The Fishman Island is engaged in a full-scale war with the world government, and irrelevant personnel are not allowed to approach it for the time being. If you are here to watch the execution of the celestial dragons, you can go to Fishman Island under our leadership. But please be sure to exercise self-discipline, otherwise it will be regarded as provocation, and all provocateurs will be killed. If you want to pass through the first half of the journey, you can register and let us send someone to take you through. You will not enter Fishman Island in the middle. Changing the route for no reason will be regarded as the eyes and ears of the world government and will be sunk directly. The leading soldier came to inform. The team members behind him are holding cannonball weapons. If you don't listen to the advice, just sink. Even if they are all killed, higher level units will receive the message and lead more troops to come. Would you like to see who is talking on the ship? Doflamingo gave in slightly. His Majesty Poseidon. The soldiers panicked for a moment, and looked at the man on the boat with admiration. Quickly find someone to replace our patrol, and we will escort His Majesty Poseidon back to the island. Idiot. Don't forget your responsibilities. Whoever is on the ship must be registered. Even if there are fishmen returning from the bubble, they must come out and verify their identity in the sea water. Adolf came over and cursed. Register them. It's His Majesty Poseidon. A group of people hurriedly went through the procedures. What kind of pirate group are you? Who is the captain? How much is the bounty offered by the captain? How many people are there in total? What is the purpose of coming to the deep sea? The soldier conveyed the notice accurately and took out a pen to register. At the same time, another soldier held a phone bug in his hand and conveyed the information to the Fishman Island Information Center. After that, every station would follow up the information until he completely left the underwater world. Hey, don't you find this troublesome? Doflamingo looked at Adolf with a headache. I only know that if I don't do this, it will bring even greater trouble to Fishman Island. Adolf looked at him coldly. They are here, do you dare not to cooperate? Doflamingo was silent for a moment. The other family members subconsciously swallowed their saliva and became nervous inexplicably. This expression scared me to death. It didn't look like a joke. Okay, I surrender. After all, we are in a head-on war with the world government, and they are so close to each other. It is understandable to be careful. Advertisement. Doflamingo had no choice but to throw up his hands and admit defeat. He didn't want to experience the consequences. Then he cooperated very honestly. My name is Don Quixote Doflamingo. The bounty is 340 million. There are a total of 34 people on the boat going to Fishman Island to watch the execution of the celestial dragons. I will abide by the rules of your Fishman Island. Okay, the information has been conveyed to the Fishman Island headquarters. Next, I will take you to Fishman Island and explain the precautions. The Fishman warrior took the initiative to enter the ship. Let go. The Doflamingo pirates have passed the first level, please pay attention to the second level, please pay attention to the headquarters. The soldier next to him said to the phone bug. Second level received. Headquarters received. After receiving confirmation, the pirate ship continued to penetrate deeper. Aren't you afraid that someone will lie when registering and say that they borrowed the route and see Fishman Island and then kill you and go to Fishman Island? Sugar asked. Don't underestimate the defense system of Fishman Island arranged by His Majesty Poseidon. The Fishman warrior said with disdain. There are more than 10 fishmen garrisons along the entire route. If I die, the headquarters will immediately order the surrounding garrisons to ride on sea beasts. It only takes 20 minutes to search. How far can you run under the sea in 20 minutes? Where can you run? They will sink you directly then. If you have anything to explain, go to the sea prison and tell them. In other words, from the moment I get on your ship, my life is related to the life and death of all of you. Murloc warriors are proud. Look at the current Fishman Island and the Fishman tribe, who are standing tall and straight. How could they not be as cowardly as when Neptune led them, and actually allowed pirates to go to the island to catch the mermaid lady? The Doflamingo family is all in pain. They are pirates, and they want to protect the life of a fish man who leads the way. This is what makes all pirates uncomfortable. Well, it's precisely because they are pirates that they are even less safe. If they come with friendship, the Murloc warriors on the ship will ensure their safety on the bottom of the sea. From the first half of the Grand Line to Fishman Island. 1,000 meters undersea waterfall, huge water falling from the sea. 3,000 meters undersea passage, dozens of kilometers long. 5,000 meters undersea monster lair, many large undersea creatures. 7,000 meters undersea active volcano group. Volcanic eruptions can be artificially created, and temperature differences can create large whirlpools. 9,000 meters, a large trench under the sea, a huge black drop that can create undersea mudslides. The Last Eve Sunshine Zone, a huge space of hundreds of kilometers, where large Poseidon species can swim freely. The same goes from Fishman Island to New World. Thousands of fishmen warriors will be stationed at each stage. If you don't arrive at the next place for a long time, people will be sent to search for it, and information will be verified with the Fishman Island headquarters at all times. Advertisement. It can be said that to truly control the entire underwater world, except for a very few devil fruits, no one can come to Fishman Island without permission. Even big pirates like Whitebeard and Kaido, marine headquarters and world government lead fleets, and with the help of the natural environment, they can easily be buried under the sea. Adolf is confident. For example, channel explosives, active volcanoes, debris flows in the Great Trench. The entire underwater world belongs to you, Poseidon. Even the marine and world governments are helpless. Doflamingo laughed. My goal is not just the bottom of the sea, but the whole world. Next, I will completely take over the navigation rights of the sea, cut off Mariehoya's control of the sea on the Red Earth continent, and control the resources of the entire world. It is true that Fishman Island has a shallow foundation and it will be difficult to attack Mariehoya, but my vision will not be limited to the mermaid clan. I will rule the entire world, and I will naturally accept humans in all races. As time goes by, it can drag down the world government until it collapses. Adolf wasn't trying to make a fool of himself this time, he did plan it this way. Bah. World government, the countdown to your end has begun. Doflamingo's blood boiled, his emotions went crazy, he covered his face with his hands and laughed ferociously. He has already seen the not-too-distant future, and seen the regretful and despairing look of those high-ranking celestial dragons. Just like him, he was so hungry that he had nothing to eat and could only rummage through the putrid garbage. I prayed for forgiveness but was rejected, and that noble face was severely trampled under my feet. Doflamingo, you are a smart man. You understand what I mean after saying so much. Adolf looked at Doflamingo. You can answer me after this time, but remember, what I want to build is an empire, not a chaotic pirate world. Doflamingo calmed down and looked at Adolf, with a cracked mouth. No need, I've already thought about it. Since I can personally turn this world upside down and watch those pigs fall to their knees, of course I will choose your side. Poseidon Adolf. With that said, he knelt on one knee in front of Adolf and lowered his head. Behind him, his family members looked at each other and followed him one after another. Chapter 80. The pattern opens. Doflamingo. Boo. Doflamingo. You will be proud of your correct decision today. Caesar Current put an arm around Doflamingo. Go away, you guy. Doflamingo held his head against his head. We will all be veterans of the Empire from now on, let's live in harmony. Caesar Current laughed. Doflamingo, I don't ask you to withdraw from the underground world, but you must not kill people at will, restrict the behavior of people below, and pretend to be a good person. After you officially take control of navigation rights, you must completely end all illegal transactions. Of course, this law is the law of the Empire. Adolf said directly. Doflamingo frowned. If all these businesses stop, what's the difference between us and ordinary pirates? Diamante was dissatisfied. His Majesty Poseidon wants to control the world's transportation system. Control all commodity flows. Control all cross-border transactions. Even all kingdoms. Doflamingo, the businesses in your eyes are too small to be on the market. Caesar Current scoffed. Quote. Exclamation mark quote. Doflamingo's pupils suddenly shrank, and he grinned from ear to ear. Ah, as expected of your Majesty Poseidon, I am indeed short-sighted. What kind of underground intermediary? What kind of arms trade? What kind of human trafficking? It's all bullshit. Pattern. What is the pattern? This is. In comparison, he used to be nothing more than a rat in the ditch, and the world government didn't even bother to care about you. The ugly talk is ahead. I don't want to hear that you are using the Empire's transportation system to get contraband. We must stop it completely. Don't let the time come when you have to take the final call before you board the Marigio and see the last scene. And your subordinates, keep them in check. Adolf looked at him with cold eyes, and also glanced at Diamante, Torbal and others. Pirates, he is very distrustful. His biggest point is his unrestrained and wanton character. But he also recognized Doflamingo's ability. Sure enough, being a good person is trouble. Doflamingo had no choice but to look at his family cadres. Now that we have decided to step into the wind of the times, the ship can only face the direction of the wind. I know what to do. Adolf nodded. Although Doflamingo's statement was a bit awkward, it did not affect the conveyance of his will. Advertisement. If he doesn't do it well by then, he will kill Doflamingo. No matter how capable you are, you have to give it away. The so-called world transportation system is based on the Empire and on the routes opened up by the Fishman. Although it would be much slower and more troublesome for another person to get up, he could still get up. It was not Doflamingo who chose him, but he chose Doflamingo, so Doflamingo could become the Imperial Minister of Commerce. That's all. Your Majesty Poseidon, in this deep-sea environment, the poison gas bomb I developed can poison all the people on the ship with just one shot. There is nowhere to hide in a completely enclosed space. Caesar Current asked for credit. Don't use things that pollute the environment. It would be better if you could develop undersea launchers and incendiary bombs. Adolf frowned. Whoa, whoosh. As expected of your Majesty Poseidon, combustion requires oxygen, and high-temperature flames will also destroy bubbles. Leave it to me, Caesar Current, the world's #1 scientist. I am the future president of the Academy of Sciences of the Empire, and I will never allow Imperial soldiers to use such backward attack methods. Caesar Current is automatically substituted. Adolf is free, as long as you are happy. After 5 or 6 stations, we arrived at Fishman Island. What's that little bubble island for? We didn't have it last time, right? Sugar pointed at the little bubble island in front of Fishman Island. A large shipyard. All ships coming to Fishman Island from now on will be parked there. They will not enter Fishman Island directly. People will be allowed in after their identity is verified, and they will be checked again when leaving. The main purpose is to prevent pirates from kidnapping the mermaid lady, or loading a boatload of explosives to carry out a terrorist attack. Although he keeps shouting every day to abandon Fishman Island and die with the world government, this is a forced change of tactics and a tactic to increase people's confidence. But if you can, it is better not to give up if you can. A safe and stable collective development space is very necessary in order to unite a nation. When people disperse, maybe they won't pay attention to you anymore. When the population of Fishman Island increases dramatically in the future, it will truly spread to the whole world and spread all over the world. Just like Daxia, there are Huxia people everywhere in the world. Corn is roasted under the Eiffel Tower and there are 3 poppers in front of the Louvre. The world is a huge made in Daxia. Coward, be on guard against this and that. If you're so scared, just don't come out. Sugar pouted, being beaten and pressed would be a lifelong shame for her. After all, Fishman Island is right below Mariehoya, and the Marine headquarters is right next to it. The tit-for-tat confrontation with Maimang is not something we pirates can compete with just by a few ships. Monet said with a smile. This lady is right, there are a large number of spies among the people who came to Fishman Island to watch the execution of the dragons during this period, said the Fishman warrior. How do you determine which people are spies and which ones are not? Monet was curious. Advertisement. I can't be sure, but there must be many. The Fishman warrior was extremely sure. Then you still let them in. Sugar was speechless. I have already asked the Fishmen people to leave the island. Let them investigate whatever they want. If some serious secrets are discovered through the grassroots, then I don't have to do it. Adolf said nonchalantly. You can just hang out on Fishman Island, I don't have time to accompany you now. Wait, can you let me see in advance the Tianlong people who are going to be executed, as well as Akainu and the others? Doflamingo said. Only 5 minutes. Adolf thought about it and finally gave him face as the newly recruited Minister of Commerce. No problem. Doflamingo accepted of course. Immediately, Adolf led Doflamingo towards the sea prison. Hey, Sakaski, Kuzan, Porosalino, long time no see. Doflamingo walked at a pace of 2,580,000 and looked like he didn't deserve a beating. Heavenly Yaksha. Sakaski looked up. It's so miserable to be soaked in the sea water, holding the sea tower stone, and the Marine's highest combat power. Doflamingo looked at their faces and taunted them. It seems that you have subdued him. It really surprises me. You want this kind of garbage. I have misjudged you. Sakaski looked at Adolf. You and him are the same, and you have to change the fact that you kill innocent people at will. Adolf said. I didn't agree to join you. Sakaski snorted coldly. Huh, Adolf, you want to subdue the 3 of them. Doflamingo is stupid, then he is still so arrogant. When the time comes, you can't surround him to fix it. The celestial dragons are just around the corner, go on your own. Adolf said. Doflamingo turned around and saw that in another sea prison, Saint Rosewater was lying there without his legs, completely in despair. Bah, Saint Rosewater, do you still remember me? He laughed ferociously and violently, with veins popping out on his forehead, trying to hold back the intention of killing. The pleasure of revenge surged out of his heart. The Tianlong who rejected him at the beginning turned out to be so miserable. It's really, really good. It's you, Doflamingo. Save me, I will allow you to become a celestial dragon again. Saint Rosewater showed hope again. Stop dreaming, I want to watch you be publicly executed in front of the whole world. Watch the supreme authority of the celestial dragons be trampled to the ground. Doflamingo suppressed his murderous intention and killed him like this. It was too easy for them. Chapter 81 Walking on Thin Ice. Adolf glanced at him and ignored the vengeful Doflamingo, as long as he didn't kill him. I have good news for you. Marine headquarters offered more than 40 billion yuan to buy you back this morning. I agreed, not because I lack the more than 40 billion yuan, but because I said that you should go back and consider it and make a decision based on justice in your heart. Quote. But just now, I captured 5 elders and Saint Satan alive. I almost let him come here to accompany you. There is one more 5 elders on the execution platform. Do you know the value of that? It's a pity that your marine hero rescued him. That old man is really the savior of the Draco. All previous negotiations are null and void. Not only do you have to think clearly here, I will also nail the stilts on you. Don't worry, if you join me, I will definitely pull it out and cure you. 3 generals. You failed, and then you came back to take it out on us. Is this fair? Is this reasonable? Hiss. Hoa hoa. The 3 Sakaskis had bloodshot eyes, their heads were covered in cold sweat, and their bodies were trembling. Think it over here, or pray to old man Garp to save you too. Let's go, Doflamingo. Adolf clapped his hands and left without stopping, taking Doflamingo with him. He can threaten Marine with 3 generals, or execute 3 generals to force Garp. It seems that he executed the 3 generals because Garp troubled him. This is really what it takes. Are you mentally ill? You admire Odin, right? Because Garp ruined the enemy's plan and allowed the enemy to execute 3 generals in retaliation, the Garp who had done meritorious service should be excluded. The 3 generals are already in the hands of the enemy and can be executed at any time. If you want to be arbitrarily threatened and squeeze out internal unity just because of this, the leader of that country is so stupid. It's like you were kidnapped by a robber. The robber said that he would kill 2 policemen across the street or kill the hostages. Do you want to listen to what you are saying? The little fairy's ability to suddenly activate her lover is not so outrageous. And what he is plotting is the entire Marine organization. It is the authority to rule over the whole world. It is the foundation for dismantling world government. In addition, even if he kills Garp, or even kills Sengoku, and destroys the entire Marine, it is nothing more than a temporary gain or loss in his eyes. Advertisement. He no longer has Marine in his sights. His target is the world government. Adolf, I have something to tell you about the Draco National Treasure. Doflamingo suddenly spoke on the way. Adolf looked at him. The subordinates must show their loyalty, and as the king, of course they must give them a chance. I was once a celestial dragon, because my hopelessly stupid father took Mary Jo out, and then there was no way to go back. Doflamingo slowly told the story. This was the first time he took the initiative to mention it to others. Also includes the national treasure of the celestial dragons that he knows. Dash 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 dash. Do you suspect that I have eaten a devil fruit? Maybe you can use it to defeat me. Adolf leaned on the throne, put one arm around Violet's thin waist, and relaxed it with the other. Although he is wearing a sea tower stone ring on his hand, as long as it is wrapped with gold foil or the like, and there is no direct contact, it will not prevent the ability user from using the ability, and it can improve the adaptability to the sea tower stone over a long period of time. Violet clung to Adolf's chest, her body softened, her face flushed, and she put a hand on Adolf's eyes, allowing him to intuitively see everything she saw in Marigio. He said with a slight regret, what I didn't expect was that the first few times Saint Satan used the magic circle were not to escape, but to summon other 5 elders. In that case, he should be allowed to use it. Call all the 5 elders who are drinking tea. Garp and Bogart will not be able to save them by then. Adolf regretted that he had never seen them use it in Marigio before, so naturally there was no way to obtain this information. It can be said that most of his previous victories were based on the perspective hook provided by Violet. If there is no perspective hanging, he will be very passive in whatever he wants to do. When it comes to Saint Satan's use, you must have coordinates to teleport. Otherwise, it will be within a certain distance. I don't worry about appearing directly on Fishman Island. But as long as one comes over, the other 4 will arrive immediately. No, this is something like black magic. Isn't it super ancient technology? Isn't it a devil fruit ability? Adolf frowned in thought. He even thought of a situation. Just like Nagato's Rinnegan, the 5 elders are all puppets of a certain subject, and that subject is the real person. The only way to make the 5 elders serve as puppets is I am. If it weren't for I am, the problem would be even bigger. Just before he came, Saint Satan arrived at Future Island, and then disappeared. Who knows what outrageous plot will follow? If a filial son can save his mother, he will have to guard against trying to dig out his heart. Sorry, when they fall asleep at night, I will read more of their books and try to find these secrets. Violet felt worried for him. I'm going to trouble you, but don't feel guilty. This is not your fault. You have helped me a lot. Adolf hugged Violet to comfort him. Advertisement. Although Violet can see Marie Joa, everything during the war serves the war, and there are too many people to keep an eye on. Mary Joa's I am, the 5 elders, the warring states period at the Marine headquarters, the appearance of the gate fruit, ensuring safety in the waters around Fishman Island, the water prisons of the 3 generals, and the 25,000 Marine prisoners, there are so many things to pay attention to. It was impossible to discover all the secrets of the world government in such a short period of time, and she was not a top student like Robin. 5 elders I am not even crazy. He talks about secrets every day. Do you talk about your payment password? The main original work has just been published, so it's just a suspense. The author has just read this. What can I do? I can only patch it like crazy. I'm afraid they'll stab me in the back next week and nail me to death on the spot. Here, close black lens bracket. The worst case scenario now is that the world government masters some kind of teleportation technology and comes directly to Fishman Island. Although this is not possible, we still need to be prepared. It seems that humans cannot enter the mainland of Fishman Island and can only stay on Little Bubble Island. By now, the Fishmen have dispersed to the safety zone of the Red Earth Continent Canyon, with dozens or hundreds of strongholds. If they come, we will burst the bubble and die together. Anyway, we are a race that lives in the sea, and there is no need for even bubbles to exist. This way don't worry about their space technology. When the Fishmen gradually gain strength, and each stronghold is equipped with a strong guard, they will have no choice at that time. It will be harder now. Adolf thought about the solution. Although it was difficult, it was not impossible. The sea was their strongest backing. In the deep sea, can you outrun the mermaid? Rush out of the bubble as fast as you can. It's like walking on thin ice. Adolf sighed. Currently, the comics haven't revealed the secrets of 5 elders, so we're just waiting to be slapped in the face. We will change it when we travel through time and space. To be honest, if we could teleport at will, 4 emperors would be a joke. Even if we compare the combat power per head, it would be no different from a joke. Hey Doran fuming, let Pika start work immediately and build the transit island as soon as possible, which is the small bubble island that Sugar asked about before. Build the foundation first, and then I will find the designer to rush out the drawings. Adolf Qui Gong. Didn't you say it was used as a shipyard? Doflamingo was confused. I have changed my mind. From now on, humans are not allowed to enter the mainland of Fishman Island, and even transit islands must keep their distance from Fishman Island. Let Pika start moving quickly. The marine captives will also mine as soon as possible. If it's too slow, let Pika go directly to the Red Earth continent to get a few large rocks. The fruit power is much faster than breaking the stone with a manuscript. Marine will let them let's lay bricks and start construction on the transit island. Anyway, hurry up and get the prototype out in these 2 days, and leave the rest to Marine as a prisoner. I don't have idle people here. After it is completed, 100 large-scale cave-safe houses will be built in the Red Earth continent, and the interior will be ensured to be accessible in all directions. You know the beehive, that's pretty much it. Adolf urged. Quote. Question mark. Doflamingo was stunned. Is this workload serious? Even his sweatshop is not so oppressive, right? By the way, if he joins the Empire, he can still receive the promised 100 million. Work hard, and it's not impossible to hand over the Empire's construction department minister to you in the future. It would be a waste not to build the stone fruit. If we had the ability of this fruit, it would have taken many years for the Bridge Kingdom to be completed. Adolf said and hung up the phone. Gouda. Pika swallowed secretly. Although it sounds like they are all here to do hard work, and they are still the kind of people who do the work of hundreds of thousands or millions of people. But the position of Imperial Minister. That's the same level as young Master Doflamingo. Chapter 82 Door Fruit Bruno 10% extra update. Violet, can you see the technology in this brain? For example, artificial devil fruit technology. Adolf looked at Violet. Yes, I can see the science and technology in his brain memory. There are so many technologies, all of which are world-leading technologies. I found the artificial devil fruit technology. Violet exclaimed. Originally she was not able to see the memory even 10 years later, she could only see what was in her heart at that time. But during the time he was with Adolf, his body's genetic cells were active and accelerated his evolution, even including the bloodline factors of the devil fruit. The huge pressure from the world government also gave her a sense of crisis, and both her own strength and the development of her fruit abilities have greatly improved. But I don't understand science myself, and it's difficult to replicate it. It must be given to technicians who really understand science to make it work. Violet looked at Vegapunk's huge brain on the ground and shook her head. Find some time to give it to Caesar Current. He can use it to digest and build an artificial devil fruit factory. Then we will have the capital to land on land. But keeping him secret is a problem. Such a big mouth will easily leak even if he threatens death. Adolf frowned. He believed in Caesar Current's skills, but this big mouth. By the way, let the image phone bug see the memory you saw, and then let the image phone bug play it for him. Ah, so clever. I didn't even think of it myself. Violet looked at him with admiration, obviously she was the one with the ability to stare at the fruit. What's so clever? You are my key. See what Vegapunk is thinking now. Adolf hugged Violet tightly and continued to play with the cotton balls in his hands. What Vegapunk is thinking about now is how to locate the specific location of his brain through brain waves and then retrieve it. And you are worried that if your brain is in your hands, he will die if it is destroyed. I'm still depressed because of the influence of Halu Stone. My body can't move. How should I complete the research and invention of my brain? Violet blushed and looked at Vegapunk's brain and said. As expected of a genius, he can still find a way to conduct research even if his abilities are sealed with Sea Tower Stone. We are not in a hurry to destroy it now. Let's extract the technology from his mind first. If there is a threat, we can only destroy it. Adolf is in a bright mood. As long as he keeps the Sea Tower Stone stuck in Vegapunk's head, Vegapunk will not be able to use the brain fruit, or even be able to move himself. In this way, it doesn't matter whether he kills Vegapunk or not. Violet looked up at Mary Jo out of habit, and suddenly saw some important news, and quickly put her other hand in Adolf's eyes. Bruno has secretly climbed onto the Red Earth continent and headed to Mary Joa under the escort of CPO. Advertisement. News came from Fishman Island. Adolf has returned to Fishman Island. Close black lens bracket. It only takes an hour to take the giant whirlpool from Judiciary Island to Marinafando, and then be escorted to the elevator by Sengoku himself. Even Adolf can't react, right? Close black lens bracket. It's better to be cautious. No one knows whether it will be discovered by the fishmen patrolling under the sea. Red Earth continent. Adolf finally has nothing to do. Close black lens bracket. The 5 elders talk to each other and remain highly wary of Adolf. Violet turned her eyes and quickly found a group of people moving quickly on the Red Earth continent. And Bruno, the person with the ability of the gate fruit, was protected in the middle. Compared with the current CP0, Bruno is much weaker and cannot keep up with his physical strength. Then he is carried on his shoulders and runs. If they go to sea, I will accept Bruno. Adolf sighed, and the 5 elders were also afraid. Don't be sad, there must be a way. Violet could only comfort her like this. It's okay, be mentally prepared. His strength on the sea is very strong, and it can be said that no one will be able to use it. Once on land, it will be weakened a lot, but as it adapts, it can also use the power of the sea to set off layers of huge waves until the island is submerged. But the Red Earth continent. Is it understandable that it is 50,000 meters high and 50 kilometers high? Let alone Poseidon, unless the sea god comes, it is impossible to create a tsunami that high. There could be a mass extinction in the whole world. Of course, this Poseidon cannot be a Poseidon from some continent. How dare you touch porcelain with a mere 100,000 kilograms or 50 tons? Is it even as good as a road roller? The natural environment of the deep sea can crush this god to death. Show the abilities you have now. The god of science and defense sat on the sofa with his palms clenched, regaining the poise and composure that the world's highest power should have. I am a doorman who has eaten the door fruit. Any object that my body and hands touch will turn into a door. I can enter and exit freely anywhere. Gate of opening. After opening the door, you can enter a different space that is exactly the same as reality, and move through space. With my current physical strength, I can complete space movement within 100 meters. Bruno explained. The 5 elders all frowned. Is it only 100 meters? Bruno felt Alexander instantly. Although he couldn't see it on his face, the 5 elders were all watching. He was almost scared to death. Okay. Advertisement. Moving through space consumes a lot of energy. That's because you're too weak. The blonde-haired farming marshal god said unceremoniously. Bruno. Teleportation using the surgical fruit is also very energy consuming. Bruno's current strength is not that strong, and he has not even developed the air gate of opening yet. Can you open a door in the sea? Directly to Fishman Island. The environment warrior said bluntly. As a world government, he has a devil fruit illustrated book and knows the power of the door fruit better than Bruno himself. Sea water. Bruno was stunned. I have never thought that the sea is a forbidden land for people with abilities. If you enter a different world in the sea, you should also be affected by the sea mazukage. The 5 elders all frowned. To be honest, they had never developed the gate of seawater gate for opening before. It's totally unnecessary. Okay. Open the sea door and try. If you are affected, use a boat instead, said the sword-wielding bald wealth god. As long as we enter a different space, the traps on the route to Fishman Island are meaningless to us, and everything else is unimportant. The legal marshal god nodded. From the beginning, they did not expect Bruno to jump directly in space and send them to Fishman Island in one step. Let alone Bruno, it was unrealistic even with their own strength. It can be said that it is enough to open a different space. This approach is also a disguised admission that Sakazuki and the others were frightened by their defeat and did not dare to force their way through the normal route. Soon, the 5 elders and Bruno came to a huge swimming pool with seawater in it. In this world, seawater and other liquid water cannot be confused, especially for those with abilities. Seawater gate of opening. Bruno put his hand deep into the seawater and immediately felt a sense of powerlessness. The contact was not much, so the impact was not great. Just using the ability, no reaction. Quote. The 5 elders all had expressionless faces and didn't say a word, just watching. Bruno had cold sweat on his forehead. Who knows about his family? The pressure is a bit big. Seawater gate of opening. Sea gate of opening. Hi Heyman. Seawater. Gate of opening. Chapter 83 Aaron returns 15% extra update. After seeing Bruno's performance, Adolf felt relieved. It's not that I can't develop the seawater gate of opening, but I know Bruno's specific abilities. As long as you know it in advance, you can come up with countermeasures and even use it to your advantage. Of course, it would be better and safer if it really cannot be developed. Based on the current situation of Fishman Island, steady development is the way to go. But you don't just have to let others do it if you want to develop stably. If you don't show your strength and courage that no one can bully, how can you let others know that you are not easy to mess with? If you are close to the world government, they will bully you because they have been bullying you for hundreds of years. Your Majesty Poseidon, my brother Aaron is back and he wants to see you. Mrs. Charlie came to the room. No one was allowed to enter Adolf's bedroom except her. She was careful about Chome's affairs and did not bring even her brother in. Aaron, I'm going to see him now. How is your practice of seeing and hearing the color domineering? Adolf asked. The progress is very fast, but it will take a long time to predict the future. Mrs. Charlie was embarrassed. Adolf stood up and held her in his arms, leaning against his ear with distress and apology. I'm sorry to make you feel stressed, but Fishman Island does need your strength, and I need you too. I will continue to work hard. Mrs. Charlie's heart swayed. Let's stay tonight. Adolf held her face in his hands and looked into her eyes very close. Charlie's eyes were watery, and he turned his head slightly to dodge, unable to face the hot and longing gaze. His whole person seemed to be invaded, and his heart was occupied with the high ground. She breathed softly, but she didn't feel disgusted. Adolf smiled and kissed Charlie's forehead gently. Then I'll go first. That's right, Your Majesty Poseidon, I don't know how many mermaid ladies I need to keep in the harem. Violet tidied her collar with disgust and helplessness, and her skin was still pink with blood and pleasure. Adolf looked at Violet, smiled, and kissed her forehead gently. Contact me after Bruno develops it. The so-called jealousy disappeared. And Adolf also left. He is the king after all. There is no little girl on Fishman Island who would refuse, right? Not to mention being treated tenderly. Sha Li stroked the face he touched with pleasure. He is not as gentle as you see at night, he is particularly tough and rough. Violet's face turned red. I have some expectations, it will be like a shark biting its prey. Mrs. Sha Li's cold expression also turned red. Strong man, hero, king. Status, fame, power, and wealth. Advertisement. When you have these and reach the extreme, you can attract almost all women even if you do nothing. What's more, he was the one who really saw his grace in Fishman Island. Aaron, welcome you home, welcome every compatriot who is willing to return. Adolf came to the Dragon King's hall. Adolf. No, it should be His Majesty Poseidon. Aaron and the others looked at him excitedly. We came back as soon as we saw your newspaper. The former King Neptune was too weak, and Otahime had such ridiculous ideals. But you are different. If you make Fishman Island truly stand up straight, we should dominate the lower races of humans. I am willing to take you, Aaron, and his gang to follow you. Aaron got excited, and the smile on his face couldn't go away at all. Domination. Lower races. Unfortunately, it may not be what you think. Adolf shook his head and Aaron dropped his smile. Although I led the Fishman Island to resist the world government, I never regarded other races as inferior races and treated them as slaves to dominate. Aaron, you are a pure racist. Only people who love their own race extremely can hate evil like you and glare at those races that have bullied us. I trust people like you very much, even if I entrust my life to you. Aaron was moved. The king of Fishman Island, the hero who defeated the Marine fleet, could actually entrust his life to him. What a trust. But you should know that every race and every country has good people and bad people. We cannot regard all his races and countries as evil because of one person. Even on our Fishman Island, there is a Fishman gang that kidnaps mermaid girls and sells them to human traffickers. Do you know who they are, right? Why not kill these people? They are more hateful than the humans who oppress us. How many of our compatriots have they suffered torture that is worse than death? Adolf walked past Aaron and looked at the gang he had brought. None of them are very strong, and even Aaron may not be as good as the colonel at Marine headquarters. But as long as he is a fishman and loves this race and country, he wants it. Racism will not betray one's own race or country. Brainless love may not necessarily be right, because it is too brainless and leads to irrational behavior, but it is definitely not wrong. It can be said that Aaron is a person worthy of his careful cultivation. Like Hody Jones, he has brains, leadership skills, and takes things seriously. This is a talent that Jinbei and Neptune don't have. Muro and his gang from Fishman Street. Those scum. Aaron thought for a moment and fell silent. Of course he knows that every race has good people and bad people, but the former Fishman Island was not qualified to tell the difference because it did not have the ability to protect its compatriots. Advertisement. Now Fishman Island is different. We have our own place and we make our voice heard to the world. In addition, I want to rule the entire world, all countries, and replace the world government. Don't limit your sights to Fishman Island, that is too narrow. Quote. Exclamation mark. Replace the world government. Aaron's pupils shrank. Others were also shocked. They couldn't even imagine what the Fishman Island used to be. No additional privileges are needed. The advantage of the fish people in living in the sea is enough to make us proud of all races. They will no longer think the fish people are ugly, they will only envy, and long for our blood. Those who can swim freely in this sea bloodline. In addition, Fishman Street no longer exists. They have all returned to Fishman Island. There will no longer be orphanages like Fishman Street in the future. All children are the future of Fishman Island, and I will do everything I can to cultivate them. The future belongs to us as well as them. Adolf clenched his fist and told everyone in an extremely firm tone. Aaron smiled, his obviously ferocious and terrifying face, and his mouth full of sharp teeth, all looked sunny and heartwarming. Because his heart is no longer filled with killing and revenge. A person's spirit can be expressed from the inside out, and people can feel it when they see it. My compatriots, my king. I have nothing to say. You have solved all the problems in my heart. You have also made me feel the sunshine and see the bright future of Fishman Island, an extremely beautiful future. I don't know what to do to achieve all that. All I can do is go through fire and water for you and Fishman Island. Aaron knelt down on one knee in front of Adolf. He was completely relieved and convinced. It is true that he hates human beings, but he loves his compatriots even more. Before coming, they had been prepared to fight the world government to the death, even if they gave up their last drop of blood without regrets, but they were determined to take revenge on mankind. But things are different now. Now he is willing to shed his last drop of blood to help Adolf realize this great ideal. People born in Fishman Street don't have much culture, and fighting to the death is their most direct expression. Aaron and the others behind him all knelt down on one knee without hesitation and said, Your Majesty Poseidon. Those who can follow Aaron's group are basically racists. They love this country and race. I won't let you down. Come on, I'll take you to the army. Remember to change all your thief habits. This is the army of Fishman Island. Soldiers who defend our country must behave like soldiers. Otherwise I won't be polite even to you. Adolf smiled, patted Aaron on the shoulder and walked out. Aaron grinned. Did you hear that, compatriots? Fishman Street no longer exists. This is also our country and our home. The others grinned one after another, feeling a feeling of warmth in their hearts like the waves lapping. Chapter 84 Marriage with Big Mom, 20% extra update. Hey Pika, you have a chance to become the Minister of Construction. Aren't you a head above us? Are you at the same level as young Master Dover? Torbal looked at Pika, who was working hard and was unhappy. There are more than one, you don't even have a position in the Empire, right? Pika's sharp voice made the words even more heartbreaking. Let them all be stupid, okay. Really, we don't even have a position. Damn it. Diamante held her head. I'm afraid that my brother will have a hard time, and I'm even more afraid that my brother will drive a Land Rover. Brothers who once suffered together, you suddenly become a powerful person. Who can bear this? No, I also want to get a ministerial position. Dover, please think of a way, what should I do? How about the combat performance minister? As a person with great artistic ability, I am the head of the art department, right? Fat Aunt Jor looked forward to it endlessly. Ask me to teach Fishman to swim. It's really a difficult thing. Swimming fruit ability user Senior PK expressed his embarrassment, but he was more concerned about another thing, hoping for a panacea for Fishman Island. Can you cure Luthien, please? Then I am the one with the ability to explode, the explosion department. Gladius said. Is it possible that I want to be the minister of the elderly department? Gymnastics for the elderly. Rao Ji pinched his chin and thought. Then let me go to the toy department. Sugar also joined in the fun. He. How can one person have one minister? Monet smiled, but a snowflake was spinning on her fingertips, as if she was still thinking about what she was suitable for. The empire established to replace the world government and the institution that directly rules all countries essentially exceeds the dominance of the world government. How can such great power be given to a department minister casually? It is not as simple as a pirate gang. Doflamingo leaned on the stone. In his opinion, if Adolf hadn't really needed Pika's ability now, and had done the work of hundreds of thousands of people by himself, and made great contributions, they would not have been allowed to obtain 2 ministerial positions as a group. It has to be said that all of his men are talented, but it is a pity that the upper limit has not been raised. Hey Doflamingo, are you Shichibukai? Are you joining Fishman Island? Black Maria came over holding a pipe. Followed by a group of women, she is in charge of Yukaku on Ghost Island, that is right pointing arrow. People from the Kaido pirates. Doflamingo turned around and looked. In the past, he would have been afraid, especially of Kaido himself, but now. There is a big boss behind everyone, and he is even more awesome and does not panic. Advertisement. It's not surprising. Mom also wants to marry Adolf. She is very optimistic about Adolf. 18th female butter minister Garrett came over. Marriage. Do you want to join forces with Adolf? Aren't you afraid of the world government's revenge? Phoenix Marco looked at it. Isn't Fishman Island empty? Does it count as Fishman Island without the beautiful mermaid lady? Disappointed. Teach held a cherry pie in hand, with regret written all over his face. Originally Whitebeard didn't plan to send anyone here, but he couldn't help but his sons really wanted to watch. After all, the execution of the Celestial Dragons was a much bigger event than the execution of One Piece. Therefore, Marco came to hang up the phone, which was regarded as the most benevolent thing. After all, he just hung a flag and showed his face. As for Teach, he applied completely on his own initiative, but actually he wanted to see Adolf's performance with his own eyes. The devil fruit was restrained by seawater and turned into a dog-like shape, and the 3 generals were directly destroyed. Didn't he become a fool after he had been plotting for more than 10 years to secretly use the fruit? Perhaps Adolf had expected that this island would turn into a battlefield. Stussy, Queen of Happy Street, walked out gracefully. Ha! The Whitebeard pirates, Kaido pirates, Big Mom pirates, and the guys from the underground world are all here. Doflamingo grinned wildly. Join Adolf, who transforms from a spectator and witness to a participant. From guest to host. Why are you in such a good mood? After all, everyone in the world is paying attention to such a big event that affects the world structure. If it were not in the deep sea and not so close to the world government, there would only be more people coming. Veteran Morgan C is coming. Let's get to know each other again, Imperial Commerce Minister Doflamingo. I should have the opportunity to do business with you in the future. Doflamingo smiled. Future Minister of the Imperial Construction Department, Pika. Pika said with his lower body melting into the rock and his burly upper body. Building the ability of the stone fruit. Teach is a little stupid. Is this how the devil fruit is used? The Empire. Doesn't it really want to dominate the world and replace the world government? Even Shichibukai can be conquered. That guy Adolf is so ambitious. Marco frowned. Ambitious men are attractive. Black Maria particularly appreciated it. It's not about subduing, it's about being convinced. Just be happy if you don't step on the ship of the future, you will only be abandoned by the wind and waves of the times. Doflamingo shrugged. Even these so-called emperors of the sea were just pirate gangsters who were content in one place compared to that man. He no longer took this pattern seriously. Advertisement. Everyone present was strong. They suddenly felt something, turned around and looked serious. Poseidon Adolf. Why are you here watching Pika work? Adolf came over and wondered. You're not here to supervise the work, are you? The corners of Doflamingo's mouth twitched. This was real oppression. It's always harder to be a senator, so you can be convincing in a high position. Adolf patted him on the shoulder to comfort him. There is no one on the entire Fishman Island, so I just came to see the excitement here. Teach said directly, his big unambitious eyes looking cute. Mom wants to marry you and fight against the world government together. She can lend you the power of all nations. This is Mom's only mermaid daughter, Praline. 18-year-old butter minister Garrett introduced. Hello, my name is Charlotte Praline, 19 years old. 21-year-old female mermaid Praline was nervous. She used to be a very wild and cheerful person, but now she feels uneasy when she meets her fiancé. Marriage. Adolf frowned. If Linlin is the king of all nations, that's fine, but not as a pirate. Besides her, can you and I also want it together? He's Poseidon. It's not too much to have a few more fish in the harem, right? The house is big, and he has a big heart, so he can fit in it. Garrett frowned. What a greedy man, but I don't hate him. It depends on my mother's decision. Then I will visit Linlin after this matter is over. If any girl comes to my door, of course it must be a boy who takes the initiative to propose. Adolf looked at Praline and Garrett. Please, propose. Do you agree? 21 female mermaid Praline's face was slightly red in surprise. There's no reason to refuse, right? Adolf stepped forward and hugged her. Praline was embarrassed, but she didn't refuse, completely letting herself be manipulated. Click. Hahahaha. Big news. Poseidon Adolf is going to marry the Big Mom pirates to completely make up for the ground power and form the strongest force in the world. The sea, let it boil. The news king, Morgans, kept his camera clicking, and he had even imagined the plot to the stage of Siege of the Holy Land, Mariehoja. Bah, this is really a big event. Doflamingo also looked up to the sky and laughed wildly, becoming violent, crazy and completely excited. Chapter 85 Poseidon, I'm the enemy of the world. Single quote. Exclamation mark, single quote. The people I saw on the side frowned and looked at each other. Poseidon Adolf proved with facts that Fishman Island has become a force that no one can ignore. Now we are married to Big Mom. Whether it is in the name of the nations or the pirate group, the marriage is the result. In this way, he is truly invincible in this sea, and other forces will be defeated and annexed even if they shrink to islands. Of course, they still don't know about the sinking of Punkhasad Island, and they think Adolf is relying on his advantage at sea. I will tell my mother the news now. She will be happy. 18-year-old butter minister Garrett's lips curled up happily and she took out the phone bug. If Fishman Island is sunk by then, I won't be able to bring the snacks and specialties of Fishman Island as gifts. I hope you don't mind. As a guest, Adolf still has some courtesy when visiting, not to mention the mother-in-law of several princesses. It doesn't matter, Mom will understand. After all, we are fighting against the world government, and I will help when the time comes. 18-year-old butter minister Garrett comforted him, treating Adolf completely as one of her own. To be precise, he is a husband who can be relied upon. After all, their own sisters and brothers often bully each other. Ha, thank you for your kindness, but it would be so embarrassing for me if my fiancé comes to help me deal with the enemy. Adolf laughed. Married to the kingdom of Totland, that is, all nations, Charlotte Linlin's combat power is of course important, but the most strategic one is the mirror fruit user, 8th woman, Charlotte Brie. With her ability, she can cross an altitude of 50,000 meters without risk and without being noticed, and directly reach the holy land of Mariehoja. At that time, it will not be as simple as threatening the rule of the world government. Wait a minute, our great admiral wants to recruit you as deputy captain, what do you think? Black Maria lowered her head and looked nervously at Adolf. Kaido. Adolf looked up. Big. Very big. There's no way, she's too big. Stand up in a perfect position to drink water. At the same time, he has an extraordinary capacity. If he sits down, he can enjoy dinner buried in his big heart, of course, compared to the size of Shirahoshi who can lie down on his bed in the future. Suitable for a restaurant, right? Advertisement. Ideas. Do you think a ship can carry the entire ocean? I have quite an idea for you. He likes this kind of large beauty very much, which is called plump and voluptuous. Of course, it's good to pick up a small Lolita and hang it on a stick. Me. Ha. Then we can have a good talk if we have a chance, just the two of us. Black Maria smiled, not minding having thoughts about her at all. You just said you wanted to marry me, so why are you getting involved with other women? 21-year-old female mermaid Praline raised her eyebrows in dissatisfaction. Men are very carefree. They want any beautiful woman, let alone propose to your sister at the same time. You must be mentally prepared, bride-to-be. Black Maria teased. HMPH. 21 female mermaid Praline snorted at her. Speaking of which, our Grand Admiral also has an idiot daughter. She is very powerful and a beauty, although she has no such self-awareness at all. If you like marriage, the Grand Admiral will not refuse it. Black Maria took a puff of her pipe and looked at Adolf. Quote. I will visit Kaido, let's talk about it then, but I will never form an alliance with pirates. Adolf said casually. Yamato, a person who recognizes himself as another person who has died just by relying on his diary. A big-breasted, white-haired girl is extremely talented and beautiful, but her head doesn't work very well. Although he wanted to use it as a durable daily necessities, he felt like he was playing with a mentally retarded child, and his mentality was subtle. Our king wants to overthrow the world government and establish an empire. Of course he will not ally with pirates. In fact, pirates who endanger world stability are enemies that must be dealt with. Of course you have to put it behind the world government. You still have time to make changes. Doflamingo was not afraid of pirates joining forces with the world government and revealed it directly. Yes, the world used to be dominated by the world government. Whatever it becomes is the indulgence of the world government. You can put the blame on them. But after I take over the world, pirates are garbage that must disappear, including the so-called underground world, the King of Darkness, and all illegal organizations. Adolf also didn't hide anything. As long as he married Charlotte Linlin, it was basically no secret. Ah, then aren't you going to destroy my happy street? There are many young and beautiful girls in my happy street, can't you move your heart? Queen of Happy Streets Stacy put her hand in front of her mouth and was frightened. Advertisement. If you, the girl from Happy Street, were trafficked here without consent, you will be killed too. Adolf looked at her. What a domineering good man, even the world government allows it. Stussy said with a smile. So the world government will be overthrown. Adolf said. Ha 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 ha, it is indeed the declaration of the great Poseidon. Even the Emperor of the Sea does not take it seriously. What kind of big pirate? The legendary pirate, the entire pirate group and even the Dark World, plus the world government, are all covered. To be destroyed in this sea. He is simply the enemy of the whole world. I would like to call you the strongest in the world. The News King's eyes sparkled, he clenched his fists and raised his hands high, his blood boiling, and he immediately recorded it, as if he had already thought of the newspaper title. I, Poseidon, am the enemy of the world. Regardless of pirate trash or world government, let's come here. Hey, you're not talking nonsense, don't make everything so exaggerated. Adolf has a big head, this old bird likes Boruto's eyeballs. This makes it seem like he is an enemy of the entire pirate force and the world government, really like an enemy of the entire world. Although this is indeed the case. Even if Charlotte Linlin did not change the power system, did not ban the pirate group, and still acted in a pirate way, he would not marry her. With the mirror fruit ability being like that, would he want to marry her together? All he needs to do is to get the ability users. When the time comes to build rocks on the sea and close the deep sea, it's not up to him to use them however he wants. Does Charlotte Linlin have a solution? Even if all the pirates unite with the world government, he will not be afraid. This sea is his most reliable ally. Are the Whitebeard pirates loyal enough? There is only one rule on the ship. Harming your companions is not allowed, but this is the only rule that someone still violates. How many innocent people will die if they burn, kill and rob without any rules? Where do their treasures come from? It's completely like pirates. Even an alliance is not trustworthy, let alone the issue of governance after the founding of the People's Republic of Daxia, which will inevitably lead to chaos. Even after the world government is overthrown, they will kill each other over the issue of power distribution. Maybe the world government will come up with a plan to alienate them, which will be even more disgusting. Of course, he can also deal with it after success like Liu Bang, but now that he has a choice, he does not need to ruin his reputation. Chapter 86 5 Elders Call Negotiation. Adolf, you're not going to be the enemy of our Whitebeard pirates, are you? Phoenix Marco frowned. If Adolf became a friend and was trustworthy, everyone would want to have a drink with him. But if it's an enemy, then you'll really be floating on the sea in fear all day long, and maybe one day the ship will sink. Aren't you the enemy of innocent people? I am also one of the ordinary people from the lowest level. Of course I have to speak for our interests. Although I am very grateful that you lent your flag to Fishman Island and allowed Fishman Island to be protected, your presence has indeed brought fear and death to innocent people. I will visit Whitebeard afterwards and explain the matter to him face to face. If you choose to be my enemy, then I can only say that I gave you a chance to choose. Adolf said directly that he was not pardoned just because the Whitebeard pirates had given them some protection. The pirate's position is more evil than that of the landlord class. The empire he wants to build is absolute and unified. If even this cannot be solved, how can we talk about books, literature, chariots, and tracks? How can we talk about the surrender of the world? He does not expect to achieve greater feats than Qin Shi Huang, but if he cannot copy the work and imitate it when there are already precedents and examples, then he really is not qualified to even mention it. Quote! Exclamation mark quote. Marco's expression was solemn. Even though he is about to go to war with the world government, he still openly declares that he is the enemy of the pirate group, and he is really going to do it to the end. Ha 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 ha, he is indeed our king. He will never give in no matter who he faces. He will lead us to create a clean sea. All members of Aaron's group were on fire, and their excitement never came down from the beginning. Single quote. Exclamation mark single quote. Adolf's words made everyone look solemn. They discovered that Adolf was an enemy of the world government and beat up the Marine organization. Not to mention a group of people, they were completely hostile. Even more absolute than the attitude of the world government towards them, the attitude of completely eradicating them and eradicating them completely. Grr. The phone bug Adolf was carrying suddenly rang. Hello, this is Adolf. Because it was a regular phone call, Adolf answered directly. I am World Government Supreme Power 1 of the Five Elders Financial Marshal God Azambalon v Nasalong Saint. I'm here to negotiate with you. Advertisement. The phone bug showed a serious expression of a bald old man. Single quote. Exclamation mark, single quote. Supreme power. 5 elders. Negotiation. Everyone present had their pupils constricted. They never dreamed that the 5 elders, the supreme authority, would actually come to negotiate. Does this mean they gave in? What are you talking about? Adolf put his finger to his mouth to indicate. Stop what you are going to do next, and we can negotiate according to your previous conditions, said the sword-wielding financial warrior. What am I going to do next? I'm going to train troops next. Do you want me to stop doing this? Adolf grinned. Are you going to let us say it with our own mouths and humiliate us? The sword's financial warrior gritted his teeth. How do I know that if you don't tell me? How do I know what you are referring to? Adolf joked. Execution. Tianlong people. The voice was almost squeezed out from between the teeth, and the killing intent was boiling, and it materialized behind him. In the Hall of Power, the other 5 elders were equally furious. However, for everyone around Adolf, it was another spiritual shock. It's unbelievable that the highest power in the world government could be so humble and bow its head. News King Morgan's is dull, but he instinctively pulls out the video phone and holds it up professionally. Ha. This is what happened. I hope you can give me 20 devil fruits before negotiating. I let them go when I asked for 20 devil fruits at first, but you didn't listen. Now I need to see your sincerity. The corners of Adolf's lips curled up slightly. Adolf, you ran away before the fruit delivery team. This is your problem. Peter Saint, the god of agriculture and martial arts, said forcefully. Do you want to continue talking? The sword-wielding finance 5 elders said coldly. It's you who called me, I didn't ask you for help. Advertisement. Since you take the initiative to contact me, it means you are not sure and want to bow your head and settle the matter, right? Then let me see your sincerity. You don't even have the slightest sincerity to admit defeat. You just yelled at me when you came up. How can I talk to you? Adolf looked like he didn't like to talk. I agreed to 20 devil fruits, let's get into the theme. Mahjong said angrily. To them, 20 or 50 coins is nothing at all, it is mainly a humiliation. But if it weren't for the fact that it was only a few days before the date, Bruno was so weak that it was difficult to have expectations, and he really didn't have much confidence, so he wanted to resolve the matter in a more stable way, otherwise he wouldn't have made this call at all, and would he be humiliating himself? This is a conversational attitude, otherwise it will be like I am begging you. Adolf took it for granted. Then there is one more thing that you need to solve. I have said it in the newspaper before, and the matter is also making a fuss all over the world. You can terminate it as soon as you say it. Don't I want to lose face? Originally I wanted to mention 1 trillion belly, but after thinking about it, it's better to be a little sincere. If you dare to mention 1 trillion belly, then there is no need to talk about it. The financial god of war, Nasho Langsheng said coldly, are you asking him for money? There is no need to execute the celestial dragons. Let's just do the enthronement ceremony for me, Poseidon. Before Adolf finished speaking, the 5 elders spoke directly. No problem. I can let the phone bug live broadcast in all countries around the world, so that everyone can see your ascension to the throne. And at the expense of the world government, newspapers will be distributed free of charge all over the world. Personally acknowledge the legitimate rights and interests of Fishman Island in the world, and acknowledge your name as Poseidon. The 5 elders agreed wholeheartedly. Although it seemed that Fishman Island gained a lot and it was publicized all over the world, it did not cause any loss to the world government. It can even be said that it was their world government that approved the Fishman Island, and they nodded to recognize your name as Poseidon. Poseidon. So what about Poseidon? There was a Pluton before. As worthy of the highest authority in the world government. When I ascend the throne and become king, that's when I, Poseidon, will have unlimited glory. Just give me Poseidon some face. Please come to Fishman Island, 5 of you, while I review the honor guard of the 3 armed forces. Drive the car for me. Chapter 87 News King Awesome 10% extra updates. Hiss. Everyone onlookers were completely numb, looking at him like a madman. He actually asked the world's highest authority, the 5 elders, to drive for him when he ascended the throne. Or do you want to live broadcast in front of the honor guard of the 3 armed forces in front of the whole world? Is this world crazy? Bang. Fish. You are so rude. You are so arrogant. You Poseidon ascended the throne to inspect the guard of honor, and you want us to drive you with our highest authority. We respect your ability, but we will never allow you to be so humiliated. In the Hall of Power, 5 elders completely broke the defense. How dare he? How dare he? What's the difference between this and sitting on their heads? Without Bruno, they wouldn't be able to come to Fishman Island. The Tianlong people were executed, and the Fishman Island itself did not completely ban outsiders, and they could definitely sneak in. Even after arriving in the waters near the deep-sea Fishman Island, they used the teleportation circle to summon all the other 4 users with abilities similar to the castle fruit. A group of their masters hid inside, and then forced their way into the Fishman Island with the bubbles on their backs. Without Adolf's fighting power, who could stop them? A conqueror clears troops instantly, who can stop it? But the premise is that they can get through it and reach the deep sea smoothly. The 5 highest powers in the world government risked their lives to save an idiot celestial dragon. Are they crazy? Hoa hoa. The 5 elders were so angry that the anger in their chests was about to explode. If it weren't for the public execution, which seriously affected the authority of the world government, they wouldn't even pay attention to it. Not to mention that now they are bowing their heads for the sake of safety and compromising with the fish that they completely despise. Oh, 5 elders don't want to talk anymore. Adolf hesitated. Who will talk to you like this? Bai Tuan's younger brother who came with him couldn't help complaining. Advertisement. Shut up, you idiot. Who told you to speak out? Marco felt a headache instantly. These lawless and uneducated bastards made it really difficult for him to be a nanny. Marco, your little brother is so rude. Black Maria pointed her finger at the pipe in dissatisfaction. Can't you watch such a wonderful phone call? 18-year-old butter minister Garrett was dissatisfied. At the same time, she was extremely satisfied with her future husband, and even, worshipped him. Ha. I'm so sorry, everyone, our family is used to being lazy. Teach apologized, scratching the back of his head. This can't be settled with just an apology. Stussy frowned. Damn it for interrupting the phone call between Poseidon and the 5 elders. But I also captured extremely valuable big news. The scene of the 5 elders compromising is a unique and big event. News King Morgans laughed wildly. Foo I. 5 elders, can you hear my voice? Is it really a wolf? Do you also have about a compromise? Phantom to me. Doflamingo looked up to the sky and laughed ferociously. He could no longer hold back his smile. I'm so lucky to see such a wonderful scene when I just joined. The phone bug's shocked expression turned into overwhelming anger in an instant. A-hole, there are so many people around you. Do you want to see us make a fool of ourselves? We just returned, weren't you in Dragon Palace City? Where are you now? How many people have seen you? Damn it, you never meant to talk to us from the beginning, you were teasing us. The 5 elders stood up, their faces distorted, completely crazy. To talk to them 5 elders, you didn't find a private place, but in public. There's even that veteran Morgans here. Why are you guys panicking? It's all the next thing to do anyway, so it doesn't matter if you let them know in advance, right? After all, I also plan to talk to Morgans about almost capturing Saint Satan alive. No, I want to invite him to Fishman Island to have tea with Sakazuki and the others. By the way, I also cut off some of Saint Satan's spider legs and hung them on Fishman Island as an exhibition. I can take pictures for everyone to see. Adolf grinned. Talk. He never wanted to talk from the beginning. Do you really think he cares about devil fruits? Ahem, it's still a bit rare. Ha. Big news, this is big news. One of the 5 elders of world government public execution. Advertisement. The list of those who will be executed on Fishman Island, Saint Satan. Capture the god of scientific defense, god of science and defense, Jagalucia Satan-san alive. The collection of Fishman Island 5 elders' body. Even the news king, Morgans, was completely crazy now. He thought of the headlines in an instant, and each one was more shocked than the other. Although he did not see it with his own eyes, the result was that Saint Satan fled back to Mariehoya, but in his writing, Saint Satan was even more embarrassed than a dog. Ha, I can't help but want to read your newspaper in advance. Happy Street Queen Stussy said with a smile. Although we already know the result, we really want to read your newspaper, you Boruto eyeball veteran who creates fictitious news. 18th female butter minister Garrett was helpless and hopeful. Write it down as soon as possible, and let us take a look first. Since everyone is at Fishman Island, there is really nothing to do these days. Teach said with a smile. Morgans. The 5 elders gritted their teeth. Only then did they realize that this guy Morgans actually made them feel so uncomfortable. Morgans, wait a minute. I will give you a video phone bug that records the whole process. Do you know how to write it? Adolf said. Morgans was ecstatic. There is such a thing. Leave it to me, and I will make you the most famous one in the world. Saint Satan looked panicked. How is it possible? The whole island sank at the end of our fight. How could you have a video? Of course it's to record every wonderful moment in life, the rare highlight moment. Adolf's lips curled up slightly. Of course he couldn't bring such a thing with him when he went to find Vegapunk. But Violet can let the video phone bug see what he sees. Isn't this material already there? The images are there, the spider legs are there, and there are newspapers all over the world, then this is an ironclad fact. Hateful. Morgans. How can you hide this report? Tell me a number. Saint Satan suppressed his anger. Do you want to hide the reports that are not good for you? This is a big event, how can you hide it? Although I am a miser, I will not accept black money to report things I don't want to report. I don't like others to control my reports. The content published in the newspaper must be decided by lousy. News King Morgans came to the phone and seemed to be glaring at Saint Satan, completely tough. Next to them, there are all thumbs. At this moment, even Aaron and his gang think this veteran is awesome. Chapter 88. You must come 2-in-1 15% extra update. Drink. Saint Satan was furious and extremely angry. His eyes were bloodshot, his face was twisted ferociously, and the veins on his forehead were bulging. He was in an extremely violent state, but he had nowhere to vent his anger, so he had to suppress his temper. He could already imagine the scene of him being pushed to the ground by Adolf. The scene of spitting the sea stone into his mouth and swallowing it. The scene of being grabbed and dragged on the ground, just like dragging a dog. Even those threatening words were seen by everyone in the world. I also felt the same feelings as Sakazuki and Sengoku. No, it's even more uncomfortable. Sakazuki and warring states have become a fact. But now he can't stop it and can only watch it happen. How tortured. Who can imagine being spit on and then swallowing it, being pushed to the ground and hammered, for the whole world to see? And you are still the highest power in the world, equivalent to a president or a king, how can you be as shameless as a beggar? Ah, Dao, husband. Saint Seiden's eyes were scarlet and fierce, his blood pressure soared, and hot breath came out of his mouth. He wished he could eat his flesh, drink his blood, crush his bones and spread ashes. But he can't. Saint Seiden, who has the highest authority in the world government and stands above all living beings, cannot do it. Saint, it's humiliating, isn't it? Adolf took a deep breath. You Tianlong people, world noble only care about your own dignity, but you don't care about the face of Fishman Island and the dignity of the Fishman clan. 200 years ago, Fishman Island joined the World Conference, hoping to make good friends with all races and convey goodwill, but what it got in return was humiliation. You world noble Dracos treat us like fish. You capture and enslave us arbitrarily. Not only your dignity, but your life is trampled on and taken away at will. More than 200 years. I know that you don't just treat us fishmen like this, but all races in the world, treating everyone as ants, insects, and untouchables. But the Fishman Island has made me king, so I will get this face back. I will take back the dignity that you Tianlong people have trampled on bit by bit. Not to mention the pigs that will be executed. If you Tianlong people dare to come to this sea and let me find out, then I will kill them all. 1, 2, 3 and 5. When I set foot on Mariehoya, that will be the day you are massacred. Tell warring states that all the previous negotiations are invalid and you want to redeem them. Stop dreaming. Just wait for my revenge. Adolf looked excited, but his words were decisive and full of determination. Even the previous agreement was voided, because he had the power and the choice was in his hands. Adolf, just wait, we will come. The 5 elders were as ferocious and twisted as evil spirits. Bang. Brew. After saying that, the 5 elders could no longer talk and punched the phone bug, and Adolf immediately ended the call. Tell Bruno, if he can't develop it before the time limit, go to hell. Saint Seiden's voice was hoarse, and he tried to squeeze the cane with his palms to forcefully control his emotions. Order the entire army to shoot down the news bird when it is discovered. The environmental martial god ordered. Order the whole world to burn all newspapers that are unfavorable to the world government. Erase those who hide it. The legal martial god ordered. Activate the entire CP organization to search for Morgans and kill him immediately after finding him. The financial god of war ordered. Order all participating countries to destroy them all whenever there is an unknown image phone bug. The agricultural martial god ordered. 5 elders' murderous intent could not be suppressed and spread out from the room, making people shudder. Even the sky above Mariehoya, which was 50,000 meters away, was filled with dark clouds, as if despair was shrouding it, and the nobles living in Mariehoya were frightened. And from this moment on, the entire Mariehoya will be shrouded in an extremely depressing atmosphere, and no one dares to speak loudly. I'm so angry. Adolf looked at the phone in his hand with a deep look. You must come. Come to the deep sea. Even now, he is not sure whether the world government will send people to the deep sea. After all, this is the deep sea. Not to mention ability users, this is a forbidden area for all ground races. In this world, the per capita IQ is not high, and most people use muscles to fill their brains. Advertisement. If the powerful 5 elders were humiliated like this by him, I wonder if they would engage in some kind of crazy operation. No matter what, if it affects the 5 elders' emotions and even their decision making, they will lose money and even lose their mind at critical moments. Akainu has a lot to say on this point. Adolf, His Majesty Poseidon. All errands were moved, looking at their king with tears streaming down their faces, wishing they could give their hearts to him. This man, their king. The man who supports the dignity and future of the entire race. Ah, no, Your Majesty Poseidon, I suddenly realized that no pirate group is qualified to recruit you, even if you are given the position of captain. How can one ship accommodate the entire ocean? Black Maria looked at Adolf with sparkling eyes, and her whole body went numb. It's so awesome, he deserves to be Poseidon. The king of Fishman Island, the king of this sea. Praline moved over immediately with excitement, and the admiration in her eyes seemed to overflow. What a fascinating man. Garrett was also excited. She was obviously a very stable person, but at the moment she seemed like a little girl. As an enemy, you are the only one I still admire. Marco was both impressed and uncomfortable. Bah, let's take a good look now, and then decide whether to make changes or still choose to be our enemy. Doflamingo laughed wildly, and only such a man is worthy of his admiration. Big news. It's all big news. Come to Fishman Island. No. After Adolf appears, it's all big news that shakes the world. Are you born to be the center of attention in the world? The man destined to overthrow the world government and become the king. Morgans was so excited that he couldn't control himself and became Adolf's licking bird. Not the 5 emperors Wong Luffy, it blew out. This bad guy. Sugar looked at him in the crowd with admiration. He didn't seem to hate him so much anymore. No, on the contrary. Very charming, isn't it? Monet came to her side and smiled. Ah, sister. Sugar was startled and quickly held her mouth in her hands. Was this the secret in her heart exposed? Hey, I'm embarrassed to hit you when you're like this. I suggest you go back and think about it carefully. Isn't it natural to be a good person? Otherwise, according to your pirate rules, you should be destroyed by me. Now I am giving you a chance to be a new person. To be honest, if he could, he wouldn't really want to eliminate Whitebeard, Kaido, Big Mom and the others. To say it's bad, there are too many pirates in the world, and they don't even rank high in terms of the cruelty of burning, killing, looting and looting. But we are pirates. Marco scratched his head helplessly. Dash 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 dash. Warring states, stop preparing Pele. All previous negotiations are null and void. The entire army is preparing for war. The environment martial god's voice was cold. What? Impossible. Even Sakazuki and the three of them failed. Even if the entire marine presses on them, they will only be annihilated. Are you going to risk the entire marine for a celestial dragon? Sengoku refused the five elders' order without even thinking about it, and even more annoyed asked. He is now upset when he sees the celestial dragons. He finally found a way to rescue the three marines, but his words were invalidated. Warring states. Didn't you hear? Who among the five elders is not holding back his anger, and you still question? Bang. Five elders. I told you not to go to the deep sea from the beginning, and now I'm thinking of ways to wipe your A*, and you still want me to lead the entire marine to be buried under the sea. Warring states smashed the table into pieces with one palm, and could no longer hold back his anger and roared out. Wipe our butts. You really dare to say that, Warring states? Isn't Marine the only thing you are considering? Don't forget, Marine is just an organization under the world government. The voice was almost squeezed out from the teeth of the legal martial god, their eyes were burning, and their anger was suppressed to the extreme. If you were offended by Adolf, will their supreme power also be offended by your warring states period? I have said before that as long as I am given certain powers to release all the captured Fishman slaves, and even give the privileges of the celestial dragons, it is possible to end all this. Do you know what will happen if the conflict with the Fishman continues? Advertisement. The voice of warring states roared and roared to suppress it. He couldn't forget Gion and the race war he talked about. The moment he heard it, his whole person was stunned. Compared to this, what are the celestial dragons? Even if they have national treasures, so what? Let us submit to a fish who killed the world noble. Or even give him the privilege of being equal to us. Don't you know who you are anymore? The five elders all laughed angrily. They were humiliated just now, so now they have to lick their faces and give him special privileges. Warring states. No matter you are Fleet Admiral or the three generals, you swore loyalty to the Tianlong people when you were promoted to this position. You are just dogs that the Tianlong people put outside. Don't try to do things beyond your rights. Scientific Defense Martial God Saint Satan said. Damn it, are you going too far? World government. Sengoku roared. Did you ask us before you did it? The farming martial god said forcefully. Now we order you to assemble all the high-level marine combat forces on Marie Joa. Including you, the legal martial god ordered sternly. Adolf is at the bottom of the sea and they can't do anything about it now. Why can't you, a little warring states man, still not be able to handle it? What kind of king rules the world? That sky is the heaven of the celestial dragons, and it is under the celestial dragons. Quote. Exclamation mark quote. Warring states gritted his teeth and turned pale. Even if you want to destroy the entire marine headquarters, just stop trying. Five elders hung up strongly. If you explain it well at the beginning, it can be explained clearly. But the five elders are trying to explain to you. The emotions on both sides have been extremely violent from the beginning. How can they talk properly? It is even more impossible for the five elders to patiently explain and talk about the humiliation suffered by Saint Satan. Even the anger they received from Adolf was bound to be recovered from another person. And the warring states period is the one who hits the muzzle. Even the attitude of such superiors in the warring states period made them dissatisfied. What do you mean by wiping their butts? That's what you should do for the leader. Not to mention that they are not leaders, but masters. Do you still dare to yell at your master now? If the situation hadn't been wrong, Fleet Admiral would have been squatting in the Impel City for the rest of his life. Ha. It's really wonderful. The dignified Marine Fleet Admiral was reprimanded so miserably. He will break up. It's a pity that the world government controls Marine's lifeline. Even so, it still has to obey the orders of the world government, otherwise Marine will not be able to survive. I wonder if he can solve this problem and completely break up Marine and world government. Adolf's bedroom Violet was lying on the bed, happy and troubled. Marine is a powerful violent organization that travels all over the world. If it can break with the world government, it will greatly weaken the strength of the world government, which can be said to be chopped from the root of the thigh. In the past, of course she was worried that this would lead to instability in the sea and pirates everywhere, but now it is more conducive to that man. Did Violet see anything? Shiarly asked curiously. That's right. Violet chatted with Shiarly. The only two people I can get in touch with on Fishman Island, it can be said that I have a very good relationship with him. And tonight I will become a honey friend in the room, the honey of brushed honey. Adolf didn't know about the quarrel between the five elders and Sengoku yet. If he knew, he would probably laugh on the spot. He didn't expect that his emotions would take effect so quickly, and he would directly break up with Sengoku. Turning to look at Black Maria, are you still doing business? I need a lot of sea rock, so I'll have someone bring a boat over now. Are you sure you want a boat? Although I am not involved in the arms business, I also know that this thing is not cheap. Even you can't give it for free. I can give you a discount, Black Maria said. Let Doflamingo talk to the person in charge of you. Doflamingo, leave it to you. With that said, Adolf left and headed outside the Fishman Island. Yes, my king. Doflamingo grinned, feeling extremely happy. I'll give you the phone and you can talk about it yourself. Black Maria didn't want to pay attention to other people at all now and hurriedly followed Adolf. Hey, where's the discount? Doflamingo had a headache, but unfortunately he was already chasing after him. Except for Black Maria, everyone else followed suit. There is no other way. Everyone on Fishman Island has left the island. It is really no fun. If they want to continue, I am afraid they will have to taunt each other and fight. Now Morgans is working on the manuscript. He wants to spread the newspaper across the entire sea as quickly as possible. Time is very tight. Chapter 89 Deep Sea Troop Training Conquerors of Resonance rewards will be added. Under the Sunshine Cave space in Fishman Island, there is an extremely huge golden beach on the seabed. Adolf came to the bottom of the sea wearing a layer of bubbles. Followed by Aaron's group, and Black Maria and others who also wore bubbles and came to watch the fun. Your Majesty Poseidon, Brother Aaron, you have returned to Fishman Island. Hody Jones came over and looked at Aaron in surprise. In Fishman Street, Aaron is the leader trusted by the pure racists and their big brother. Hody, you've joined the army too. Aaron grinned. Well, Fishman Street no longer exists. Everyone has integrated into Fishman Island, and most of them have chosen to join the army. After all, it is led by His Majesty Poseidon Adolf. Hody said with great admiration. I see, that's true. Aaron smiled knowingly, completely understanding. It's a pity that you came back late and didn't catch up with the battle with the three generals' fleets. That was the first battle of Poseidon leading Fishman Island to resist the world government. Hody felt sorry for his eldest brother. When I first read the newspaper, I thought the Fishman Island was finished, and they were already planning to build another Fishman Empire in the East Daxia Sea. It was my fault. Aaron smiled and scratched his head in shame. Okay, let's start reminiscing later. Time is running out, so let's get down to business first. Adolf said. Yes, the two nodded. Your Majesty Poseidon, Neptune and the Right Minister led 15,000 soldiers to garrison the passage. Jinbei Boss led 5,000 soldiers to guard the marine prisoners. 10,000 more were assisting Otahime and the left minister in maintaining law and order in the Red Earth Continent Canyon on the outlying island, and the remaining 70,000 were all there here, assembly complete. Hody Jones reported. After this period of training, I have become more and more stable, and I have gradually become familiar with the whereabouts of the troops and overall mobilization, and become more and more presentable. I understand, let's get back together. Adolf nodded. Aaron, you go to Hody's side first and stand like them. Hody Jones returned to the line, and Aaron and others followed. Although I have been a pirate for a long time and have no restraints, I am still uncontrollably affected by such a large-scale momentum. I stand strictly and neatly, and I can't act around. Even because too many people are watching, I have to correct my attitude. Single quote ... exclamation mark single quote. Not to mention them, even Black Maria, Marco, Teach, Garrett and others behind them felt the pressure. Instead of getting too close to provoke this military momentum. On land, they didn't look down upon 70,000 people. To be able to join a large pirate group of their level, even a handyman's strength is not simple. But in the deep sea, haha. Advertisement. Learn about the 3 major generals, learn about the 40,000 marine elites. Adolf brought Bubble to the top and had a complete view of the 70,000 warriors. They were huge phalanxes, very large in scale, neatly arranged. Even he had different emotions in his heart. These are his soldiers, his people, and an extension of his strength and will. Single quote. Exclamation mark single quote. And these warriors can also see the figure of Adolf above, with burning admiration in their eyes. With a silent but deafening cry, they conveyed their strong feelings. As long as I see him, my spirit will be uplifted, and infinite strength will emerge from my chest. It seems that there is nothing that cannot be done, nothing that cannot be accomplished, and huge difficulties can be overcome. This is the spiritual leader who leads them out of the darkest despair. Adolf took a deep breath, his eyes were firm, and his voice was firm and heavy. I am very powerful. I can make huge waves in the entire sea area. I am not afraid of anyone in the world. Even a group of people are fearless because this sea is my strongest backing. But if a country wants to be strong and a nation wants to rise, it cannot be done by relying on one person. They will try their best to kill me and get rid of me at all costs. I must make every move carefully. Quote. Exclamation mark quote. For a moment, all the soldiers felt an extremely heavy responsibility, a weight that could crush them to death and make them unable to breathe. Obviously they are a race that lives in the sea, but they suddenly feel suffocated. I also feel sorry for their king, the leader who supported their freedom and dignity. It was his sacrifice that gave them everything. The fists are clenched unconsciously, unwilling to be oppressed by others, and condemning one's own weakness. It's not enough to rely on just one person. I don't have that much time and energy to do everything well. So we all need to work together. We need to support the pillars of the country and the family one by one, and stand upright in front of the world. I can protect the children of the future from growing up, treat them as hope, and train them to become the backbone of the country. But for you, I can only train you with the most stringent requirements. I know this is unfair to you, but there is no other way. I need you to fight side by side with me and carry the entire country. Adolf hammered his chest and spoke with the most sincere and deepest words from his heart. Advertisement. I hope they understand. I hope someone can come forward. We will definitely be with you. All the soldiers could no longer hold back, their wills burned, and strong emotions spewed out of their chests. They passed the selection because they were the most determined group of people for their country, and they were victorious under the leadership of Adolf. Especially for those who are racist, it is their strongest desire to fight for their family, their country, and the leaders they admire. Boom. Adolf was so moved that he clenched his fist and shouted, I was born to be a mountain, not a stream. I want to look down at the mediocre ravines from the top of the mountains. I was born to be a hero, not a mediocrity. I stand on the shoulders of great men and look down on humble cowards. May we be our own sun and carry the hope of our race on our shoulders. The powerful will seems to merge with conquerors, covering the entire space and everyone. Carrying the hope of the race on our shoulders. All the soldiers responded heartbreakingly and enthusiastically. Maybe the words they shouted were different, but the mood was the same. That conquerors seems to be blended with the spirit and will of all warriors. Generate unprecedented resonance. Because at this moment, they are no longer individuals, but a collective. With the same mood and the same wish. Conquerors, who originally restrained himself in order not to stun the warriors, couldn't help but let it out completely. But it didn't affect any of the warriors, but instead allowed conquerors to reach even more terrifying heights. Covering hundreds of kilometers in radius, even the extremely huge Poseidon species in the distance were alarmed. They roared in response, but did not dare to step forward. Those small fish and shrimps hundreds of meters away are all stunned. Even the bubbles covering the entire Fishman island set off distorted waves. Adolf felt strong emotions, and even the sea water responded to them. There was a roaring sound of tides, and the calm underwater world was tumbling. Chapter 90 100,000 Conquerors. Everyone is like a dragon. What's going on with these guys? All conquerors. This is outrageous. Weak guys stand back, this conquerors is even stronger than Dad. Hold still, don't let the sea water sweep you away. Pay attention to the bubbles. Once these deep bubbles burst, it's over. Phoenix Marco blocked the front with both hands, and even he felt the pressure. The originally stable seafloor waters were washed away by conquerors, and the substantial waves pushed them far away, sweeping away their bubbles, making it impossible to resist. Captain Marco, stop talking, he has already fainted. Teach said in a panic with cold sweat on his forehead. Marco, Black Maria, Garrett, Praline, etc., including their little brother, all fainted. Conquerors of this level, even elite lieutenants like Doberman, Huo Shaoshan, and Flying Squirrel will kneel down in the future. They have undergone earth-shaking transformation and are completely superior to the so-called world's #1 conquerors Shanks. Damn it, we also have a bunch of people who have fainted here, so we can't take care of you. Marco felt uncomfortable. Not to mention saving them, not even their white group members can help, and even he himself is in danger. If the bubble bursts, he will be finished. He can only use his domineering power to bless the bubble to prevent accidents. It can be said that except for the freezing ability, users with other fruit abilities will not be able to use it in the deep sea. Adolf noticed this group of spectators. Rubbing his palms, a huge bubble was thrown out, forcing hundreds of them to squeeze in, and they were pushed back to the Fishman island by the bubble's push. Phew, back to the island. Marco breathed a sigh of relief in fear. The deep sea is so dangerous, I almost thought I was going to die. Teach wiped away cold sweat. He is not a fruit user yet and does not have the weaknesses of seawater, but this is the deep sea. He has the weaknesses of human beings. Can humans survive in such a place? Advertisement. Hey, wake up. Forget it, you should just go to sleep and don't watch the excitement. Marco gave up waking up the others. The excitement almost made everyone burp, it was so exciting. Poseidon Adolf. Teach looked at the blurry figure in the distance, feeling a little doubtful about life. He came to Fishman Island just to see Adolf and make sure it was worth it. Is it right that he has been lurking in the Whitebeard pirates for so many years in order to wait for the dark fruit? Even a person with powerful devil fruit abilities is no better than a newborn baby falling into the sea. The darkness fruit he is waiting for does restrain other devil fruits, but he is still afraid of sea water. And in this world, except for 99% of the sea in the Red Earth continent, it is better not to eat it. Is it possible that he has to climb to the Red Earth continent to show his power? But the Red Earth continent is full of stones and not a single blade of grass grows. Who would go to the Red Earth continent? Competing for territory with Marie Joya. Is he crazy? No, that's not right. He is a mermaid. This is his racial advantage. I can't compare with this. My biggest reliance is my special physique. Even though he thought so, Teach still began to hesitate in his heart. From now on, in the world of the Sea Clan, devil fruits have no future and are still being hammered. My mentality is broken! Exclamation mark. Adolf ignored these onlookers and taught the entire army two-color domineering. There are only a few days left before the upcoming event, and there is almost no improvement in basic strength through exercise. Let's just teach something new. What happened just now? Am I cheating, or is this the reaction that this world should have? Their spiritual emotions actually resonate with my conquerors. Are they released with me as the leader? Adolf was puzzled. This was something he had never heard of. Advertisement. The so-called conquerors is a collection of courage, emotion, will, dreams or ambitions, and is the power of inner liberation. When countless people have the same will, the same emotion, and the same dream, starting from me, they regard me as their worship leader, and the beliefs and emotions they spew out are the same as mine. Single quote. In this way, the conqueror's resonance of inner power is released with me as the main body, which seems to make sense logically. Adolf looked at the warriors below who were practicing hard and comprehending, and thought in his heart. It's unrealistic to carry 70,000 warriors around for conqueror's bonus, but it's a good thing. Single quote. Wait a minute, if you put aside the so-called destiny and the qualifications of a born king, theoretically speaking, anyone has the possibility of awakening conquerors. Although it is extremely difficult, it cannot be obtained through learning, but a complete transformation of the heart. Single quote. As I said before, I was born into a mountain, not a stream. May we be our own sun, a firm belief in studying for the rise of Daxia, and working hard to move forward. Single quote. As experiences enrich the heart, strengthen the heart, and truly liberate the inner power, isn't it conquerors? Conquerors not succumbing to others, is the spiritual high point. But they are not surrendering to me, but admiration and yearning, and they are fellow travelers fighting for the same ideal, and it has nothing to do with their position, class or strength. It is not an insurmountable mountain in their eyes, but an example for them to follow. Don't countless people take Roger as an example? There can be conquerors as well. Single quote. They don't have it yet, they just have positive aura-like ghost energy and murderous aura, but according to this theory they can awaken conquerors. 70,000 conquerors soldiers. All of a sudden, Adolf was shocked. That's too exaggerated, 70,000 conquerors soldiers. If I had known earlier, I should have called those 30,000 soldiers over to make a nice sum of more than 100,000. If that's really the case, why don't we just follow the faith of the entire fish-human race and everyone will be like a dragon? No, even if the conquerors cannot be awakened, it should still be the core of a nation's self-improvement. Even if the nation falls into a trough for a while, one sun can appear one after another that illuminates others. By passing on this spirit, it will soon rise again from the trough. By the way, Teach shouldn't have had conquerors when he was in the white group, right? After becoming Blackbeard, his strength was his strength and his ambition was unleashed, and he awakened conquerors. However, since it contains the word D, it cannot be used as a case. Chapter 91. The scheduled date has arrived. On the deep-sea Fishman Island, all the warriors strengthened their beliefs in the collective atmosphere, trained hard on the two-color domineering force, and tried their best to hone themselves. Bitter, tired, painful, injured, when a person pursues the goal he has set in his life, he will burst out with unimaginable enthusiasm and desire, which is full of infinite power. You can take their lives, but nothing can stop them from moving forward. Not only the original 70,000 people, but also the 30,000 people performing tasks were integrated after the shift. Aladdin, Aaron, Shauba, Kruby, Ju, Hody Jones, 6 of them have mastered dual-color hockey. A few of Hody's little brothers, and more than 80 others have mastered single-color hockey. Although there is my influence, there are always geniuses among the huge base. Among the 100,000 selected warriors, 90 are geniuses, 1 in 1,000. Adolf was a little surprised. Don't care if it's strong or not, don't care how rough it is, it's awesome if you can master it in such a short time. I have only been teaching for a few days. Even if it is a very small number among the huge base, it will not be so many. Derek himself is stronger and can wake up quickly from Conqueror's shock. It takes 2.5 months. Isn't these 3 to 5 days too fast? Adolf still felt something was wrong. The ratio of 1,000th was too high. Even 1/10,000th seemed exaggerated to him. Comparing before and after, the biggest difference is the change in my strength. Can my bloodline factors adapt to and copy other people's bloodline factors through contact with others, similar to genetic complementation and growth, and then become a god? And the stronger I am, the blood factors, genes, and cells of those around me who are affected by the radiation of my breath will also grow faster and become stronger. Single quote. Adolf was located above the sea floor, overlooking the entire army in training. With my current strength, it seems natural that I can radiate this kind of effect. In the holy land of Mariehoya, Bruno was sweating profusely and trying his best to develop his abilities. He was afraid that he would die at the hands of the violent 5 elders in the next moment. Perhaps under the threat of death, perhaps due to fate, the seawater gate of opening was successfully developed. Although the 5 elders were furious, they would only kill him if they were crazy. Instead, they arranged for him the best instructor. Advertisement. After success, it was used as a strategic level guarantee, with 2 elite lieutenant generals assigned to protect it at all times. Vegapunk, how do you feel? The god of scientific defense, Jagolucia Satan, created a mysterious instrument based on the method described by Vegapunk, and put it on Vegapunk's head. Ah, I can already feel the position of my brain. Down below, far away, the next step is to create instruments to lock in the location of this brain wave. Please help me get my brain back, Saint Satan. Vegapunk was pleasantly surprised and looked at Saint Satan expectantly. He was still in a state of weakness because of the sea stone stuck in his head. You don't need to tell us that we will do the same. You should know what our purpose is to help you recall your brain, right? Saint Satan looked down at Vegapunk with an expressionless face, and the research was all given to Vega, the highest authority of the world government. He was also annoyed when Garpunk took action. I know, but, can you guarantee that my invention will not be used for terrorist acts? Vegapunk hesitated, but Adolf's words still had an impact on him. You have no other choice, Vegapunk. Saint Satan said indifferently, besides, I am also a scientist. Although I have not eaten the brain fruit, don't try to fool me. Okay. Vegapunk was frustrated. Although he has the smartest brain in the world, he doesn't even have freedom. It's really sad. Dash 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 dash. Bulu bulu bulu, the phone bug rang. It has been confirmed that Poseidon Adolf has been training on the seabed for several days in a row, but every time he leaves Fishman Island and enters the water, he brings bubbles with him. He may have eaten a devil fruit. The spy who went to Fishman Island huddled in the corner. The news came quietly. We got it. 5 elders confirmed coldly. Ah, what's going on? My body is out of control. Doflamingo, it's you. The spy screamed in horror from the phone bug. Hey, he's so sneaky, he's a CP spy. Doflamingo squatted on the house. Puff. Without giving him a chance to continue talking, he cut his body into pieces. Doflamingo picked up the phone bug, with a ferocious look on his face, and, 5 elders, it must be you. Appeared on the phone bug's expression. Doflamingo, 5 elders' eyes darkened. Advertisement. My king is waiting for you on Fishman Island, remember to come. I'm waiting to see you kneel on the ground and be executed together. Bah, 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 bah. After Doflamingo laughed wildly, he crushed the phone bug with his foot. The 5 elders are annoyed. There are more and more people speaking loudly to them during this time. Forget it, as long as Adolf eats the devil fruit, even if he is discovered, it cannot change this fact. Legal Wu Shen said. There have been 3 worldwide amnesias in the past few days, and with the news from the CP, it is basically certain that Adolf did indeed eat a devil fruit, but it is still unclear what kind of fruit he ate. The blonde farming martial god frowned. Except for the first time, I have confirmed it through the records prepared in advance several times, and no major problems have arisen. I just don't know if these physical records will disappear as he develops, which will be troublesome. Environmental martial god with some worry. Bruno has developed the seawater gate of opening, he doesn't have that time. Said the financial martial god. Just in time, almost everyone else in Shichibukai has arrived except for Jinbei and Doflamingo. I never thought that it was not Adolf who ate the devil fruit, but, someone else used the devil fruit ability on him. After all, it is an ability that covers everyone in the world, making the whole world forget about it. How can you develop this thinking without completely disappearing the sense of existence? Coupled with Adolf's extreme strength, how can you think that someone else used his ability to trick him? With Adolf's preconceptions, the 5 elders didn't know that Adolf knew their thoughts, but Adolf knew. If he intentionally acted in this way, it would be easy to form a wrong judgment. Their brains were filled with muscles and they were in a state of extreme rage, which no longer allowed them to think rationally. Adolf ate a devil fruit. Bah, it's getting more and more interesting. Doflamingo walked back and laughed wildly. I can't wait to see the upcoming war below. As for Marie Joa and the 5 elders to make this final arrangement, they must prevent what is going to happen next and minimize the impact. Even Marine was mobilized again, and it was impossible to stay away. As for Adolf, of course he is also ready to welcome it. The world is in chaos, and various murders and evil incidents occur one after another. The Vinsmoke family even takes the opportunity to seize the 4 countries, intending to repeat the feat of occupying the entire North Blue in 66 days. Instead, the Sea Emperors who drove all Marines out of the New World returned to their lair, held a banquet, watched the live broadcast that affected the phone bug, and waited with their brothers for the most exciting performance of the century. The world government remained silent and Marine remained silent, completely ignoring the turmoil from all sides. Their goal is only one: the bottom of the sea. Chapter 92 Top. No, it's the war below. 200,000 words. Data plummeted. Please father. What a big phone bug. Where did this come from? Wild. How is that possible? There are instruments on it. Look, there are many monster-like people behind us. That's a fish man. I remembered that the newspaper said that the celestial dragons would be executed on Fishman Island. Are you going to use a phone bug to broadcast the live broadcast? That's a celestial dragon, actually. On the streets, people were involuntarily frightened when they saw the Murloc warriors, and gave way to allow the large phone bug and the Centurion Murloc warriors to enter the town. That monster-like race that is completely different from humans looks terrifying from the outside. These Murloc warriors didn't bother to pay attention to them, and quickly unfolded the projection screen. As a living creature, the phone bug automatically opened the image for projection. Get out of the way. Damn it, the 5 elders of world government have ordered that no country is allowed to broadcast the footage. That is taboo news, and it will be obliterated if seen. The national soldiers came anxiously to drive away the Fishmen and destroy the phone bugs. I advise you not to interfere with everyone watching the live broadcast. Let me tell you, there are 200 teams like us heading to various island countries. Will the world government wipe out all countries? Just pretending is enough. You don't think you are our opponent, do you? Each Murloc warrior holds a weapon. Although they cannot compare with the elite soldiers of the Marine headquarters, they are much more powerful than the ordinary warriors of these kingdoms. Each team even has a major level leader. It's just that they used projection phone bugs to live broadcast, just to let more people see it. Isn't the mass killing finished? And this kind of thing is happening all over the world. East Daxia Sea, West Blue, South Blue, North Blue, the first half and the second half of the Grand Line. 200 countries in total. For this reason, News King Morgans gave all the large telephone bugs he could collect to Adolf the Fishman warrior to take to all parts of the world. But I spent a lot of money to get in. Of course, there were still battles with Murloc warriors in some places, and there were even powerful kingdom soldiers among them. But there are also some places where even pirates and gangsters take the initiative to help the Fishmen warriors protect the live broadcast. As rubbish in chaos, they want to be as messy as possible. Damn it, there are calls for help everywhere. These fishmen actually came out of the water with phone bugs. Hurry up and head towards the nearest kingdom. Advertisement. Boom. As soon as the marine warship approached the island, the bottom of the ship was shelled. It's not good, the bottom of the boat is damaged and there is a large area of water leaking. Someone come and stop it. Isn't it impossible to launch an attack from under the sea? Rumble. 3 more shells were fired in succession, and it could no longer hold up, and the entire warship slowly sank. It's over. Get the boat ready. Inflate the balloons. Watch out for the fishmen underwater. Otherwise we will all be blown up. How to fight this? There is no way to fight. Huaihe base reported that we were attacked by underwater fishmen troops, requesting support. However, several Murloc warriors underwater sank the warship and ignored it, choosing to leave directly. He didn't bother with anyone at all, and even the boats chose to ignore it. After the marine soldiers fled, they came back to pick up the cannonballs in the warship to replenish them. With the Murloc's advantage in the sea, even if the captain is very strong, he can be dragged by flying a kite in the waves until he is exhausted, and then easily killed. If it is said that the team protecting the live broadcast on the ground may also encounter strong enemies. There is really no opponent in the sea. Even if you have the strength of a lieutenant general, can you always squat on the bottom of the boat? Even if you really squat on the bottom of the boat and 4 Murlocs attack from 4 sides from a distance, which side can you protect? If it's a devil fruit user, it's even worse, and it's completely at the mercy of the slaughter. It can be said that in this sea, the Fishmen tribe is the tribe of gods in the absolute sense. It is the only dominant race with a population of more than 10 billion, and everyone else living on the island will become a minority. Dash 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 dash. Under the red Earth continent, the seabed is 10,000 meters. In the extremely vast Sunshine Cave, there is a giant bubble island with a diameter of 20 kilometers, Fishman Island. Geelong Cord Square, the new king, the place where the fate of Fishman Island turns around. This moment will also become the place where the gods are executed and the supreme authority falls. It will be a must-pass for every traveler and adventurer who passes through the middle half of the Great Route in future generations. The wave of the new era begins here. Poseidon. Advertisement. Poseidon. Poseidon. All 100,000 Murloc warriors arrived, neatly arranged here, and 100,000 people shouted enthusiastically. The loud voice was filled with power and faith, and it shook the sky above the entire Fishman Island. They do not have uniform military uniforms or weapons, and are divided into Mermaid tribe and Fishman tribe. Each is divided into octopus species, shark species, salmon species, manta ray species, etc. Even shark species are divided into white shark species, tiger species, etc. Shark. Hammerhead shark. It can be said that even the looks and figures are different, which undermines the overall seriousness. But there is one thing that no other army has, and that is the momentum formed from the heart, from the inside out, and the gaze is firm and powerful. An aura that is as substantial as murderous aura, ghostly aura, ferocious aura, and domineering aura. Like a hero, a torch can light the way forward alone. They are mountains, they are outstanding people, they are their own sun, and together with the king who leads them, they carry the hope of the race. So many torches gathered together, they are comrades in arms, compatriots, and the most determined comrades walking side by side on the great road. To betray them is to betray your own beliefs, betrayal of your own values, betrayal of the meaning of your life, betrayal of your dreams and pursuits. If they were just ordinary fishmen warriors before, then now, they are heroes practicing their own path and the backbone of the nation. Their faith has transcended death. No matter what difficulties or fears, they cannot be defeated, not even the so-called hope is shattered. As long as their king is still heading forward, the road they have traveled is the road of hope. Adolf nodded in affirmation on the 100-meter-high platform. All the Fishman warriors selected from the Fishman Island gathered here, a total of 100,000. 50 meters below, in the aisle with stairs, stood Jinbei, Neptune, Aladdin, Aaron, Hody Jones, Odahime, Shiarly, the left minister, and the right minister. And Doflamingo, Caesar Current, Pika. Thousands of huge sea beasts above, like giant war beasts, are suspended in the air. The whole scene gave people an extremely terrifying sense of oppression, as if a war was about to break out. Also tell everyone that they are fully prepared to fight against the world government. The Fishman Island has begun. Let's go to the sea too. What's the point of having these rotten fish and shrimps in large numbers? You don't want to use the human sea tactic, do you? Attention, communications department, if something goes wrong, cut off the signal immediately. On the sea, a gorgeous and huge ship disappeared. P.S. Don't rush to complain about high-level battles and massacres. The number of Fishmen soldiers is wrong. Know how to understand. Chapter 93 Opening Ceremony. The data of 200,000 words plummeted. Please adoptive fathers. Around the world projection telephones before the insect. Countless people swallowed nervously, looking at the scene in front of them in horror. Gouda, 100,000 Fishmen troops, are you going to start a war with the world government? Adolf led the Murloc troops to defeat the Marine fleet. All 3 generals were captured alive. That's at the bottom of the sea. Isn't the world government afraid of making the same mistake again? Poseidon Adolf is really a complete madman. Didn't you read the newspapers a few days ago? One of the 5 elders was almost captured and executed alive. That is the highest power in the world. The Fishman Island is finished, all the fishmen will be killed. Doesn't he think about the Fishman Island? Such a cruel king is too scary. They say you should read more newspapers. He is crazy for Fishman Island and his people. Yes, Fishman Island is an oppressed slave. He stands up for the people and does not hesitate to shake his fist at the world government. How loving is this for the people? He must be very loved by the people. His Majesty Poseidon is the belief of all of us. If it weren't for His Majesty Poseidon, we might even have been wiped out in one fell swoop. How can we not love such a king? In front of the projector phone, the Fishman warrior said proudly. You West Blue are too far away from Mary Joa. You don't know the cruelty of the celestial dragons. Everyone must kneel down wherever they go, otherwise they will be shot. Kill whoever you want, and do whatever you want. This is she your daughter. If someone from Tianlong takes a fancy to her, she will be taken away. Quote. Doesn't that mean our family will also become nobles? Thinking is more beautiful than she looks. Do you think the celestial dragon will fall in love with your daughter? She will only be tortured to death. And then thrown away ruthlessly. It's just a toy at best. The Fishman warrior said disdainfully. There are no celestial dragons here, but isn't our king the same? He does evil and harms many people. We also need people like Adolf to stand up and lead us.
Shish, keep your voice down. Aren't you afraid of being heard by the king's army? Advertisement, our king knows how to exploit. If we rush to the garbage area, we will be finished. I heard that the king's guards arrest people and sell them in the garbage area. No one knows what day he will be finished. Isn't that a human trafficker? Damn it, we also need a king like Adolf. He is truly a good king who can lead his people to resist injustice and protect his people.
Crowds of people gathered in front of the 200 projector phone bugs at each location. Some people even used small projector phone bugs to connect to the signal and turn on more video projections. They initiated various topics around this incident. In the team, the mermaid soldiers with good appearance also explained various advantages of Adolf to them. Chatting with 5 elders phone bugs is not only fun, it also expresses the justice of their actions. At the same time, the Tianlong people were labeled as evil, cruel, and insensitive. Attack the city with killing and attack the heart with words, and you can conquer the world. Of course, some say, Murlocs should be slaves of the celestial dragons, because that is the world noble. The Murloc troops resisted the thought of taking action and said, should you also become slaves to your king and nobles? Should your whole family become slaves? Men will be slaves and women will be PR street youths for generations. Let everyone wake up. If they were born as slaves, wouldn't their sons also be slaves? Their daughters would be PR street youths. For generations to come. In this way, the seeds of overturning injustice were left in their hearts. Looking forward to a savior like Adolf appearing to rescue them from the king's control, and the image of this savior is in the image in front of them. New World Dressrosa Island. Adolf actually dared to execute the celestial dragons. Is he crazy? King Riku looked at the image in disbelief. How long did it take for him to do such a big thing? Advertisement. Sister. Scarlet worriedly missed her. Mom, that bad guy. Rebecca was angry. Don't mention it. King Riku was so frightened that he suddenly broke into a cold sweat and quickly looked around. I found that there was a lot of discussion around me, and some people even said that although he was kind, he was too weak and was not as good as Adolf who protected the people. Although it didn't sound good, it didn't matter anymore. Cyrus was equally excited, and Scarlet even covered Rebecca's mouth, hugged her and said nervously, "Shish. You can't say that." But Mom, 6-year-old Rebecca missed her aunt. It's okay. He can challenge the world government for the sake of the people. He must not be a bad person and will treat my aunt well. Scarlet comforted in a low voice. To be honest, after reading those newspapers and knowing that Adolf was shaking his fist at the world government for his people, she admired him in her heart. Yeah, little Rebecca looked at the image again. After their sister was taken away, they paid special attention to every issue of Adolf's newspaper. Then it scares me to death. What are you writing? Every time it becomes more outrageous. They really want to ask about Violet's current situation, but it is too dangerous to contact him now. What is this kid doing? Doesn't he have a high-end combat power? Forget it. I wonder who from the world government will be present. Kaido frowned. Well, the world government will send out the Knights of God, right? Can these soldiers stop it? If we lose, we won't be able to hold tea parties and birthday parties. Charlotte Linlin was a little worried. Marco brought news that these Fishman soldiers seem to have awakened Conqueror's hockey. 100,000 conquerors. Whitebeard was a little skeptical. Poseidon Adolf, the sea cannot be in chaos now. It will have to wait at least 10 years. The red-haired Shanks looked at the projection solemnly. 100,000 Fishman troops are a very powerful force. If everyone in the entire Fishman Island is really dispersed to all parts of the world, even the world government will be helpless. Monkey D. Long was sweating profusely because he couldn't think of any solution. Across the world, the vast majority of people are paying attention to this major event that affects the world. Chapter 94 Public Execution Crime. Poseidon. In the huge canyon cracks of the Red Earth continent, hundreds of thousands gathered in units of large and small safe zones to watch. The whole place was in a state of excitement, looking feverishly at the man in the image, the king they believed in. Crazy shouts and loud noises even shook the Red Earth continent slightly. Adolf, king. The 6-year-old Shirahoshi was holding his hands in front of his chest as he shouted loudly throughout the process, looking at the man in the image with yearning and admiration. Bring it up, Adolf said. After receiving the order, Hody Jones carried Rosewater Saint, stepped up the stairs step by step, and walked towards the execution platform. Next to them, Aaron held a serrated sword on his shoulder and stepped up the stairs side by side. The two men's ferocious and sharp teeth were almost cracked to the base of their ears, and they suppressed the excitement of laughing. No, please let me go. As long as I return to Mariehoya, I will give you everything, Bailey. 10 billion Baileys. Bailey doesn't want treasures. Women. I can even make you the legal king. Saint Roswald was extremely frightened. However, both of them ignored the temptation he offered, and even became more excited because of the fear and despair. The desperation of the celestial dragons. The screams of the celestial dragons. The heart-rending pleas of the celestial dragons. How sweet. The two men lowered Saint Rosewater's belt onto the execution platform. He had no legs and was cut off from the root of his thighs. He could only lie on the ground in a state of embarrassment, using his hands to support him. Hody Jones connected the two chains on his hands to the ground to prevent him from moving around. Then he stood on both sides behind Saint Roswald, looking ahead at Adolf. They are the executioners who wielded the sword in this execution ceremony. Adolf, I was wrong, I was really wrong. Forgive me and give me a chance to atone. No matter what you ask me to do. I can have a party with you and use my women with you. By the way, I have 7 wives, can we use them together? No, I can watch you use them. No matter what I have, I will share it with you, even the privileges of being a celestial dragon. Advertisement. In front of 100,000 Murloc warriors, in front of 200 projection phone bugs, in front of everyone in the world. Saint Rosewater's panicked face was twisted to the extreme. He had no so-called aristocratic image. He was struggling with the chains and desperately wanted to hold Adolf in his arms and pray. His soul was trembling with fear. Ha 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 ha. It's so ugly. This is the best dish to go with wine. Kaido laughed so hard that tears came out. Gu la la la, even that guy Roger didn't do this. Whitebeard couldn't help but laugh. Well, it's like the carnival of the century. World government has become a complete joke. Let's make people laugh as much as possible. Big Mom laughed when he saw the embarrassed expression of Saint Roswald. There are countless pirates all over the world, and people who hate the world government revel in this. Don't be afraid, this time is mainly to announce everything the Tianlong people have done. As long as you are willing to actively cooperate, it will be over soon. Adolf personally arranged the face of Saint Rosewater a little, making it look a little bit aristocratic and a celestial dragon. And with the blessing of domineering, the words he spoke were still clearly transmitted to everyone's ears and to the projection phone bug even if the phone bug was not used for amplification. If I tell you everything, will you let me go? You won't. You won't. Saint Roswald burst into tears and collapsed in despair. Although he wanted to deceive himself and believe that this was true, he knew that it was impossible. Why is it impossible? Don't forget, I still have a Tianlong in my hand. It's just that she's very good looking, and it's an unparalleled sense of accomplishment to pin down the superior Tianlong people, so you have become the #1 choice for execution. But if you can satisfy me this time, that's okay. The corners of Adolf's lips curled up slightly, and even though Saint Roswader roared like this, he still spoke gently, so gently. It's just that the last sentence didn't have the domineering blessing, so it couldn't be heard by the whole audience. Only Saint Roswader, Aaron, and Hody Jones could hear it. Shalulia Palace. You actually. Roswad's holy eyes were splitting. That was his daughter. That was his daughter. How could the superior celestial dragon be so humiliated? Being pinned down and played with by a fish. Single quote. Exclamation mark single quote. Aaron and Hody Jones grinned more and more excitedly. Treating the superior celestial dragons like daily necessities and humiliating them as worthy of being their king. This group of rubbish should be treated like this. So what's your choice? Adolf smiled. Advertisement. Give me a chance. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Saint Roswader desperately seized the only chance to hit him. Adolf's lips curled up slightly. Wise choice. Then he faced 100,000 Murloc warriors and raised his hands high. To execute the Tianlong people, we must let the world know their crimes. Why execute them? World government was jointly established by 20 kings 800 years ago. It is composed of institutions such as Marine and Cipher Pole. It obeys the laws they made and maintains order. The descendants of the 20 kings of the celestial dragons consider themselves descendants of the Creator. They regard themselves as gods, think themselves superior to others, and enjoy all privileges. They do not regard other people as human beings, and treat anyone else as their slaves and do whatever they want. Even if they kill people randomly on the street, others can just pretend they didn't see it. Even if Marine and world government officials saw it, they would dispose of the bodies and let them kill no matter how many people they wanted. World government, Marine. It is not about maintaining the order of the world, but maintaining the order of the celestial dragons and maintaining all their privileges. In the eyes of the Tianlong people, the whole world is their playground. No matter the fish people, the fur people, the long-armed people, the long-footed people, the snake-headed people, or any other race. Even the human race itself is not considered human in their eyes. They are all just their slaves, and they can be reproduced after they die. Insect. Adolf waved his fists, his chest was burning with anger, and his words were full of penetration. I must take this opportunity to express all the words and emotions in my heart. There is no such well-spoken speech, and there is no speech with such gorgeous vocabulary. Shocking the soul with a roaring roar, making them feel the emotions in his heart forcibly. Holy Roswader, tell everyone, am I right? How many slaves do you have? How many slaves does Mary Joa have? Adolf looked at Saint Roswald with crazy eyes. I don't know. How can I remember those dead slaves? There are slaves dying every day in Mariehoya, and we don't pay attention to these small things at all. Saint Roswader yelled, almost losing his mind. Really? Then let everyone see it with your own eyes. Adolf pointed his finger at the center of Saint Roswald's eyebrows, dragging the colorful stream of light with his fingertips, as if pulling out his memory, and falling on the projection phone bug behind him through the air. The giant phone bug opened its eyes, looked at the big curtain behind it, and released it. Chapter 95 Game of National Destruction. P.S. The protagonist did not eat the devil fruit, which will be explained later. It is absolutely reasonable. Holy Roswader, this is the slave your father gave you when you were 4 years old. From now on, you will have 100 million pocket money every month. Happy birthday, thank you, Dad. These are the 10 slaves that Saint Roswader acquired when his memory became clear and he began to remember. Later, in addition to purchasing, Saint Roswader would also take the CP to the streets to catch slaves himself, just like a capture game. No matter who you fall in love with, you will immediately become his slave, men, women, old people, children. If you resist and run away, you will be killed immediately. Come back every day to show off how many slaves you have caught, how many strong, beautiful, and special skilled slaves you have caught, just like a game of insect catching boy. However, slaves are just tools. How can we cherish things that are everywhere in the world? Humans and beasts share a piece of meat, throw it to the herd and tear it into pieces, fight in the arena, etc., and even curiously dissect human organs alive. In the memory of Saint Roswader, all the celestial dragons are like this, killing and torturing to satisfy their cruel and bloody interests, completely consumables. One picture flashed by so quickly, there were so many that if it were to be played back, I'm afraid it wouldn't be over for a year. A floating number appears next to it. Each photo represents a slave and their death until 50,000 plus. You don't believe that the pictures extracted from his memory can be used to find the families of those enslaved people. Don't they know the evil deeds of the celestial dragons? Those family members who were bullied and taken away as slaves were unable to resist the world government at all. They could only break their teeth and swallow them in order to save those who were still alive. Adolf roared, shouting out the unwilling anger of those who had lost their loved ones. Because he too was almost enslaved and taken to Marigio. If he hadn't risked everything to fight for it, and if he had been taken up, he would have been doomed. Dash 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 dash. 50,000. Kill more than 50,000 people. It's unbelievable. You catch humans like insects and turn them into slaves. Is this still a human being? It's simply more cruel than pirates. How can we not be cruel? We have been killing people since we were 3 or 4 years old. In their eyes, we are not human beings. Kill whoever you want. Damn it, how can you let someone like this rule the world? In front of the projection phone bug all over the world, countless people stared at the screen in horror, with chills in their hearts and fear in their hands and feet. Advertisement. It is unimaginable that just one celestial dragon killed more than 50,000 humans. And also in various cruel torture methods. Ginny. Dad. Bartholomew Bear shed tears. Although he had such a burly body and powerful strength, his heart was scarred. Damn the celestial dragons. Curla clenched her fists in hatred. Damn it. These guys all deserve to die. The fishman who had been rescued by the hero tiger gritted his teeth and felt extremely angry in his heart. Stella. Somewhere in the world, a man touched the huge 5-pointed star behind his back, expressing hatred, anger, and unwillingness. Those people rescued by the hero tiger and the families of those slaves were all gnashing their teeth and full of anger. I wish I could tear Saint Rosewater into pieces. I wish I could skin all the celestial dragons and eat them alive. This is not just a simple execution of the celestial dragons, but a public execution of the world government. Whitebeard grinned and noticed at the same time, but what is this devil fruit ability? Joey Boy is of the animal type, right? He really did something big that shocked the world. He is indeed qualified to call Roger the King of Thieves. The sky is about to change. Big Mom laughed, rarely becoming serious. Is that the power of the devil fruit? I like this kid more and more. Let's turn the world into chaos. Kaido laughed wildly. He was too much for his liking. If the racial talent is so strong, why do you still need to eat devil fruits? Obviously, many powerful people noticed the scene where Adolf's fingertips were flowing and he retrieved the memory to the phone bug. The world is about to go berserk. Red-haired Shank's expression was extremely solemn. Remind the Crimson King again that the protagonist did not eat the devil fruit. Close black lens bracket. Dash 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 dash. A-hole. Interrupt the signal quickly. We can't let him transmit it anymore. It's over. We can't find the signal. We didn't find any signal coming from the direction of Fishman Island at all. Find more technicians quickly. Otherwise we will all be doomed. No, it's the same thing with the Marine headquarters. They didn't find any signal coming out. Hurry up and find Vegapunk in a wheelchair. Even if his body is gone, he can only move his mouth. The communications department above Mariehoya, including the Marine headquarters, was busy, but there was absolutely nothing they could do. Dash 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 dash. Are you afraid of this? Do you think that the Tianlong people just kill people wantonly and enslave others and that's the end of it? How can it be that simple? Adolf unearths a deeper darkness into the world. Advertisement. There is a collective activity popular among the Tianlong people, which is only held once every 3 years. Externally, they call this event a training trip for the celestial dragons. But in fact it is a game of country destruction. Everyone who joins may become a target. Dozens of warships surround the entire island, allowing the celestial dragons to hunt down everyone in the kingdom. Win the championship with the number of kills. This is an inhumane killing game. Adolf's angry gaze swept across everyone present, as if projected from the image, looking at them in front of the phone bug. The anger in his heart made people in front of the phone bug feel his suppressed murderous intention. And behind the execution platform, the huge image continues. East Daxia Sea. Wodehouse Kingdom, Herald Kingdom. West Blue. Kingdom of Matilda, Kingdom of Hobson. South Blue. North Blue. Grand Line. In the rear projection, countries were being destroyed one after another, and countless scenes of hunting and killing were clearly visible, including the person who won the championship in the end. And the world's highest power, the 5 elders, who came to visit. The faces of the celestial dragons, their cruel and joyous faces. Saint Rosewater is over 60 years old and takes part in many such study trips, once every 3 years. Dash 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 dash. It's too exaggerated. Is destroying the country just a game for the celestial dragons? Or is it a school trip? Are they demons? That's a country. How many people does it have? How can it be destroyed just by saying it will be destroyed? How many countries have they destroyed once every 3 years? When will it be our turn? Everyone can't believe it. No matter how much they hear it, they think it's an exaggeration. That is the destruction of the country, and there is no report in the world. They are completely unaware. But after learning about the cruel temperament of the Tianlong people and seeing the ironclad evidence behind it, how could they not believe it? Chapter 96 Tianlong talents are the source of all evil. Bear. Ambrio Ivankov burst into tears. They were lucky enough to survive from the draconian annihilation game, Valley of the Gods, and they knew the despair all too well. Quote, Exclamation mark quote. Bartholomew Big Bear couldn't help clenching his fists, remembering that sad and despairing past. Destroy the country. Game. It turns out that O'Hara is not the only country that has been destroyed. Nicole Robin, hiding in disguise on an island somewhere in West Blue, was trembling. Quote. Exclamation mark quote. At the scene, Otahime bit her lip and held on to the wall, her body so scared that she became weak and almost dizzy. It's too cruel. If we really go ashore according to the Tianlong document, the consequences will be terrible. Shark Star was so frightened that his body was shaking. If it weren't for King Adolf, our royal family would really have become a big sinner. Huang Xing was also horrified and trembling. Mother. King Adolf. Shirahoshi put his hand on his chest, looked at the almost ferocious Adolf, and began to truly understand his anger, his emotions, and everything he had done. That is to do our best to protect them. Exaggerated, right? You haven't even heard of it. Then the countries surrounding these places, haven't you noticed? Did you finally get the answer from Marine and the world government that the pirates were causing trouble and they massacred the entire kingdom? No one was spared on the entire island. Ha. Even the cruel pirates will not just slaughter the entire island. They will also find and kill those who are hiding. If they really want to do it so cleanly, how can the world government find out that it was that pirate group that did it? The world government has existed for 800 years, once every 3 years, let's do the math. Count how many countries they destroyed. How many humans they slaughtered. When is it your turn again? Adolf roared, and the sound of madness spread throughout the entire Fishman Island, and also came from the video, impacting their souls. Yes, the world government has existed for 800 years and has exterminated how many countries? How many people have been killed? And when will it be their turn? The souls of all people from non-franchised countries seem to be frozen, and their bodies have no warmth at all. They are terrifyingly cold. In the sea prison, Akainu, Aokiji, and Kizaru were all silent. He lowered his head and couldn't even see his eyes. That heart-rending sound was about to tear apart the justice they carried and tear away their last piece of shame. However, what is even more tragic is not the annihilation of the country, but the annihilation of the nation. Advertisement. The Bacania tribe, the Lunaria tribe. In the past 800 years, at least more than 30 races have been exterminated by the world government. This is recorded in the Draco race. Just 3 months ago, the Fishmen almost became the next extinct race. So I stood up. Rebel against Marine, against world government. Adolf waved his arms, his eyes were crazy, and he was roaring from the soul. In the images behind them, pictures also appeared. They were the races that once appeared in the records of the celestial dragons, but have now disappeared. Exterminated by the world government. Bartholomew Bear was silent and didn't say a word. Nothing could be seen from his expression. Yan Yanjin looked at the picture and tightened his fists. An exterminated race and a wanted bloodline, who can understand them? Birth is sin. However, these are only those they killed directly. Do you think you can be spared in the participating countries? Naive. Adolf's deep voice is like a black hole that swallows people's hearts. There are more than 200 celestial dragons descended from 20 kings. At least 800 billion belly every year, half of the heavenly gold flows into their pockets. This is such a huge amount of money. Even if 1/10 of it is used to buy slaves, it will attract countless people to become slave traders. Maybe you have a skill, maybe you are beautiful, maybe you belong to a special race, or even because you are strong and able to work, you may be targeted and captured by slave traders. It even makes other royal families follow suit and use slaves as an honor to show their status. They sell the country's population to make money. A whole bloody and cruel industrial chain has formed. The beneficiaries are the nobles, royal families, and celestial dragons who exploit and oppress us. How many families were destroyed as a result of this? They had to go to sea to make a living. Even more nobles formed their own pirate groups to plunder other people's wealth. They went to the island to loot. No matter whether there are 100,000 Murloc warriors at the execution platform or all the people and all the forces in front of the phone worm. Everyone looked at Adolf with shocked eyes. The world view has been forcibly reshaped. To put it most bluntly, is it true that the world government wants to eliminate all pirates, but it really can't do it? With 1.7 trillion yuan as military expenditure every year, is it really necessary to eliminate just a few pirates? No. All this is caused by the world government. They are the fundamental culprits. This way they can blame everything they did on the pirates. Advertisement. Then of course we will allow everything to happen, the emergence of pirates, and the wanton behavior of human traffickers. Because they are the ones who ultimately benefit. All evil serves them. Why bother to solve the pirates? The superior celestial dragons don't care about the feelings of people like us. They won't empathize with insects like us. The image behind shows the image of Saint Satan, the original words spoken by himself on Punkhasad Island. Open black lens bracket dragon people, how to empathize with insects, close black lens bracket. Human beings are like ants, even if they are gone, they will immediately breed new ones. Sincerity is the most affectionate confession. He is the man who was oppressed by the celestial dragons and had to lead the race to resist, the king supported by all the people. Saint Satan's picture appeared in previous newspapers, and the world knows him. Now I say it with my own words, and I have found ironclad evidence. For a moment, everyone felt that the world was like a huge abyss, dark, dirty, and hopeless. Pirates are the connivance of the world government. Human traffickers, slave trade, murder, arson, looting, a whole bloody industrial chain. They are lambs to be slaughtered, victims of the enjoyment of the celestial dragons and nobles. At this moment, even Whitebeard, Kaido, and Big Mom were silent. There are 9 Knights of God, 5 elders, CP0 strongest shield, etc., the commander-in-chief of the army, the Konku department, Shichibukai, Marine 678 High Battle, and other agencies. The Whitebeard pirates, Big Mom pirates, Kaido pirates, and the future red-haired pirates, even if they are tied together, they are not enough to fight. You say pirates form an alliance. Is it that easy for pirates to form an alliance? Even if it's just the marine side, as long as there is one warship, warring states and Garp can capture the thieves and capture the king, and the 3 generals can launch a Qing army, and then join the encirclement and suppression together. There is no need to worry at all in the pirate territory, you can fight completely freely. What emperor of the sea? What 3 emperors, 4 emperors and 5 emperors? What a slap in the face. To put it bluntly, you can definitely push it from one den to another. Aokiji Kizaru is here, even if you want to run away. If Marine adds Shichibukai, the cleaning will be smoother. Not counting world government, Knights of God, etc. Perhaps the more mysterious Rocks pirate group can resist, but it will be difficult to achieve success after being dispersed. Complaint: the balance of power collapses. All I can say is that everything is for the prince's travels, and you can't read the original work with your brain in mind. The 2 creators can only try their best to achieve perfection. Chapter 97 Execution Judgment by Hand, reward 1,000 times plus more updates. Love you all. Adolf raised his hand and took a deep breath to calm down the surging emotions. It also suppressed the atmosphere of the audience, eased their emotions, and prepared for the next higher wave. On the Red Earth continent, the Holy Land Mariehoya is where the celestial dragons live. Do you know how much a cup of tea costs? Hold out your palm and say, 500,000 Baileys. Where did these 500,000 Baileys come from? They weren't exploited from us. 500,000 belly. How long is enough for a family to survive? How many starving people can survive if they are replaced by bread? But for them it is just a cup of tea. It's the celestial dragons, the royal and noble celestial dragons who peeled off their skin and spinal cord. They are so greedy. They regard all of us as slaves who are plundered at will. They will even take away the little food we have left. All the common people in the world are unwilling to clench their fists and gnash their teeth. They work hard to eke out a living. The nobles already have so much, and they still want to take it away. Holy Roswader, do you admit what you have done? Adolf looked down at Saint Roswald. Saint Roswader was trembling all the time. He buried his head on the execution platform. He was so broken that he kowtowed and shed tears. He did not dare to face what Adolf said. Answer me. Adolf scolded. I have cooperated with you, I have admitted everything, and you have even seen everything you want to know from my memory. You should fulfill your promise. You said that as long as I cooperate, I can be executed by Shalulia Palace. Saint Roswald collapsed and shouted, desperately trying to hug Adolf and pray. He knew that the previous substitutions of executions were all a lie to him, and it was impossible to forgive him. Even if he cooperated, it was impossible to let him go. But he doesn't want to die. However, without the telephone bug's amplification, 100,000 soldiers would not be able to hear it, and it would be impossible for it to be transmitted from the video phone bug. Begging for mercy. Have you let those slaves you killed and those you tortured to death? You have to pay for everything you've done. Adolf's eyes were full of madness, and his voice roared throughout the entire Fishman Island. Pay the price. Pay the price. 100,000 fishmen shouted, ignoring the so-called noble authority and shouting out their wishes. Advertisement. In front of the screen, everyone looked at them in horror and daze. This group of madmen who challenged the sky. Look at these people, what they do. Adolf roared in a louder voice, execution. 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 100,000 Murloc warriors let out heart-rending shouts, their eyes filled with heat and madness. Hody Jones grinned and forced St. Roswald to kneel down. Aaron holds the serrated sword high in the air, under the excited and crazy eyes of 100,000 fishmen warriors, under the nervous and expectant eyes of 5 million fishmen, and under the horrified and crazy eyes of everyone in front of the screen. Slash it. No. Puff. Bang tong. His head fell to the ground, his eyes widened and unable to close his eyes. Scarlet blood spurts out from the neck like a spring. Even because of the extreme fear, the blood in the body flows very fast and the blood pressure soars. From the execution platform, blood rained all over the sky, falling on the fishmen warriors. I didn't feel sick, but rather enthusiastic to the extreme. In an instant, the spiritual belief of the entire Fishman Island was completely sublimated. Long live King Adolf. Long live Poseidon. Aaron held up the blood-stained serrated sword, his eyes were bloodshot and crazy, and he roared. It even burst out with unprecedented momentum. That was, conquerors. Long live King Adolf. Long live Poseidon. Whether it is 100,000 warriors or the 5 million scattered fishmen, men, women, and children, they are completely crazy. Even the usually weak mermaid girl screamed his name heartbreakingly with a look of fanaticism in her eyes. Even his voice became hoarse. Advertisement. Dash 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 dash. Execution. Real execution. Adolf killed the celestial dragons and executed the celestial dragons in front of the whole world. Long live Poseidon. All the people around the world were dumbfounded, staring blankly at the bloody execution. The bloody neck was broken without any modification, with blood blistering and bleeding. There were even people who felt the same way, those whose families had been bullied by the celestial dragons and those who had been taken away as slaves, also shouted out crazily. Great, the Dracos were really executed. Bear, Embryo Ivankov rolled on the ground laughing. Dad, Ginny, have you seen it? The Dracos were executed. The Dracos were killed. Bartholomew Bear shed tears of excitement. It's so wonderful. Adolf. Kara burst into tears. Surprisingly, there are such crazy people. Tears fell from the corners of Robin's eyes. The world government destroyed her hometown, killed her mother, and everyone. Even she lived a life of hiding. How could she not hate her? Dash 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 dash. Ha 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 ha. The ultimate masterpiece. Poseidon Adolf. No, it's Joey Boy. Kaido, the beast, suddenly stood up and laughed ferociously. He didn't even need to release conquerors. I don't know how many boys fainted directly, but even like this, they couldn't express their inner excitement. Wield the thundering 8 trigrams and blast huge holes into Onigashima Castle. Gu la la la. Gu la la la. Whitebeard couldn't help laughing. Adolf, I'm falling in love with you more and more. Come to the world quickly and hold the wedding of the century. Okay. Big Mom couldn't help but laugh wildly, and the laughter that was completely unrestrained could even burst people's eardrums. Poseidon Adolf. Joy Boy. Long was silent. All around the world, everyone who saw this scene showed extreme expressions. After waiting for people to vent for a moment, Adolf raised his hand to silence the soldiers, which also made the people in front of the screen stop involuntarily, and all looked at him crazily. Did you see it? Celestial dragons can be killed. They are not gods. Adolf lifted St. Roswald's head and spit out the stars. The whole world is reveling in this moment, how crazy it is. But, they need such a savior to save them. Chapter 98 Liberation Warrior Savior, thousands of rewards thanks to the adoptive fathers for their support. Everyone, maybe we are not of the same race, but we live in this world together. We are all innocent people who are oppressed and exploited. When it was my turn, I didn't want to kneel down and become a slave. So I stood up and led the entire Fishman tribe on Fishman Island to launch a resistance. We must never beg for mercy like before. It's useless. They won't empathize with us insects at all. We must destroy them. Only by eradicating the Tianlong people from the source and eradicating those royal nobles who extort excessive taxes can we end this bloody and chaotic era. Even the dark red conquerors punches hard, as if to crush all injustice and privilege, with a strong and domineering impact. Adolf waved his arms with all his strength, telling the injustice of class and the injustice of life. Destroy them. 100,000 Murloc warriors roared in response to their king. Use the loudest voice to tell the world how they did it. Let all the exploited people look forward to it. Adolf is now revolting because of the celestial dragons. And they were exploited by those royal families and nobles. They are all exploited and oppressed. The luxurious life of the royal nobles in Marijoya and the extravagant enjoyment in the palace are all exploited from them. But they don't even have the most basic food and clothing. It's such a difficult life, and you may encounter slave traders or be robbed by pirates at any time. The world is sick and needs a complete change. Every one of us, every race, has the right to live in this world. If we don't even fight for ourselves, are we going to ask the devil for blessings? They will only greedily take away everything we have left. If we don't fight for it, our families, our children, will always be slaves of these demons. We can live in a dirty world, but the people we love can't. Exclaimed Adolf with the deepest feeling. He clenched his fist and hammered his chest, and his chest made a loud drumming sound, as if he was swearing by his life. He will never allow the one he loves to be taken away by others. Played with by others. Become someone else's slave. Holding your chest high, firm words. Advertisement. The one you love, Gilder Tezzolo, who had a huge 5-pointed star printed on his back, looked up, the figure reappeared in his eyes, and tears flowed from the corners of his eyes. It would be great if you could show up earlier, before she dies. How nice it would be. The one you love, Bartholomew Big Bear was suddenly touched, and the person who had always laughed at him, the one he loved, appeared in his mind. He can die, and he can endure no matter how painful the torture is, but the one he loves cannot. If you only pray for the savior to come, you will be disappointed. I am not the savior. There will be no savior in this world. If you can't fight for your own happiness, how can you get the happiness you want? How can you protect the happiness of your family? Be brave and resist those who oppress us. For ourselves and for the people we love. Stand up, people who don't want to be slaves. The moment of revolution has arrived. Adolf's eyes were crazy and firm, and he held the heavenly dragon's head high in a heartbreaking manner. Dragon, I want to go to Fishman Island. I have to go now. Bartholomew Bear could no longer hold back and disappeared in an instant without waiting for the dragon to speak. Because he found that with the dragon, he could not see the hope of rescuing Ginny, but in Adolf, he saw it. Dragon, everyone, Adolf is right. If we can't even fight for ourselves, who can we expect to save us? Resist. Fight against the royal nobles who oppress us. But Marine will come to redress and suppress us, and then we will all die. My son is Marine. He joined the army to eliminate pirates. Now it seems that the world government is the most brutal thief. I asked my son to quit Marine and fight with us. I also asked my son to quit Marine. World government sucks. Don't forget, Poseidon Adolf has led the entire Fishman Island to war with the world government, and has even executed the celestial dragons. Marine has no energy to care about us at all. Brother Murloc, can you come with us? Please. A man suddenly thought, looking forward to the Murloc warriors who protect the phone bugs. In an instant, everyone present looked at them. The Fishman warrior captain was stunned. This was beyond their imagination. I am a soldier from Fishman Island. I need to ask my superiors for instructions before I can answer you. Yeah, that's right. Advertisement. Ask. Our king is a demon who eats people without spitting out their bones. We need you. We need the support of Poseidon Adolf. The man nodded repeatedly, feeling even more reliable. Everyone else also instantly developed a fondness for and hope for this group of ferocious-looking fishmen warriors. Let's all go home quickly, pick up our weapons, and prepare to fight together. Soon, the fishman warrior received a positive answer from his superior. You can help, but after catching the royal family and nobles, they must be testified by the public before being publicly executed. Most of the royal families in this world are bloody and oppressive, and do not treat people as human beings at all. They enjoy everything in the country and satisfy all their greedy desires. In other words, in a world that is completely out of order, even at the highest levels of world government, how can other people observe weak human morality? Then the most ugly aspect will be completely inflicted on the people they rule. At this moment, the flames of revolution are burning. Joy Boy. On the sea, Kaido, Whitebeard, Big Mom, Dragon, Flame Calamity, Shanks, etc., countless people subconsciously thought of it. Hey, didn't you say Joey Boy is a fool who laughs and makes funny gestures to make people laugh? Look at this speech, doesn't it look a little funny? Whitebeard doubted life. Although it is laughable to make world government look bad, this rigorous style is more upright than world government CP. Is the legend serious? Kaido doubted his life. Isn't the legend wrong? Or is he the Joey Boy of this era? Big Mom doubts life. It is said that it is the legendary warrior that slaves have believed in since ancient times and can finally liberate us. Yan Liangjin is also doubting the legend passed down by his own race. Joy Boy Sun God Nika Fighter of Liberation, Dance of Liberation. Isn't he even a member of the D clan? Is he hiding his real name? But the Mermaid clan is real. Monkey D Long was doubting life with cold sweat on his forehead. Am I making a mistake? Or is the world making a mistake? Shanks thought back to Luffy, laughing and joking, and he did feel a bit like Nika, and he actually ate the Nika fruit. For a time, I don't know how many people doubted life. Compared to the legendary Nika who laughs and dances with funny dance moves. This is the true sun god and the liberating warrior, okay. But even if someone eats a devil fruit, it's not a Nika fruit. Or is it like Adolf said, there is no savior in this world, but everyone can be his or her own savior. Chapter 99 World Government Gao Battle Group. Traveling to a different space in the deep sea, a world government ship is sailing through coding. On the ship, all 5 elders are present. Only they can suppress the others on this ship. Bruno, open a door and receive the signal. Saint Satan ordered. Bruno immediately opened a door, put his hand on the door, pushed the door and followed the ship in the different space. The Ministry of Communications reports the situation. Satan Saint is in trouble. In 200 countries around the world, scattered across the sea, including the Grand Line, there are video phone bugs broadcasting the execution of the Draconians on Fishman Island, but we have no way to cut off the signal. Even our begging Vegapunk didn't find the reason. The Communications Ministry panicked. If I can move my body, even with 1 or 2 fingers, I can control the machine. Vegapunk said weakly. Quote! Exclamation mark quote. The 5 elders looked ugly, actually broadcasting such a big scandal to the whole world. Are you trying to say that Fishman Island has more advanced technology than us? Saint Satan was annoyed. More than 200 places. Didn't Marine go to stop it? Fleet Admiral Sengoku asked. The Marine warship was sunk on the road. Even if the Lieutenant General of the headquarters led the team. If the fishmen under the sea didn't want to continue to entangle, I'm afraid there would have been a large number of deaths. But even so, there are also a large number of missing people in some stormy sea areas. Now marine branches in various locations no longer allow warships to leave the base, and those sent out will return to the base immediately. The communications department reported immediately. Marines around the world will go out to perform missions as soon as they receive the order. Even if they retreat later, they will lose at least more than 1,000 warships, Lieutenant General, he said calmly. Damn it. This is no longer just a matter of money. It will take several years to build it. During this time, you will lose control of the sea. What's worse is that the Murlocs have come out. They really started attacking our warships at sea. They only need to destroy the boat, and no matter how good a swimmer is, they will be exhausted and drown in the vast sea. Warring States looked anxiously and angrily at the 5 people sitting in front of the round table on the deck. Saint Satan, when things have developed to this point, do you still want to continue? Advertisement. Even kill Adolf. The fish man's revenge will be completely out of control. Warring States gnashed his teeth, wishing that each of them would have a big mouth to eat. Deck, looking at them one by one. Warring States, pay attention to the tone of your words. The legal martial god looked at him coldly. As long as there is no Adolf, scientific power can easily solve the fish man problem. Saint Satan said. What if our operation fails? How many people will be left on the bottom of the sea? Seng Guo suppressed the roaring anger. Shichibukai, Marine, the Knights of God, plus the 5 of us, there is no way we will fail. The environmental martial god affirmed. Don't forget, this is the deep sea. A forbidden area for people with abilities, a forbidden area for humans. Warring States clenched his fists tightly. Why wouldn't such a pig listen? We have made complete preparations. Each of us carries bubble coral, Bruno is in the different space to support us, and there are several physical masters who are not ability users. With so much combat power among us, according to the plan, Adolf won't be able to survive even 1 round and will be killed. The blonde farming warrior said. Warring States wanted to say something else, but the finance god directly interrupted. That's enough, Warring States. You just need to obey our orders. Quote. Exclamation mark quote. Warring States gritted his teeth. In fact, Bruno, the gate fruit, was in the different space to support him. Even if the entire Fish Man Island was destroyed, Bruno could bring them back to the different space one by one, and then return to the ground safely. No matter how strong Adolf was, he could not fight against the aliens in the different space. They cause harm. This point alone can be said to be unsolvable. What's more, each of them also carries bubble coral, which can create bubbles even in seawater. Although the deep water pressure is terrifying, despite their monster-like physical fitness, it only affects their movements and cannot directly crush them to death. Of course, except for those with abilities, Bruno also came to the rescue among those with abilities. The last thing is the number of their masters. The absolutely overwhelming high-end force can solve the battle in an instant. They don't even plan to fight one-on-one, they just swarm them. A group of people vs 1. Even with the Adolf fruit ability, each of them prepared physical documents and marked all the contents. Advertisement. Just ask, with this lineup and these preparations, how can we lose? Who is not confident about who to replace? Dash 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 dash. Images that had been sent to all over the world were transmitted. Adolf touched the center of St. Roswald's eyebrows, and a strange stream of color appeared on his fingertips, pulling out the memories in his mind. Sure enough, it's the devil fruit's ability to materialize memories and play them back with the help of the phone bug. The 5 elders were surprised and frowned. This means that Adolf cannot fully contact the seawater, and the speed of carrying the bubble membrane in the sea will be the same as ours, but we only need the non-ability people on our side to break his bubble membrane to solve him, and other fish can't do it at all. Out of place. Leave this matter to me. Commander of the Knights of God, Fegaland Galen Saint, hugged his left arm, blue veins popped out on his forehead, the shame of having his arm broken off. Hawkeye Jorakal Mahawk looked at it, but it was a pity that the swordsman with a broken arm was no longer worthy of his attack. Pull out the memory from your mind and get the fruit of memory. The legal martial god thought. In the past few times, people all over the world lost their memories related to him, and the scope was unbelievable. Does the memory fruit have such a strong effect? Even the awakening effect is not so outrageous. The environmental martial god was confused. Perhaps it's because of his strength, or maybe he is a perfect match for this fruit. Said the god of agriculture and martial arts. Awakening cannot cover the whole world, but he can cover himself, thus making the world forget. Maybe it is a new development direction. The scientific defense martial god analyzed, and there seems to be nothing wrong with this. If it wasn't weird and powerful enough, he wouldn't have eaten the devil fruit given his advantage in the sea. The finance god said he understood, and everyone else nodded. I think I am invincible in the sea, so the next step is to prepare for the attack on Mariehoya. Use the fruit ability to make up for the shortcomings on land. Fegaland Garen Saint thought. It's not impossible. Although he is afraid of seawater after eating a devil fruit, it is only a small area of contact and is not greatly affected. He also has fish men troops to support him to ensure his safety. Even Sengoku nodded and thought so. How else to explain Adolf's sudden disappearance from the memories of people all over the world? Now he has the ability to extract the memory of Saint Roswader. They can see the strange flow of colors with their naked eyes. Damn, his words are so dangerous. Seeing Adolf uncovering the dark side of world government and even presenting strong evidence, each one was extremely solemn. Sengoku, Garp, Zepha, Suru, Gion, Kaki, Doberman, Ghost Spider, etc. all looked even uglier, and the word justice behind them became a shame. Warring States. I want to retire after this time is over. Zephyr said. Warring States looked over and said, shut up and talk about it when you get back. As he said this, he glanced at the other Marines on the ship, and his heart became heavier and heavier. The 5 elders also see this in their eyes. After the Adolf matter is resolved, Marine will have to make a major change. Chapter 100. You are finally here. Why don't you just go in? There are Fishman soldiers outside the Fishman Island. If they are discovered, they will lose the opportunity. Sengoku frowned. Seawater gate of opening can only move in different spaces of seawater, and cannot pass through different media. There is a bubble membrane outside the Fishman Island, and even such a thin layer cannot penetrate it. Bruno explained. The 5 elders looked dull, they knew this characteristic. Quote. Exclamation mark quote. Warring States has no choice. According to the information I checked, the bubble membrane of Fishman Island is divided into 2 layers, the inner and outer layers, separated by hundreds of meters of flowing seawater. If we break in from other places, the ship will be plated, the membrane will be absorbed by the giant bubble of Fishman Island and then fall into the sea water. Only the entrance to the sea of Fishman Island is covered with a layer of bubble film, which guides ships into Fishman Island. Go to the gate of opening of Fishman Island and enter Fishman Island, 5 elders ordered. The ship in the different space arrived at the estuary, but strangely, no fishmen were seen patrolling, which made everyone frown and feel weird. Under normal circumstances, people will be sent to patrol the estuary. Now there is no such thing, which means it is very unusual, Warring States solemnly said. He didn't run away, did he? He knew he couldn't win, so he ran away. Moonlight Moria waved his paws. I just saw him giving a speech on Fishman Island, preparing to execute the celestial dragons. He can't run so fast. Sand Crocodile said while biting his cigar. Gate of opening. Let's enter the Fishman Island by ourselves. Bruno, you continue to enter the different space in the sea and be ready to respond at any time. The 5 elders opened their mouths and gave instructions. After all, it is in the deep sea. Even if they all have to be cautious, if Bruno is solved, they will lose their maximum protection. Bruno opened the door, and powerful combatants jumped out of the ship holding Bubbles and came into the deep sea. Hancock glanced sideways at Bruno and followed the team with Bubbles. I'm going to the underwater prison to rescue Sakazuki and the others. Zephyr said. Warring States nodded. Fegaland Galen Saint looked at the person next to him, find Vegapunk's brain and bring it back intact. The Knights of God nodded and separated from the large army with the instruments in their hands. Go in. With that said, the large army successfully entered the Fishman Island, but still not a single Fishman warrior was found. Advertisement. It can even be said that the silence is terrifying. It's weird. Warring States became increasingly uneasy. We have already set foot on the mainland of Fishman Island, why are we so timid? Fleet Admiral, Warring States. Fegaland Garen Saint laughed. Don't forget how Sakazuki and the others were defeated. How your arm was broken. Sengoku averted his eyes, showing no respect at all. Quote. Exclamation mark. If you want to die, I can help you. Veins popped up on Saint Fegaland Garen's forehead, and the king's majestic face was instantly distorted. Aren't the fishmen shouting slogans so loudly? Why are they so quiet? General, he interrupted. The god of science and defense, Satan Saint, opened the phone and said, Communications Department, are the executions still going on? It's still there. We still can't stop the signal. The communications department said with sweat dripping down his back. Send the live broadcast content over here, said the environmental marshal god Moshe Sheng. The Ministry of Communications was about to send the signal. Of course they didn't find the signal. Instead, the CP spies broadcast live through the video phone bug. The screen that was playing the video that others were playing. Almost all organizations around the world do this around giant phone bugs. In particular, major newspapers and periodicals have further increased the spread of execution videos. Things can no longer be stopped, and kings from all over the country are also trying to bully the weak and fear the strong. However, what is more tragic is not the annihilation of the country, but the annihilation of the tribe. The Bacania tribe, the Lunaria tribe. The images transmitted have not yet been executed, but they are still describing the crimes of the Tianlong people. Go directly there. 100,000 fishmen warriors have gathered in this square. It seems they want to have a final battle with us, said the blonde farming god of war. Everyone nodded and walked towards the Fishman Island step by step. 100,000 Murloc warriors were ready for the final battle in front of the execution platform, and they launched a rescue around the executed celestial dragons, or in other words, they killed them themselves, which did not count as being executed by others, which was in line with their thinking logic. In the past, we summoned large-scale troops. This time, the opponent's troops were superior, but we did it ourselves. It's really unbearable, the bald financial god of war, Nasho Langsheng, said. If it weren't for the fear that Adolf would run away, the whole island would be destroyed, said the legal martial god Saint Vasiuli. Anyway, this island is only a matter of time. Saint Satan, the god of scientific defense, said expressionlessly. Advertisement. Hancock and others beside him were completely speechless and watched them quietly. Soon, the group of people came to the place in their memory, Gerlong Court Square, and saw the execution platform that was 100 meters high. But except for the execution platform, the whole place was empty. What's going on? Everyone subconsciously looked at the video phone bug, and it was indeed still playing the picture. They were asking if they admitted to the crime before execution. The only one who can deceive the whole world is your world government. You have such great power. Shaw Crocodile looked at the 5 elders with alert eyes, vaguely on guard. It's not like you deliberately tricked us into the deep sea in order to kill us, right? Moonlight Moria asked angrily, baring his teeth and claws. Even Hawkeye looked at the 5 elders suspiciously. Shut up, you idiot. You don't have the qualifications yet. Fegaland Garen Sheng was disdainful. The 5 elders frowned one by one, looked at the phone bug, and then looked at the square in front of them, unable to understand what was going on for a while. It's as if the whole world is a huge scam, and even they themselves are kept in the dark and unable to see clearly. Is this also a fruit ability? Unknowingly making us forget what we see before us. Memory disorder. 5 elders looked at the documents in their hands and wondered. How could there be such a person with abilities that all of us could be hit without even realizing it? Garp said. In fact, they all think so too. Strong men are extremely confident in themselves, not to mention that there are so many strong men gathered together, so it is impossible for them to not notice it. Even when he used his domineering energy to attack his own body, he still found no trace of being hit. Ever since I arrived at Fishman Island, things have been weird everywhere. Seng Guo felt uneasy in his heart. At this time, the phone bug behind the execution platform opened his eyes, and the huge screen behind him lit up, showing the scene of the Celestial Dragon execution. The 5 elders and their group looked up at the screen playing in the center. You are finally here. Around the square, huge curtains lowered and surrounded the entire square. Then the eyes of the phone bugs lit up, and Adolf's figure was projected on them. Looking down at the group of people in the square, the corners of his mouth were tilted, and even slowly cracked, almost to the base of his ears. Chapter 101 The Top 22 Top Groups The Rampaging 5 Elders 200 Rewards plus Updates. Adolf, Fish, Saint Satan and Saint Jalen gritted their teeth. They really couldn't bear it at all and wanted to tear him into pieces right now. Poseidon Adolf, Jorakal Mahawk, Moonlight Moria, Shaw Crocodile, and Boya Hancock all looked seriously at the huge screens around them. Looking around, except for the image of the phone bug, I didn't find Adolf himself. The environment behind him is seawater, outside the Fishman Island. Lieutenant General, he wondered. What a luxurious lineup, and you all think so highly of me. Adolf lowered his head in the picture, looking down at the group of people in front of the square. World Government 5 Elders. Financial God of War, Nastharo Saint, Farming God of War, Pit Saint, Legal War God of War Chuli Saint, Environment God of War, Mosh Saint, and we have already met the Scientific Defense God of War, Sa Tan Sheng. Knights of God, Commander Fegaland Galen Saint, and 7 other members with a long list of names. Where is the other one? What's going on with the petty theft? Marine doesn't even need the headquarters base. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, Hero Garp, General Staff Suru, Lieutenant General Gion, Kaji. Shichibukai. Jorakal Mahawk, Moonlight Moria, Shaw Crocodile, Boya Hancock. Hahahaha, it's such an honor for so many people to come to Fishman Island. Adolf called the names one by one, just like ordering dishes. The more he ordered, the more excited he became. In addition to those who were present, there were even Marine Lieutenant General Doberman from the Door Fruit Dimension, Ghost Spider, Huo Shaoshan, Flying Squirrel, Gumir, Bastiu. They are all Marine mainstays, elite lieutenant generals in strength, and non-fruit ability users. And these people are the ones who will rescue the world government and the others back to another space when an accident occurs. It can be said that I have made enough preparations. Even if I fail and encounter danger, I have absolute safety guarantee. It's a pity that he knows and sees everything. Quote. Exclamation mark quote. Obviously our side has the advantage, so why are we so nervous? Marine Lieutenant General Jaji swallowed secretly. Does he want to eat us all? His appetite is too big. Gion frowned. This is the deep sea. I'm afraid he has always dreamed of us coming here, but if we come now, is it okay? Shaw Crocodile glanced at the 5 elders and the Knights of God. If there is no countermeasure, I will go back. Jorakal Mahawk said. Advertisement. In their opinion, if they didn't see Adolf in person, then the plan had failed, and they were even confused and didn't understand what was going on. Coincidentally, on the huge screen in front of the execution platform, the scene also came to the moment when Aaron beheaded and grabbed the head of the Tianlong. A-hole. How dare you really? The 5 elders and others all looked over, their faces twisted and terrifying. Execution. Hancock's heart was in turmoil. Even though he had watched the video dozens of times before, he still couldn't calm down. This man deserves to be called Poseidon. Jorakal Mahawk admired him. Calling One Piece the instrument of the King of Thieves. Crocodile respected him deeply. Adolf. The images broadcast all over the world are not the live broadcasts broadcast here, but the ones you have shot before. In other words, you have already been executed. General Suru looked at Adolf calmly. When the Tenryu people present saw the execution scene, their mentality collapsed. Shichibukai was either gloating, or shocked and admiring, but she was the only one who remained calm. You have been executed. 5 elders' expression was extremely ugly. At this moment, what 5 elders? They are like brainless apes now. The so-called absolute strength and absolute plan are not the same as the clown. What do you think war is? Is it a war when two armies are fighting each other? From the moment the hostile relationship is established, every minute and second is our confrontation. God cannot bleed. If I seize the opportunity, how can I give you the chance to stop it? Do you think I am an idiot like you? Let me tell you, there are not only videos in 200 places around the world. Newspapers are also spreading around the world at the same time. But you can't take care of it in the deep sea. In the end, nothing can stop you. Are you stupid? Ha 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 ha. Outside the Fishman Island, Adolf laughed wildly and taunted, making explosive revelations, completely maxing out his hatred value. He had already locked in the outcome from the beginning, not giving any chance. What a live broadcast, it's already over by the time the 5 elders arrive. Even newspapers have been printed and distributed around the world following the video. One step is slow and one step is slow, how can you stop it? How could it be so fast? Why is there no news about such a big move? 5 elders couldn't believe it. Is this all you have? The highest power in the world government. Advertisement. Your intelligence sources are just CP spies who came to watch the execution, and I controlled all the people watching and took away all the phone bugs. Where did you get the intelligence? Other than that, I'm the second and fifth kid who was brainwashed by Otahime. I really think I don't know anything. These young men are just ordinary people. If these grassroots people can get secrets, then who am I? Adolf mocked crazily, looking like a fool. What kind of fool can think of obtaining state secrets through the grassroots people? Princess Otahime used to be a well-known public figure among the Fukatenryu people, with an authoritative status in the royal family, and a natural ability to exaggerate and brainwash. If you brag about the beauty of the world on the ground for a long time, it is destined that some people will kneel to the world government and be willing to be their dogs. There are bad people hiding among the masses, which is the most troublesome. There is no way to identify or stop them. But he didn't even think about looking for it. He directly issued an order to the whole island and told everyone generously to pass it on to these spies. Then the news that the world government gets is what he wants the world government to see. World government has completely lost. Marine, Shichibukai and others all had this thought in their minds. Hateful. The complete failure again and again reduced all 5 elders members to mentally retarded and brainless apes. They could no longer endure it and completely went berserk. All turned into a terrifying posture. Scientific defense martial god Jagoluja Satan Saint, spider fruit phantom beast species Gyuki form. Financial martial god Azambalon v Nasi Shulong Saint, horse fruit phantom beast species horse bone form. Farming god of war shepherd 10 pet saint, bug fruit phantom beast species desert worm form. Legal martial god Topman Vachuli Saint, pig fruit phantom beast species ceiling form. Environmental martial god Marcus Mosh Saint, bird fruit phantom beast species Itsu Shinton form. Demons dance wildly one after another, and ferocious beasts descend. The huge body is like a wild beast, occupying a large space, surrounded by black flame clouds, and the animal system awakens. Chapter 102 Destruction of Fishman Island. Quote! Exclamation mark quote. Marine and Shichibukai looked at the 5 elders with solemn expressions. Ha 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 ha. What's the use of your rage? Can you get rid of me by being angry? What I didn't expect is that you actually came, to the deep sea, to my territory. Isn't that looking for death? Today the Fishman Island is destined to sink to the bottom of the sea, but you will also be buried in the deep sea. Adolf really couldn't help but laugh wildly. This is the deep sea, a forbidden place for all terrestrial creatures. Even though he had given countless guidance before this, he conspired to execute Tianlong Ren, and made them think that he had eaten a devil fruit, which made them extremely angry. But there is still no guarantee. He can only feel relieved when he actually comes here. And now it's really here. Rumble, rumble, the earth cracked open, shocking explosions occurred one after another, and pillars of fire more than 10 meters in diameter reached into the sky, thousands of meters above the sky. There were flames everywhere. The atmosphere was distorted, and the entire Fishman Island was in a state of complete destruction. The fire wave rolled like a tsunami, and the fire with a temperature of thousands of degrees came from all directions. The 22 masters of the 5 elders were completely enveloped in the flames. What's going on? Is Fishman Island going to be destroyed? Moonlight Moria suddenly looked panicked. He wants to blow us up. Others immediately understood Adolf's intention. Gas. Caesar Current. Warring States thought of this name. Such a huge amount of gas can only be provided by Caesar Coulomb, a user with the gas fruit ability. During this period, Adolf drained it until not even a drop was left. Don't you want to destroy Fishman Island? Let me help you. However, before they could react, Adolf immediately took the next step. Following his command, the entire Fishman Island bubble suddenly burst, and the immeasurable sea water closed and pressed down. Suspended in the deep sea waters of Sunshine Cave, Fishman Island, a huge circular island with a diameter of more than 20 kilometers, was exposed like this. Quote! Exclamation mark quote. Everyone's eyes are splitting. Endless fire burned around him, the deep sea water outside closed, and even the entire island began to sink. In this case, even if they have shocking means, they will not be able to resist. The bubble of Fishman Island has burst. Retreat quickly, retreat in the direction you came from, warring states roared while looking at the seawater under the sky. Shua, Jorakor Mahawk wields a black sword and slashes, breaking the flames in front of him. Advertisement. Everyone ran desperately along the road, each one showing terrifying speed like a monster. At this time, even the 5 elders couldn't stand up anymore. The terrifying body should have gone on a killing spree, destroying everything in sight, showing the brutality of a demon, but instead it fled in embarrassment. They had even thought that with Adolf's despicable character, they would definitely film it. Then it will be their turn to be embarrassed in front of the whole world like Sengoku, Akainu, and Satan Saint. Roar. Incompetent and furious, they didn't even see Adolf's face. Stop screaming. Prepare the foam and rush directly into the sea. Bruno will take care of you, Sengoku shouted anxiously. It was like this last time. Damn it, I've never fought such a frustrating battle. Garp gritted his teeth. Don't let me seize the opportunity, fish. Saint Jalen was about to explode with anger. He was as arrogant as a king and ran away again. I have to say that he ran really fast, but he was in such an intense mood, could he still notice it? Adolf's lips curled up. Just as he finished speaking, a sun appeared. Boom. In the deep sea, the red sun suddenly lit up, and a horrifying fire exploded. The 20-kilometer diameter Fishman Island exploded into pieces in an instant. Even a large amount of rocks melted into magma in the high temperature, and the entire island disappeared in the light of fire. The closed sea water was blasted out, and even the entire red earth continent hundreds of miles away was suddenly shaken. It was violently impacted, and countless huge rocks were shattered from above and fell like meteorites. In Fishman Street, Noah, the giant ship with a legendary mission, was blown to pieces. Not to mention repairing it, not even a single intact piece of wood could be found. At the same time, the seawater evaporates a large number of high-temperature bubbles in the terrifying high temperature, causing secondary extermination. For a brief moment, the impact weakened, and the back pressure of seawater 200 kilometers below hit. The deep seawater pressure of 200,000 meters, that is, 200 kilometers below, repeatedly ravaged it, becoming the third round of post-explosion damage. If you want to cause such an explosion, ordinary explosives will not work, not even Fishman Island's special explosive box. But Power Rock can. Destroyed. Fishman Island was really destroyed, completely blown up. Jinbei, Neptune, Aaron, Hody Jones, and countless warriors looked at the dazzling light in the Sunshine Cave in horror. For me, Fishman Island has a very special meaning. The island is destroyed and can be rebuilt. Go ahead. Kill all the people who are still alive. No one in the world can stop us. Adolf used the phone bug to issue orders and took the lead in rushing into the tide that had not yet subsided. Jinbei, Neptune, Aaron, Hody Jones, the Right Minister, and 50,000 Murloc warriors rushed out from the Red Continent. They were not strong enough to withstand the impact of such an explosion, so they could only use the Red Earth Continent as a cover and needed time to arrive. Advertisement. But it doesn't matter, they can't escape. What follows is also a deep-sea hunt. Single quote. Exclamation mark single quote. At that moment, everyone's attention was completely attracted by the deep-sea water, the sky-high sea of fire, and Adolf himself. This is especially true for brainless apes, who are completely overwhelmed by anger. How many years have you been serving as the highest authority in the world government, and when did you receive this anger? What no one expected was that a horrifying explosion would occur from the Fishman Island beneath their feet. It was completely absorbed by the seawater and attracted Adolf's attention. Hua. In the impact of the explosion, the 22 strong men from the world government were blown away like cannonballs, and they couldn't help but crash into the seawater. But the reason why a strong person is because of his strong individual strength and dual-color domineering power. Although I didn't expect Adolf to be so cruel and destroy Fishman Island itself, but at the moment of the explosion, he tried his best to cover his whole body with armed colors. But it was so hasty that everyone was seriously injured. Among them, there are more than 10 people with abilities. Even if they try their best to protect themselves with weapons, they will be disabled instantly when they come into contact with the seawater. They rely solely on their strong physical fitness to hold on, and the injuries are even more serious. Moonlight Moria even lost consciousness directly. Poseidon Habard of the sea. The waves of the deep sea are still surging, and the trident is projected first, heading straight towards the old enemy, Saint Satan. In the deep sea, those with abilities are like lambs to be slaughtered, with no power to resist. What? Targeting me? Saint Satan, the god of scientific defense, had bloodshot pupils. He couldn't even control his body when soaked in the sea. He could only sink with the sea water, let alone such an attack. The sudden attack attracted the attention of all the strong men, and Fegaland Garen Sheng subconsciously threw the Kot Sengoku over. B******************************************************************************************************maybe the person couldn't resist after being soaked in sea water. It hit Satan Saint and was deflected. Shua. The trident passed by, the sea water turned red, and one leg fell down. Chapter 103 Instant Kill Unimaginable Special Effects. Single quote. Exclamation mark single quote. Warring State's cold eyes turned, one of his legs was cut off. What is his strength? The most powerful man in the sea, ranked Marine Fleet Admiral, he is fearless even when facing the likes of Whitebeard. Now I'm actually watching a leg being chopped off. How unwilling. He even had burns all over his body, large areas of blisters, and even his hair was burned to the point of being bald. His head was charred and black with blood blisters, and the huge water pressure was pushing towards his mouth and nostrils. It was extremely embarrassing. Except for him, everyone else is like this. Extensive burns, almost disfigured. No one expected Adolf to be so ruthless, doing one thing after another to attract attention. The Fishman Island has sunk and the seawater has pressed down, but these are just means to attract their attention. How crazy is this? Even the power of the explosion is so outrageous that it subverts cognition. The most serious one has to be 5 elders. Each of them showed their powerful physique, but at the moment of the explosion, the injured area was even larger, and they even became someone else's back. Hawkeye, Hancock, Crocodile, Garen Sheng, etc., used them directly as bunkers. The only thing that made them happy was that Adolf was a fruit user. He couldn't use the terrifying speed of the mermaids in the sea. He had to move in the bubble and have a moment of respite. Single quote! Exclamation mark single quote. However, in fact, Adolf was like an illusory elf in the sea, dragging the blue stream of colors across the distance at an incredible speed. There is a target in front of him, member of the Knights of God ******. All the 5 elders analyzed before were slapped in the face. No more guessing. Remember it, author. When the time comes, use the supreme god tier to correct time and space. Isn't it about people with abilities? Brainless apes. His whole body was burned, his eyes were about to burst, he turned around desperately to resist. Poseidon god destroy. Tear off. The trident of the sea slashed, and the world of 8 desolations and 6 unions was united. Conquerors entangled, the dark red thunder of destruction echoed with the blue of the sea, as if the entire sea was descending to destruction, and all the power was plundered with the strike of the halberd. In the face of such a blow, there was nothing he could do to avoid it. Even a god would kill him. I'm not willing to give in. The impact of the explosion has not yet slowed down, and he is in a state of suffocation from the sea water. Even if he is not a person with abilities, he still cannot resist such a terrifying blow. From the left shoulder to the right waist, it was completely cut into 2 pieces, the internal organs were exposed to the sea water, and even the arms that were resisting were cut off together. Before he could completely die, Adolf turned into a blue arc and headed towards the next target. Poseidon god destroy. The sea water cannot be a fierce front, there are no sharp edges on both sides, but it has an unparalleled weight, like the entire sea. With such power, it no longer matters whether the blade is sharp or not. Advertisement. Targeted on me. Adolf takes action and lets everyone discover that they are all the strongest monsters in the sea. It is simply unrealistic to react, and it is only possible if the difference in strength is so huge. And the gap was so big that Adolf didn't even need to take action. The huge water pressure of 200,000 meters or 200 kilometers would have finished them off. The Knights of God reacted well, but their condition was extremely poor. One blow caused huge fractures in the mouth, and the ribs and internal organs were shattered to pieces. Immediately afterwards, seawater poured into his stomach like flowing molten steel. The intestines, internal organs, and even the heart are directly squeezed by the deep sea. Die to me. Tear. Adolf turned around to finish the attack, but was unable to stop him at all. He was cut off at waist level on the spot and his body and legs were separated. Poseidon trident. Then he raised the trident in his hand and threw it out, turning into a blue stream of light and heading towards another Knights of God. Coincidentally, he is a capable person. Without even resisting, he was directly hit by the trident and flew hundreds of miles away, and was nailed to death on the Red Earth continent. The chest was compressed, the blood was boiling, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. However, the mixed Red Sea water flowed back and poured down the throat and into the stomach. Not only the stomach, intestines, and throat, but also the respiratory tract were filled in an instant. The trident pierced the chest, and the water pressure poured directly back into it. The whole body is full of cavities in a real sense. At the same time, due to lack of oxygen in the brain, his bloodshot eyes began to blur. If it weren't for the strong will of a strong man, he would have fainted and lost consciousness. However, he is a person with abilities. It is impossible to save himself. Even if the bubble coral is on him, he will not be able to use it. The precious few minutes supported by the strong will turned into the ultimate torture before drowning. Tragic to the extreme, frustrating to the extreme. One of the majestic knights of the world government god drowned like this. However, this is the deep sea, a restricted area in an absolute sense. Hoa hoa. Adolf killed 3 members of the Knights of God in one glance, and Jialansheng and others also squeezed out the bubbles and took a life-saving breath. Although the black technology is outrageous, this thing comes from Fishman Island. It is precisely because of this thing that they dare to come to the deep sea. Damn it, didn't you say he was an esper? He actually killed 3 of me in one glance. Commander of the Knights of God, Fegaland Garen Sheng, couldn't help but roar at the 5 elders. Advertisement. Knights of God, the most mysterious and powerful organization in the world government. They uphold the dignity and power of world noble, protect the safety of the celestial dragons, and maintain their dominance. They are also responsible for the internal order of the celestial dragons, including the execution of the most privileged celestial dragons. Their power is overwhelming. At the same time, each of them possesses powerful strength that is superior to ordinary pirates. Maybe not comparable to the likes of Whitebeard, but definitely above Flame Calamity and Katakuri. But to die like this now. He died extremely cowardly, and his strength could not even be used at 20%. Aren't you a person with abilities? Why can you touch the sea water? People all over the world have lost their memory of you, and even pulled out the memory of Saint Rosewater in the image. That is definitely a devil fruit power. Damn it, what's wrong with you? It's impossible for a person with abilities to touch seawater without being cursed. The 5 elders were also rescued by the Knights of God, and entered the bubble unwilling to question. At this moment, they were completely reduced to brainless apes in front of everyone, and their IQs were pinned to the ground and crushed repeatedly. He also looks like an idiot who is high and sure of victory and has everything in his hands. Ha 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 ha, who told you that I ate a devil fruit? Didn't you say it yourself? What you saw was an image. What does it have to do with me? Adolf couldn't help but laugh wildly. How could he not laugh when he defeated the 3 masters in one fell swoop? The first time he was affected by the childlike fruit, the 5 elders mistakenly thought he had eaten a devil fruit. He simply took advantage of the situation and let sugar use it on him a few more times. He also took the bubble wrap and entered the sea to let the CP spies see it and deepen their understanding of it. Such cognition. In particular, the scene of extracting memories during the execution of the celestial dragon solidified this understanding and became a fact seen with one's own eyes. But in fact, that's just the use of Violet's staring fruit. The staring fruit can see what people are thinking, see past memories, and let others see what they see. Combining the 3, isn't it just to create videos at will? Phone bugs are living creatures. No matter how false it is, it can appear in Adolf's mind, and Violet can be seen by the phone bug. Not to mention that the execution was something that really happened, it was just a special effect added, and it's hard to tell. In fact, Adolf himself can complete this special effect with his bare hands. Apply fluorescent powder on his fingertips and use the armament color a little to create a stream of light visible to the naked eye. Do you understand little magic? It's just that the 5 elders didn't think about it at all. For a brain with more muscles than brains, they can't think of such a small trick that can't be put on the table. It's too challenging to common sense. The photos in the video are even fake. I've never heard of them before. It can also be said that the execution images transmitted to the outside were corrected to perfection in the later stage, without any flaws. Modern people should all understand the power and horror of post-production, and the special effects imagined by the brain can be more perfect than computer production. Chapter 104 The Hunting Begins. A-hole. Damn fish. I was completely fooled by you, you beast. The god of scientific defense, Satan Saint, kept gasping for air in his chest, and he was so angry that he couldn't help himself. Even the Rock's pirates, the former overlords of the sea, were only in trouble because of the large number of powerful opponents. It is definitely not like this now. Strategically it will be a complete defeat. It's good to be in a high position. A group of people will focus on you. Adolf looked at the rescued 5 elders, and then at Sengoku, who tore off his cloak of justice and tied his calf to stop the bleeding. But I also want to thank you idiots for being the highest authority. If it weren't for you, how could I have allowed so many powerful combat forces to gather in the deep sea and catch them all in one fell swoop? Thank you. 5 elders. Adolf ridiculed crazily. If they didn't understand the world government, they would really doubt the 5 elders' intentions. Damn it, don't be influenced by him. Mission failed. All personnel retreat. Warring States suppressed the anger in his heart and shouted. No one is allowed to retreat. Do you really think we can't kill you in the deep sea? Since you dare to appear in front of us, then don't even think about running away. Everyone come together and kill him. The 5 elders drank suddenly and turned into a terrifying posture in the bubble. Scientific defense martial god, Satan Saint. Gyuki form, lower body with 8-legged spider body, huge body crawling towards Adolf. Financial martial god Shou Langshang. In the form of a horse bone, the lower body is a skeleton horse, the seawater freezes when galloping, and the demon sword in his hand has an icy coldness. The god of agriculture and martial arts, God Pit. In the form of a desert worm, maggots that are tens of meters long and completely bitten, swimming like a giant python. Legal martial god, Saint Wuchuli. In the form of a sworn beast, trampled like an elephant by a wild boar, and majestic like a giant war beast. Environmental martial god Masheng. In the form of Jin Genshin, a huge giant bird with a snake tail, with a wingspan of more than dozens of meters. The huge figures stretch the bubble film to the extreme, and at the same time support the bubble film with armed domineering to prevent the bubble film from breaking as much as possible. Don't ask why it can run in an environment like the deep sea. The bubble wrap itself has a floating function. Coupled with the hard power of the top strong men, it can go to heaven. Isn't it natural to run in the sea? Really? You 5 want to kill me so much? Adolf opened his arms, as if embracing the world and the ocean. Poseidon boundless sea. The whole body emits a blue luster, and even the slender tail scales reflect the dreamy deep blue color. The whole sea resonates with him, and the tide continues to flow. The sea is immeasurable, it is deep, thick, boundless, and at the same time has a moody temper. Advertisement. The sea disaster is vast, and the huge waves that are bumped at will can cover hundreds of miles, and huge waves may be set off at any time. However, when you are truly angry, you will release the world-destroying power that will sink the island nation and overturn everything. But it is precisely because of the sea that life evolved, the beginning of all things, and the vitality of the jungle. He can give birth to living beings, and he also has the power to destroy all things. Quote! Exclamation mark, quote. As Adolf kept raising his hands, the five elders' pupils shrank, and they suddenly felt a terrifying crisis coming. Everyone attacks, kill him. Each of the five elders showed off their special skills, including the ice-cold swordsman slash, the mouth-breathing flame beam, the Gyuki poison. Garp's fist bone clashed, Garen's holy king Shanglong, and the rest of the knights of God launched attacks one after another. Even the warring states period turned into a golden Buddha, and was struck with a palm strike. Poseidon, I'm here to help you. The current passed over my shoulder and through me. Jinbei rushed over first, grabbed the sea water that was dragged along, and threw it hard. However, no one cares about a mere Jinbei. Except for Adolf, the entire Fishman race only has their own racial characteristics worth caring about. He smashed the running water casually and focused entirely on Adolf. Come on, everyone. Facing the overwhelming trick, Adolf seemed to hold up the sky and grab the sea. A mass of azure jade appeared above his head like a substance, and he still smashed it hard. Behind him is the entire sea. Are you crazy? You actually want to pick it up? Guillaume looked at the scene in front of him in disbelief. The unique skills of more than 10 top experts, even if they can only display 50% or 60% of their strength in the deep sea, they are still more than 10. Single quote! Exclamation mark, single quote. Under everyone's gaze, the power of the end of the world exploded in an instant. Strong flashes of azure, red, ice white, golden light, etc. illuminate the entire underwater world translucently, like a colorful dream world. The entire huge underwater space with a diameter of hundreds of kilometers surges like a doomsday storm. Even the Poseidon species, which was more than 5,000 meters away, was no longer scary in the face of this powerful force. Puff, poof, 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 advertisement. Jinbei, you actually. Everyone in the audience was stunned, but they had no time to get angry or even confront Adolf, so they quickly took their last breath. The follow-up was powerless, and the powerful force of the sea smashed all the tricks of more than 10 masters, and unstoppably blasted all the five elders who were charging forward. Damn it, I'm not willing to accept it. The five elders roared in their hearts. The terror of the phantom beast species had not yet burst out, and they were forced to quit again. Just like being hit by the sea tower stone, just like being blown away into the sea by the power rock. My mouth was filled with seawater, and my whole body was so weak that I couldn't even speak. Facing Adolf's trick, he didn't even resist. He was blasted away in front of the mighty sea. His limbs and arms were broken, his body and bones were shattered, and his body was completely distorted, almost to the point of being disabled. The sea surged, and its power went all the way, taking Sengoku and the others with them. Everyone's bubble burst in the audience. Garp, Garen Sheng and other non-powered people looked at the five elders who were knocked away, and then at Jinbei, extremely annoyed. Although the methods are a bit despicable, there are so many of you, so don't blame us for the methods we use. Even Fishman Island has been blown up. If I don't leave you behind, I really won't have the face to go back and face everyone. Jinbei looked calm and fearless. At that moment, the sea current he smashed over his shoulder was not sea water, but the bubble film degradation liquid developed by Caesar current. With just a little contact, a chemical reaction will occur and the bubble film structure will be destroyed instantly. Caesar current is very good at research on biochemistry. After discussing with the original scientists of Fishman Island, he developed this kind of thing a few days later. This was the result of Adolf draining all his energy to produce gas at night. After all, research depends on luck. He didn't expect to be able to use it this time, but now it seems that he still underestimates Caesar current. Damn it. Under the impact just now, the degraded substances have spread throughout the Sunshine Cave space, and there is no way to continue using bubble coral. Even after coming out of a different space, the bubble membrane on the body will be destroyed instantly. With the strength of a lieutenant general, there is no way to save people from a long distance. Damn it, this plan failed completely. I'm not willing to give in. That guy Caesar current deserves to die. Five elders' hearts were completely shattered. Five elders, it's my turn now. The corners of Adolf's mouth were split, almost to the base of his ears, and his eyes were filled with excitement. Can't continue to use bubble coral, what's next is going to be a massacre. The mermaid's swimming speed is unparalleled in the world. Coupled with his powerful strength, his speed is like a blue phantom in the sea, heading directly towards the five elders who were seriously injured and lost resistance. It's me again. Saint Satan's pupils contracted. Damn it. Master I am.